steal the family fortune, so he wants to get rid of him? Watch too many dramas, bro. Gui Jin is such a kind person, how could he harm anyone? What if something happened to Shen Qingling himself? Don't drag your dad into this. This is so exciting. This is the kind of wealthy family drama I want to see. Will Shen Qingling show up again tonight? Let's wait and see. Tonight is destined to be an eventful night. Gu Changwang mobilized many people to search for Shen Qingling. When Sulan also used her connections to inquire everywhere. Gu Yutong and Lin Qingdai went out together to look for her. Gui Jin wasn't idle at home either. He hid in his room and called Zhang Jing. He said anxiously, Shen Qingling is in trouble. Go find her quickly. Zhang Jing on the other end of the phone was surprised. Huh? You want me to go find Shen Qingling? Didn't you always want to get rid of him? Don't ask so many questions. Anyway, he can't be harmed today. Everyone suspects me now. Not you? But who else in Jiangcheng would want to harm him besides you? Damn it, how should I know? I'm clueless too. The most important thing now is to clear my name. If something happens to Shen Qingling, Wen Sulan will fight me to the death. He should die on his own, don't drag me down with him. Okay, don't worry, I'll go find him right now. After hanging up, Gui Jin cursed, damn it, Shen Qingling, I really owe you something. Chapter 74 The Yandera's Love Poems. Well, thinking about it, he really does owe Shen Qingling. Gui Jin looked out the window with a complex expression, the gloomy sky mirrored his current mood. Shen Qingling could die, but not at someone else's hands. They were the true rivals, destined to die at each other's hands. Shen Qingling had to descend into the abyss, becoming like him, and then use his strength to fight him. Wouldn't it be ridiculous for him to die at someone else's hands like this? Now that Shen Qingling was missing, the person who most wanted him back was Gui Jin. Tonight, Jiangcheng was in a state of panic. Even though the Gu family's search was done privately, it was still widely reported throughout the city. Shang Mo leisurely watched the surveillance footage at home. Shen Qingling hadn't eaten. After the effects of the medication wore off, he was exhausted and fell asleep. Watching him sleep peacefully, Shang Mo felt both heartache and joy. Just then, Shang Xia suddenly knocked on her door. Shang Mo, without even turning off the security camera, said, "Come in." Shang Xia assumed she was looking at reports and didn't notice what was on her computer. Shang Xia frowned, her face grave, and said, "Something's happened." Shang Mo remained calm. "What is it?" Shang Xia sat down in the chair opposite her, her brow furrowed, and said, "Shen Qingling has disappeared. Aunt Wen is looking for him everywhere." Shang Mo looked surprised. "Disappeared? How could this happen?" Shang Xia then began to analyze the situation seriously. "I also find it strange. How could Shen Qingling, a perfectly healthy person, just disappear? Jiangcheng is known for its good security, right? Or did he offend someone? Or maybe he doesn't want to go back somewhere? Did he have a fight with the Gu family? I don't know. Do you think we should help look for him? After all, we're family friends." "Yes, I'll ask people to help look for him." Shang Xia sighed, "I hope he's alright. If something really happened to Shen Qingling." Shang Mo stared at her and said, "Even if something did happen, it's none of your business." "How can it be none of your business? It's a human life, after all." "Have you suddenly become kind? Or are you still clinging to hope?" "No. Let me tell you, whether Shen Qingling lives or dies, it has nothing to do with you." Shang Xia pursed her lips, turned around, closed the door, and left. Shang Mo sneered. Even if Shen Qingling really died, even his ashes would have to be kept with her, no one else could touch a single drop. While the search for Shen Qingling was chaotic, he slept until the next morning. When Shen Qingling woke up, the sun was still shining brightly outside. The chains on his hands had been removed, and his blindfold was gone. He looked around and realized he was in a high-end hotel, and he was sleeping in the presidential suite. Shen Qingling lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. He couldn't just endure Shang Mo treating him like this. Shen Qingling's phone was on the table in the room. He noticed it was dead and wouldn't turn on. Shen Qingling picked it up and went outside to the front desk to charge it. After turning it on, he found over 100 missed calls and hundreds of messages, all looking for him. Interspersed among the messages were a strange one. Shen Qingling frowned and read, "I want to cut open your heart." This was Shang Mo's love letter to him. "I want to cut open your heart and see if I'm inside. I want to chain you up, lock you in the basement, and make you know only how to love me. I want to chop you up and stuff you into a doll. I want to cut off your limbs so you can't escape. I'll drip scalding wax into your throat so you can't scream. I want to nail you to the wall, making you my personal artwork. I'll carve my name into your bones with a sharp knife, and brand your heart with a red-hot iron, forever imprinting my love within you. I can cut off your head and hold it to watch the beautiful sunrise. I can sever every tendon in your body and dance with you in a rose garden under the moon. I can string our bodies together with steel bars and sit by the sea watching the stars. With you in my arms, your grave and your funeral will be embraced within me. The best love I can give you is to eat you, through my mouth, into my stomach, through my heart, so that you and I become one. Where I am, you are. I'll slice off pieces of your flesh, let them dry, and weave them into everlasting flowers with silver threads. Your pale skin will be like bloodless leaves, your jet black hair tied into tassels, adorning your deep brown eyes. I gaze at them, just as I gaze into your deep, affectionate eyes, wanting to sever them, wanting to sever the eyes that gaze upon others. From this day forward, your eyes will only hold me. Shen Qingling, Shen Qingling, Shen Qingling, my only prey, submit to me completely. Shu, turn around. I'm right behind you. Shen Qingling's eyelids twitched. He turned around, but there was nothing behind him. He breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "Madman." Shen Qingling quickly called Wen Sulan back. Wen Sulan hadn't slept all night. The moment she heard that Shen Qingling was all right, tears streamed down her face. It's all right, it's all right. Where are you, child? Mommy's coming to pick you up. Shen Qingling gave the hotel name, and Wen Sulan immediately drove over. Shen Qingling wanted to check the hotel security footage and ask for the name of the person who booked the room, but the receptionist told him they couldn't provide that information. Unless it was the police, they couldn't disclose guests' privacy. Shen Qingling guessed that Shang Mo must have a backup plan, and this matter probably wouldn't be resolved. But at least he knew that person was Shang Mo, and he had exposed a wolf in sheep's clothing, so it wasn't a complete loss. Shen Qingling went to the bathroom and poured cold water over himself. He had to get sick to recover. Having suffered so much, he had to at least earn some of Shang Mo's affection points. This damned Yandere, it's good that you feel sorry for him, he won't dare treat him like this again next time. That's how Yandere people are, they constantly threaten to kill you, but if anything were to actually happen to Shen Qingling, Shang Mo would be frantic with worry. When Wen Sulan arrived, Shen Qingling stood pale-faced in the doorway, exposed to the cold wind, as if she might collapse at any moment. Wen Sulan felt a pang of heartache and wanted to ask something, but Shen Qingling remained silent. Looking down, she noticed the marks left by the chains on Shen Qingling's wrists, and Wen Sulan nearly fainted. Wen Sulan had clearly misunderstood. She thought Shen Qingling had suffered some inhuman treatment, and seeing him like this, she wanted to ask but dared not. He weakly lowered his eyes and said, "I'm fine, let's go home." Wen Sulan drove while tears streamed down her face, her heart filled with a burning desire to tear the person who had bullied her son to pieces. Upon arriving at the Gu family home, Shen Qingling fainted at the entrance as soon as he got out of the car. The Gu family was in an uproar. The trending topics exploded. Shang Mo's calm and smug expression crumbled the moment he heard the news. What? Shen Qingling fainted. Chapter 75, Qingling will chop off whichever hand she uses to move. After Shen Qingling fainted, Wen Sulan disregarded the show and cried for help. The entire production crew dropped what they were doing to rush to her aid. A tall, burly man carried Shen Qingling upstairs to her bedroom. The Gu family members, hearing the commotion, also came out to see what was happening. Gu Yijin was the first to rush over, finding Shen Qingling's room surrounded by people. He squeezed through the crowd and saw Shen Qingling lying on the bed, pale and barely alive. In his memory, Shen Qingling was always aloof and calm. Or rather, strong. No matter what he tried, he couldn't harm her in the slightest. But even someone as strong as Shen Qingling had such a vulnerable moment. Gu Yijin was stunned. When Sulan asked the production crew to leave, waiting for the family doctor to arrive, Gu Chengwang looked at Wen Sulan and asked, "What happened?" When Sulan knelt beside Shen Qingling's bed and cried, I don't know. This child is silent and won't say anything. It's all my fault. I didn't protect him well. It's all my fault. Thinking of Shen Qingling collapsing before her like a gust of wind, Wen Sulan's heart broke. She already felt immense guilt towards Shen Qingling, and returning home not only failed to make amends but also caused him harm in many ways. He was either being insulted online or falling ill and fainting in real life. Wen Sulan was filled with self-reproach. For some reason, something sounded off about Wen Sulan's words. Gu Yijin immediately noticed the wound on Shen Qingling's wrist. His pupils contracted rapidly, his wrist. Everyone looked at Shen Qingling's wrist. The Gu family were all worldly wise people. This kind of injury was clearly not caused by normal means, but more like it was caused by chains. Combined with Wen Sulan's description of Shen Qingling's silence, Gu Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief, and she covered her mouth, then erupted in fury. Who did such a beastly thing? Although Gu Yutong didn't initially like Shen Qingling, no matter what, Shen Qingling had Gu family blood flowing through her veins. How could she be hurt and insulted like this by an outsider? Gu Yutong couldn't hold back her anger any longer. Gu Chengwan walked over to Shen Qingling and examined her closely. His brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a mosquito. There's also a wound on her lip, like she was bitten. At this moment, the Gu family's anger reached its peak. Many people in Jiangqing's high society enjoy playing with handsome men, especially some men who are particularly enthusiastic about it. They prefer young and beautiful boys, and someone like Shen Qingling, an unattainable beauty, is a rare gem. Yesterday, Shen Qingling accidentally appeared on the trending topics list in the morning and disappeared that evening. They couldn't help but wonder if Shen Qingling's stunning appearance yesterday had attracted the attention of those perverts in Jiangcheng, leading them to commit some heinous act against her. The Gu family all believed Shen Qingling had suffered inhuman treatment and was in serious trouble. The misunderstanding escalated. Gu Chengwang was furious. How dare they do such a thing to my son? I'm not human if I don't put him in jail. Call the police. We must call the police. After her initial anger subsided, Gu Yutong calmed down and shook her head, saying, Dad, we can't call the police. What if it blows up? How will he face those stares and gossip afterward? Our family is still filming a show. If this gets out, he'll be labeled like that for the rest of his life. That would be too cruel to him. Even if Shen Qingling is a man, such an experience would still be a source of trauma. Wouldn't it hurt him even more if outsiders viewed him with prejudice? Lin Qingdai had taken the day off from class. Seeing Shen Qingling like this reminded her of what she had experienced in her dream, and her eyes immediately welled up with tears. She sobbed, let's wait until Qingling wakes up first. The most important thing is to comfort him and prevent him from developing psychological trauma. Even Gu Yijin couldn't help but feel sorry for Shen Qingling. Who was so cruel? Even in his most disgusting moments, he never considered letting Shen Qingling be with a man. At most, he'd let him be with a woman. There are always people more ruthless than him. What if Shen Qingling gives up on himself? Wouldn't he be ruined? Then what's the point of them fighting and competing? Gu Yijin said angrily, this kind of person is scum. What if he targets Qingling again if we don't find him? Who knows if it will happen again? Gu Chengwang nodded, that's right, we can investigate this privately, as long as no one knows. Anyway, it's not like we can only use the police's connections, he can investigate privately. The only problem is that if this was done by a big shot in Jiangcheng, it will be difficult to get any results. They certainly haven't done this before, they likely know they can't find out, which is why they dare to act so recklessly. Smart people don't leave behind any hidden dangers or clues. The only clue now is with Shen Qingling. Gu Chengwang looked around and said to everyone in a warning tone, you all need to keep your mouths shut about what happened today. If even a whisper leaks out, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tell everyone that Qingling was at a friend's house last night. Her phone died, so she couldn't be contacted. She fainted this morning because she was caught in the rain yesterday, understand? Everyone agreed. Just then, there was a knock at the door. It was the Gu family's doctor. As the doctor entered, Gu Chengwang specifically instructed, check if there are any injuries on his back. The doctor's pupils dilated, then he bowed and said, yes, Mr. Gu. Gu Chengwang waited for the results with a grim face. He never imagined that someone would be so audacious as to dare to harm someone from the Gu family. The person behind this was either someone of higher status than the Gu family, or a true madman, disregarding all consequences. Everyone else stood outside waiting for the doctor's results. Wen Sulan stared blankly at the door, as if she could see her dying child through it. She hoped to hear the doctor say that Shen Qingling was alright, but she was also afraid of hearing something she didn't want. Seeing her like this, Gu Yutong still comforted her, Aunt Wan, he'll be alright. Wen Sulan didn't react, as if possessed. It was all her fault for being weak and incompetent. Having such an incompetent mother was a tragedy for the child. She was consumed by self-reproach, her thoughts growing increasingly extreme. Then, a fierce determination began to gleam in her eyes. She would no longer be a useless social ornament. She had someone she wanted to protect, she had to become strong. At least as a mother, she had to protect her child from harm. A misunderstanding, however, spurred a change in Wen Sulan. No mother could tolerate her child being harmed like this. A mother's strength is boundless, she would become Shen Qingling's shield. She stared into Gu Chengwan's eyes and said, find him. We must find that person. Chop off the hand that touched Qingling. If he did something even worse, castrate him and feed his corpse to wild dogs. Gu Chengwang lowered his eyes, looking at his usually timid wife with surprise. Seeing Gu Chengwang remain silent, Wen Sulan continued, why aren't you saying anything? That's your son. Aren't you most concerned about your dignity? Gu Chengwang saw the frenzied rage in her eyes, the anger and resentment she had suppressed for years, along with her guilt towards Shen Qingling. Gu Chengwang didn't know how to comfort her for a moment, so he patted her back and said, calm down first. Ask Qingling about the situation when she wakes up. Wen Sulan pushed him away, her eyes red, and gritted her teeth, saying, you're always so rational and calm. You only care about the Gu family's interests and so-called glory. You don't see your child at all. He has your blood in his veins. We haven't raised him for a single day. We're all incompetent parents. If he hadn't come back, perhaps he wouldn't have suffered like this. We can't even protect him. We don't deserve to be parents. We didn't protect him when he was little, and now that he's back, it's the same. Gui Jin has never suffered any harm in the Gu family for so many years, but Qingling was scolded and injured when he returned. How have we ever done right by him? Gu Chengwang, you went through the same thing once. As a father, can you spare a little love from your cold-blooded world for him? Consider it a small compensation and comfort for your younger self. Wen Sulan's lips were bleeding from where she had bitten them. She no longer wanted to maintain the facade of peace, the harmony in this family was only preserved through compromise and forbearance. She could never treat Gui Jin the same way again. She hated him. She hated that he had enjoyed everything that should have belonged to Qingling, hated that he had stolen the happy times that belonged to her and Qingling. If only he weren't there, she had thought more than once. She wished Gui Jin would disappear from this world too. Gu Chengwang looked at Wen Sulan, wanting to say something, but unsure how to begin. As the head of the Gu family, it seemed that every father was inherently like this. Silent, serious, unshakable. To put it bluntly, they were the most selfish people in this family. He used to be like Shen Qingling, his father cared more about the Gu family's glory, grooming him primarily as an heir. The affection and care between father and son were pitifully scarce, he even had no say in his marriage. He didn't truly love or care for Gui Jin, he was merely grooming a potential heir, not a son. Years ago, he told himself he couldn't become like his father, yet he ultimately became the very thing he least wanted to be. He tried to raise Gui Jin in the same way, resulting in a failure. Will Shen Qingling become like that too? Gu Chengwang didn't want Shen Qingling to become a second Gui Jin. Nor did he want him to become a second version of himself. Perhaps his child could also find happiness. Wen Sulan stared intently at him, determined to get an answer. Wen Sulan's words, to make amends and offer some comfort to your younger self, touched Gu Chengwang's heart. Gu Chengwang replied with a complex expression, I understand. Gui Jin had a bad feeling. Wen Sulan was acting strangely because of Shen Qingling, and Gu Chengwang seemed to be changing his attitude towards Shen Qingling as well. What he hadn't been able to change for so many years, Shen Qingling had accomplished in just a few days. What did all his efforts over the years amount to? At this moment, the doctor came out, and everyone stared at him. He caught a cold and had a fever, and was exhausted. He's fine now, except for his wrist and lips, there are no other injuries. Is he awake? No, he still has a fever. I gave him fever-reducing medicine and told him to sleep for a while. I'll check on him every 2 hours. Chapter 76 Jealousy to the point of madness. The turmoil within the Gu family has become a trending topic. The security cameras on the street and in the living room clearly recorded everything when Shen Qingling fainted. Tags related to Shen Qingling's fainting immediately surged to the top of the trending searches. The 3 keywords Shen Qingling missing, Shen Qingling fainting, and family drama directly climbed into the top 3 trending topics. Viewers are speculating about what exactly happened last night. Shen Qingling really disappeared after not returning home all night? Then why did he suddenly come back and then suddenly faint? I'm really starting to speculate about conspiracy theories. If Gui Jin and Shen Qingling are both children of the Gu family, could this involve a battle for inheritance between them? Don't forget there's also Gu Yutong in the Gu family. Don't overlook her inheritance rights just because she's a woman. What if she's resentful and wants to eliminate her 2 brothers to take her place? Gu Yutong has entered the entertainment industry, she's clearly not being groomed to be the heir. Her inheritance rights are hopeless, at most, she might take revenge on her 2 brothers. Then it's better to guess Gui Jin. The relationship between Gui Jin and Shen Qingling is still a mystery. It's unclear who the illegitimate child is, at least one of them isn't a legitimate child. How do you know one of them isn't a legitimate child? The Gu family hasn't said anything, stop with the conspiracy theories. Anyway, Jin couldn't possibly be that kind of person. The difference in appearance is too big. If Shen Qingling and Gui Jin are really biological brothers, how can their looks be so different? The Gu family's affairs caused a huge uproar, and the show's popularity surpassed any season since its premiere. The production team held an emergency meeting because of this. They didn't want to miss out on this publicity, but they also didn't want to offend the Gu family, nor did they want to be accused of profiting from someone else's misfortune. Some topics come at a price. Chili frowned thoughtfully, saying, I originally wanted the Gu family to reveal Shen Qingling's identity, but they refused. The others were puzzled, why refused? The illegitimate child suspicion won't benefit the Gu family's public image, will it? This is Shen Qingling's decision. I don't understand why he'd rather be criticized than reveal his identity. He could easily clear his name by doing so. This is too strange. Could it be because of Gui Jin? Once Shen Qingling comes out to explain, all the glory and honor Gui Jin previously gained will be stolen by Shen Qingling. I remember the Gu family initially participated in the variety show to promote Gui Jin, right? Indeed, Gu Yutong only took the show for him. That makes the Gu family seem incredibly biased. Shen Qingling gets all the criticism, while Gui Jin reaps all the credit. Shen Qingling never received anything from the Gu family before, and now that he's back, all he gets is criticism. I almost feel sorry for him, sigh. Most of the staff now know that the show is meant to promote Gui Jin, and Gu Yutong is just paving the way for him. Shen Qingling was likely just cannon fodder before this. Shen Qingling has not only gained the audience's concern and sympathy, but also the production team's. Don't underestimate the role of the production team staff. Many people will ask them for so-called insider information. The more blatant the information, the more believable it seems. Shen Qingling's reputation within the show's production team has surpassed Gui Jin's. Even the Gu family didn't expect that Shen Qingling, someone who wasn't even participating in the show, would steal all the attention, her popularity skyrocketing. This is why Shen Qingling didn't reveal her identity from the beginning. The more mysterious she is, the more curious the audience becomes, and the more discussion and attention surrounds her. That makes the final twist more exciting. He chilly felt that Shen Qingling's fainting spell would lead to more unfounded speculation. If she could use this opportunity to clear Shen Qingling of the illegitimate child rumors before she joined the show, that would be ideal. He chilly used the show's statement to persuade the Gu family to let Shen Qingling participate. Because this incident became a trending topic, attracting so much attention, everyone was wondering what had happened to Shen Qingling. Therefore, the Gu family hoped to use the show's influence to resolve this incident. Issuing a statement directly was the best approach. Regardless of whether the audience believed it at first, once the hype died down, this statement would be effective. After Ichili reached an agreement with the Gu family, she released a statement on the show's official Weibo account, using the same rhetoric as Gu Chengwang, claiming that Shen Qingling had gone to a classmate's house, etc. However, the audience was astute, they wouldn't be fooled by the slightest clue. Conspiracy theories ran rampant, and quite a few people suspected Guijin. Guijin was sitting at home when this trouble came out of nowhere. Looking at the overwhelming conspiracy theories online, he was furious. Even if he wanted to deal with Shen Qingling, he wouldn't use such methods. Chains and biting her mouth. He's not gay, nor is he a pervert. These netizens really have vivid imaginations. If he found out who was behind this, he would definitely hang them up and beat them to a pulp. To this day, there's still no explanation that completely convinces the audience. The production team has done everything they could. This is an era of entertainment to the death. Directors only care about buzz and money, and they won't do anything more. Shen Qingling's fainting spell has caused such a stir, yet one person remains unaware. Lin Xingmian rarely goes online, only checking Shen Qingling's WeChat messages. When Shen Qingling still hadn't come to class that afternoon, she felt something was wrong. She didn't doubt that Shen Qingling had lied to her earlier. Her intuition told her that there must be a reason for her absence. She believed that Shen Qingling wasn't the type to break her word. Furthermore, since Shen Qingling hadn't replied to her messages yesterday, Lin Xingmian couldn't help but ask Ji Yunmiao. Ji Yunmiao took a moment from her busy lab class to check her phone and learned about Shen Qingling's fainting spell, then quickly told Lin Xingmian. Lin Xingmian was even more frantic after learning about Shen Qingling's fainting spell. She wanted to visit Shen Qingling. However, having been isolated from outsiders for so long, she felt very nervous. Lin Xingmian, sister, I want to visit Teacher Shen, but I'm scared. Ji Yunmiao, then will I go with you? Teacher Shen cares about you so much, we should visit him since he's sick. Lin Xingmian, when are we going? I want to see Teacher Shen as soon as possible. Ji Yunmiao, don't worry, I'll come pick you up now. On her way to pick up Lin Xingmian, Ji Yunmiao pondered how to see Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling's identity was currently a mystery, but it was certain that it would be difficult to gain access to the Gu family. Ji Yunmiao tried calling Shen Qingling. Lin Xingmian only ever dared to message Shen Qingling, she wouldn't dare call. Ji Yunmiao felt they needed Shen Qingling's permission to enter the Gu family home. A woman answered the phone. Ji Yunmiao guessed it was Shen Qingling's mother. This was the fifth call Wen Sulan had received. The first was from Shang Mo. Shang Mo and Shang Xia planned to visit Shen Qingling. The second was from Wan Ningyi, she also wanted to visit Shen Qingling. The third was from a stranger, she only inquired about Shen Qingling's situation. The fourth was from Song Jining, she also wanted to visit Shen Qingling. The fifth was Ji Yunmiao. Wen Sulan was gratified that so many people cared about Shen Qingling, indicating that her child was quite likable and not a dull person. He planned to tell Shen Qingling all this after he woke up. If Shen Qingling was willing, he could invite the girls over for a get-together to see if that would cheer him up and help him forget what had happened. Shen Qingling woke up at 3 p.m. The Gu family members were all gathered around him, concerned for him. Shen Qingling was a little confused. He only wanted Shang Mo to feel guilty, so why were the Gu family members all looking at him like this? It was an expression of deep pity and sympathy, a desire to comfort him but a hesitation to speak. Shen Qingling asked with a puzzled look, why are you all looking at me like that? Wensulan, good child, now that you're home, cry if you want to. We won't say anything. No matter what happens, Mom will always be your support. Tell Mom who that person is? I'll make sure they suffer a terrible death. Guyutong, Qingling, you sigh, I know this is hard to accept, but I hope you can be more open-minded and forget about it. It wasn't your fault. Lin Qingdai, Qingling brother, you're a good person. It's those bad people who are wrong. You're just too good and too perfect, that's why they targeted you. No matter what happens, you'll always be that perfect Qingling brother. Just be yourself. Gu Chenwang, everyone's right. We'll get through whatever difficulties you face. I've already found a psychologist for you. If you don't want to talk to us, talk to the doctor. The only one who remained silent was Gui Jin. Seeing everyone comforting Shen Qingling like that, Gui Jin's initial sympathy for Shen Qingling vanished, leaving only twisted jealousy and hatred in his heart. He had never received any of this before. Never. Shen Qingling had only been back for a few days and had already received love he had never received. Gui Jin thought darkly and twistedly, it might be better if Shen Qingling turned to the dark side. Let's see if he could still maintain his kindness and innocence after experiencing all this. You hold kindness in your heart towards the world, but the world doesn't return kindness to you. Shen Qingling, will you change this time? Shen Qingling felt completely bewildered. Wensulan, seeing his troubled expression, said, all right, let Qingling think about it himself first. Don't mention it again. After dismissing the others, Wensulan didn't ask him about that matter, afraid of upsetting Shen Qingling. So she changed the subject to the girls who had called him. Qingling, your friends are very concerned about you. Would you like to meet them? Yes. Then Mom will call them back for you, and invite them over in a couple of days. Shen Qingling lowered her head and smiled. Shang Xia, Shang Mo, Wan Mingi, Song Jining, Ji Yunmiao, Lin Xingmian. When all these women gather together, how could it not be a spectacular battleground? Shang Mo, you dare treat me like this? Then you'll experience the taste of being ignored. I'll make you insanely jealous, yet never dare to touch him again. Chapter 77 Bloodflowers Blooming in the Darkness. Shang Mo received a call back from Wensulan and learned about Shen Qingling's situation over the phone. She has a fever. Will she come to the Gu family in 3 days? Yes, Auntie. Shang Mo paused, stunned, after hanging up. How could this be? Shen Qingling developed a high fever after fainting and needs several days of rest to recover. It sounds serious. The woman frowned slightly, feeling uneasy. She wanted to see Shen Qingling, but couldn't in the short term, when Sulan had said she wasn't receiving guests for the next couple of days. Shang Mo suddenly felt irritated, not at others, but at himself. He regretted his impulsive actions. It's true, Shen Qingling grew up in an orphanage, her health probably wasn't very good. She drugged him, and he endured it, exhausting himself and not eating or drinking for a whole night. Shang Mo knew he had gone too far this time. But she just couldn't control herself. She hated seeing him smile at other women, hated every woman around him. Especially seeing Shen Qingling show that girl a tenderness she'd never seen before. Jealousy, like vines, climbed every corner of her body, making it impossible for her to remain calm. She was consumed by jealousy. The happy scene of Shen Qingling and Lin Xingmian together that day deeply wounded her eyes. She remembered it so clearly, it was still vivid in her mind. She hated herself for not being able to control her jealous heart, and she hated her powerlessness to have Shen Qingling. The room suddenly darkened. It was about to rain. Shang Mo walked to the window, looking at the gloomy sky outside, just like her current mood. It was here that she and Shen Qingling had kissed last time. She touched her lips, lowering her eyes as if enduring something. After closing her eyes and remaining silent for a while, she couldn't calm down any longer, so she walked to the table. She pulled a small knife from the drawer. The knife reflected the woman's sharp features. She lifted her skirt and used the knife to slash her thigh repeatedly, drawing blood instantly. Blood seeped from her snow-white skin, staining her black dress crimson,
like a blood-red flower blooming in the darkness, shockingly beautiful.
Shang Yimou was pale with pain, biting her lip tightly, her body trembling. Let it be a way of sharing Shen Qingling's pain.
She had hurt Shen Qingling, now it was her turn to punish herself. She could never control herself. If this continued, she would only sink into an endless abyss. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door.
Shang Yimou knew it was Shang Xia and said expressionlessly, "Come in."
Shang Xia's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing the scene in the room, but then returned to their usual composure. She walked over and snatched the small knife from Shang Mo's hand, muttering, "Why are you having another attack?
Didn't you take the medicine the doctor prescribed?" Shang Yimou lowered her eyes and sneered, "If taking medicine could cure everything, there wouldn't be so many crazy people in the world."
Shang Xia found a first aid kit and started to stop the bleeding, asking as she wrapped the bandage, "Who provoked you again?" Clearly, this wasn't the first time she'd done this, it had become second nature to her.
Shang Yimou remained silent, staring at the gloomy sky outside. "It's raining. You're not going to go to the company like this, are you?" "No, I'm not in the mood." "Did you argue with the man you kissed?" "You talk too much." "Oh, then let me tell you something else.
I heard from Gui Jin that Shen Qingling is quite ill, and Anduin had a huge outburst today."
"I don't know what happened, but it's definitely not just a simple cold." Shang Mo's expression darkened further. "Shut up. Can't I even say this?" "Fine, I won't say anything then. It's pointless talking to you anyway, you don't care about other people's lives."
Shang Mo's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at Shang Xia and asked, "Do you think anyone in this world would love me?" Shang Xia raised an eyebrow, a strange smile playing on her lips.
"What do you think?" "I don't know." "No. Why?" "Because you can't learn to love someone normally, and others won't give you normal love either. It's as if you know how to love someone normally. You treat Gui Jin like an obedient dog. Would you still love Gui Jin after he's lost all his glory?" "Don't be so blunt. Being too clear will only make things awkward for both of us. The Shang family is all cold-blooded." Shang Xia packed her medical kit and said, "I'm leaving. If you go crazy again, I won't care. Go see a doctor yourself. Go to the Gu family in 3 days." "Okay, I understand." Shang Xia couldn't help but sigh after leaving the room. She didn't know who owed whom between her and Shang Yimou. It seemed like no one in their family was normal. Shang Yimou was lost in waiting. She had never felt 3 days could be so long. Torturing herself day after day, she didn't know what the point was, only the pain kept her more alert. Lying in her room, Shen Qingling checked the data panel and saw that Shang Mo's progress had increased from 20 to 30. That meant Shang Mo's affection value had increased by 10 points. For other targets, 10 points of affection might not mean much, but getting 10 points from Shang Yimou was no easy feat. It seemed this woman still had feelings, she wasn't completely indifferent. There was hope. Then she looked at Wan Ningyi's affection value, which had also increased. In truth, she had never given up on Shen Qingling and couldn't help but keep an eye on him. She just stubbornly insisted on saying she didn't care about Shen Qingling for the sake of that shred of pride that no one cared about. When Shen Qingling fainted and became a trending topic, Wan Ningyi was completely distraught. She initially wanted to refrain from contacting him. But then she wanted to ask how he was doing. After endlessly revising her message in the WeChat chat, she finally sent, "Are you alright?" She received no response from Shen Qingling. Wan Ningyi panicked. After much deliberation, she finally couldn't resist calling him. At first, she felt a pang of jealousy when she heard a woman's voice, but she felt relieved when she recognized Wen Sulan's voice. Yi Chao, seeing her distraught state, advised, "Why don't you find some time to visit Shen Qingling?" Wan Ningyi awkwardly replied, "What right would I have? I don't even know if he'd see me. Just thinking about him telling me to get lost with that cold face makes me so heartbroken." She both longed to see him again and feared not receiving a response from Shen Qingling. Even more afraid was receiving a message from Shen Qingling telling her to get lost. "I still vividly remember crying in the coffee shop last time, it was so embarrassing."
She was afraid she might impulsively kneel down and beg for forgiveness from Shen Qingling on the spot. Yi Qiao could tell from her expression that she wanted to go but was afraid she wouldn't have an excuse.
Ruan Mingyi just needed a way out.
As long as Shen Qingling was willing to give it to her,
Ruan Mingyi would take any opportunity to climb up the ladder. Unfortunately, Shen Qingling's personality wouldn't allow him to offer that. He wanted to see Ruan Mingyi bow down to him.
Only when she truly bowed down would she truly begin to care about Shen Qingling.
The Ruan family and the Gu family aren't completely unrelated. If all else fails, you can visit him in the Ruan family's name. That wouldn't be without an excuse.
I know, but Mrs. Gu said he needs to recuperate and won't see anyone for 3 days.
He won't see guests until 3 days later.
Ruan Mingyi was now looking forward to seeing him in 3 days like a prisoner waiting to be executed. Anyway, whether she stretched her neck or shrank it, she was going to die.
She might as well die quickly.
Rather than suffer at home, she'd rather let Shen Qingling's cold face freeze her to death and give up completely. At home, Ruan Mingyi indulged in her dramatic fantasies, imagining countless scenarios and conversations about meeting Shen Qingling. Then her heart-fluttering level increased. Besides Ruan Mingyi, Lin Xingmian's heart-fluttering level also increased, and even Shang Xia and Chu Jiajiao's heart-fluttering and regret levels increased. Lying leisurely in bed, Shen Qingling thought, this illness wasn't a waste of time.
Shen Qingling now guessed who the unknown caller was. It was Chu Jiajiao.
Chu Jiajiao felt both regret and shame at seeing Shen Qingling. The day she moved out of the dormitory, she thought of Shen Qingling. Back then, she was all alone, her roommates all disliked her, and they couldn't wait for her to move out. There was no place for her there anymore, she was hated like a rat in the street. None of the men around her were reliable, and she couldn't expect those rich kids to help her move.
What was she to them? Maybe nothing at all.
The one person who truly cared about her had already been hurt by her. She considered asking for help, but the thought of her dream of marrying into wealth made her give up. To maintain her image, she couldn't let those men see her moving into a rundown rented apartment. At this moment, she actually missed the days when Shen Qingling was still around. If their relationship hadn't broken down, Shen Qingling would definitely have helped her.
Unfortunately, people always pay the price for their choices.
On the very day she moved into the rented apartment, Shen Qingling became a trending topic. Only then did she learn that Shen Qingling was actually connected to the Gu family, and might even be their son.
Disheartened, Chu Jiaojiao smashed a glass, frowning and nearly fainting.
She might have been only one step away from her dream, but she destroyed it with her own hands.
Chu Jiajiao's vision blurred, her regret reached its peak.
In the agonizing days that followed, she constantly thought of Shen Qingling, her feelings for him steadily rising. She thought perhaps people are just pathetic, they only realize their mistake after they've lost something. She kept recalling Shen Qingling's kindness, remembering their carefree days together.
And that phrase, Jiaojiao, stands in my future.
But she was also a stubborn and headstrong person. Knowing there was no possibility of reconciliation, she didn't want to go back to Shen Qingling, didn't want to wag her tail and beg him like a pathetic dog. Now, Shen Qingling is the high and mighty young master of the Gu family, while she is merely a shameless, down-on-her-luck childhood sweetheart who hurt him for 100,000 yuan.
The difference between them is like heaven and earth.
Upon learning that Shen Qingling had fallen ill and fainted, she couldn't help but call to check on him. Now, she only dares to call him from an unknown number. Upon learning that he had woken up, Chu Jiajiao breathed a sigh of relief, but ultimately dared not disturb him again.
She thought, let it be. He is a soaring eagle, and she is a frog in a well. Let him remain entirely in her memories.
Until the day she achieves her dreams, she never wants to see him again.
Chapter 78. Your naivety and kindness will ruin you.
Shen Qingling didn't know, nor did he want to know, the inner struggles and pain Chu Jiajiao endured. A woman like Chu Jiajiao would think of Shen Qingling the moment she encountered even the slightest setback in her life.
Her regret and attraction would only increase.
Shen Qingling didn't need to put in much effort to win her over.
Time would make her understand everything.
Shen Qingling had no time to care what that woman was thinking.
Right now, he had to deal with Gui Jin.
Gui Jin, for some unknown reason, came to see him again in the middle of the night.
claimed to be visiting him while he was sick. He was actually acting crazy. Qingling, are you feeling better? Guijin's eyes held a hint of pity, but it was feigned. Seeing Shen Qingling surrounded by his entire family showing concern, any genuine pity he felt was completely replaced by jealousy. What kind of magic did Shen Qingling possess? Why could he so easily change these crazy and eccentric members of the Gu family? Compared to himself, Shen Qingling wasn't particularly warm towards the Gu family, nor had she given them anything in return. She wasn't exactly respectful or filial towards Gu Changwan, nor did she show any tenderness towards Gu Yutan, and Lin Qingdai received no help from Shen Qingling. Yet, the people in this family seemed bewitched, completely controlled by Shen Qingling. Even he felt a pang of sympathy for Shen Qingling. This was practically a betrayal of himself. Guijin earnestly reflected on himself and began to hate Shen Qingling once more. Shen Qingling didn't know what this man was doing here in the middle of the night, but he already had his own methods for dealing with Guijin. He lowered his eyes and said, "It's nothing serious, just a cold." Guijin still looked at him with sympathy and said, "Sai, don't be stubborn. It's just the two of us now, why don't you talk to me about it?" Guijin wanted to make the victim, Shen Qingling, recall the inhuman treatment he had suffered, deepen his pain, and accelerate his descent into darkness. Suffer. Turn dark. Shen Qingling. I have nothing to confide in you. What do you want from me? Shen Qingling appeared remarkably calm, even less agitated than Guijin, a stranger. Seeing that Shen Qingling was so unyielding, Guijin grew impatient. Qingling, do you know why you're suffering like this? It's because you're too kind. Your naivety and kindness will destroy you. Shen Qingling's forehead was practically etched with a huge question mark. Guijin leaned close to him, staring into Shen Qingling's beautiful, clear eyes, whispering like a demon. Qingling, let me tell you, the higher up in society, the dirtier people are. They are the most despicable and shameless people in this world. You must see that clearly. Your kindness will only accelerate your destruction. You must learn to change, learn to adapt to the rules of this circle, only then can you survive. Now Shen Qingling understood, Guijin had come to brainwash him. Seeing Shen Qingling unmoved, Guijin grabbed Shen Qingling's shoulders. Look me in the eyes. Stop running away. Running away won't solve anything. The reason you got hurt this time is because you're too attractive, but you have no way to protect yourself. You must not have been wary of others, right? Don't trust the people around you too much. Anyone could stab you in the back, even your parents. Guijin felt like a bewitching, devilish godfather. He was leading a bright and kind person into the abyss. He was shaping Shen Qingling, this blank slate, into the form he desired. Shen Qingling felt that Guijin seemed to be driven to the brink of madness by something. Shen Qingling found him somewhat amusing and decided to tease him. Shen Qingling looked at Guijin and asked, "And you? Can I trust you?" Guijin was taken aback. What was this naive fool saying now? He had already said he couldn't trust anyone, so why was he looking at him with that innocent expression? Guijin smiled meaningfully and said, "Of course, you can trust me. You said we're friends. When you completely trust me, I will stab you in the back and let you know the wickedness of society and the horror of human nature. Then I'll tell you the truth. I'm not as fragile as you think. It's not a big deal." This isn't a big deal? You don't really think it's a big deal? Guijin wanted to pry open Shen Qingling's head to see what was inside. How could she be so indifferent to something like this? Shen Qingling nodded, "I just encountered a slightly perverted woman. Girls often follow me, but this one went a little too far." What? A woman? Not a man. Not a man, a woman. Guijin finally understood why Shen Qingling was so calm. After Shen Qingling briefly explained the situation, Guijin was very disappointed. She was just tied up by a woman for one night? Nothing happened. He thought this would provoke Shen Qingling to turn evil. Guijin's dream was shattered. Shen Qingling's plan to turn evil failed. That woman is useless. She captured Shen Qingling and only tied her up for one night? She didn't even bother to play with Shen Qingling's body. How can she live up to the title of pervert? Useless. Guijin could only force a smile, so that's how it is. Everyone misunderstood. It's good that you're alright. Although things weren't what they thought, it wasn't a complete loss. At least Shen Qingling was willing to tell him the truth, which means she trusts him. Guijin had also probed a bit into Shen Qingling's heart. He didn't dislike him. After leaving, Guijin told his family what had happened. He hoped they wouldn't show too much sympathy for Shen Qingling. Things weren't what they thought at all. The Gu family breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the news. But this incident was also a dangerous sign. It seemed they needed to find someone to protect Shen Qingling. When Sulan asked, "Why would Qingling tell you this? Did you bring it up intentionally? Why would you bring this up out of the blue?" When Sulan felt Guijin had ulterior motives. Guijin explained, "I was worried he'd develop psychological problems if he kept it all to himself, so I chatted with him, and it just came up unintentionally." Guijin wasn't afraid of Shen Qingling exposing him. Shen Qingling was too kind, he wouldn't do that. They were good friends now. Shen Qingling could forgive him, even though he was once an enemy, how much more so now? Thinking about Shen Qingling's experiences, he suddenly felt that being too handsome might not be a good thing after all. Shen Qingling had clearly been harassed by a pervert many times. Now, mentioning it felt like a second nature. It must be said, in some ways, that Shen Qingling possessed astonishing endurance. When Sulan didn't let the matter drop simply because the person wasn't a man or the crime wasn't as minor as they had imagined. When Sulan said, whether that person is a man or a woman, they can't be let off the hook. The investigation must continue. Qingling's injury and fainting are facts. I won't let that person get away with it. When Sulan's uncharacteristically firm stance left the others speechless. Gu Changwang also noticed when Sulan's change. Perhaps he should be pleased? However, he was still somewhat unaccustomed to his wife's drastically altered personality. But compared to her previous timid demeanor, the current Wen Sulan seemed more likable. She was starting to resemble a member of the Wen family. While Wen Sulan was busy investigating the woman behind it all these past few days, Shen Qingling stayed home to recover. Wen Sulan practically treated him like royalty. They even cut up fruit and fed it to him, and frequently called in a psychologist for counseling. In Wen Sulan's eyes, Shen Qingling was no different from an injured baby. Guijin could only crawl in the shadows of a corner. Guijin had also heard that the Gu family had recently stopped receiving guests, precisely to prevent Shen Qingling's injuries from being seen and causing negative public opinion. They really took meticulous care of Shen Qingling. The injuries on Shen Qingling's hands could be covered with long sleeves, but the wound on his lips would take 2 or 3 days to heal after applying medicine. By the 3rd day, the wound on Shen Qingling's lips had healed, and there was no visible problem, but his face was still pale. Of course, he did it on purpose. He hadn't taken the medicine prescribed by the doctor properly, just to play the victim when the women came, especially to show it to Shang Mo. Shen Qingling was very vengeful. He hadn't forgotten how Shang Mo had tormented him. These past few days, Shang Mo had tentatively sent him messages. But Shen Qingling deliberately ignored her, not replying to a single one. He wanted her to suffer, to feel uneasy. Was he going to make him remember the taste of punishment? Then you'd better remember the taste of torment and unease. Once you get to the Gu family, there will be other tastes waiting for you. After 3 days of agonizing waiting, the day finally arrived for Shang Mo to come to the Gu family. The Gu family arranged the gathering in their back garden. Therefore, the Gu family requested the production crew to remove the cameras, and the production crew agreed, arguing that privacy was involved and they had no right to interfere. Although the director didn't want to give up this opportunity, he had to give in under Wen Sulan's firm stance. Although the garden gathering couldn't be filmed, Shang Mo and her group went to the Gu family villa's living room to meet the guests first, so the cameras captured the people at the gathering. Without exception, they were all stunningly beautiful women. Although either of them could debut in the entertainment industry on their own. Shang Mo and Shang Xia were the first to arrive. Shang Mo was dressed very gently today, not in a business suit or with an imposing female CEO aura, but in a white satin fishtail dress, very gentle and feminine.
Shang Xia, dressed as exquisitely as ever, was clearly a wealthy heiress, beautiful and charming. As soon as she entered, she took Wen Sulan's hand and greeted her sweetly. "Aunt Wen, good afternoon."
Shang Mo gave a faint smile. "Aunt Wen." After a few pleasantries, another woman arrived. It was Ruan Mingi.
Shang Xia frowned, and Shang Mo's eyes turned cold.
Both thought simultaneously, why is she here?
A short while later, Song Jining arrived.
Shang Mo's hand gripped the teacup tightly.
Finally, Ji Yunmyo and Lin Xingmian arrived. The teacup in Shang Mo's hand shattered.
Chapter 79: The Neglected Shang Mo.
A group of beautiful women appeared on screen, and the live chat exploded.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, my wife, here I come. LOL. Just wondering, is this beauty pageant being held in the Gu family's living room?
This villa smells so good now, I wish I could be Mrs. One.
Wah-ah. So many beautiful women, oh my god, is this Shen Qingling's charm?
I can't imagine how happy I would be if I were Shen Qingling right now.
5 women, each with their own unique beauty, is Shen Qingling that amazing? Isn't that the heiress of the Shang group who's trending?
Why did she break the cup? The cup in Shang Mo's hand suddenly shattered, attracting everyone's attention. Wen Sulan asked a few words of concern, and Shang Mo gave a calm, faint smile. "I was just lost in thought, sorry." Wen Sulan frowned. "Shang Mo, your hand, I'll call a doctor to bandage it." Lin Xingmian saw that Shang Mo's hand was cut by shards of a glass, so she took out a tissue from her bag and handed it to her. But her eyes seemed a little timid, and she pursed her lips, unsure of what to say. Shang Mo, head down, suddenly saw a slender, snow-white hand appear before her. She paused, then looked up at the person. It was her. Shang Mo took the tissue and lowered her eyes, saying, "Thank you." Lin Xingmian carefully retreated to Ji Yunmiao's side, like a well-behaved little baby.
Ji Yunmiao patted her head encouragingly.
Since Shen Qingling appeared, Nianmian has really changed a lot. Although still somewhat timid around strangers, Ji Yunmiao was much better than before when she was completely silent. She genuinely cared for Shen Qingling.
Lin Xingmian didn't know who was sitting there, and honestly, she didn't care.
She just wanted to know how Teacher Shen was doing. However, she didn't dare to talk to Mrs. Gu, and could only occasionally glance outside, wondering when Teacher Shen would appear. A woman suddenly approached her and spoke to her, startling Lin Xingmian.
"Ruan Mingi, little sister, what's your relationship with Shen Qingling?" She knew almost everyone here, except for the 2 sisters, Ji Yunmiao and Lin Xingmian.
Ji Yunmiao and Lin Xingmian looked alike. They were clearly sisters, but their auras were completely different. Ji Yunmiao was a beautiful woman with high intelligence and a cool, aloof demeanor.
Lin Xingmian was a delicate, doll-like, elfin girl.
Her eyes were truly beautiful, clear as glass, making it impossible to feel any ill will towards her. Talking to Ji Yunmiao was probably out of the question, so Ruan Mingi chose to speak to Lin Xingmian, who seemed innocent and naive. Lin Xingmian was a little nervous, but still tried her best to answer her question.
"Teacher Shen is my tutor." "So you're Shen Qingling's student?" Oh, I see. It's unbelievable that someone like him would choose to be a tutor.
Ruan Mingi truly found it hard to imagine that someone like Shen Qingling would teach students.
Would he also be cold and serious? Just then, Shen Qingling came down from the 2nd floor. Ruan Mingi now knew what Shen Qingling was like as a teacher. "Nian's here."
The boy was pale, seemingly not fully recovered, but he smiled so gently at Lin Xingmian. It was a side of him none of them had ever seen before.
Pale, vulnerable, gentle. The comments section went completely wild.
"My god, what a pale, melancholic handsome guy. It's making me a little sick, Shen Qingling. This is the first time I've seen Shen Qingling so gentle. If he looked at me like that, I'd change my pants immediately."
"Shen Qingling, dare you smile like that at the camera?"
"Please, just look at me, and I'll be better right away, Shen Qingling. I can't imagine how happy I'd be if I were Shen Qingling's student."
"Does he still tutor?"
"I wouldn't blink an eye at 100,000 an hour." I was terrified of rocking horses when I was little, but now I never want to get off Shen Qingling's rocking horse. Shen Qingling, if you're so capable, try being romantic with me.
I'll be a little wild, you go easy on me.
Shen Qingling, my canine teeth are a bit sharp, please bear with it. I just bought some cream puffs, but I forgot to buy cream.
Shen Qingling, can you give me some? Shen Qingling, are you even capable? I mean, are you even capable?
He actually called her Mian Mian, so sweet and gentle.
Shen Qingling, call me that. My name is Shinshin.
The frenzy in the comments was even greater than when Shen Qingling was caught in the rain. Because this time, Shen Qingling's contrast was off the charts. They discovered a side of Shen Qingling that no one else knew, like finding a treasure, a delightful surprise. No one could resist being moved by this side of Shen Qingling. The thought of someone who is usually aloof and indifferent showing their only tenderness to you is enough to make anyone swoon.
Shen Qingling's dream girls have reached a frightening number.
His system points have accumulated to 370,000. Lin Xingmian didn't expect Teacher Shen to be the first to speak to her. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she gave a shy smile. Hello, Teacher Shen, my sister and I have come to visit you. Her voice wasn't loud, but Shen Qingling could hear her.
Ji Yunmiao also gave a gentle smile. Qingling, are you feeling better?
The other women were all surprised to hear Qingling.
Shen Qingling nodded. Much better, thank you for coming to visit me.
At this moment, he turned his head and first saw Ruan Ningyi beside Lin Xingmian.
You've come. Her arrival seemed unexpected to him.
Shen Qingling's words carried surprise, but out of politeness, he didn't embarrass her on the spot.
Ruan Ningyi was extremely embarrassed.
She had previously said she would never serve him again, but seeing Shen Qingling faint, she was frantic, like a cat on a hot tin roof, wishing she could rush to the Gu family immediately.
Ahem, I came to see you.
We are, after all, friends. Ruan Ningyi explained, head bowed, unsure how to face Shen Qingling. Even she herself didn't understand her own feelings for Shen Qingling. Seeing his pale face made her feel terrible, her heart ached. She could no longer convince herself that she didn't care about Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling nodded and then looked at Song Jining. The girl, as always, adored him, her eyes filled with love and concern.
How are you, my idol?
This is something my parents brought back from abroad. I hope it helps with your condition.
It's nothing serious, thank you for your concern, uncle and aunt.
Shen Qingling exchanged a few pleasantries before finally noticing the two Sheng sisters.
Miss Sheng.
Shang Yamo knew this wasn't directed at her, but at Shang Xia. Shang Xia's eyes lit up, and she stepped forward, saying, Shen Qingling, you look so pale.
Haven't you gotten better after 3 days?
Shen Qingling shook her head. I don't know why, this illness is taking a long time to heal, cough cough. As she spoke, Shen Qingling frowned and coughed again.
Shang Xia couldn't bear to watch.
No woman could remain unmoved when someone like Shen Qingling showed her vulnerable side. She quickly took Shen Qingling's hand. Would you like to rest a little longer?
Shang Yamo stared intently at Shang Xia's hand as she touched Shen Qingling's.
Her palm was pinched until it bled. From the moment Shen Qingling appeared until now, his gaze hadn't fallen upon her for a single moment.
Not even for a moment.
His gentleness wasn't directed at her, nor was his vulnerability. Finally, Shen Qingling looked at her.
President Shang.
2 simple, distant, polite words.
Only those 2 words. Not a single word more.
Not even as intimate as Shang Xia's Miss Shang, even Ruan Ningyi, with whom he had a broken relationship, received 4 words. A string in Shang Mo's heart snapped.
Chapter 80 Yandere out of control. When Sulan smiled and said, let's go sit in the garden.
The sun is shining brightly outside, let Qingling soak up some sun. And so, the group headed to the garden.
The comments section was filled with regret, wondering what Shen Qingling would talk about with these beauties.
The identities of these women and their relationships with Shen Qingling sparked much speculation.
But that's all in the future. Right now, Shen Qingling was enjoying the sunshine and the beautiful scenery. And there was also the delight of deliberately provoking Shang Mo. When Sulan had turned the back garden into a small banquet, with tables and tablecloths, delicious food, and fine wine.
Sitting in the garden, basking in the sun and drinking wine was very pleasant. This pleasantness was reserved only for those who received a kind look from Shen Qingling, such as the Ji sisters, Song Jining, and Shang Xia.
Only 2 people didn't receive a kind look. Ruan Mingyi sat dejectedly to one side, drinking.
Yi Chao's phone call suddenly came in.
Hello.
Where else could I be?
I'm sleeping at home. On the other end of the phone, Yi Chao teased, sleeping? Sleeping at Shen Qingling's house?
Or are you dreaming about Shen Qingling so much that you flew to his house? Don't lie to me, I saw you on the variety show. You're the same. If you can't let go of Shen Qingling, just admit it, apologize properly and make up.
What's the use of being stubborn?
Ruan Mingyi lowered her eyes dejectedly and said, but he has so many people around him, it seems like he doesn't need me at all.
It's all too late.
Shen Qingling is not what he used to be, the women around him are all more outstanding than the last, she is nothing.
What's with this loser's rant? Show some shamelessness. You're really willing to give up so easily. Of course I'm not willing, but I really don't know how to win him back. He's become so cold towards me.
Xiao Xiao, I'm so sad, so incredibly sad. He treats Shang Xia better than he treats me. I'm going crazy, what should I do? Ruan Mingyi wasn't much better off than Shang Mo at this moment, she was on the verge of collapse.
She pretended not to care about Shen Qingling, but in reality, she was the one suffering, while Shen Qingling genuinely didn't care.
Her self-deception was reaching its limit. She seemed to have to admit that she had truly fallen in love with Shen Qingling.
It was a humble, unrequited love.
The woman who once scoffed at love and treated men as playthings had suddenly become someone who loved purely. She even wanted to disregard her dignity and beg Shen Qingling for forgiveness. Ruan Mingyi felt like she had betrayed her former beliefs. The most despairing thing was that it seemed like that person would never love her again.
Is this punishment for toying with her feelings?
Shang Mo appeared calm, but she was actually on the verge of madness. She had been at the Gu family home for an hour, and Shen Qingling had only said 2 words to her.
Who wouldn't go crazy in her shoes?
Seeing Shen Qingling surrounded by several other women, the ferocity in her eyes was almost uncontrollable. Shang Mo could only keep reminding herself that Shen Qingling was sick, and that this illness was caused by her. She couldn't hurt him so easily again.
But what could she do about the pain? Even seeing Shen Qingling's gaze fall on someone else was unbearable. Her possessiveness towards Shen Qingling not only failed to improve but grew stronger.
She had to suppress her possessiveness and struggle alone. The boy was oblivious to her painful struggle, immersed in a joyful atmosphere.
Shen Qingling was surrounded by 4 women, when Sulan looking at them as if she were choosing a daughter-in-law.
Song Jining was lively and cheerful, calling everyone male god, which was very endearing.
My male god, you have no idea how hard I've worked to fight back against the haters. I've become the president of your fan club. From now on, if anyone dares to slander you, I'll be the first to go. The Ling family army is on the march. Not an inch of land will be spared. We'll make those haters return defeated. Kill. 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 Haters, be gone.
Song Jining struck a pose like a Liangshan hero, making Shen Qingling unable to help but laugh.
Song Jining tilted her head happily and said, "You smiled. You finally smiled.
Seeing you frowning and looking so unhappy was heartbreaking."
Sigh. To love someone is to make them happy.
She had been saddened by Shen Qingling's recent online attacks. To change this situation, she worked hard and became the president of his fan club, finally doing something within her power for him. She remembered what Shen Qingling had said, he wanted to become someone everyone admired. So she would stand behind him, witnessing him become that person step by step. That way, when he succeeded, she would share in his efforts and sacrifices, and she would be happy because she had worked hard and given her all for the person she loved. She wouldn't have any regrets. She wanted everyone to see how wonderful the person she loved was.
Shen Qingling deserved everyone's love.
Lin Xingmian and Shang Xia were captivated by Shen Qingling's smile once again.
Lin Xingnian tugged at Shen Qingling's sleeve and said, Teacher Shen. What is it, Nian Nian? I'm picking up the kitten tomorrow. Great. It seems Nian Nian is all set.
Lin Xingnian's eyes crinkled into a smile. Yes, you can see the kitten next week when Teacher Shen comes. The girl's eyes shone brightly, as if she had found a glimmer of hope. She firmly believed that Teacher Shen was a gift from heaven. From then on, every day of her life held something to look forward to, something to wait for. Before, she was lost in the past, she couldn't see the present or the future. But now she had a future. A future full of hope and light. That person stood in her future, in the light. I was sick and couldn't reply to you then, I'm so sorry, Nian Nian. Teacher Shen, you don't need to apologize to me. I know you didn't mean to not reply, you're not that kind of person. She had complete trust in him, without a single moment of doubt. Lin Xingnian took out the candy Shen Qingling had bought that day from her bag. Teacher Shen, this candy is so sweet, it'll cheer you up. She placed the candy in Shen Qingling's palm, the colorful coating shimmered beautifully in the sunlight, just like her beautiful eyes. Shen Qingling ate a piece of candy, feeling a warm glow in her heart. Little angels are so kind. Lin Xingnian shared the candy with everyone present. It was a somewhat childlike gesture, but Wen Sulan found it adorable. She didn't have a daughter, which was a regret. Gu Yutan wasn't close to her, but seeing Lin Xingnian softened her heart. After taking the candy, Wen Sulan smiled and asked, Nian Nian, what subjects does Qingling teach you? Teacher Shen paints beautifully, he teaches me to paint. He always smiles at you, usually so serious, it's rare to see him like that. Teacher Shen is very gentle. Yes, no one can be serious with such a cute little girl like you. Lin Xingnian couldn't help but blush. Mrs. Gu was so gentle, completely different from her mother. She was even a little envious of Teacher Shen. Mrs. Gu, you're so kind. The girl blurted out a compliment, and Wen Sulan smiled, saying, What do you mean? How do you know I'm kind when you've only just met me? Lin Xingnian blinked and said, You care about Teacher Shen a lot, you're a very good mother. Wen Sulan was stunned, those words had really touched her heart. Wen Sulan smiled happily. The others were curious to see Lin Xingnian make Wen Sulan laugh. Shang Xia, watching the scene, remarked, That little girl is amazing. She made Aunt Wen so happy. Shen Qingling curled her lips into a smile, saying, No one dislikes Mian Mian. Shang Mo was the exception. Shang Mo's perfect facade was about to crumble. She didn't want to see Shen Qingling laughing and chatting with those women anymore. She took a deep breath, stood up, and walked to the fountain, trying to calm herself. She closed her eyes to hide her gloomy gaze, afraid that her jealous and dark eyes would inadvertently spill out. She picked up a sharp pebble scattered by the hot spring, gripped it tightly in her hand, and then. The woman winced in pain. Although it hurt, it seemed nothing compared to the uncontrollable anger and resentment within her. Shen Qingling, how could you ignore me? How could you smile so gently at another woman? How could you not love me? Why? The pebble sank deeper and deeper. Shang Mo closed her eyes, blood dripping from her hand. This was the first time she had ever lost control like this in public. However, this was only the beginning, an even greater shock was about to come. A familiar voice rang out. It was the voice she longed to hear. President Shang. Chapter 81 I Will Kill You. Hearing that familiar voice, Shang Mo turned around in surprise. It was indeed him. Shang Mo quickly hid her hand behind her back. How could she face him if Shen Qingling knew her true colors? No one would love the real her. No one. Even though she quickly hid her hand behind her back, Shen Qingling still noticed. Shen Qingling frowned slightly and said, President Shang, your hand seems to be bleeding. President Shang? What a fine President Shang. Shang Mo was furious at the mention of that title. Before this, he had affectionately called her sister. Why had he changed so drastically overnight? Was it because he had other important women in his life, and she was now dispensable? Did he still remember that kiss?
Or was she the only one he couldn't forget? Was she being too presumptuous?
Shang Mo lowered his eyes and said, "It's nothing, just a cut from a shard of glass."
Are you really all right? Yes, I'm fine.
Seeing Shen Qingling come to find her and even notice her, the anger surging within Shang Mo subsided a little.
But only a little.
I wanted to check on your condition, but I didn't expect you to be so busy. Shang Mo's words carried an unconscious hint of jealousy, which Shen Qingling noticed but pretended not to. After all, he was doing it on purpose.
Shang Mo had tormented him physically before, so today he would torment her emotionally. Let's see who's more ruthless. There were a lot of people today. I didn't notice President Shang. I'm sorry. It's all right. Does that mean she's someone insignificant now? Then what does it mean that he came to find her now? Did you come to see me for something?
A glimmer of hope ignited in Shang Mo's heart.
Would he have something else to say to her? Did Shen Qingling notice her injuries, or did he come to check on her because he saw she was alone?
The next second, the young man said, "My mother said she needs to speak with you. It's about the arranged marriage." It was Wen Sulan who contacted her, not him.
Shang Mo felt a pang of disappointment.
The woman's eyelids trembled slightly, and she lowered her eyes. The inconspicuous mole on her eyelid was more alluring than ever before. Perhaps it was because she revealed a vulnerability she never showed before. The stronger and more assertive a person is, the more captivating their vulnerable side becomes. This principle worked on Shen Qingling, and it worked on Shang Mo as well. Shen Qingling found Shang Mo strangely moving at this moment.
Shang Mo's disappointment was almost palpable, impossible to conceal. So it was about Gui Jin and Shang Xia? Okay, I'll be right there. Shen Qingling nodded and left. The young man's retreating figure showed no sign of lingering. There wasn't even a word of pleasantries.
The previous flirtatious feelings seemed like mere illusions.
Shang Mo pursed her lips and took a deep breath. Fine, I'll bear with it. There will be other opportunities.
Shang Mo tried her best to control her anger, regaining her composure as she approached Wen Sulan.
Several people were already standing around Wen Sulan. Gui Jin, Shang Xia, Shen Qingling. Only Shang Mo was missing.
What brings you here, Aunt Wen? I wanted to talk to you about the marriage between our two families while you're not busy today.
Okay.
Shang Mo picked up the water beside her, preparing to calm down.
Wen Sulan began, what I mean is to arrange a marriage between Qingling and Xiaxia. Crack. It was the sound of a glass shattering. Shang Mo bent down to pick up the broken pieces. It's all right, please continue.
Xiaxia has changed her mind and is willing to be with Qingling.
I'm very pleased. Shang Mo paused, then looked up and asked, what about him? Is he willing too?
She was looking at Shen Qingling. Just as Shen Qingling was about to speak, Shang Xia took his arm, smiling brightly and tilting her head, saying, Qingling said he'll consider it.
Right? As long as I behave well during this time.
Shang Xia's eyes were practically sparkling when she looked at Shen Qingling, her heart was fluttering wildly. Shen Qingling looked at Wen Sulan, seemingly not wanting to offend her. He didn't push Shang Xia away, pursed his lips, and gave a soft acknowledging that he would consider it.
Even though Shen Qingling only said he would consider it, Shang Mo was completely infatuated.
Ignoring the broken pieces, she dragged Shang Xia aside in front of everyone, leaving the others looking at each other in bewilderment. Shang Mo pulled Shang Xia to a secluded corner, stopping only after confirming no one was around. Shang Xia, forcibly pulled away by Shang Mo, angrily slapped her hand away. What are you doing? What are you doing, acting crazy in the Gu family? The gloom in Shang Mo's eyes could no longer be concealed. She gritted her teeth and said, Who allowed you to marry Shen Qingling? What did you say before? Have you forgotten? Shang Xia nonchalantly tossed her hair and said, The past is the past, the present is the present. What does Gui Jin have that compares to Shen Qingling? Why can't I marry the more outstanding Shen Qingling? You're really strange. Why do you want me to marry Gui Jin, who has already been abandoned by the Gu family? Shang Xia became suspicious. But her suspicions were off. Are you afraid I'll marry Shen Qingling and steal your family fortune?
Shang Yimou said darkly, I absolutely will not agree to this.
Shang Xia snorted coldly, you think you can just say no? I'll marry Shen Qingling if he wants to.
It's not up to you. Shang Yimou slapped Shang Xia across the face.
A storm was brewing in her eyes, about to erupt.
Shang Xia, undeterred, met her gaze.
She gritted her teeth and said coldly, Shang Yimou, hitting me won't change anything.
I love Shen Qingling. Even if he inherits the Gu family fortune, I won't covet yours.
What are you afraid of?
Shang Yimou repeated, I will not agree to you marrying Shen Qingling.
The next second, her eyes, like a venomous snake, fixed on Shang Xia's eyes.
If you dare do that, I will kill you.
Shang Xia truly saw a blazing killing intent in her eyes. She really would kill herself. Shang Xia took a step back in fear, but there was a wall behind her, she had nowhere to retreat. Shang Xia said in a trembling voice, Are you crazy?
I'm your sister. Is the family fortune that important? Shang Xia didn't understand. Shang Yimou wasn't after the Shang family's fortune at all, he was after Shen Qingling. Shang Yimou grabbed her neck, his grip tightening.
I'll ask you one more time, do you really want to marry Shen Qingling?
Shang Xia's stubborn streak kicked in, and she relentlessly replied, I will go if you have the guts kill me.
Do you think I wouldn't dare? Shang Yimou grabbed Shang Xia's neck and whispered in her ear, Let me tell you, I have 1,000 ways to make you disappear from this world.
You madman, I should have let you die back then. Don't keep testing my patience.
If you really dare to marry Shen Qingling, I don't mind making you die with him.
Shang Yimou had completely lost his mind. Chapter 82 You should drink some Chinese medicine.
Sister. Shang Yimou paused, her grip loosening slightly, as Shang Xia managed to call out sister. Shang Xia seized the opportunity to push her away, gasping for breath as she ran off. She hadn't called Shang Yimou sister since that incident. Today, she had to call her that to save her life.
Shang Yimou looked at her hands, trembling slightly.
She turned to watch Shang Xia's retreating figure, a surge of malice rising in her eyes again. She shouldn't have been so soft-hearted towards Shang Xia. After escaping Shang Mo's grasp, Shang Xia gasped for breath, collapsing onto the grass only after confirming that Shang Yimou wasn't chasing her. She took a few deep breaths and tidied her hair and clothes, but she wasn't sure if there were any marks on her neck. Shang Yimou had almost killed her, there were definitely red marks, and they wouldn't fade anytime soon. What should she do? Just then, a pair of hands appeared before her. She looked up and saw Shen Qingling. She instinctively covered the wound on her neck with her hand. She must look terrible. The boy's clear, pleasant voice came, I won't pry into your private affairs. Shang Xia was stunned.
Shen Qingling had seen it? She asked nervously, What did you see? Shen Qingling explained, I didn't see anything, just you lying here alone. I was a little worried, so I came to ask. Shang Xia's breath caught in her throat. Didn't he know that saying something like that would be hard to resist?
Shang Xia bit her lip, hesitated, then placed her hand on Shen Qingling's. The boy gently pulled her up.
With the momentum, she fell into Shen Qingling's arms.
The boy had a pleasant scent that she found somewhat intoxicating. She leaned against his chest, feeling his heartbeat, so fast.
Asleep. Shen Qingling's slightly teasing question snapped Shang Xia back to reality. She took a step back from Shen Qingling's embrace, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Wait here for me. With that, Shen Qingling left. Shang Xia wondered what he was going to do.
Shen Qingling saw no reason to play games with her, so Shang Xia obediently stood and waited. After a while, Shen Qingling returned, carrying an exquisitely wrapped box.
Shang Xia blinked and asked, What's this?
Shen Qingling placed the box in her hands, You'll see when you see it. Shang Xia opened it, and inside lay a beautiful silk scarf. She froze. He had noticed the injury on her neck, but instead of asking anything, he had thoughtfully found her a scarf to protect her dignity and self-respect.
Do you need me to help you put it on?
Shang Xia felt a moment of dizziness.
Is this the treatment one gets as Shen Qingling's prospective fiancé?
Good heavens, if she could really become Shen Qingling's fiancée, she'd be willing to live in a villa and drive luxury cars.
Okay, you can help me put it on. Shang Xia's face turned as red as a shrimp.
She hadn't felt this suffocated even when Shang Mo pinched her earlier. Shen Qingling took out a silk handkerchief from the box, lowered his eyes, and carefully tied it for her. Looking at his face so closely, Shang Xia really felt like she was going to faint. She mumbled, still a little dazed, "Shen Qingling, could you move a little further away from me?"
Why? I'm a little dizzy. What? I mean, you're too handsome.
Shen Qingling paused, looking up at her.
Get away from that look. I can't take it.
Shen Qingling took a step back and turned around, saying, "Then tie it yourself, I won't look anymore."
Shang Xia hurriedly tied the scarf in a few strokes. She walked to Shen Qingling's side and poked his shoulder. Shen Qingling, thank you. Would you really consider letting me be your fiancé?
She lowered her head shyly, swaying slightly, looking like a little bird nestled against someone.
Gui Jin and Zhang Jing stood together watching this scene not far away.
Zhang Jing said with a disapproving look, "Shen Qingling is really something, managing to make so many women infatuated with him."
Gui Jin, being too good-looking isn't necessarily a good thing, and being liked by too many women isn't necessarily a good thing either. Zhang Jing, what are you talking about? Gui Jin, you don't understand.
Having learned that Shen Qingling had been harassed by many perverts, Gui Jin wasn't so envious of Shen Qingling's good looks anymore. "Zhang Jing, look at how lovey-dovey those two are, it feels like this kid's really trying to steal your girlfriend."
Gui Jin shook his head firmly, "He won't." Zhang Jing said speechlessly, "They're already hugging, and you still say he won't?" Shang Xia isn't really love-struck. Do you think she'd stick to her engagement for you after you lost your status? Impossible.
I wasn't talking about Shang Xia, I was talking about Shen Qingling.
Shen Qingling is already hugging Shang Xia, didn't you see?
Gui Jin sneered, "It's obviously a little trick Shang Xia is playing. Shen Qingling has no interest in her."
Zhang Jing's eyes widened. "What's wrong, Jin?
Have you been bewitched by Shen Qingling?"
Gui Jin sighed, "You don't understand him."
When Sulan proposed a marriage between Shen Qingling and Shang Xia, he guessed Shen Qingling wouldn't agree.
Shen Qingling's attitude in the car when they left the Shang family had already shown that. He knew Shen Qingling too well.
With Shen Qingling's pure and kind nature, there's absolutely no way he could steal his fiancée. Zhang Jing felt Gui Jin had gone mad.
"I think you should drink some Chinese medicine." "Why drink Chinese medicine?" "To regulate my psychology."
Jin, I don't think Shen Qingling is as simple as he seems on the surface.
You need to be careful. You're overthinking it.
Shen Qingling is incredibly stupid, hopelessly saintly. He even treats me, his enemy, as a friend.
What bad intentions could he possibly have? How do you know he's not acting?
If he had such good acting skills, he could be a movie star.
Zhang Jing was speechless. Gui Jin smiled and raised an eyebrow, saying, "How about we make a bet?"
Gui Jin quietly approached Shen Qingling and Shang Xia from behind, leading Zhang Jing. Shang Xia was still waiting for Shen Qingling's answer to her question.
"Would you really consider letting me be your fiancé?" "No."
Shang Xia's smile froze on her lips.
She asked expectantly, "Why? Is it because I said something hurtful before?" "I apologize, okay? I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it." "No, I'm not that petty." "Then why? Am I not pretty enough? Not smart enough?" "Neither."
Shen Qingling then turned to look at her, "Because you are Gui Jin's fiancé."
Shang Xia's eyes widened slightly, but that was all in the past.
Shen Qingling frowned and said, "He likes you very much."
The implication was clear. How could someone as kind as me steal someone Gui Jin likes? Chapter 83. Stop fighting. Shang Xia grabbed Shen Qingling's hand and said, "It's his business if he likes me. I don't like him anymore."
Shen Qingling shook her head. "No, I said I'd consider it because I didn't want to offend Mom, and I didn't want to embarrass you."
Shang Xia pursed her lips dejectedly, saying pitifully, "Can't you really think about it some more? I'll explain it to Gui Jin. Actually, he doesn't really like me that much. He was even seen being intimate with another woman behind my back." Shen Qingling pretended not to know anything, showing a surprised expression, and said, "Really? Is he that kind of person?" Gui Jin suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Shang Xia, what nonsense are you talking about?" Shang Xia was also furious at the sight of Gui Jin. If it weren't for Gui Jin, Shen Qingling would definitely have agreed to the arranged marriage. "It's all Gui Jin's fault." Shang Xia snorted coldly, "Am I not telling the truth? I witnessed it myself. How dare you try to deny it?" Gui Jin glanced at Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling was looking at him with a strange expression. She seemed doubtful of Shang Xia's words. Gui Jin roared angrily, "Shang Xia, stop making baseless accusations. I was drugged." In Shen Qingling's memory, he was supposed to be a decent older brother. Now that he had finally gained Shen Qingling's trust, if Shang Xia ruined it, how could he continue to harm her secretly? Shang Xia wouldn't let him ruin his plans. Gui Jin looked at Shen Qingling and explained, "Let me explain." Zhang Jing found this scene utterly surreal. Gui Jin and Shang Xia, this engaged couple, had become enemies because of Shen Qingling? It was a development that made one's vision go black. Gui Jin grabbed Shang Xia and shoved her in front of Shen Qingling. "Someone really drugged me that day, Shang Xia, you fucking explain yourself." Gui Jin was impatient. Shen Qingling treated the two of them like dogs. He deliberately frowned and said, "Really, Shang Xia?" Shang Xia was now willing to say anything to completely break up with Gui Jin. She said excitedly, "No. Shen Qingling, don't listen to his excuses, he's just playing around with women. Fong Qingran can testify. She saw it. She told him." Thinking of Fong Qingran, Shang Xia's eyes lit up. "Yes, I'll call Fong Qingran. If you don't believe me, let Fong Qingran tell you, and see how you deny it then." Shang Xia took out her phone to call Fong Qingran, but Gui Jin's expression changed, and he rushed forward to snatch the phone from Shang Xia. The two started fighting right there on the grass. Shen Qingling shouted from the side, "Stop fighting." Zhang Jing opened his mouth wide, completely stunned. They've all gone mad. The farce ended with Gui Jin accidentally pushing Shen Qingling over while arguing with Shang Xia over a phone. Shen Qingling, already ill, looked even paler now. He even coughed twice. Gui Jin slapped Shang Xia to the ground. "Look what you've done. You pushed Qingling over." This was the second slap Shang Xia had received today. Shang Mo hitting her was one thing, but who did Gui Jin think he was to dare hit her? Shang Xia slapped him back, screaming, "Gui Jin! You used to be nothing but a dog wagging its tail around me, how dare you hit me? And you were the one who pushed Qingling down. If you weren't guilty, why did you snatch my phone? Weren't you afraid Fong Qingran would expose your true colors?" Seeing he couldn't explain himself, Gui Jin could only resort to accusations. "Do you think you, Shang Xia, are some kind of saint? You swore to me before that you would never change your engagement. You said you'd rather die than marry Qingling, that you'd marry no one but me, Gui Jin. What's worse, you even called Qingling a good-for-nothing from an orphanage. You said all those things yourself." Shang Xia's expression changed as she looked at Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling was stunned, seemingly not expecting things to turn out this way, and a look of disappointment crossed his face. Shang Xia's heart shattered. She glared at Gui Jin urgently and said, "You're talking nonsense. Gui Jin, whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know it in your heart." Shen Qingling seemed to have lost all his strength. He lowered his eyes and said, "Enough. You two can talk it out. Whatever misunderstandings there are, just clear them up. You don't need to explain to me." With that, Shen Qingling left. The boy's retreating figure exuded loneliness and sadness. Gui Jin and Shang Xia were both stunned. Shen Qingling seemed heartbroken. The two glared at each other, each blaming the other for hurting Shen Qingling. After walking a distance, Shen Qingling turned back and glanced at the group.
Gui Jin and Shang Xia were still struggling. Zhang Jing tried to break up the fight but was punched to the ground by Shang Xia.
Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow and gave a playful smile.
What a bunch of useless trash. Everyone was manipulated by him.
Even Shang Mo.
Shang Mo walked over and saw Gui Jin and Shang Xia arguing.
Shang Xia seemed hesitant upon seeing Shang Mo. She stopped arguing with Gui Jin and prepared to leave. Shang Mo's cool voice came from behind, "Stop."
Shang Xia swallowed hard and turned around to look at her. "What's going on?"
Shang Mo walked between the two and asked, "What are you arguing about?"
Gui Jin sneered, "President Shang Xia took her anger out on me because Shen Qingling refused to marry her."
"You should really discipline your sister. Look at how she pinched my face." Shang Mo's expression changed slightly. "Oh? Shen Qingling refused to marry Shang Xia." "Yes, Qingling didn't want to steal my fiancée, so he refused."
"Then why did he say he would consider it before?"
"It was just to save face for my mother."
Shang Mo raised an eyebrow at the disheveled Shang Xia, her anger subsiding considerably. She knew Shen Qingling would never have fallen for Shang Xia.
The woman, in high spirits, walked up to Shang Xia and whispered, "See? He doesn't want you at all.
You only deserve someone like Gui Jin."
"You. I'll explain everything to Shen Qingling. He just misunderstood me."
After saying that, Shang Xia glared at Gui Jin with venomous eyes and shouted, "Only a dog would marry Gui Jin."
Gui Jin retorted without backing down, "Only a dog would marry you, Shang Xia."
Gui Jin and Shang Xia have completely broken off relations.
Shang Mo didn't care about the state of their relationship.
She turned to Gui Jin and said, "Actually, the Shang family prefers you for the marriage alliance."
"My opinion has never changed, it's always been you." Gui Jin was stunned, he was utterly flattered. Shang Mo actually thought so highly of him? But now that he and Shang Xia had fallen out, how could they possibly have a marriage alliance? He glanced at Shang Xia with a grim expression and said, "The problem is, with things like this, how can we have a marriage alliance now?" Chapter 84 arranges a marriage between me and Shen Qingling. Shang Mo said emotionlessly, "It's just a marriage alliance. Love isn't necessary. Think it over carefully. I'll convey my thoughts to Aunt One." With that, Shang Mo left gracefully. Gui Jin felt satisfied. It seems Shang Mo has good judgment. She's right, it's just a marriage alliance, feelings aren't needed.
Anyway, he'd only been coaxing Shang Xia before to leverage the Shang family's influence. He didn't actually like this spoiled, brainless young lady that much.
Shang Mo had already spoken, what did he have to worry about?
As long as the true head of the Shang family acknowledged him, what Shang Xia thought didn't matter.
Gui Jin stepped forward, grabbed Shang Xia's wrist, and said fiercely, "Don't even think about marrying Qingling. President Shang said his preferred marriage partner is me. You'll be entangled with me for life."
With that, Gui Jin shoved Shang Xia away forcefully, finally venting all the resentment he'd held for so many years. From now on, he wouldn't have to endure it anymore. Shang Xia could only stand there screaming madly.
The grand drama ended. Shang Xia's regret level was maxed out, and her infatuation level was 83.
Shang Mo's mood, after experiencing such a roller coaster ride, rose by 10 points.
The progress bar finally reached 40. Shen Qingling sighed, "Not easy."
He deliberately drove Shang Mo mad, constantly provoking her, driving her to the brink of madness. Then, just when she was on the verge of collapse and despair, he gave her a glimmer of hope.
It was still like playing with a dog.
The only difference was that this dog was slightly harder to tame.
Taming a vicious dog, that's interesting too.
Shen Qingling was a master at manipulating people's hearts. Shang Mo was ultimately no match for him. Shen Qingling seemed to have done nothing, yet he had calculated everyone's feelings. When he returned to Wen Sulan's side with a dejected expression, he once again received everyone's attention. Everyone asked him what was wrong, and he forced a weak smile, "Nothing." Anyone could see he was downcast. He sat there lost in thought, and the others wanted to comfort him but didn't know what to say, because they didn't know what had happened.
Lin Xingnian walked over cautiously and asked, Teacher Shen, are you feeling down?
Shen Qingling seemed unsure how to explain to her. He sighed with a complicated expression and said, I'm fine, I just didn't realize I wasn't likable at all. Lin Xingnian's beautiful eyes widened. Teacher Shen is the best person, how could anyone not like him?
Who's so mean? How could they say such hurtful things to Teacher Shen? It's too much. Lin Xingnian felt a pang of heartache. She hooked her finger around Shen Qingling's and said, Teacher Shen, don't be sad.
In my heart, you're incredibly good, really.
Teacher Shen is clearly an angel, a gift from heaven. Teacher Shen is good, and those people are bad. Shen Qingling smiled. That's why Nian Nian is different from them. Lin Xingnian seemed to understand, but not quite.
She said innocently, no matter what others say, in my heart, Teacher Shen is the best. She was thinking about how to cheer Teacher Shen up when she suddenly noticed the flower room next door.
The girl's eyes lit up. Teacher Shen, can I teach you how to make a flower wreath? Her grandmother had taught her to weave flower wreaths. When she calmed herself down and focused on something, negative emotions would dissipate. Weave a flower wreath. Yes, I think those flowers over there are very pretty. Can we pick some, Teacher Shen? Sure, let's go.
The girl's eyes crinkled with happiness. Teacher Shen had always been the one to dispel her gloom. She wanted to do something for Teacher Shen in return, even something small would make her happy. Lin Xingnian and Shen Qingling arrived at the flower room, which had more flowers than any flower shop, all arranged perfectly, clearly tended by a professional florist. Lin Xingnian's eyes shone brightly as she reached out and touched the flowers.
So beautiful. Beautiful flowers for the beautiful Teacher Shen. Shen Qingling chuckled at her words, beautiful? Am I beautiful?
Lin Xingnian nodded shyly, beautiful, very beautiful. Beautiful eyes, beautiful nose, beautiful lips.
And a beautiful heart.
Lin Xingnian saw that Shen Qingling looked perfect, as if she were wearing 20 layers of soft focus filters.
The two chose some flowers in the flower room.
Then Lin Xingnian sat there weaving a flower wreath, while Shen Qingling watched her, creating a serene and peaceful atmosphere.
The transparent flower room was bathed in sunlight, and the girl earnestly wove the wreath for Shen Qingling.
The sunlight cast a halo around her, making even the strands of her hair glow, and the fine downy hairs on her face looked so adorable. At that moment, Shen Qingling felt that she truly resembled an angel. When Shang Yamo, Shang Xia, and Gui Jin returned and couldn't find Shen Qingling, they asked,
Shang Xia, where did Qingling go? Gui Jin, you have the nerve to ask? You made her leave in a huff. Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Shang Yamo frowned and said, shut up, both of you. Song Jining and Ji Yunmiao sat together chatting.
Song Jining said sadly, he seems to be in a bad mood, looking very down. Nian Nian went to the flower room with him.
Shang Yamo glanced in the direction of the flower room.
After what happened with Shang Xia's arranged marriage to Shen Qingling, she now found Lin Xingnian adorable. This time, Shang Yamo surprisingly didn't get angry, she sat down calmly. Shang Mo's threshold had been raised, she no longer went crazy so easily. Shang Xia and Gui Jin both snorted coldly and sat at the far end of the table. One at the far left of the table, and the other at the far right. When Sulan noticed the two seemed to have a disagreement, but not knowing what had happened, she asked Shang Yamo, what's wrong with them?
Something seems off.
Shang Yamo said calmly, Auntie, you don't know, they just got into a fight because of Shang Xia's arranged marriage with Qingling.
When Sulan's eyes widened. What? They fought? Are they all right? Could it be that Gui Jin didn't want Shang Xia and Qingling to marry, so they had a big argument?
It's just a minor injury, but it seems that an arranged marriage between Shang Xia and Qingling isn't suitable right now. Shang Xia has a bad temper, and Shen Qingling doesn't seem to be good with words or at comforting people.
Gui Jin is more suitable, don't you think?
When Sulan frowned, hesitatingly saying, but.
Shang Yamo interrupted when Sulan calmly, I understand your concerns. From now on, the Shang family will always support Shen Qingling, you can rest assured about that.
As she said this, Shang Mo's eyes darkened slightly. She lowered her eyes and said, if you're still worried, there's actually an even safer way.
Wen Sulan asked curiously, what way? Shang Mo suddenly dropped a bombshell. Let me marry Shen Qingling. Chapter 85. She is not the Silent Sea.
Shang Mo, seemingly calm, had actually been in a frenzy for a while. Otherwise, she wouldn't have suddenly proposed a marriage alliance with Shen Qingling.
Wen Sulan couldn't even believe she was serious. To be honest, she had always thought Shang Mo would never marry. Because she didn't need to. She didn't need a man, much less a marriage alliance.
Before this, Shang Mo's image was one of ruthlessness, devoid of love, and driven by self-interest. Her eyes were always calm, rational, and utterly unmoved. Like a pre-programmed sequence, no one could stir any ripples. Including herself, she was calculating every penny, exquisitely self-serving, ruthless and loveless.
Wen Sulan still remembered the first time she saw Shang Mo. Back then, Shang Mo was still a minor.
She was immediately captivated by the girl's beauty, especially her beautiful eyes. But those beautiful eyes were devoid of emotion. Those eyes couldn't hold anyone, she loved no one. Wen Sulan was unaware that those seemingly heartless eyes were filled with affection when they looked at Shen Qingling. Shang Mo was ruthless and cold to everyone else, pouring all her passionate and fervent love into only one person. She was a heartless person, yet also the most affectionate.
Hardness towards others, affection towards Shen Qingling.
To use a somewhat cliched phrase. She is not a silent sea, just one that doesn't search for you. Shen Qingling's appearance stirred up a storm in her world. Unfortunately, she couldn't let anyone know, otherwise her mad love would burn everything.
In Wen Sulan's eyes, Shang Mo didn't even have much affection for his parents and sister, let alone his future marriage partner.
Wen Sulan hoped Shen Qingling would marry Shang Xia because Shang Xia, when she liked someone, was at least genuinely passionate.
Shang Xia's previous impression of Wen Sulan was that she was love-struck, the complete opposite of Shang Mo.
Although she had a bit of a temper, she was vibrant and beautiful, full of life, unlike Shang Mo's cold and aloof personality. When Shang Xia liked someone, she would always revolve around him, seemingly willing to give him anything and sacrifice everything for him.
Of course, this was all an act. Wen Sulan, however, was unaware of this. Gu Changwang insisted on a marriage alliance between the Shang and Gu families. If someone had to be chosen to marry into the Shang family, she would naturally prefer Shen Qingling, not Gu Yijin. The Shang and Gu families were already deeply intertwined. Whoever married into the family would be on the other side of the alliance. Wen Sulan didn't want to give Gu Yijin this opportunity.
If Gu Yijin gained the Shang family's support, it wouldn't be good for Shen Qingling.
Moreover, she still didn't understand why Gu Changwang insisted on keeping Gu Yijin. To be honest, there wasn't much affection involved. Someone like Gu Changwang wouldn't have much fatherly love.
So many things had happened these past few days, yet Gu Changwang had rarely intervened, merely observing from the sidelines.
Wen Sulan couldn't fathom what he was thinking.
She could only do everything in her power to secure more for Shen Qingling.
Wen Sulan remained silent for a moment.
Shang Mo continued, "Auntie, you should understand that I am a better choice than Shang Xia. With my help, he will definitely be able to secure the position of heir to the Gu family, and no one will be able to challenge him. From now on, our two families will stand together, and Jiangchang will be our territory."
From a purely economic perspective, Shang Mo has power, money, and connections. Marrying Shen Qingling to her is undoubtedly the best choice.
However, from a happiness perspective, Wen Sulan felt that Shen Qingling wouldn't be happy with her.
Because she had everything, except love. Moreover, Wen Sulan couldn't understand her motives. Why did she propose a marriage between herself and Shen Qingling when a marriage with Shang Xia would suffice? Wen Sulan didn't consider the possibility that Shang Mo liked Shen Qingling for a single moment.
All she could think about was whether there was some conspiracy behind it, whether Shang Mo wanted to gain something through the marriage, and so on. Shang Mo's previous impression was too deeply ingrained. No one would believe that a woman like her would enter into marriage for love. Wen Sulan and Shang Mo spoke softly, and the two people sitting at the far ends of the table didn't hear them. Wen Sulan glanced at Shang Xia first, then turned to Shang Mo and said, "But I see Xia really likes Qingling now.
Won't she be heartbroken if you do this?" Shang Xia and Shen Qingling's marriage didn't seem to bother Gui Jin much, did it? Young people's feelings come and go quickly. In my opinion, Shen Qingling won't agree to marry Shang Xia.
How could someone like him bear to steal Gui Jin's fiancée? Besides, you don't know, Shen Qingling visited the Shang family once by chance.
At that time, Shang Xia didn't know Shen Qingling's identity.
Shang Xia said at the table that she would rather die than marry that good-for-nothing who came back from the orphanage. Just now, Gui Jin also told Shen Qingling everything Shang Xia had said to him in private.
Shen Qingling was heartbroken after hearing these words.
Are you sure you still want Shen Qingling and Shang Xia to marry?
Shang Mo's words made Wen Sulan hesitate.
Shang Mo had no reason to lie to her. She could find out the truth by asking Qingling. If that's the case, then there's indeed no need for a marriage alliance with Shang Xia.
But that doesn't mean she'd be willing to marry Shen Qingling to Shang Mo.
Shang Mo's proactive proposal must have an ulterior motive. She wouldn't bother with something without personal gain. Shang Mo is a calculating person. Even if she asked, she wouldn't get an answer.
Auntie, please consider this matter carefully. I will show my sincerity. At this moment, Shen Qingling and Lin Xingnian returned, interrupting their conversation. Shen Qingling walked to Wen Sulan's side and gently placed the flower wreath he was holding on her head. Wen Sulan looked up at him and smiled. Did Qingling make this flower wreath? It's so beautiful. Shen Qingling smiled faintly. I don't have such skillful hands.
Nian Mian made it. She likes you very much.
Lin Xingnian gave Wen Sulan a shy and obedient smile.
Wen Sulan thought to herself, if she didn't have to consider anything else, it would be wonderful to have a girl like Lin Xingnian as her daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, being in the Gu family, Shen Qingling didn't have that kind of freedom. A simple girl like her wouldn't be happy marrying into the Gu family.
Wen Sulan took Lin Xingnian's hand and stood up, saying, You two talk first, I'll take Nian Nian to get something. Lin Xingnian's first reaction was to look at Shen Qingling.
She was a little nervous, her eyes blinking rapidly several times. Shen Qingling smiled and comforted her. It's all right, go ahead, Nian Nian, I'll wait for you here.
Wen Sulan left with Lin Xingnian. Shang Mo could also tell that Wen Sulan liked Lin Xingnian very much.
How wonderful, everyone likes an angelic girl. Lin Xingnian and she were two extremes.
Was it the same in Shen Qingling's heart?
She looked at Shen Qingling and said, Would it be convenient for us to talk over there?
Chapter 86 The advantage lies with me.
Shen Qingling and Shang Mo arrived at the fountain.
I wonder what Mr. Shang wanted to talk to me about.
Last time you called me sister, how come you're calling me Mr. Shang today?
You didn't call me out because of that title, did you? Shen Qingling didn't answer her question directly, letting her speculate.
Shang Mo stopped dwelling on the form of address and brought up the matter of the arranged marriage. I just spoke with your mother, and a marriage between Shang Xia and you isn't suitable.
Yes, I know. So I'm proposing a marriage between myself and you. After saying this, Shang Mo stared intently into Shen Qingling's eyes.
She wanted to see his reaction, surprise or disgust. Shen Qingling opted for a middle ground. He was surprised. Shen Qingling feigned surprise, his expression shifting slightly, then frowned and said, How can that be?
Shang Mo gazed at him intently, her eyes deep and unfathomable. Why not?
She narrowed her eyes, staring into the young man's eyes, her gaze filled with a sense of pressure.
What can Shang Xia offer you? Can that brainless idiot possibly be of any help to you in the future? I've already inherited the Shang family. Whatever you want, I can get it for you, whether it's the position of heir to the Gu family or the Gu group.
Our marriage is a powerful alliance, why not?
Shang Mo thought that since she couldn't immediately obtain Shen Qingling, and couldn't use force against him, she would resort to a marriage alliance. A marriage of convenience followed by love wasn't out of the question.
As long as she kept him firmly by her side, there would be a day when perseverance would prevail.
Once Shen Qingling agreed to the marriage alliance, she would have the right and the grounds to drive away the women around him, and wouldn't allow any other women to get close to him. Given Shen Qingling's personality, once he agreed to the marriage alliance, he should automatically keep his distance from the women around him. Shang Mo was certain of this.
She had even thought of what to say to persuade Gu Changwang.
She was willing to give up huge benefits for Shen Qingling.
As long as Gu Changwang agrees to the marriage alliance with Shen Qingling. She didn't believe Gu Changwang would pass up such a huge benefit to choose that fool Shang Xia for a marriage alliance. The reason the two families previously arranged the marriage with Shang Xia was because Shang Mo was unwilling to participate. She looked down on Gu Yijin.
Now that she was willing to participate, Gu Changwang wouldn't disagree. Once Gu Changwang made his decision, when Sulan couldn't question it, she could only agree.
It was a choice between two options anyway. If Shang Xia wasn't chosen, it would be her, and when Sulan had no choice but to accept.
As for Shen Qingling, Shang Xia had said so many hurtful things to him, and she was Gu Yijin's fiancée, he wouldn't agree to a marriage alliance with Shang Xia.
The benefits she could bring him far surpassed what Shang Xia could offer. To put it bluntly, their marriage alliance with Shang Xia was also for her support and assistance.
Shen Qingling wouldn't refuse unless she was stupid. Shang Mo's plan was very good. This advantage is on my side.
But despite all her calculations, she hadn't anticipated Shen Qingling's reaction. President Shang, you are perfect, capable, and outstanding, those are undeniable.
But President Shang, marriage isn't like finding a job. Your resume, no matter how perfect, is useless.
I'm marrying for love, not for profit.
Shen Qingling's words stunned Shang Mo.
She looked at him with disbelief.
What are you talking about? For love. She laughed, as if mocking Shen Qingling's naivete. Shen Qingling, haven't you come to terms with reality? Being in the Gu family, you're destined to never find love. No, you're wrong. No matter where I am, I'll have what I want, it's just a matter of choice. Shang Mo blushed deeply. Did Shen Qingling mean he was willing to give up his inheritance of the Gu family to pursue his so-called love?
Suppressing her anger, she asked, whose love are you pursuing?
Ruan Mingyi? Or Lin Xingmian?
Shang Mo was easily provoked by Shen Qingling. Her composure was utterly meaningless in his presence. The next second, the boy's words calmed her anger. She hasn't come yet, but I'm willing to wait for her.
The fierceness in Shang Mo's eyes slowly dissipated. It's good that he's not in love with a woman. Shen Qingling took Shang Mo on another roller coaster ride.
It plunged her heart to the bottom, then gave her a glimmer of hope. Then Shang Mo's love points increased by 5. Shen Qingling had already mastered Shang Mo's control. Now, he played with Shang Mo like a dog. In this relationship, Shang Mo was never in a superior position. She only appeared to be in a superior position. In a relationship, it's not about who has a higher status, who's more aggressive, or who's more proactive that makes someone in a superior position. From beginning to end, Shen Qingling was the one with the decision-making power in this relationship. Shen Qingling only subtly seduced her once, and Shang Mo went crazy for it. Now, she's the one who needs a response, she's the one who's more proactive, and she's the one who can't get what she wants. She has to guess his intentions, follow his shadow, and think about him constantly. If she doesn't get a response from Shen Qingling, she'll lose control, she'll go crazy. Even a simple form of address can make her resentful, how can she be in control? Throughout this relationship, Shen Qingling was always in control. He maintained his position with the most innocent facade, superior methods, and the darkest intentions. As the saying goes, the hunter always appears as the prey. Shang Mo thought she was the hunter, thus walking into the trap Shen Qingling had meticulously crafted for her. In truth, from the moment Shen Qingling learned Shang Mo was a 3S, a psychopath, his goal was a marriage alliance with Shang Mo. The Gu and Shang families insisted on the marriage, and he preferred Shang Mo to Shang Xia. He just hadn't expected her to turn out to be a yandere, a psychopathic person. Although Shang Mo was insane, with proper guidance, she could become his greatest asset. Shen Qingling wasn't a true saint, nor was he a detached, indifferent figure. He returned to the Gu family to obtain everything, his ambition was no less than anyone else's. The marriage alliance with Shang Mo was merely one step in his plan. But he also knew that he and Shang Mo couldn't truly reach the point of marriage, he only wanted to obtain everything under the guise of a political marriage. Moreover, it couldn't be a political marriage opportunity he actively sought, it had to be one that Shang Mo proposed. Shang Mo was the type who would only believe in the authenticity of something she had painstakingly obtained, otherwise, it was only a matter of time before she became suspicious of Shen Qingling. Shang Mo could tolerate anything, but if she knew that this was all a meticulously planned deception from the beginning, she might truly devour Shen Qingling. Therefore, Shen Qingling could make her appear to have the upper hand. When Shen Qingling finally gets everything, no one will doubt his intentions. In everyone's eyes, Shen Qingling was forced from beginning to end. He was innocent, a pure and innocent white lotus flower who never fought for anything. In terms of ruthlessness and scheming, Shen Qingling is far superior. Shen Qingling is practically a top-tier S. No matter what kind of woman falls into his hands, she will be molded into the form he desires.
Throughout Lin Xingmian's eyes, Teacher Shen, who possesses a beautiful soul, reveals a heart full of darkness. Chapter 87 Lin Xingmian faints. Shen Qingling, you should face reality. No matter who that woman is, she can't possibly surpass the value I can bring you. But marriage isn't an equal exchange. A marriage based on calculated interests won't be happy. How do you know you won't be happy with me? What if I can give you both benefits and happiness? Shang Mo's question seemed to stump the young man. He hesitated, unsure how to respond. Shang Mo took a step forward, getting closer to him, and said, "You hate me." "No." "Then why don't you try agreeing to be with me first? Why assume beforehand that you won't be happy with me? Just say what you want to say. I won't get angry." "Shen Qingling, what if I said it's because you're a yandere? Wouldn't you explode?"
After a moment of hesitation, Shen Qingling replied, "Actually, I just don't understand why you want to arrange a marriage with me."
Perhaps everyone's first thought was the same. Why did Shang Mo have to personally arrange the marriage?
With Shang Xia as a tool, she didn't need to get involved herself. It seemed redundant.
Shang Mo's voice softened, even carrying a hint of barely perceptible amusement. "What if I said I like you?"
Her eyes crinkled into a smile, her gaze towards the boy filled with tenderness. At this moment, she had cast aside all her fierceness and sharpness, simply a little woman trying to gain a response from the boy she loved.
"How could that be? You don't need to joke with me like that."
The boy's first reaction was disbelief, and Shang Mo knew he wouldn't. It's true these days, she rarely speaks the truth, yet no one believes her. She speaks the truth with a joke, yet is forced to use lies to conceal her true feelings. She lowered her eyes, concealing the disappointment within.
"Then let's stop joking. Actually, I'm doing this for my own benefit. I don't want you to be with Shang Xia."
Gui Jin used to be a fool, the two of them together posed no threat.
"But Shen Qingling, you're different. You're better than Gui Jin. I'm wary of you being with Shang Xia. Is that reason enough?"
No one would believe Shang Mo if she said it was for love. But if she said it was for her own benefit, everyone would choose to believe her.
"But I really don't want a marriage alliance, whether with you or with Shang Xia. That's not up to you."
Shang Mo's eyes were like a cold pool. Regardless of whether Shen Qingling agreed or not, she would use every means to force him to agree.
There was nothing Shang Mo couldn't get if she set her sights on it.
One thing she learned from a young age in the Shang family was that whatever you wanted, you had to fight for it.
Giving up was a choice only an incompetent fool would make.
She was determined to have Shen Qingling. "President Shang, I actually have no intention of inheriting the Gu family business, so threatening me with the position of heir won't work." Shen Qingling lied without batting an eye, yet she managed to make it sound convincing.
Shang Mo smiled, raising an eyebrow. "I'm not threatening you.
Whether you want the heir position or not is indeed irrelevant to you, but it's not the same for your mother." Shang Mo knew that Shen Qingling had returned to the Gu family for Wen Sulan, her only weakness within the family. She pressed closer to Shen Qingling. "Shen Qingling, you don't want to see Aunt Wen's life's work go to waste, do you? She's poured so much effort into the Gu family over the years. Whether Gu Yutong or Gui Jin inherits the family, neither you nor your mother will have a good ending."
"Gui Jin isn't the good brother you think he is. He's eyeing the Gu family's heir position covetously.
Gu Yutong harbors deep hatred for your mother, which you can't easily dispel. Under these circumstances, if you don't fight for it, you're pushing your mother to her death.
Shang Mo's words made Shen Qingling's face change.
The young man knew she was right, but he still stubbornly looked away, saying, "They aren't those kinds of people."
Shang Mo moved closer to him, the distance between them barely inches, so close they could feel each other's breath.
The woman's eyes and tone were filled with danger.
"Then I'll only tell you one thing, if you give up inheriting the Gu family, I'll choose to help someone else, and you'll end up with nothing."
Shen Qingling looked into her eyes. Her gaze was dangerous, excited, and determined.
"I'll consider your words."
Shen Qingling was fishing again. Not giving her the response she wanted, nor letting her completely despair. But at least this answer was within Shang Mo's acceptable range.
Shang Mo's eyes relaxed. "Okay, I'll give you time to consider." Shang Mo's attraction level increased by 2 points. Resistance first, consideration later, leaving her disappointed yet rekindling hope. This was Shen Qingling's secret strategy for winning over Shang Mo. "I have one more request."
"What?"
"Don't call me President Shang anymore."
"Sister."
Shen Qingling's ears turned red again. Shang Mo curled his lips. So satisfying.
Shang Mo had reached the point where even hearing Shen Qingling call him sister would excite him. She suppressed her excitement and tried to maintain a calm tone as she replied, "Okay, then I'll still call you Qingling like before." The two chatted by the fountain for a while before returning. When Shen Qingling returned, Wen Sulan and Lin Xingmian had already returned to the garden.
Wen Sulan did indeed like Lin Xingmian very much. She gave Lin Xingmian a set of expensive jewelry. Lin Xingmian didn't understand these things.
After refusing several times without success, she had no choice but to accept it, but she still felt uneasy and didn't know what to do. She could only wait until she saw Teacher Shen to say something.
As soon as Shen Qingling returned, Lin Xingmian went to his side and tugged at his sleeve. The girl tiptoed and whispered in his ear, "Teacher Shen, Madam gave me some jewelry." Shen Qingling smiled and said, "That's wonderful.
It seems my mother likes you very much." The girl frowned and pursed her lips nervously, "But this is a bit too expensive."
"It's all right, it's her heartfelt gift."
"Mian Mian, just accept it, it will make her happy."
"Really? Really?
You gave her a flower wreath, this is her return gift."
Wen Sulan didn't care how expensive the jewelry was.
She liked Lin Xingmian's pure and kind nature, a quality she rarely saw in wealthy families.
"Because it's rare, it's precious."
Lin Xingmian nodded, carefully touching the box and smiling.
"It seems someone really does like her." What was Teacher Shen doing just now?
She was discussing the arranged marriage.
Lin Xingmian's smile gradually faded.
A sudden, overwhelming sadness enveloped her heart. Her mind was filled with the thought that Shen Qingling was leaving her. The girl's face turned deathly pale, and she collapsed, unable to stand.
The valuable jewelry box shattered on the floor.
Lin Xingmian fainted in Shen Qingling's arms.
"Men Mian. Men Mian. Nian Mian, wake up."
Chapter 88. She fell in love with Shen Qingling. When Lin Xingmian woke up, it was already dark.
Where was she? She was in an unfamiliar room.
The girl turned her head and saw Shen Qingling sleeping beside the bed. She couldn't help but frown, remembering what had happened before she fainted.
Teacher Shen was getting married.
Her eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her face. Afraid of waking Shen Qingling, she dared not cry loudly, shrinking into a corner like a wounded animal, whimpering. She curled up, hugging herself, trying to find a sense of security. Her clear, beautiful eyes gazed intently at Shen Qingling's sleeping face, crystal tears rolling down her cheeks. Tears blurred her vision, even Teacher Shen's figure became indistinct. In the future, his figure would also become indistinct, and then gradually disappear from her world.
So painful.
Just thinking about it made her feel like she was suffocating.
She couldn't keep the people she cared about.
Grandma was, and so was Teacher Shen. Although Shen Qingling had once told Lin Xingmian that he would still be her teacher even after marriage,
she knew it was different.
After marriage, he would belong entirely to another woman. Only now did she realize that her feelings for Shen Qingling were more than just a student's admiration for a teacher, or gratitude for him leading her out of her gloom. She had fallen in love with Shen Qingling. She didn't even know when it started. It was the moment he walked out of the rain carrying a painting. It was the moment he said, "I don't want you to be disappointed." It was the moment he took her outside to see the rainbow. It was the moment he took her to see her grandmother and sang for her. It was the moment she sat on the back of his bicycle, stepping into spring. Countless moments of heart fluttering made Shen Qingling her salvation. She couldn't help but love Shen Qingling.
Lin Xingnian finally realized this.
Her confused and painful mind cleared.
She sniffed and moved from the corner to Shen Qingling's side. Gazing at the face she couldn't forget, she couldn't resist reaching out to touch him. Teacher Shen. No, it shouldn't be Teacher Shen.
She tentatively uttered the name hidden in her heart.
Shen Qingling.
The boy's name lingered on her tongue, stirring an uncontrollable love within her. Her trembling fingertips rested on Shen Qingling's eyes.
She loved his eyes most.
Those eyes looked at her with such tenderness, like they held 1,000 stars, captivating her, making her unable to escape. Then Shen Qingling opened his eyes. The two looked at each other.
His cool eyes softened. His affectionate eyes became shy. "Nian Nian, you're awake. Teacher Shen, you're awake."
They spoke at the same time, then both smiled.
I. Teacher Shen, please speak first, I'm listening. Nian Nian is at my house now.
Your sister is in the guest room next door, I let her sleep first.
Did Teacher Shen stay with me the whole time?
Yes, he was afraid you'd be scared if you woke up and couldn't see anyone. Shen Qingling's words moved her deeply, yet also saddened her.
Teacher Shen was too good to her.
So good that she fell hopelessly in love with him, yet could never have him forever.
She couldn't help but wonder, was this a punishment or a gift from heaven? Teacher Shen's appearance was a gift.
But the light that appeared and then faded was her punishment.
Will Teacher Shen always be with me?
Yes.
I'm not talking about today.
Forever.
Shen Qingling smiled and said, tomorrow, the day after, and always.
But didn't Teacher Shen say you were going to have an arranged marriage?
My family brought it up, and I didn't agree. The girl's eyes lit up again. Really? Teacher Shen won't have an arranged marriage.
Shen Qingling sighed with a complicated expression. I don't know either, I just haven't agreed yet. Lin Xingnian was a little disappointed, but at least Teacher Shen hadn't agreed yet. She wanted to cherish every moment with Teacher Shen while she could have him. Even if it was just as a student and teacher, it would be happiness.
If only Teacher Shen would never get married.
She knew it was selfish of her to think this way, but she didn't know what she could use to keep him. She hadn't even imagined she could be with Shen Qingling. He was a distant dream, something she dared not even think about.
Teacher Shen, you're so kind.
Her love had nowhere to go, so this was all she could say.
She always looked up to him. Like a person in the darkness gazing at the moon, untouchable yet yearning for its light.
She hadn't understood the meaning of white moonlight before, but now she finally did.
Shen Qingling ruffled her hair. Nian Nian is very good too. Want to sleep a little longer? It's still early. Teacher Shen, you should sleep too. Sleeping like that will hurt your neck. Teacher Shen, go back to your room and sleep. I'll be a good girl and sleep well. Shen Qingling smiled. This is my room.
The girl's eyes widened slightly, like a cute, bewildered deer. She blushed again, her white skin flushing a faint pink. So, she was sleeping in Teacher Shen's bed. She lowered her head, biting her lip, and asked, would Teacher Shen like to come up and sleep?
Her innocent and naive tone refrained from any wicked or suggestive thoughts.
I'll just sleep here.
Teacher Shen, come up and sleep. We can each take one side, this bed is big. It's okay, I'll stay with you. But I'm scared. I want Teacher Shen to stay with me.
Her watery eyes looked at him, pitiful, innocent, and expectant. Shen Qingling was defeated by her gaze and lay down beside her, fully clothed. The little angel occasionally played a trick, she knew Teacher Shen wouldn't have the heart to refuse her, so she deliberately feigned fear. Lin Xingnian inwardly condemned herself for being so wicked, but she was also happy that Shen Qingling would actually soften and agree. Teacher Shen lay down beside her, and Lin Xingnian was excited and happy. There was a small distance between them, but it was still quite close. She could almost hear Teacher Shen's breathing, her heart was pounding.
She couldn't sleep at all. Too happy to sleep.
She couldn't help but turn to look at him. Shen Qingling was looking at her too.
The girl was unrealistically beautiful in the moonlight.
Her innocent, clear eyes gazed at him with love.
No man could resist such a look. Nian Nian, can't you sleep?
A little. Then I'll tell you a story.
Okay.
Lin Xingnian obediently closed her eyes, waiting for Shen Qingling to tell her a story. Shen Qingling's voice was pleasant, like a gentle stream flowing through her heart, and the girl's breathing gradually calmed.
Asleep. Lin Xingnian didn't speak, and Shen Qingling guessed she was asleep.
Drowsiness washed over her, and Shen Qingling also closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. After a while, the girl, who should have been asleep, opened her eyes. She carefully touched the boy beside her.
Shen Qingling was asleep and didn't react.
She carefully sat up and leaned closer to Shen Qingling. Lin Xingnian's face flushed, her heart raced, and her breathing became unsteady. She leaned down and gently kissed Shen Qingling's cheek. The girl's long, soft hair fell onto Shen Qingling like intertwined vines.
Good night, Teacher Shen. Chapter 89: The Battle of the Shang Sisters. On one side, Shen Qingling and Lin Xingnian were enacting a sweet idol drama.
On the other side, a crazy and thrilling epic battle was unfolding within the Shang family. During the day, Shang Xia learned in the car that Shang Mo actually wanted her to marry Shen Qingling, leading to a huge argument between the two.
Although Shang Xia did most of the talking, Shang Mo completely ignored her, letting her rant on. Back home that evening, Shang Xia still relentlessly demanded an answer.
Shang Mo found her annoying and refused to see her. She went into her room herself, locking Shang Xia out.
Shang Xia, when she got angry, was just as fierce.
She somehow found a hammer and smashed down Shang Mo's door.
Shang Xia, wielding the hammer, stood angrily in front of Shang Mo's desk.
The two exquisitely beautiful women seemed poised to engage in a three-way battle.
Shang Mo. You think I can't do anything just because you closed the door? You still came in.
So that's why you disagreed with my marriage to Shen Qingling. You wanted to take it yourself. Why did you do this?
Weren't you so disdainful of the marriage proposal before?
The marriage with the Gu family was arranged by Mom and Dad.
Only I can be the one to marry into this family.
If you want a marriage alliance, go marry Gui Jin. Why are you trying to steal Shen Qingling from me?
You just can't stand to see me doing well, right?
You've never let go of this all these years, have you?
Shang Xia was furious, staring intently at Shang Mo. The marriage partner she wanted was going to become her brother-in-law. What kind of nonsense was this?
If they were still in Haitang, she could have put up a fight, but Shang Mo wasn't a powerless sister, she couldn't fight back even if she wanted to. Even at this point, Shang Mo remained calmly seated in front of her computer, working.
Shang Xia wasn't worth her time wasting on earning money.
Therefore, Shang Xia's outburst was simply a manifestation of her own powerless rage. Seeing that Shang Mo ignored her, Shang Xia dropped the hammer, rushed over, snatched Shang Mo's computer, and smashed it on the ground.
Then she swept everything off Shang Mo's desk. Desktop cleaning master Shang Xia was online. Shang Mo. I'm talking to you. Look me in the eyes and answer me. Sure enough, even sisters can't tolerate passive-aggressive behavior. Stop talking nonsense. You.
Shang Xia walked around the desk to Shang Mo, angrily questioning her. Tell me, why exactly did you agree to this arranged marriage with Shen Qingling?
Didn't you have a secret boyfriend? Didn't you want the man you kissed? Shang Mo calmly picked up the computer from the ground.
She adjusted her glasses, a playful smile in her eyes behind the clear lenses.
The man I kissed. Yes, weren't you upset about him last time? Don't think I didn't notice. Shang Mo raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on his lips. What if I told you that person was Shen Qingling? Shang Xia was taken aback at first, then gave a mocking smile. I think you've been hit on the head with dollars and are starting to fantasize. Shen Qingling kissed you? Don't be ridiculous. Besides, knowing your personality, if Shen Qingling dared to kiss you on your first meeting, his lips would probably disappear that very day. Oh, maybe not just his lips. Shang Mo said indifferently, I've told you the truth. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. So why are you arranging this marriage with Shen Qingling? Tell me. You must have some ulterior motive, right? Can't it just be because I like him? If you, Shang Mo, would marry Shen Qingling for love, I, Shang Xia, will eat shit. You're not planning to use Shen Qingling to take over the Gu family, are you? Is there nothing else in your eyes besides money? No. Shang Xia insisted on an answer, so Shang Mo had no choice but to say, Shen Qingling is different from Guijin. I don't feel comfortable with him being with you. Sure enough, you're just worried about your status and family fortune, huh? If you know, then get out. I have something else to say. Let me go. Since you insist on arranging this marriage with Shen Qingling, why not take me with you? Shang Mo looked at Shang Xia with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot. What did you say? Take you with me? Who's taking you with me? Shang Xia, this is a society ruled by law. Do you know about bigamy laws? Shang Xia retorted confidently, you and Shen Qingling won't have any love in your marriage anyway. Rather than letting him be coveted by others, you might as well give him to me. Shang Mo was almost laughing in exasperation. So, what do you want to do? Shen Qingling will be my husband in name only during the day, and at night will be husband and wife in your room. Shang Xia, that's not impossible. During the day I can call him brother-in-law, but at night. At night, brother-in-law wants me to. Shang Mo calmly picked up a lamp from the floor and smashed it directly into Shang Xia's face. The force was enough to disfigure Shang Xia. It was clear Shang Mo was angry. Luckily, Shang Xia blocked it quickly, otherwise her face would have been ruined. However, her hand was still bruised from the lamp, and she gritted her teeth in pain. Shang Xia, still shaken, covered her face and exclaimed, Shang Mo, are you crazy? If I hadn't dodged quickly, my face would be ruined. Shang Mo sneered, so you do have a sense of shame after all? I thought you were shameless. Shang Xia, clutching her wound, muttered, no, why are you so angry? In those wealthy families, arranged marriage partners all have their own lives, how come you won't even share your sister? A beauty like Shen Qingling is better off being enjoyed by someone else than left to an outsider. Shang Mo walked up to her with icy eyes, grabbing Shang Xia's chin and warning, have you forgotten what I said during the day? If you dare covet what you shouldn't, I'll gouge out your eyes and send you to the old house to guard their graves for the rest of your life. Shang Xia's eyes flickered, and she frowned, saying, what kind of person hogs the toilet without using it? Shang Mo, even if I don't use it, I'll still occupy it. There are plenty of public toilets outside. Shen Qingling is my private property, no one can poop here. Shang Xia, I know, I can only watch you poop. Shang Mo then released Shang Xia. Get out. Oh. Only after leaving the house did Shang Xia dare to mutter a few cowardly curses behind her back. There's no way Shen Qingling would agree to a marriage alliance with you. She wouldn't even look at a woman like me, let alone someone with your cold, deadpan face. Wouldn't you scare Shen Qingling to death if you acted out? Only I can tolerate you. I'd like to see if Shen Qingling would still dare to marry you if she knew your true colors. Don't think you're the only one who can trip me up behind my back. I, Shang Xia, am not someone to be trifled with. I have plenty of strength and means. Shang Xia's wicked intentions remained undiminished. Shang Mo had guessed that she wouldn't give up, she would still arrange for Shang Xia to marry Guijin. Two sisters marrying two brothers, what a perfect match. She's a good match for Shen Qingling. Shang Xia is a good match for Guijin. Smart people with smart people. Fools with fools. That's what you call a match made in heaven, isn't it? Chapter 90 The Woman in the Cheongsam.
If Shen Qingling and Lin Xingmian's story was a sweet idol drama, and the Shang families was a crazy and exciting battle of the century, then Ruan Ningyi was acting out a tragic love story. Water streamed down the woman's head, wetting her eyelashes. She felt like the whole world had abandoned her. She couldn't distinguish between water and tears anymore. Thinking of Shen Qingling made her even wetter. She cried like a child. Shen Qingling hadn't spoken to her all day, treating her like she was invisible. It hurt. It hurt so much. She felt like she was deliberately seeking torture. Especially seeing Shen Qingling carrying Lin Xingmian and leaving right in front of her. He was so anxious, so worried about that girl. He had never been so anxious about her before. Last time it was Shang Mo, this time it was Lin Xingmian. Every time, he pierced her heart in front of her. It seemed he always had more sympathy and pity for other women. They ignored her, Ruan Ningyi, like a stray dog. She was melancholy, she was in pain, she. Why is there no water? The melancholy atmosphere was broken, the water in the shower had stopped. Yi Chao's speechless voice came through the door. Ruan Ningyi, did you die in there? You took a 2-hour shower. Don't tell me it's because of what Shen Qingling was doing in there. What he was doing can be interpreted in 2 ways. Ruan Ningyi wiped the water from her face, wrapped herself in a towel, and came out. She sniffled pitifully and said, Shen Qingling hasn't spoken to me all day. I haven't even had a chance to coax him back. Coax him? You look like you're going to be his dog. Right now, she looks more like a stray dog being pampered by its owner. Ruan Ningyi lowered her eyes dejectedly. No, it's just that even if I were a dog, he probably wouldn't want me. Yeah, sigh. There are so many women online lining up to be Shen Qingling's dog now. You can't even catch a hot one. Today, Shen Qingling was caught on camera carrying Lin Xingmian back to the bedroom. Some of the comments were worried about Lin Xingmian, but most were crazy about Shen Qingling, wanting to be his dog. Look at you, you were the one who approached him first, and you had the best chance. How did things end up like this? I want to call you a waste, you squandered a winning hand. I really am a waste, so how can I salvage this? I don't know. Shen Qingling has everything now, he doesn't need what you can offer. So there's no hope. More or less. You mean if I slept with him, got pregnant with his child, ran away with the baby, and then one day made a strong comeback with our child, would he even give me a second glance? Uninstall tomato novels from your phone. You'll ruin your brain if you keep reading them. Ruan Ningyi said resolutely, no, I won't give up easily. At worst, I'll start relentlessly pursuing him from today. I'll be a little white flower, battered and bruised yet unyielding, to move him. I'll wait for him in the pouring rain, I'll wait for him in the blazing sun, I'll wait for him in the snow, even if a tornado blows, I'll cling to him and never leave. He might think you're crazy, with questionable intelligence. Never mind, I'm going to start pursuing Shen Qingling. No one can stop me. She wasn't just going to pursue her, she was going to do it spectacularly. She wanted everyone to know that Ruan Ningyi loved Shen Qingling. Ruan Ningyi was unaware of Shang Mo's impending marriage to Shen Qingling. Gu Chengwang learned of this from Wen Sulan. He didn't object, Shang Mo was indeed better than Shang Xia. However, Shen Qingling said she needed to consider it, so he didn't press further. Shen Qingling was only in university, he wasn't in a hurry. Only Shang Mo was anxious. To win over Gu Chengwang, Shang Mo offered to help him acquire that piece of land in the development zone. Now, everyone was eyeing that land. Originally, Gu Chengwang planned to acquire the land together with the Zhang family, but that would mean splitting the profits 50-50ths, and whether their combined efforts could secure the land was still uncertain. Now, Shang Mo promised to give him everything after acquiring the land, asking for nothing else but the opportunity for a marriage alliance. Gu Chengwang was tempted. The only problem now was whether Shang Mo could actually secure the land. Even he wasn't entirely confident, could Shang Mo do it? He knew Shang Mo was a formidable figure, but they weren't the only contenders for that land. To ensure a sure win, Gu Chengwang proposed that all 3 families participate together. Shang Mo wouldn't ask for any personal gain, only help them acquire the land,
this would greatly increase their chances of success. This was a battle between the powerful and wealthy. News of Shang Mo's involvement quickly spread throughout Jiangcheng. The Nan family. Why would the Shang family participate in the development zone? I remember the Shang family's businesses don't involve real estate at all.
The young man sitting on the sofa was strikingly handsome, his eyes like those of an untamed eagle, exuding an innate coldness and an untamed wildness.
Nan Yan's expression was displeased. This was his 32nd birthday gift to his mother.
This, young master, we don't know either. It's just that the Shang family suddenly started making moves.
Alright, I understand. Go out. Nan Yan got up and left the courtyard.
The Nan family still lived in their old house, a large estate divided into several courtyards. Seeing such an old house in the heart of Jiangcheng, a city of towering skyscrapers, was a rare sight. This was the old house inherited from the Nan family ancestors. It looked somewhat eerie at night, but Nan Yan was already used to the darkness.
Nan Yan walked through the eaves to the ancestral hall.
It was Qingming festival recently, and his mother often burned incense here. Their family had no tombstones, nowhere else to worship, so they could only offer sacrifices at the ancestral hall. A woman in a black and gold cheongsam stood before the ancestral tablets in the ancestral hall. The woman's hair was wavy, her figure captivating, with a high, firm chest and a slender waist. The cheongsam cinched her waist perfectly, highlighting her full hips and alluring curves. This cheongsam suited her perfectly.
Mother. The woman didn't speak.
She lit 3 incense sticks and offered them to the ancestral tablet, then placed the incense sticks in the incense burner. Only then did she turn to look at him.
Ian, what is it?
It's about the development zone, things have changed.
Come out and talk.
The woman swayed slightly as she walked to the door and extended her hand to Nan Yan. Nan Yan skillfully took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out of the pack, and placed it in her hand. She placed the cigarette in her mouth and leaned slightly forward.
Nan Yan respectfully took out a lighter to light the woman's cigarette.
The flickering light made her red lips appear exceptionally full and luscious, like blood blossoms blooming in the night.
The woman was exceptionally beautiful. Her delicate, arched eyebrows possessed the charm of a woman from Jiangnan.
She had long, narrow phoenix eyes, with upturned corners, like a fox. But her gaze carried a hint of wickedness, an untamed wildness identical to Nan Yan's. Although Nan Yan wasn't her biological son, she had raised him, and calling her mother naturally shared similarities. Nan Yan took a drag of her cigarette, her eyes narrowing, making her even more fox-like. She leaned against a pillar, inhaling slowly, her smoking posture reminiscent of a woman in an old-fashioned magazine, even her silhouette breathtakingly beautiful. The woman's voice was a sensual, mature woman's voice, with a slight upward inflection at the end, full of allure.
What variable? The Shang family has entered the fray. Chapter 91 Guijin, you really should drink some Chinese medicine.
The Shang family's entry into the market was not good news for Nanjun. The woman exhaled a puff of smoke, the pale mist obscuring her alluring eyes, her gaze hazy yet tinged with coldness.
I remember the Shang family's businesses don't involve real estate.
Yes, I don't know why they suddenly entered the fray, it's strange. It must be for the Gu family. In Jiangcheng, the relationship between the Gu and Shang families was clear, they were a deeply intertwined alliance, and families that had known each other for many years. The Shang family's sudden involvement could only be because of the Gu family. Nanjun, the new heir of the Shang family, is a woman who won't act without self-interest.
It seems Gu Changwang offered her quite a few benefits.
Nan Yan, Gu Changwang originally brought the Zhang family along, and now the Shang family has joined in.
How much can he really get? It's pointless.
Nanjun paused in her smoking, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. This isn't like Gu Changwang. Nanjun had been in Jiangcheng for many years and had dealt with several of those powerful families. Gu Changwang is an unfathomable man, he would never concede so much.
But then, why would the Shang family agree to help him? There must be something else going on. Investigate, see if there's anything fishy going on.
Nanjun tossed her cigarette on the ground. Nan Yen said with a sinister look, regardless of what's going on, if the Shang family insists on entering the fray, and those three families unite, we might not be able to win. Nanjin, then make her leave. The woman lowered her eyes and saw the still burning cigarette on the ground. Her beautiful high heels stepped on the cigarette, grinding it forcefully a few times until it was completely extinguished.
Just like this cigarette, let it go out. Yes, mother, I'll go investigate first. Don't worry, I will definitely get this land for you. Nan Yen turned and walked into the night.
Nanjin looked up at the frosty moonlight and began to think. The battle for this land had already begun, yet the Shang family was only now entering the fray. The Shang family, the Gu family. What was this sudden turn of events? Nanjin opened her phone and quickly found several news items.
Shang Mo was trending for kissing a man by the window. The man's identity was unknown.
The marriage alliance between the Shang and Gu families had taken a turn. Shang Xia and Gu Yijin's relationship seemed to have broken down. But the most talked about news was about the Gu family. The Gu family had gained a boy of unknown identity, suspected to be an illegitimate child.
Nanjin raised an eyebrow. Shen Qingling.
Seeing that exquisitely beautiful face on the trending topic, Nanjin's eyes changed. The undercurrents of Jiangcheng were hidden beneath the cover of night.
Jiangcheng after sunrise was still as beautiful as ever.
Shen Qingling still had to go to school obediently. At the same time, she also had to film a variety show.
The production team and the Gu family had previously discussed Shen Qingling's participation in the variety show. The production team knew Shen Qingling wasn't very willing, so they didn't require much cooperation from her.
She just needed to not wear a mask when she appeared on screen. And then eat, talk, and chat normally with her family. These were extremely low demands, and Shen Qingling finally agreed.
Anyway, pretending to avoid the cameras every day was tiring. Gu Yijin was very unhappy.
Ever since Shen Qingling's face was revealed, the audience has gone crazy.
When Shen Qingling was on camera, the live chat was flooded with suggestive comments.
When Shen Qingling wasn't on camera, the comments were filled with "waiting for my husband to come home." This infuriated Gu Yijin. At first, his fans could fight back against those people, but later, they actually started to like Shen Qingling after all the criticism. Gu Yijin felt like his home had been invaded. He was furious.
Shen Qingling hadn't done anything wrong, so why was he so likable? His kindness and perfection had never been shown on camera, so were his fans falling in love with him just because of his face? If Shen Qingling's kind and beautiful side were shown on camera, what chance did he have? Gu Yijin felt he couldn't sit idly by.
One morning, as Shen Qingling was about to go for a run, Gu Yijin suddenly woke up and called out to her as she was about to leave.
"Qingling, are you going for a run?" "Yeah, what's up?" "I'll go with you." "I want to work out too." "You look great." "I'm pretty fast, can you keep up?"
At this point, the comments section started acting strangely again.
"How fast is fast?" "My husband wants me to try." "I'll wrap my legs around Shen Qingling's waist and feel it."
"I'll tell you how fast it is then."
"I've felt it.
It's super fast, like being on an airplane."
"Don't ask in the comments, this is a private matter between my husband and me." "It's really fast. It's like being sent to heaven in an instant." Gu Yijin doesn't seem to be doing so well. He seems like the type who'll say, "Baby, I'm not feeling well today, let's go to bed early," after a couple of movements.
No, I have a strange feeling listening to Gu Yijin and Shen Qingling's conversation.
Didn't you guys notice that Gu Yijin always pays special attention to Shen Qingling? I noticed.
As soon as Shen Qingling came back, he refreshed everywhere she was, like a game NPC.
Is this something to ship? Is Gu Yijin secretly in love with Shen Qingling? By the way, is Gu Yijin straight? Gu Yijin, you really should take some Chinese medicine.
The last sentence seems to have been posted by Zhang Jing himself.
Gu Yijin smiled and said, "It's okay, I'll try my best to catch up with you." Shen Qingling nodded and said, "Okay, let's go together then."
Gu Yijin went for a run with Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling didn't know what trick Gu Yijin was up to this time.
But no matter what Gui Jin wanted to do, Shen Qingling wouldn't let him succeed. Gui Jin secretly brought the recording equipment that the production team provided for each guest. In other words, although the audience couldn't see everything that happened after he and Shen Qingling left, they could hear it. Gui Jin assumed Shen Qingling was completely unaware of this and was secretly delighted. Gui Jin felt a thrill and excitement at the prospect of harming Shen Qingling. The enemy is in the open, I am in the shadows. This advantage is mine. The viewers in the live stream also noticed that Gui Jin seemed to have taken a recording device with him. They could hear the two of them panting as they ran. Gui Jin took a recording device with him? Did he forget or did it on purpose? Maybe it's for everyone's benefit, letting us hear Shen Qingling's panting as she runs. At this moment, Shen Qingling's panting isn't just the sound of running to me anymore. I won't say what it is. Why did it have to be this morning? If it were tonight, I would have made my move. It really looks like that, don't you guys think? So incredibly sexy. Doesn't anyone care whether Gui Jin is alive or dead? He sounds like he's about to die. Gui Jin, a pampered young master for many years, was no match for Shen Qingling. Sure enough, he started panting after just a few steps. Qingling, let's rest for a bit. You're not done. Yeah, my heart is beating really fast right now. Okay, let's sit on this bench then. Shen Qingling and Gui Jin sat down on the bench together. Gui Jin deliberately said, Qingling, what do you think of Shang Xia? Chapter 92. You are a very good older brother. Gui Jin was extremely vengeful. He still remembered the time Shang Xia and he had a falling out and exchanged insults. His first thought was for Shen Qingling to target Shang Xia. Logically, Shang Xia had done so many outrageous things and said hurtful things to Shen Qingling, like calling her a good-for-nothing from an orphanage. Shen Qingling shouldn't have much affection for her, right? However, Shen Qingling actually chuckled. She's quite cute. Cutely naive. Gui Jin. No, was Shen Qingling teasing him? What was cute about Shang Xia? That day, Shen Qingling just didn't see Shang Xia punch Zhang Jing to the ground. If he had, he definitely wouldn't have said that. Gui Jin pursed his lips and said, so, it seems you like her a lot. No, don't worry, she's your fiancée. I won't agree to an arranged marriage with her. You two are a perfect match. I can't bear to break you up. Gui Jin now wished Shen Qingling would break them up. He now actually hoped that Shen Qingling and Shang Xia would marry. Because he already knew that Shang Mo was going to marry Shen Qingling. If Shang Mo married Shen Qingling, would he even have a chance to survive? Gui Jin, unafraid of death, continued to ask, so what do you think of President Shang? Gui Jin was still very cautious. At this moment, he didn't dare to call Shang Mo by his name directly. Shen Qingling fell silent when asked about Shang Mo. Shang Mo, who was listening to the live broadcast, had a dark look in his eyes. Shang Xia was cute. But she fell silent when it came to her? What did this silence mean? Why aren't you saying anything? It's just the two of us, there's no one else. Just speak up. Why did you suddenly ask about President Shang? I'm just curious about your opinion of President Shang. I don't have any opinion. Gui Jin was a little confused. Why was Shen Qingling so direct about Shang Xia, but avoided talking about Shang Mo? Neither good nor bad. But since Shen Qingling wouldn't answer, he couldn't press her. So he changed the subject, saying, then what do you think of me as your brother? Gui Jin deliberately used the term brother. He wanted to solidify the fact that he was a child of the Gu family. Everyone would only see the later Shen Qingling as an illegitimate child, not him. It was a fact that Shen Qingling had returned from the orphanage. His identity was still undetermined. Whether people said Shen Qingling was an illegitimate child or that he was found, Gui Jin didn't care anymore. Because he knew the Gu family wouldn't let Shen Qingling carry the label of illegitimate child forever, they would come out and explain when public opinion reached its peak. What Gui Jin wanted was to solidify the fact that he was a child of the Gu family. Shen Qingling suddenly looked at him. Gui Jin's heart skipped a beat when he looked into his eyes. Here it comes again. That innocent, white lotus-like gaze. He's getting a bit PTSD just looking at that expression. Actually, Shen Qingling had already noticed the recording device that Gui Jin had inadvertently revealed. How could someone who's been in the entertainment industry for years not recognize that? Gui Jin is still too naive to try and pull this on him. Shen Qingling is a man who integrates his public image into his daily life. In his previous life, Shen Qingling didn't actually have many friends in the entertainment industry. But almost without exception, many celebrities choose him when calling on variety shows. Because no matter what, Shen Qingling never shows his vulnerable side. He never speaks ill of others behind their backs or gossips. He always knows how to speak appropriately and subtly wins the other person's favor. He has integrated his persona into his life. No one can say a bad word about him. How could Gui Jin want to use this tactic to harm someone like that? It's like a bronze-level player versus a king, Shang Xia versus Shang Mo, Gui Jin versus Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling gave him a beautiful smile, his tone gentler than when he mentioned Shang Xia. You're a very good older brother. Gui Jin was stunned. He quickly looked away. No wonder everyone online says Shen Qingling's smile is gentle and affectionate, even when looking at a dog. He understands now. Why is she smiling like that at a man like that? It seems he really needs to get some traditional Chinese medicine from Zhang Jing. Gui Jin suddenly remembered his purpose. He was here to harm Shen Qingling. He continued maliciously, Qingling, there were rumors online that our relationship wasn't good, and many viewers were criticizing you. I felt terrible seeing that. I don't want those words to affect our relationship. You don't take those words to heart, do you? If Shen Qingling said he didn't care at this point, his loyal fans might be unhappy, and might even unfollow him and turn against him. It has to be said that Gui Jin actually has some brains. Shen Qingling has been in the entertainment industry for many years and saw through his intentions at a glance. In this program, Shen Qingling and Gui Jin can actually be considered the two most popular members of the boy group. Their fans are all die-hard fans, only wanting their own idol to be happy, and viewing each other as enemies. Fans are fiercely battling online for Shen Qingling and Gui Jin, engaging in heated online arguments with Gui Jin's fans. If Shen Qingling himself were to express indifference, his fans would become a laughingstock, facing the mildest consequences of unfollowing and turning against him. If Gui Jin's fans were to later say something like, "Your idol doesn't care about these things? You're a clown," Shen Qingling's fans would have nothing to say in response. In this situation, Gui Jin and Shen Qingling are different because their character portrayals are fundamentally different. Gui Jin can show kindness to Shen Qingling because that's his initial persona. He seems harmonious with everyone in the group, always giving and caring. Therefore, he can show kindness to Shen Qingling, and when his efforts don't receive a positive response, fans and casual observers might feel sorry for him. But Shen Qingling is different. He's remained aloof from beginning to end. Fans naturally assume that Shen Qingling and Gui Jin have a distant relationship. If Shen Qingling says he doesn't care about online comments at this time, it really means he doesn't care about what his fans are doing, making them seem presumptuous. Therefore, if Shen Qingling and Gui Jin have a conflict in the future, they are very likely not to speak up for him anymore, and might even be ridiculed with things like "he deserves it." It's like your friend having a fight with their partner and breaking up, confiding in you about all the faults their partner committed, and then you, in a fit of anger, join in and criticize your friend's partner. "My friend said my boyfriend is actually great, and we made up happily." Then what are you? You're a clown. Gui Jin wanted to make Shen Qingling a friend, and turn the fans into clowns. Shen Qingling isn't stupid, this is a media trap, and he won't fall into it. Shen Qingling didn't respond to Gui Jin at all, instead starting to make up lies. "Gui Jin, actually, I don't like calling you brother." Gui Jin didn't know why Shen Qingling suddenly changed the subject. He asked in puzzlement, "Why?" Chapter 93. A nemesis is a nemesis. You're more like the younger brother. Ah. When I was in the orphanage, I had a younger brother who looked a lot like you. At this point, Shen Qingling revealed a sad look in her eyes. It's like looking at an old friend through Gui Jin. Gui Jin's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time he had ever seen Shen Qingling show such a vulnerable expression towards him. Whom is he reminiscing about through himself? Is that person important to him?
I didn't have many friends in the orphanage before, and he was my first friend.
I really like him and I always play with him. He follows me around every day and calls me brother. That was the first time I felt like I had family. You and he are very similar. This was the first time Gui Jin had heard Shen Qingling mention his life in the orphanage.
I never expected Shen Qingling to be in such a miserable state.
So where did he go after that? He's dead.
Shen Qingling looked grief-stricken. He delivered an award-winning performance today, and Gui Jin should feel honored.
Gui Jin wanted to say something, but seeing Shen Qingling's sad expression, she couldn't continue.
His pain was so real, his eyes were filled with sorrow and longing.
Gui Jin's words were stuck in her throat, unable to come out. What the heck?
He even felt a little like comforting Shen Qingling.
Did Shen Qingling treat him as a substitute for her younger brother? I still consider him family.
Gui Jin's heart skipped a beat, a strange feeling lingering in her heart.
Rivals are rivals, how can they become brothers?
Thinking of their identities, Gui Jin's eyes turned from soft to sinister.
They could never be friends, much less family. Shen Qingling, don't even think about ruining his Dao heart. Even if Shen Qingling genuinely treats him like a younger brother, he won't soften his heart. Qingling, you haven't answered my question yet. Will you care about the opinions on the internet? Will it affect our relationship?
Shen Qingling suddenly looked into the distance, her gaze distant and serene.
Maybe I shouldn't care, but seeing so many people like me makes me happy. Everyone in the orphanage used to hate me. Nobody liked me because I was not good at speaking. But now I have so many people who like me. Actually, I'm a little lost and don't know how to face this feeling.
I'm afraid of disappointing the people who like me, so I want to work hard to become better.
Sometimes I wonder, what can I give back to them? Suddenly I feel lost. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told you this.
Some fans in the live chat were moved to tears by Shen Qingling's words.
My goodness, this is an amazing celebrity. If I were a fan, I would cry.
Nobody likes someone who's not good with words. This really hit a nerve.
His previous coldness was just his personality. Why force him to become a warm person? How can someone who didn't receive much love growing up maintain enthusiasm for the world?
Regardless of Shen Qingling's background, he endured so much hardship in the orphanage over the years, and everything he has achieved now is due to his own hard work. No one has the right to criticize him.
The taciturn orphan Shen Qingling felt uneasy because he suddenly received so much love from many people. I almost cried.
He truly cherishes everyone's affection. So, our affection and compliments were seen by him and made him happy.
That's enough. The fans are really touched, sob sob. This is love that flows in both directions. Gui Jin, you really deserve to die. Do you dare say it wasn't intentional? Shen Qingling treats you like a younger brother, and this is how you treat him? Shen Qingling, many people will love you. Don't be anxious or confused. Your fans don't need anything in return, just be yourself. After hearing Shen Qingling's words, I immediately became a member of the Muscle King group.
Big Muscle Master is a nickname given to Shen Qingling by some of her fans, meaning someone with large and imposing muscles. In just a short while, Shen Qingling gained countless fans, and her points in the background were increasing exponentially. In a few words, he revealed that he had a bad experience in the orphanage and was ostracized. He once had a younger brother who was like family, but that brother also left him. Seeing that Gui Jin treats him like a younger brother, it's still unclear whether Gui Jin's intentions are genuine or just well-intentioned. Once Gui Jin's true colors are exposed in the future, the amount of criticism he receives will definitely increase exponentially because of this incident. Because Shen Qingling seemed to be genuinely fond of him. But Shen Qingling's fans are no longer angry, because Shen Qingling feels that Gui Jin is like his younger brother from before. All the problems were perfectly resolved, and Shen Qingling gained even more popularity and love. Gui Jin was about to applaud him. Shen Qingling's words sounded like a prepared speech. Almost every sentence he uttered resonated with his fans. If he were a fan, he would probably be very moved.
But is this what he wants to hear? Gooey Jean was somewhat desperate.
A series of actions as fierce as a tiger, but the score was a mere 250.
He's like that idiot now.
They wanted to make Shen Qingling lose the love of her fans, but instead they gained her a lot of fans.
He should thank us. But Gooey Jean also knew that Shen Qingling did not do it on purpose. Shen Qingling is truly a very good person.
While she treats her fans as data, Shen Qingling takes their love very seriously.
He knows how to cherish everyone's love. They are completely different from me. This was exactly what Gooey Jean was most worried about.
If Shen Qingling is faking it, he'll always find a way to expose his true colors.
But Shen Qingling was not one of them.
He is just very, very good. Gooey Jean was terrified by this, fearing that he would never be able to change Shen Qingling.
Isn't it said that it only takes a moment for a good person to turn bad? Why is it so hard for Shen Qingling to turn bad?
At this moment, Shen Qingling suddenly said, "Gooey Jean, can I call you Lai from now on?"
Gooey Jean asked in confusion, why? Shen Qingling, that was that younger brother's nickname before. His name is Lai Kai.
Lai Kai was actually the name of the dog that Shen Qingling raised in her previous life.
Shen Qingling does indeed have a bit of a wicked sense of humor. Gooey Jean always felt that this nickname sounded a bit strange. Why does it sound like a dog's name? Things that bring wealth and prosperity. Moreover, he had no desire to be someone else's substitute.
Shen Qingling's kindness and trust in him were all because of that Lai Kai.
Gooey Jean is angry.
He frowned and said, "Just call me Gooey Jean, or Ajin is fine too."
I don't like being someone else's substitute.
Shen Qingling apologized, "I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. In my heart, you are also a very good person, unlike Lai Kai."
I know that. Ah, Jean, don't be angry.
Gooey Jean's heart trembled when she heard the word "a Jean."
Depend on.
How come Zhang Jing calls him the same way, like a Liangshan hero calling his brother?
Shen Qingling calling him something was very wrong.
Perhaps it's because Shen Qingling's voice is so beautiful, coupled with his handsome face, that it's hard for anyone to resist him.
Gooey Jean calmed down immediately.
He suddenly stood up and said, "I remembered there's soup simmering for Mom in the kitchen.
I'm leaving now. You can run slowly."
Before Shen Qingling could answer, Gooey Jean fled in panic. The plan to frame Shen Qingling failed.
Shen Qingling smiled. What an idiot. I really don't know how Gooey Jean became the male lead. Did he do it because of his stupidity? Shen Qingling couldn't understand it. Just then, Shen Qingling's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number.
He hesitated for a moment, but still chose to answer.
Hello.
Shen Qingling, are you interested in making a deal with me?
Chapter 94 Confession to the Whole City.
A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. Shen Qingling frowned and asked, "Who are you?"
"Someone who can help you solve your arranged marriage problem.
Meet me tomorrow night at 9 p.m. in room 888 of Lanting Jia."
The man hung up before Shen Qingling could reply.
Lanting Jia was a renowned high-end club in Jiangchang, extremely private and membership only, ordinary people couldn't get in. In other words, only people with status and wealth could enter.
Shen Qingling wondered who the other person could be.
The system's voice sounded, "Host, this person is Nan Yen, one of the villains in this book. He is ruthless, cruel, unpredictable, and violent by nature.
Be careful."
If a villain like Gooey Jean could be the protagonist of this book, then the villains in this book would only be more insane. But Shen Qingling hadn't expected that the villain in this book would be Nan Yen.
Shen Qingling had only read a brief mention of Nan Yen in the original novel.
It was in Gooey Jean's childhood memories. The situation was that Gooey Jean had heard the Nan family and the Gu family were vying for a piece of land in a development zone. Hearing the name Nan family reminded him of a visit he had made to their home when he was a child. The Nan family had left a deep impression on him, but it wasn't a good one. The Nan family lived in a gloomy, old-fashioned mansion. Everything inside gave off a sinister, deathly feeling, as if the modern reforms hadn't affected them. The Nan family was a typical feudal clan with strict family rules. The Nan family members wore outdated, old-fashioned Chinese clothing, and their mannerisms still adhered to the etiquette of the past aristocracy. Gui Jin seemed to have heard that the Nan family had once been an official family, and they continued this tradition. At that time, the head of the Nan family was a man with a small mustache. Gui Jin felt afraid when he first saw him. His eyes were like dark holes, inspiring inexplicable fear. Seeing his fear, Gu Changwang let Gui Jin go play by himself. Gui Jin saw many of the Nan family's children, but he only remembered Nan Yen. The child chained to the ground, forced to eat dog food. The other children treated him like a toy, surrounding him, forcing him to eat dog food, and making him bark like a dog. He didn't even have a proper set of clothes. He lay naked on the ground, his body so thin he looked like nothing but a skeleton. His eyes were empty and numb, looking at the radiant Gui Jin as if he were a lifeless object. Gui Jin was startled by his gaze and took a step back. From the laughter and shouts of the other children, Gui Jin learned that he was the Nan family's illegitimate son. Gui Jin had lived a sheltered life since childhood. Although he knew he wasn't a child of the Gu family and had to be careful, seeing Nan Yen still frightened him. If even an illegitimate child with the same blood was treated like this, what about him, who had no blood relation? What would happen to him when his true identity was discovered? His father, Gu Changwan, was also a cold and ruthless man. Gui Jin didn't think his fate would be any better. After returning from the Nan family, Gui Jin had nightmares for a week straight. From then on, the mere mention of the Nan family reminded him of Nan Yen and that child. People like Gui Jin weren't born evil. As a child in the Gu family, he was mostly cautious and fearful, carefully protecting this secret. The trip to the Nan family and meeting Nan Yen became one of the catalysts for Gui Jin's personality change. Gui Jin began to use any means necessary to protect her own interests. Shen Qingling suddenly felt that this might be destiny. As a child, Nan Yen became one of the people who changed Gui Jin's fate. As adults, they became each other's rivals. However, it's unclear in the book who will ultimately win. What does one of the villains mean? How many villains are there? Another villain is Nan Yan's adoptive mother, Nanjun. The powerful and wealthy in Jiangqing call her Madame Nan. Madame Nan. This person is even more ruthless than Nan Yen. She currently runs the Nan family. Nan Yen is only the nominal leader. In reality, she is the one controlling everything behind the scenes. Shen Qingling hadn't seen Nanjun appear yet. Even halfway through the book, she's a major villain who appears later in the story. In the original book, the Nan family's appearance was related to that development zone land, so it will definitely be the same this time. Nan Yan's visit was likely also about that land, and it was highly probable that Nanjun had instructed him to do so. Since they were already targeting him, even if he didn't go this time, they would find other ways to get to him. The first time they might invite him, but the second time might be different. After much deliberation, Shen Qingling decided to meet this villain tomorrow night. After gathering his thoughts, Shen Qingling went home, changed his clothes, and went to school. However, as soon as he stepped outside today, he felt a suffocating sensation, as if a python were coiling around him. He heard his own name everywhere he went today. It's Shen Qingling. Yes, it's Shen Qingling. I saw it too. It's for Shen Qingling. Oh my god, it's Shen Qingling. Look, Shen Qingling is there too. Even my phone has Shen Qingling on it. Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling. Today, everyone on the street was talking about Shen Qingling. Today, the Weibo splash screen was a photo of Shen Qingling. Today, the bus stop billboards featured Shen Qingling. Today, the printed flyers featured Shen Qingling. Today, the large screen in the city center plaza featured Shen Qingling. It seemed as if the entire city of Jiangcheng had been taken over by Shen Qingling. These photos were all different, but each photo had a sentence on it. Ruan Mingyi loves Shen Qingling. And countless abstract phrases. Shen Qingling, you're very handsome, but your eyes lack a story, indicating a lack of experience. My suggestion is to have a passionate romance with me to make up for that deficiency. Hello handsome, actually I'm the human form of Ultraman Tiga. In the last battle, I was injured and can't transform anymore. I need a boy to date me, to give me hope,
to let me become light again and protect the earth. Are you willing to help me? Let's protect the earth and humanity together. Shen Qingling, you're surrounded. Please give up and quickly fall into my arms.
I'm not going to be a simp anymore, Shen Qingling.
Let's part amicably.
From now on, you walk your narrow bridge, and I'll hold it up below.
Be careful crossing, my darling. It's okay if you cheat on me while we're dating, just don't let me find out.
I can't make PowerPoint presentations, and I spend most of my time on my phone. I'll give you plenty of time to cheat, and I'm too clumsy to catch the other woman anyway.
Plus, I often stay up late, so I won't live long. The Ruan family's inheritance will all go to you. Young Master Qingling, do you like it when I call you that? Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Ha 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 ha.
Without tasting the wine of this world, one cannot know its intoxication. Without being caught in the emotions of this world, one cannot know its tears. Without experiencing the vicissitudes of life, one cannot know its flavor.
A cigarette, a drink, a life, half awake, half drunk, half floating. Fellow martial artists, how delightful it is to have you here.
Shen Qingling, don't make futile struggles.
I've already chosen you. Put aside your shyness and marry me immediately. Don't make futile struggles. I've already chosen you. Put aside your shyness and marry me immediately. Ruan Ningyi fully utilized her abstract talent. Shen Qingling's vision went black upon seeing this.
Chapter 95: The Crematorium of Chasing Her Husband.
Shen Qingling gritted her teeth and called Ruan Ningyi. Ruan Ningyi, what are you doing?
Ruan Ningyi, who answered Shen Qingling's call, laughed and said, finally calling me.
Are you satisfied with everything you've seen? Why are you doing this? Are you afraid I'm getting too comfortable? Because you always ignore me, only this way will you remember me. Ruan Ningyi meant it sincerely.
She was heartbroken.
Shen Qingling's indifference that day had truly hurt her.
Although she had foolishly said she wanted to break up with Shen Qingling, she had chosen to selectively forget.
Turn around. I'm right behind you.
Shen Qingling turned around and saw Ruan Ningyi holding flowers, standing in the sunlight, smiling gently at him. Putting aside Ruan Ningyi's abstract personality, she looked almost unreal at that moment. Ruan Ningyi was already strikingly beautiful, and her smile was like the rising sun, radiant and dazzling. However, this beautiful scene shattered the moment Ruan Ningyi spoke. She shouted, Shen Qingling,
I love you.
My brain, my heart, every organ in my body is saying, I love you. Shen Qingling was so embarrassed he felt his scalp tingle. He covered his face, trying to pretend he didn't know her and walk away. Seeing him try to run, Ruan Ningyi ran up to Shen Qingling in a dramatic, almost theatrical way and handed him the flowers.
Shen Qingling, I've come to apologize. Miss, you've mistaken me for someone else. Don't be angry with me, Shen Qingling. I really came to sincerely apologize. Shen Qingling paused, then said calmly, weren't you going to break up with me? Have you forgotten what you said at the coffee shop?
Ruan Ningyi coughed guiltily, oh, that's all in the past. We all make up after a fight, and couples don't hold grudges overnight.
Please don't hold it against me, okay?
I was wrong, please forgive me. Shen Qingling, the most handsome and best Shen Qingling in the world, the super invincible academic genius and school heartthrob Shen Qingling. My most beloved Shen Qingling. Ruan Ningyi looked at him expectantly, pleading. Ruan Ningyi's pleading was indeed hard to resist, but the Sigma man, Shen Qingling, remained unmoved.
You said we're not from the same world.
Then I'll try my best to enter your world.
You can't even leave your own world, how can you enter mine?
I'll just make our world, then there won't be yours or mine anymore. Like now, everyone knows I like you, the world only consists of you and me.
She had no way out. She could only strive forward in one direction.
Shen Qingling, I know you're excellent, I'll try my best to become better, to become the person you like. I'll go to work diligently, study hard to learn how to manage the company, and hand over the family business to you after I inherit it.
Everything in the Ruan family will be yours. Then maybe not. If you inherit the company, your father might not live to see it.
Ruan Ningyi said pitifully,
You really don't think much of me? Am I really that bad?
Shen Qingling, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses.
Things that require thinking aren't really suitable for you. Ruanmingi, so, I'll leave the brains to you, and all I need to do is laze around and wait to die, right?
Shen Qingling, no, I'm not interested in your fortune, and I'm not interested in you either.
At this point, he seemed to remember something, and added with a complicated expression, perhaps I once had a little bit of affection for you. But that's all in the past.
Shen Qingling's words were like a sword piercing Ruanmingi's heart.
077, Ruanmingi's heart-fluttering value has reached 90. Keep up the good work, host.
This also meant that this time Ruanmingi was serious, she had indeed fallen in love with Shen Qingling.
She sadly lowered her eyes.
Yes, Shen Qingling had initially treated her somewhat differently. He accompanied her to banquets, stood up for her against Shang Xia and Gui Jin, and dressed in clothes she didn't like to look glamorous and win glory for her. Those were the things he disliked most, yet he did them for her.
How could he not have any affection for her at all?
It was her own fault for not knowing how to cherish things, and for not understanding how to truly love someone. She trampled on the last bit of affection Shen Qingling had. So everything she was going to suffer now was her own fault. Shen Qingling turned to leave, but she threw up and hugged him, unable to hold back her grievances.
Don't go. What else do you want to say? Can't you really give me another chance? No. It's okay, I'll give myself another chance. You know I'm thick-skinned. You used to say that in a relationship, I had to be irreplaceable. Now I've done it.
I can't live without you, Shen Qingling. Wasn't it just a fleeting infatuation?
No. Not just a fling. No. Not because you like my face. I can't lie to you, I really like your face, but that was just the beginning, not the end. I can't tell if what you're saying is true or false anymore. It's true. Really, really true, more real than gold. If I change my mind and like someone else, may I be struck by lightning. Fine, I'm not in the mood for your nonsense right now. I have to go to class. Hurry up and take those down. No, unless you promise you'll talk to me, this is the only way I can contact you. You don't want to become the spokesperson for the whole city, do you? Okay.
Ruanmingi smiled, her eyes crinkling.
Shen Qingling was indeed easy to bully. As long as he kept pestering her, he was completely helpless against her. However, before Ruanmingi could even take down the advertisements herself.
When Shen Qingling returned to the classroom, all those things had disappeared again.
Shang Mo stared at the trending topics with a dark expression. Heiress professes love for Shen Qingling across the city. This glaring headline made Shang Mo want to smash his phone. Ruanmingi.
This time, Ruanmingi had truly hit Shang Mo's sore spot.
Ruanmingi's desire to announce her love to the world was something Shang Mo couldn't do right now.
Her love for Shen Qingling was hidden in the shadows, a love that couldn't see the light of day. She didn't even have the courage to show him her true self. She was like a rat living in the sewers, only able to peek at the person she loved from the shadows.
Dark, cowardly, useless. These words shouldn't exist for Shang Mo.
But facing Shen Qingling, these were all she had left. Even someone as strong as Shang Mo had moments of inferiority in front of the person he loved. Her past, her nature, her true self were the source of her inferiority complex.
Ruanmingi spent a fortune on these love advertisements. Shang Mo spent a fortune removing these love advertisements. The advertising company made money from 2 big clients in one day. Only Shen Qingling was hurt. Everywhere he went today, people were talking about it.
For the first time, Shen Qingling so desperately wanted to return to the Gu family. As soon as classes ended today, Shen Qingling fled the school.
Back home, Gui Jin teased him about it.
Qingling, I saw Ruanmingi professing his love for you all over the city today.
How about that, isn't it great? Would you like this good fortune? Ruanmingi wouldn't even look at me, hee, only you are so lucky. That's true, you have Xingxia.
Chapter 96. Your blood splattered on me.
Hearing Shang Xia's name, Gui Jin turned pale.
Gu Chengwang meant that the Shang family hoped he and Shang Xia would continue their marriage alliance.
Gui Jin dared not speak out in anger. Shen Qingling was about to marry Shang Mo. What was the point of his marriage to Shang Xia? Would Shang Mo abandon her own husband to help his brother-in-law?
Shang Xia was a piece of shit now, he didn't want to get involved with her at all.
Once Shang Mo married Shen Qingling wouldn't even need to do anything.
With Shang Mo's intelligence and methods, whether he could stay in the Gu family was still uncertain. He was afraid that the person pleading for him would be that saintly Shen Qingling. Gui Jin forced a smile and said, "My relationship with her is still uncertain."
But how are things going with you and President Shang? Haven't you reached a decision yet? Shen Qingling was deliberately keeping everyone in suspense.
He said calmly, "No rush.
I'm still in university. It's too early to talk about marriage." Gui Jin breathed a sigh of relief. You seem quite concerned about my marriage?
I don't see you caring this much about your own.
No, I was just concerned about you. Gui Jin felt like he couldn't explain himself.
He couldn't very well say that he didn't want Shen Qingling and Shang Mo to marry, fearing he'd be kicked out if they got together.
Fortunately, Shen Qingling didn't dwell on this. Okay, then I'll go upstairs to rest. Lai Kai. Gui Jin's face darkened. It's that Lai Kai again. Just how much does Shen Qingling care about that younger brother? And how much does he resemble that person that Shen Qingling keeps calling them by the wrong names?
Shen Qingling realized his slip of the tongue and gave a regretful look, saying, "Sorry, Jin, I spoke too quickly." The way he looked at Gui Jin was still a little off. It was as if he was looking through Gui Jin at someone else. That look of longing, tenderness, and sadness. Shen Qingling did feel a pang of nostalgia for his days with Lai Kai. He had originally wanted to get a dog, but now that Gui Jin could play with it, he figured it wasn't necessary. Gui Jin felt uneasy under Shen Qingling's gaze. Shen Qingling, look into my eyes. Who are you thinking of? The younger brother from the orphanage, or me, your good older brother? He even wondered if it would be a good thing if Shen Qingling saw him as that younger brother from the orphanage. It would mean he could gain more of Shen Qingling's trust. Gui Jin's eyes darted around as he said, "It's okay, just don't call me by the wrong name again next time." He couldn't help but emphasize again, "I'm Gui Jin, not Lai Kai. Call me Jin." He really didn't want to hear that name from Shen Qingling again. He felt like Shen Qingling's dog. It was too strange. Okay, I won't do it again. Shen Qingling said this, but she would still occasionally use that name to provoke Gui Jin. Time flew by, and it was the next day. Today was the day Shen Qingling was to meet Nan Yen. Meeting the villain from the book for the first time, Shen Qingling was both curious and a little nervous. After all, this was a dangerous character, quite different from Lai Kai. Shen Qingling dared not be careless. Under the cover of night, Shen Qingling arrived at Lantingjia, a secluded location not in the city center. Two men dressed in black were already waiting for him at the entrance. Upon Shen Qingling appeared, the two men immediately approached, their tone respectful, addressing him as Mr. Shen. They showed their membership cards to the security guard at the entrance and led Shen Qingling inside. Shen Qingling couldn't help but think they looked like gangsters. There were many rumors circulating in Jiangcheng about the Nan family, such as their shady money-making methods, their involvement in organized crime and loan sharking, etc. The Nan family was behind several of Jiangcheng's largest casinos, earning them the title of Gambling King family. The Nan family was a family that lurked in the shadows, unlike families like the Gu and Shang families who built their fortunes on industry. The members of the Nan family were ruthless, seizing territory, committing murder and arson. They were capable of any evil deed. From any perspective, the Nan family is not to be trifled with. Even knowing their methods of making money are shady, no one has the time to dig into their past. The Nan family has stood strong in Jiangcheng for many years. They are not easily brought down. Even Gu Chengwang has to give the Nan family some respect, let alone others. If it weren't absolutely necessary, no one would want to cross the Nan family. It's like provoking a venomous snake who knows when it might bite. Nanjin is the most venomous snake in the Nan family. The highest floor of the Lanting gathering. The woman, still elegantly dressed in a fitted cheongsam, leaned against the window, smoking. Nan Yen, that man refused to pay back the money, so Scorpion chopped off his hand. His family is causing trouble now, and the police have been alerted. Nanjin raised an eyebrow. Paying back debts is a matter of course, but they still dare to cause trouble after losing a hand. Nan Yen, there are plenty of shameless people in the world, nothing we can do. Nanjin sneered, her lips curling into a cold smile, and said mercilessly, then let them all go down and reunite. The woman paused, then asked, who spread this story?
Nan Yen, fifth brother was drunk and told a prostitute.
Nanjin closed her eyes, sighed, and said softly, let him in, and get me another knife.
Nan Yen dragged the trembling man in.
The man knelt at Nanjin's feet, begging for mercy. Madam, I was wrong, I'll never dare to do it again. I'll do whatever you want, please spare my life, please. The man kowtowed repeatedly, but it did nothing to move the woman before him. Nanjin paused, then slowly knelt down in front of Lao Wu. Raise your head. The man obediently raised his head, looking at her cautiously. The woman smiled and shoved a cigarette into his eye. A piercing scream echoed from the room. Nanjin expressionlessly held out her hand, and Nan Yen handed her a knife. She grabbed the man's hair and brandished the knife against his cheek. Fifth brother, you've been a member of the Nan family for a long time.
Considering you followed me for so many years, I won't take your life.
You have no other faults, except for lust, and you can't control your mouth. How can you work for me if you can't control yourself, both up and down? I'll give you two choices, either cut off your manhood, or cut off your tongue.
Choose one.
Nan Yen sneered coldly, mother is truly merciful. Both should have been cut off. You failed mother's efforts to raise you, you useless piece of trash. In the end, the fifth son chose his tongue. Nanjin said calmly, go and call those people in from outside. Let them see the consequences of not being able to control their mouths. Several people entered, watching in hushed tones as Nanjin personally cut off the fifth son's tongue. Blood splattered onto the woman's delicate and beautiful face, but she didn't even blink. Your blood splattered on me. Blood stained the expensive carpet in the room.
Nanjin tossed the knife aside. Drag him out. Two men swiftly dragged him out. Some people in the room remained calm, seemingly used to it. Some, newly appointed, felt a chill run down their spines at the sight, heads bowed, barely daring to breathe. After staging this show of making an example of someone, Nanjin chased everyone out. The mother and son then began discussing Shen Qingling. As if on cue, Shen Qingling arrived.
Nanjin smiled knowingly, let's go, our distinguished guest has arrived.
Go and greet her. Chapter 97 Movie Emperor Shen Qingling returns online.
According to Nanjin's investigation, Shen Qingling was the youngest son the Gu family had taken back from an orphanage. This matched what director He Qili had found out. They were unaware that Gu Yijin wasn't a biological son of the Gu family, assuming Shen Qingling and Gu Yijin were both Gu family children, brothers. If they were brothers, there would be many more complexities. Once a conflict of interest arises, they could easily take advantage. Even brothers can turn against each other in a wealthy family like the Gu family. Moreover, one brother grew up in luxury at the Gu family, while the other endured hardship in an orphanage. Could a child raised in an orphanage not harbor resentment? Nanjin didn't believe it. Nan Yen believed it even less. If he were Shen Qingling, he would scatter the Gu family's ashes. The Nan family mother and son descended from the top floor, but Shen Qingling was nowhere to be seen.
Nanjin raised an eyebrow. Where did the guest go? Didn't they say he arrived? The two men in black guarding the door exchanged bewildered glances. Madam, he went to do something heroic. Even these 4 words sounded a little embarrassing coming from the mouth of a burly, gangster-like man. Nanjin looked puzzled. What? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. Doing something heroic? What kind of joke had she heard? Nanjin and Nan Yen exchanged a look, both seeing the same confusion in each other's eyes. Following the bodyguard's directions, the two went to where Shen Qingling was. In the messy private room,
Shen Qingling was comforting a little boy. Beside him stood a woman and two men who had been beaten and were lying on the ground. The lighting in the private room was dim, they couldn't see Shen Qingling's face or his expression. But they could hear the gentle, soothing voice of a young man. Clear and gentle, like warm jade. Shen Qingling rarely spoke in such a gentle tone. When he did, his voice was captivating. Brother will take you to get something to eat, okay? Are you hungry? Hungry. Then let's go out and come back when Mom finishes her business. The boy led the child by the hand. He stepped from darkness into light. The boy slowly raised his head. His aloof and refined face held a pair of eyes as clear and beautiful as glass, their black and white pupils pure and untainted, as if not a speck of dust had ever settled within them. Nanjun and Nan Yen were both mesmerized by those eyes. Such pure eyes. Just then, the system's voice rang out. 077, detected 3S level romanceable character. 1 million points. Name, unknown. Goddess level, SSS level. Identity, unknown. Personality, unknown. Plot relevance, 60%. Ending, insufficient points, cannot unlock. Without a doubt, Nanjun is this unknown goddess. Shen Qingling glanced at the two. Nan Yen and Nanjun are not biological mother and son, this is no secret in Jiangcheng. Nan Yen is very handsome, with beautiful eyes, but his gaze is sinister, and his brows are lowered, making it impossible to focus on his appearance. Instead, one is immediately struck by his gaze. It's clear that Nan Yen is still a young man, he possesses an untamed wildness. A blank expression gives the impression of coldness, making even the most beautiful face intimidating. As the saying goes, you can tell at a glance this person is ruthless, and that's the feeling Nan Yen gives off. Nanjun, however, is different. Nanjun is beautiful, incredibly beautiful, possessing a refined beauty honed by time. Wherever she goes, she's a stunning sight. She wears a traditional cheongsam that perfectly accentuates her S-shaped figure, highlighting her curves and slender waist. A thin silk scarf is draped over her shoulders, and the cheongsam's slit reaches her thigh, revealing glimpses of her fair and full legs. The attire alone evokes the image of a misty, rain-drenched Jiangnan woman, but combined with her features and bold red lips, it creates a completely different impression. Individually, every feature of this woman was perfect, but what was truly unforgettable were her eyes beneath her delicate, arched eyebrows were a pair of upturned, fox-like eyes. These were incredibly alluring eyes, captivatingly seductive. Nanjun embodied the stereotypical image of a mature, sophisticated woman, or rather, she fit the public's ideal of a top-tier mature woman. Tall, S-shaped figure, striking features, fiery red lips, fox-like eyes. No man could resist this type of mature woman. Leg fetishists were especially delighted. Nanjun's legs were long and full, they weren't the thin, bony, straight type. They were fleshy, the kind that could make stockings bulge out. Shen Qingling knew she was a goddess of unparalleled beauty. The instant he heard the system announcement, Shen Qingling quickly devised a plan. The movie star Shen Qingling was back online. He deliberately locked eyes with Nanjun. The moment their eyes met, the young man's eyes flashed with undisguised amazement. It wasn't an unpleasant look, it was devoid of any lewdness or desire. He was simply stunned by her beauty, momentarily speechless for a few seconds. The young man seemed to realize he had lingered his gaze on her for too long, and lowered his eyes somewhat avertedly. Shen Qingling seemed not to recognize them, leading the child directly past them. As he brushed past Nanjun, the woman noticed his slightly reddened ears. Nanjun hadn't seen a young man like this in a long time. Nanjun turned to look at Shen Qingling's retreating figure. Ian, he doesn't seem like the kind of person we imagined. Something was seriously wrong. Nan Yen frowned. I'll go ask the woman inside what's going on. Nan Yen went in and pulled the woman out. The two men in the room, seeing it was Nan Yen, dared not speak. The woman tearfully recounted the entire story. She had borrowed money from a loan shark, the man in the loan was her creditor. The creditor was a very wealthy man with powerful backers. The woman was beautiful, and because she couldn't repay the loan, the creditor threatened to forcibly sell her. She was truly sold. The child had been kidnapped by the creditor's men to threaten the woman. Tonight, the creditor's men were here to inspect the goods. The woman borrowed money to save her husband.
Her husband was seriously ill, and the family couldn't afford the expenses, so she borrowed money. Even so, it couldn't prevent her husband's death. With her husband gone and a child still in the house, the burden of life had crushed her. She was willing to pay off the debt with her body, her only worry was her child. The woman wept pitifully. But Nanjin and Nan Yen had seen too many things like this, and had gradually become numb. The world is never short of pitiful people. Her pitifulness didn't evoke any sympathy from Nanjin and Nan Yen.
But it did evoke sympathy from Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling happened to pass by the private room, heard the two women crying, went in, and rescued them. More than just rescuing them, Shen Qingling paid off the woman's debt.
What? He paid off your debt? How much? 200,000. Nanjin and Nan Yen both saw undisguised surprise in each other's eyes. Chapter 98: A Peculiar Way of Discussing Conspiracies.
Shen Qingling sat in the private room, holding a child. Shen Qingling looked at the henchman at the door and said, "Brother, could you get me a bottle of AD calcium milk?"
The henchman thought he misheard. What? Wangzai milk, Shuangweiwei, anything will do. Sorry, Mr. Shen, we only have tea and wine here. Surely we have some food. Yes. At Shen Qingling's request, the diligent henchman went to the kitchen to get some food. Nanjin and Nan Yen arrived just in time to see Shen Qingling teaching the child to write. This is my name. Shen Qingling. He taught each stroke carefully. Shen Qingling's handwriting was beautiful, just like him. The child was very well behaved in his arms, the tears from earlier hadn't been wiped away, and the tip of his nose was still red, making him look pitiful yet adorable. Brother, thank you. No need to thank me. Studying hard from now on is your way of thanking me. I don't have a school to attend. You will. I've talked to your mother, and she'll send you to school. Nan Yen looked at Shen Qingling, seemingly lost in thought. Shen Qingling glanced up and saw the two people at the door. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected that the two people he had just brushed past were the ones who had arranged to meet him. His gaze lingered on Nanjin for a few seconds longer. Then, Shen Qingling placed the child on the sofa and got up to stand beside the two. Hello, I'm Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling looked at Nan Yen with a confident expression, but he avoided looking into the woman's alluring eyes. He acted as if he were discussing serious business with Nan Yen. This made the two, who were used to dealing with cunning old foxes, feel a little uncomfortable. Shen Qingling was not only different from what they had imagined, but completely different. Nan Yan's expression changed as he looked at Shen Qingling's outstretched hands. Such a formal and peculiar way of discussing intrigue. This was like a mouse entering a grand hall for the two who were used to scheming and plotting. Nan Yen paused, hesitated, and then extended his hand under the boy's clear gaze. Nan Yen. Shen Qingling then looked at Nanjin beside him. And this older sister beside him is. The boy's tone was tentative and curious. There was even a hint of youthful shyness. They rarely interacted with a boy like Shen Qingling. His refreshing and cheerful demeanor gave them a strange feeling. Nan Yen said calmly, "This is my mother." Hearing Nan Yan's answer, Shen Qingling's eyes froze for a moment, then slowly lowered after a moment of surprise. It seemed to be regret, or perhaps something else. The boy's fleeting expression still caught their attention. Nan Yen looked at Nanjin, who raised an eyebrow. A mere glance was enough for them to understand each other perfectly. This silly boy seems to have a bit of a crush on her. When the boy looked up again, his aloof demeanor returned. Sorry, I thought it was you, sister. Hello, auntie. Nan Yen almost lost his composure at Shen Qingling's hello, auntie. Shen Qingling had a death wish. She actually dared to call Nanjin auntie. Nanjin raised an eyebrow slightly, not angry at all. She smiled and said, "You can call me Madam Nan." Madam. He didn't seem to like this word. Nan Yen, let's go inside and talk. Nanjin and Nan Yen sat down opposite Shen Qingling.
There was a child eating steamed eggs on the sofa. Nanjun glanced at the child and said, "Do you know his family?"
No.
Then you still paid off 200,000 for his family. I couldn't just watch someone die. This 200,000 was an astronomical sum for that woman, but not for Shen Qingling. A single bag or bracelet from Gu Yutan cost more than that. Whatever his motives for helping that woman, the fact remained that he helped someone. A gentleman acts regardless of his intentions.
Nan Yan gave a mocking smile. "You're really kind.
There are so many pitiful people in this world, can you help them all?" Shen Qingling lowered her eyes and said, "I can't help them all, but at least I can help one." This was the first time Nanjun and Nan Yan had encountered someone like Shen Qingling. It feels a little strange.
What kind of cooperation do you want to discuss with me?
Take the child out first, Ian.
He's just a child, he won't understand any of this.
Nanjun just smiled upon hearing this. "You're too young, you don't understand these things." Nan Yan got up and scooped the child up under his arm. Nan Yan was tall, about the same height as Shen Qingling, and the child looked like a doll on him.
Nan Yan carried the child out of VIP room 888 and tossed him onto the sofa in the next room. Then he went back to VIP room 888, got some steamed eggs, and went to the next room.
Nan Yan handed the steamed eggs to the child expressionlessly.
"Your egg."
The child trembled under Nan Yan's gaze.
Thank you.
Nan Yan gave him a fierce look and said, "Eat your egg obediently, and don't tell anyone about today's events once you leave." The child bit his lip, tears welling in his eyes, and then burst into tears.
Nan Yan's expression changed. "Why are you crying?"
The burly man behind him advised, "Young master, he's only 3 years old, he shouldn't understand these things."
Nan Yan waved his hand and said, "Children are always a hassle. You keep an eye on him."
When Nan Yan returned to the private room, the atmosphere was a little off. Shen Qingling was very quiet. When Nan Yan wasn't around, he wouldn't even look at Nanjun.
Actually, he didn't dare to look. After all, in the young man's eyes, she was a married man and a mother. Whatever fantasies he might have had before, he should immediately extinguish them upon learning the woman's identity.
So the private room was very quiet. Nanjun sipped her tea while scrutinizing Shen Qingling. Her eyes practically scanned him from head to toe. The boy noticed her scrutinizing gaze and blushed. He turned his face away from her gaze, a bead of sweat appearing on his nose, and finished his tea. His actions betrayed a depth of emotion that wasn't as calm as he appeared. Nanjun had never seen a boy like Shen Qingling in her life. So innocent, pure, kind, and naive, so beautiful, yet so out of place in their world.
In the eyes of the Nan family mother and son, Shen Qingling was simply a naive and innocent fool.
It was unbelievable that Gu Changwan, that old fox, had such a son.
But considering his background, it seemed somewhat normal.
He wasn't raised in a treacherous, power-hungry wealthy family, he still retained his conscience and kind nature.
Completely different from what they expected. Now things were getting complicated.
According to their original plan, Shen Qingling was a vengeful young man harboring resentment towards the Gu family and wanting to fight Gu Yijin for the family fortune.
Then they could bribe him, as long as Shen Qingling refused Shang Mo's marriage proposal. This would break the alliance between the Shang and Gu families. Without Shang Mo's involvement, the Gu family's chances of winning were not as good as theirs. But Shen Qingling wasn't what they expected. No matter what they said, Shen Qingling remained unmoved, practically impervious to reason.
Nan Yan had talked himself hoarse, but Shen Qingling still hadn't agreed to his cooperation.
"No, then what do you want? Don't you want anything?"
"Yes."
"What do you want?"
"Keep that mother and child from earlier."
Chapter 99: The Beauty Trap. What?
Her creditor has powerful backers. He's relentlessly pursuing her and her son because he covets her beauty. I hope you can protect her and allow them to live a normal life.
The Nan family mother and son fell completely silent. Where did this living Buddha come from?
Nanjun, you don't ask for anything for yourself, you only think about them.
To you, they're just strangers.
They had already made the Nan family's strength crystal clear in their previous conversation.
If Shen Qingling marries Shang Mo, the position of Gu family heir will definitely be his.
Therefore, they must offer equal or even higher benefits to sway Shen Qingling.
Stripping Gu Yijin's inheritance rights plus a cooperation fee of hundreds of millions is their offer. Nanjun even clearly described Shang Mo's characteristics.
Marrying Shang Mo will indeed grant you inheritance rights, but you won't be able to control this woman. She's not a mindless heiress like Shang Xia.
Shang Mo definitely has a bigger purpose in marrying you. You should also consider whether you'll even survive after inheriting the Gu family.
If you die, will the Gu family fall into Shang Mo's hands?
Marrying Shang Mo is like playing with fire.
It seems like a win-win situation, but in reality, you're walking one foot in the grave. If one didn't know that Shang Mo proposed the marriage out of affection for Shen Qingling, any normal person would inevitably doubt her motives.
Who can guarantee the future? Shen Qingling, unless she's stupid, would know that cooperating with the Nan family is the best choice. For Shen Qingling, Shang Mo is an uncontrollable unknown, like holding a time bomb that could destroy her at any moment.
But cooperating with the Nan family is different.
Their cooperation is a one-time thing, and there will be no future entanglement. Isn't it better to seize the opportunity herself than to have an uncertain future? Although the Nan family is ruthless, their terms for cooperation are always incredibly attractive, and they always keep their promises.
The Nan family values rules, and those in the underworld who break them often meet a terrible end. This is why the Nan family has remained powerful for so many years.
Nan Yen made his point very clear, but Shen Qingling remained unmoved. He wanted neither the inheritance nor the enormous cooperation fee they offered. Just for two strangers? The seat at the Lesan giant Buddha should belong to Shen Qingling.
Shen Qingling, if you're going to help someone, help them to the end. Since you've already done so much, why not help them completely?
Nan Yen, are you a Buddhist? Shen Qingling, I'm not a Buddhist.
Shen Qingling was doing this to establish a persona and to have an excuse to contact Nanjun and create an opportunity to meet. These two could hardly believe that someone like Shen Qingling existed in the world.
Are you sure this is your only request?
What if you dare to lie to us? Before Nan Yen could finish his threat, Nanjun raised her hand and said, "Hey, Ayen, don't say things like that."
The woman looked at Shen Qingling and asked, "I'm only asking you, what will happen if you don't do what you said you would?"
Shen Qingling, do with me as you please. Nanjun, alright, then we'll take good care of the mother and child, you can rest assured. Shen Qingling pursed her lips.
But how can I trust you?
What if you go back on your word after I refuse the marriage?
Nanjun smiled. The Nan family is all about rules. We keep our promises and never go back on our word.
Shen Qingling, then I'll have to check on the child regularly to make sure he's safe and sound.
Nanjun smiled. It's a deal. I'll wait for your good news.
Before leaving, Shen Qingling went to the private room to see the mother and child, seemingly to comfort them.
Nan Yen watched Shen Qingling's retreating figure with a complex expression. How can there be such a person in the world? He still found it hard to believe. Yes, how can there be such a person? Ayan, do you think the ending would have been different if we had met a Shen Qingling back then?
Nan Yan's eyes changed, and he slowly lowered his gaze.
How many people like Shen Qingling are there in the world?
He both disliked Shen Qingling's kindness and couldn't help but hope that there were more people like her in the world. With one more Shen Qingling, there would be one less Nan Yan and Nanjun. But how long could Shen Qingling's kindness last? Entering the Gu family is like a lamb entering a wolf's den. He can barely protect himself and yet he's oblivious, yet he worries about two strangers.
It's laughable. One day he'll regret it. Nanjun sighed, that's his fate. Perhaps heaven favors the kind. Nan Yen gave a sarcastic smile, do you even believe that yourself? Good people never get good rewards. Shen Qingling's end will definitely not be good.
As the saying goes, good people don't live long, bad people live 1,000 years. People like us should all die, should all go to hell.
Going to hell is too easy for us. We should live well, living is the punishment. The two lamented Shen Qingling's fate.
They seem to have already foreseen Shen Qingling's end. The two politely saw Shen Qingling to the door. After all, they'd gained a benefit without giving anything in return, so they should at least give the Lesan giant Buddha as a parting gift. Before leaving, Shen Qingling suddenly asked Nan Yen, "How old are you this year?"
Nan Yen replied coldly, "Don't you know it's impolite to ask someone's age?" Nanjun smiled and said, 17.
Shen Qingling said with a hint of a smile, "Then you're younger than me."
"No wonder you act like a child. Call me brother next time we meet."
Shen Qingling was different from others. He wasn't afraid of Nan Yan's sinister and cold demeanor. Nan Yan was stunned for a moment, and just as he was about to get angry, Shen Qingling left. After taking a few steps, Shen Qingling couldn't help but turn back and glance at Nanjun.
Their eyes met again.
The boy hadn't expected them to still be at the door, and the moment his gaze met Nanjun's, he was momentarily stunned.
The boy quickly turned and left, almost as if fleeing in panic. "I have a feeling this kid might like you a little."
It's not just a feeling. Shen Qingling isn't good at hiding his emotions or his eyes.
His thoughts are almost always written on his face.
His attraction to Nanjun is no exception. Nanjun finds Shen Qingling quite interesting. She smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you to call him brother from now on? My brother is in his grave, for his own good, I'd better not call him brother anymore."
"Don't say that. Shen Qingling is not like that kind of scum." "I know, I'm thinking about something." "Everything's over, what are you still thinking about?"
How will Gu Changwang react if Shen Qingling refuses the arranged marriage?
Gu Changwang won't give up easily, will he?
I'm worried Shen Qingling won't be able to hold on. After all, they're just two strangers.
Defying a family arranged marriage for two strangers sounds like a joke. There's a safer way. Tell me. The honey trap. Nanjun raised an eyebrow slightly. Chapter 100, Let me seduce him? You want me to seduce him? If he knew you'd never been married and had never had a man, wouldn't he be tempted?
Shen Qingling clearly had feelings for Nanjun, but maintained a distance and restraint due to his status.
Perhaps he couldn't resist for two strangers, but what about for the one he loved? Nanjun should be able to win over a naive and innocent young man.
Nanjun thought about it, and it didn't seem impossible. If she could control Shen Qingling, perhaps she could further control the Gu family. Nanjun gave a seductive smile. "Don't worry, leave it to me. Shen Qingling will surely become my devoted follower." In the hazy night, she suddenly remembered the boy's clear eyes.
Nanjun lit a cigarette. Another kind person in the world was about to be hurt. She was truly guilty.
When Shen Qingling came out of Lantingjia, two people received the news.
One of them was Shang Mo.
Shang Mo frowned deeply as she looked at the photo on her phone. The photo showed Nan Yen, Nanjun, and Shen Qingling standing together.
How could Shen Qingling be involved with the Nan family?
For some reason, she suddenly had a bad feeling. The Nan family was currently vying with the Gu family for that piece of land, and she had gotten involved.
Could it be that the Nan family, seeing their chances of winning were slim, had started using underhanded tactics against the Gu family? Shang Mo could only think that the Nan family had approached Shen Qingling for the land in the development zone.
The only person the Gu family had a chance of getting close to was Shen Qingling. Both of the Nan family members were dangerous individuals, especially Nanjun. She had dealt with Nanjun before. This woman was far from simple.
How could Shen Qingling, a naive and innocent college student, possibly outmaneuver these two? Shang Mo couldn't help but feel worried. What conditions did the Nan family offer, and did Shen Qingling agree? What exactly did they discuss?
Shang Mo wanted to call Shen Qingling to find out, but remembering that she had secretly followed Shen Qingling, she couldn't explain herself clearly.
Wouldn't Shen Qingling discover her true colors that way? No.
She was anxious but didn't know how to bring it up with Shen Qingling. Shang Mo closed her eyes, forcing herself to calm down.
She began to think. Why did they approach Shen Qingling at this particular time?
The timing was perfect, not too early, not too late, right after she entered the scene.
Could it be because of her entry? Shang Mo keenly sensed that her involvement led the Nan family to approach Shen Qingling. So, could this be related to her? What conditions would it take to get her to withdraw from the alliance with the Gu family?
It could only be a marriage alliance.
Shang Mo suddenly opened her eyes.
Her condition for the marriage alliance was helping Gu Changwang acquire this land.
What if the marriage alliance falls through? Would she still fight for the land? Logically, no.
Because others would see her as driven by self-interest.
So the Nan family approached Shen Qingling, hoping she would refuse the marriage alliance. Shang Mo's face suddenly darkened. She snapped the pen in her hand in two. If the Nan family dared to ruin her marriage alliance plan,
she would rather die than let them take this land.
Nanjin, you'd better not come looking for death.
A murderous intent gradually appeared in Shang Mo's eyes.
There was another person who knew about Shen Qingling's visit to Lanting Jia. That person was Wen Sulan. Ever since Shen Qingling's accident, Wen Sulan desperately wanted someone to protect him 24/7. Upon learning that Shen Qingling had met with those two from the Nan family, Wen Sulan's first reaction was worry. What did the Nan family intend to do to her son? After Shen Qingling returned home, Wen Sulan knocked on his door. Once inside, she couldn't help but bring up the matter.
Wen Sulan knew that sending someone to follow Shen Qingling was wrong, but as a mother, she did it out of concern for her child's safety. She said somewhat apologetically, "Qingling, I'm sorry, Mom has something to tell you."
"What is it?" "About your trip to Lanting Jia today, I know."
Shen Qingling knew someone was following him, so this was something he had expected.
He gave a faint smile. "I know." When Sulan asked in surprise, "You knew I sent people to follow you?" "I know, but I understand you're just worried about me." "Qingling, whatever you do, Mom won't interfere. You have your freedom. But the Nan family is different.
Their people operate in both the legitimate and criminal worlds, their methods aren't clean.
I'm afraid you'll get hurt." "I understand, Mom." When Sulan first got up and went to the door to check.
Seeing no one around, she closed the door and sat down next to Shen Qingling.
When Sulan said softly, "Tell Mom the truth. Did they reach some kind of agreement with you? What do they want you to do?" "Don't worry, I won't let your father know. It's a secret between us. Mom will always be on your side.
Even if it infringes on the Gu family's interests, it's fine, as long as you get what you want."
For example, inheritance rights. When Sulan could guess a little, the Nan family would definitely offer tempting terms. For Shen Qingling, what else in the Gu family could be more important than the inheritance?
Shen Qingling smiled at Wen Sulan. His mother could be quite adorable sometimes.
"Mom, the Nan family wants me to refuse the marriage alliance with Shang Mo." "I knew it. It must be about that land in the development zone." "Yes, and I agreed." "You agreed? Did they offer you some conditions or threaten you?"
"They didn't threaten me, but they did offer tempting conditions, like cutting off Gui Jin's inheritance rights and giving me hundreds of millions in cooperation fees." Cutting off Gui Jin's inheritance rights undoubtedly meant targeting him, whether it was crippling him or making him disappear.
Gui Jin's eyes changed upon hearing this. What a Nan family! What a Nan Yen! What a Shen Qingling!
In fact, Gui Jin had also sent people to follow Shen Qingling. However, when Sulan's men were following closely, preventing his men from getting too close, and it seemed there was another group of people following them as well.
Gui Jin had no idea what was going on, he only knew that Shen Qingling had met with the Nan family, and nothing else. Gui Jin wanted to know what the Nan family had discussed with Shen Qingling, but Lanting Jia was Nan family territory, and his men couldn't get in.
He could only sneak into Shen Qingling's room and plant a listening device before Shen Qingling returned home, intending to retrieve it the next day.
Who knew he would discover this huge secret?
Shen Qingling had indeed changed.
He had turned evil. Or rather, he had been faking it from the beginning.
Gui Jin suddenly felt a surge of hatred for Shen Qingling.
How dare he deceive his feelings? What did he take Gui Jin for? He had even believed Shen Qingling was a simple, kind, and good person.
Just as Gui Jin's eyes reddened with anger, Shen Qingling spoke again.
"But I didn't agree to any of that." Gui Jin was stunned. Chapter 101 Gui Jin sheds tears late at night. Wan Sulan was stunned. You didn't agree?
So you rejected Shang Mo's marriage proposal for them for nothing?
It wasn't entirely for nothing.
I met a pitiful mother and child at Lanting Jia, and I asked the Nan family to take them in and protect them.
That was my condition.
Besides, if you don't love someone but insist on being with them, who do you end up hurting, them or yourself?
The last sentence resonated deeply with Wan Sulan. She couldn't help but think of herself.
Gu Changwang didn't love her, yet he still married her. She had kept a cold heart for so many years, unable to feel happiness. Her child didn't want another person to suffer the same fate.
Wan Sulan choked back tears, unsure what to do. Wan Sulan looked at Shen Qingling with a sigh. Sometimes she wished he could be a little more ruthless. How could someone so kind protect himself? She patted Shen Qingling's head. My good child, I don't know what to do.
You're too kind, too much kindness can hurt you. I just did what I could, besides I didn't want to hurt another innocent person for the sake of inheritance.
You mean Gui Jin?
Yes, actually, since I came back, he's been very good to me.
I think he's a good person. Gui Jin's heart skipped a beat. Few people care about me like this.
He treats me like family, even though I'm not good with words, he's still very warm towards me.
He was powerless to change what happened before, it was all his family's fault. Why impose it on him? I don't want to hate him. If possible, I hope we can be good brothers.
Wan Sulan really wanted to tell Shen Qingling that Gui Jin wasn't what he thought, his warmth and kindness were all an act.
But if Shen Qingling knew, he would be hurt, heartbroken. How could she bear to shatter his illusions about his family and his good brother?
But you two are in the Gu family, destined to never be peaceful brothers. If you don't harm him, he'll harm you.
I believe he won't. Gui Jin lay on the bed, silently listening to everything. Why did it have to be this way?
Shen Qingling, how I wish I could hear you hate me, that you want to hurt me.
That way I could hurt you without any burden. Why did it have to be this way? Gui Jin was going crazy.
He wished Shen Qingling was as he imagined him, so he could hurt him without restraint, frame him, make him lose his inheritance, and lose the Gu family's favor. They were sworn enemies, destined to be enemies to the death.
But why did things turn out this way?
After meeting Shen Qingling, his psychological burden grew heavier and heavier. He actually felt sorry for Shen Qingling. Seeing his gentle, innocent eyes, thinking of his kind and beautiful heart, Gui Jin felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Perhaps the most difficult people to deal with in this world aren't those who are thoroughly evil, but those who are thoroughly good. They instill fear in those living in darkness, revealing a side of themselves they've never touched.
Gui Jin lay in bed, instinctively shielding his eyes with his hand.
Perhaps the light was too glaring, or perhaps Shen Qingling's words were too moving. His vulnerability, his tears, could not be known by anyone.
Gui Jin shed tears for someone for the first time. And that person was none other than Shen Qingling, the very person he hated most. Was this divine retribution?
For making him encounter an opponent he couldn't bring himself to hate. He suddenly wondered if it was possible for them to be good brothers.
Gui Jin slowly moved his hand away, staring blankly at the ceiling. Wan Sulan continued, but the time you disappeared, your father checked his phone. His search history was full of you. Those online rumors might have been intentional.
Even if you don't want to hate him, you should at least be wary of him and not trust him too much.
Shen Qingling smiled. I believe he just cared about me. He even came to comfort me that night. I'm very grateful to him.
Wan Sulan could tell that Shen Qingling didn't want to delve into Gui Jin's actions, he didn't want to witness the ugly side of human nature.
I understand.
Anyway, Mom just wants you to protect yourself.
It's too early to talk about inheritance.
Your father is in his prime, he has decades of life ahead of him.
You'll grow up eventually.
For now, just be a carefree young master. The mother and son had a pleasant heart-to-heart talk.
But it was Gui Jin who broke down.
Shen Qingling had no idea what kind of internal struggle Gui Jin had gone through.
The next morning, Shen Qingling woke up to find Gui Jin with dark circles under his eyes and swollen, red eyes. Shen Qingling exclaimed in surprise, "Come here. Jin, what happened?" Seeing Gui Jin's pitiful state, Shen Qingling didn't try to provoke him further. Hearing Jin, Gui Jin was speechless. For the first time, he couldn't maintain his facade of gentleness and silently brushed past Shen Qingling. Gui Jin went to see Zhang Jing. The two met at the golf course. "Do you have any Chinese medicine? Get me a few doses." Zhang Jing almost spat out the water he was drinking. He put down the water and coughed. "What's wrong? What upset you? Did Shen Qingling upset you again?" Upon hearing the name Shen Qingling, Gui Jin fell silent. After a while, Gui Jin asked, "Jing, how many years have we known each other?" "What, want to reminisce with me? Just answer me." "More than 10 years, I've forgotten." "If one day an opportunity were presented to you, allowing you to inherit the Zhang family, on the condition that I die, would you do it?" Zhang Jing raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I don't need to tell you the answer, do I? If it were you, you would make the same choice as me. Neither of them were good people. How could they give up their future for a brother? That would be foolish." Zhang Jing would undoubtedly choose the inheritance, and Gui Jin would do the same. Therefore, neither of them was Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling was different. Gui Jin's eyes darkened. The relationship between Gui Jin and Zhang Jing was somewhat strange. They weren't exactly friends, it was more like two people bound together by mutual interests. The Zhang family stood behind the Gu family, acting as their lackeys, while Zhang Jing stood behind Gui Jin, acting as her lackey. If Shen Qingling were to inherit the Gu family in the future, Zhang Jing wouldn't be fawning over him like this anymore. To put it bluntly, it's all about profit. We can only be friends if you're valuable. Without that identity and usefulness, he's nothing. Gui Jin took the golf club Zhang Jing handed him. He swung intently, the ball went into the hole, but he felt listless. Gui Jin tossed the club aside, frowned, and walked away. His mind was in turmoil, and he felt agitated. Zhang Jing followed him and asked, "What's wrong? Tell me." Gui Jin stopped and stared into Zhang Jing's eyes, asking, "What if you were Shen Qingling? There's a great opportunity to get rid of me, and I'll give you hundreds of millions. Would you agree?" Chapter 102, Beauty Trap vs. Handsome Man Trap? Zhang Jing replied without hesitation, "Of course I'd agree. Without you, he'd be the sole heir of the Gu family, and Gu Yutong can't cause any trouble." Gui Jin suddenly lowered his eyes and smiled. "Yes, you're different from him. Shen Qingling would never make that choice. Shen Qingling is Shen Qingling." Zhang Jing paused. "You mean Shen Qingling had a chance to get rid of you, but didn't?" Gui Jin took out a recording and played it for Zhang Jing. After listening, Zhang Jing fell silent. The Zhang family had 3 sons, Zhang Jing was the youngest. None of the 3 brothers shared the same mother. There was no affection between him and his brothers, only a life-or-death struggle. If the Zhang family had a brother like Shen Qingling, he might not have been so conflicted about the inheritance. Because with Shen Qingling, you could be a good brother without worry, he wouldn't harm you. Living in constant intrigue and scheming doesn't bring happiness, it only brings endless exhaustion and pain. But they couldn't afford not to fight. If they didn't, the other side would skin them alive. Nobody wants to be a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. If given a choice, who wouldn't want to be carefree? Zhang Jing sighed. "Now I understand why you said that before. Shen Qingling is really, I don't think your medicine will help." Even someone as ruthless as Gui Jin would be moved by Shen Qingling's words. "I don't know how to face him anymore." He couldn't pretend to be that warm, caring older brother in front of Shen Qingling anymore. He felt disgusted with himself. "Zhang Jing, just face him like that. Treat him the way he treats you. Anyway, to be honest, the inheritance of the Gu family doesn't really concern you anymore." Gui Jin said with a complicated expression, "I'm just a little unwilling." Unwilling. He'd worked so hard for so many years, was the final result just giving up? Years of effort gone in an instant, how could he accept that? But so far, no matter how hard he tried, fate seemed to favor Shen Qingling.
he had never won.
Was everything predetermined, something he could never shake from Shen Qingling's destiny, no matter how hard he tried?
A young master's child is destined to be a young master, a nanny's child is destined to be a nanny, and a rat's child is destined to be a rat.
He could never cross that chasm.
Gui Jin closed his eyes, his brow furrowed deeply.
Ah Jin, after knowing you for over a decade, I still want to give you some advice. Don't be so fixated on things that don't belong to you. I understand your resentment.
If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't be either. But instead of fighting to the death, where the final outcome is still uncertain, why not try a path you've never imagined?
What if that path is full of beautiful flowers? Wouldn't it be a pity if you missed it?
If you insist on taking that thorny path, what awaits you might not be flowers, but an abyss.
Zhang Jing understood. Gui Jin and Shen Qingling were different from his brothers, they didn't have to fight to the death.
Moreover, given the current situation, Shen Qingling had a greater chance of winning.
Gui Jin's only way to win was to gamble everything and eliminate Shen Qingling.
But seeing him like this, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Even if Shen Qingling died, the Gu family would suspect him, it wouldn't be worth it.
No matter which path he took, it was a dead end.
His only way out was with Shen Qingling.
Gui Jin slowly opened his eyes. I understand. Several days passed in the blink of an eye.
Gui Jin hadn't seen Shen Qingling much these past few days, and Shen Qingling hadn't paid attention to what he was doing.
Shen Qingling's attention was focused on today's date.
Today, Shen Qingling was dressed exceptionally well, clearly having put in considerable effort, quite different from his usual style. Today, Shen Qingling exuded a pure and innocent charm, his youthful energy overwhelming. His usual aloof and ascetic aura was softened, the deliberately left wisps of hair framing his face and the fresh outfit adding to his innocent appeal. This Shen Qingling was a sight to behold, he could easily have walked onto the set of a campus idol drama. His clear, boyish eyes seemed to see right into people's hearts. This was a Shen Qingling they had never seen before.
The comments section is going crazy. Could it be that she has someone she likes and is going on a date?
No, my idol, please don't fall in love, wah.
Shen Qingling, I'm ready to go. Stay here, and don't even think about leaving with your clothes. I'm going to deliver an epic lung attack. Didn't see Shen Qingling's part? This is it, thumbs up. Shen Qingling, breathe. Me, impressive.
This face is so cool, oh right, speaking of cool.
Shen Qingling's face is just too awesome, oh right, speaking of awesome. This comment shows me that men can be sexually harassed too. Oh, and speaking of sex. This joke is going a bit too far. But speaking of going too far. I think this joke is very disrespectful to men and incredibly boring. It's also bad for women to be talked about like this. Can't everyone post something positive and uplifting online? Speaking of positive.
Shen Qingling and the others are all making jokes, but I really understand you.
I hope there's a chance to get to know you better. Speaking of opportunities. How long will this kind of lewd joke continue? Speaking of how long. The Chinese entertainment industry needs to bring in more young men like this. Speaking of bringing in.
The comments section was filled with vulgar and offensive language, completely unreadable. However, most of the comments were speculating about who Shen Qingling was going to see, and why she was dressed up so meticulously. Shen Qingling was preparing to go out to see Nanjun. This time, Nanjun had taken the initiative to invite him, and the meeting place was still the Nan family home. Nanjun's reason was that Xiao Nian wanted to see him. Xiao Nian was the child Shen Qingling had saved. Shen Qingling noticed Nanjun was getting impatient. After waiting several days without any results, and without Shen Qingling sending her any messages, she remembered Nanyan's words and wondered if Shen Qingling had given up due to pressure from her family. She wanted to know how Shen Qingling's matter was going, so she took the initiative to meet with her. One reason was to test her, and the other was to use her beauty to make Shen Qingling her devoted follower, completely obedient to her. Shen Qingling actually did nothing. Shen Qingling deliberately delayed the marriage proposal, neither agreeing nor refusing. She was keeping Shang Mo and Nanjun hanging on. Just waiting for Nanjun to get impatient and come to her. And there she was, she took the bait. Nanjun used her beauty to seduce him, so he used his handsome man to seduce her.
Let's see who's more cunning. Shen Qingling was followed as soon as she left the house. Shang Mo sat in her office watching the constantly changing location on her phone.
Finally, the location stopped at the Nan family residence.
Shang Mo's face turned cold. Nanjun.
Shen Qingling had dressed up so meticulously to go see Nanjun.
Shang Mo couldn't sit still any longer.
This woman was definitely trying to ruin her marriage with Shen Qingling.
She couldn't let Nanjun's plan succeed. Shang Mo grabbed her coat and car keys and went out.
She was going to the Nan family residence.
Chapter 103. Madam, this is not appropriate for us.
Shen Qingling, following the location sent to him by Nanjun, arrived at an old mansion. For a moment, he thought he had arrived at the filming location of his previous life. In this wealthy family where everyone lived in a villa, the Nan family stood out. 2 security guards in black suits and an elderly man in a traditional Chinese robe stood at the entrance. The old man greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Shen, please follow me." Only when the old man approached did Shen Qingling realize that he was a one-eyed old man. Shen Qingling didn't look at him much and followed him into the Nan family mansion. As Shen Qingling walked, he looked around the Nan family mansion. He had a feeling of an innocent rabbit stumbling upon a gangster's den. Despite the bright sunshine of the morning, the mansion still gave off an eerie feeling. There were hardly any living people in this quiet mansion, it was eerily silent. Shen Qingling felt as if he had stepped from a modern youth into a feudal era. A damp chill seeped from every crevice, creeping up his spine. Only a few birdsongs and the sound of 2 people walking on the pebbles mingled with the road. The wind carrying the lingering scent of aloeswood through the corridor startled the 12 rows of bronze bells on the eaves, their tinkling echoing along the bluestone paving of the 5 courtyards, awakening the 300-year-old crabapple tree in the mansion. After passing through 2 courtyards, Shen Qingling met the owner of the mansion. He found Nanjun in the study. The incense smoke rising from the burner in the study danced with the morning light, a fine veil of light filtered through the half-rolled bamboo blinds, and a beautiful woman stood behind the table writing, the gold-flecked paper still damp with fresh ink. The woman's hair was loosely tied back, secured with a jade hairpin, a few soft strands falling down her left side. Today she wore a white embroidered cheongsam, exuding a gentle, wifely charm. As the woman wrote, her fox-like eyes lowered, long eyelashes obscuring everything within them, giving her alluring eyes a hint of innocent pity. This was a honey trap deliberately arranged by Nanjun for Shen Qingling. What man wouldn't enjoy the company of a beautiful woman? Especially someone as highly educated as Shen Qingling. "Madam, Mr. Shen has arrived." After saying this, the butler discreetly withdrew. Nanjun heard the voice and slightly raised her eyes. Those were still her eyes, captivatingly alluring, the upturned, crimson corners unable to conceal her seductive charm. Today, Nanjun was a combination of purity and desire. Her light makeup, gentle attire, even her hair was meticulously styled, combined with her naturally alluring mature woman's temperament and features, created a contradictory yet captivating feeling. She smiled beautifully. "So it's my little guest." Shen Qingling's eyes flashed with amazement, momentarily captivated by the woman's beautiful and alluring gaze. He quickly lowered his eyes, his ears turning bright red. Just like that day, he was powerless to resist the woman's allure, yet he forced himself not to look at her any longer, remembering her identity. But his slightly red ears betrayed the young man's inner turmoil. Nanjun smiled slightly, emerging from behind her desk and leaning gently against the doorframe. The young man stood awkwardly in the doorway, not daring to look at her. The woman's cheerful voice came from behind, "Why don't you come in? Madam is practicing calligraphy." "It's all right. I saw you writing quite well the other day, like you know calligraphy. Have you practiced?" "Yes, I studied calligraphy for a while when I had some free time." Shen Qingling's learning of calligraphy was indeed accidental. There was a teacher at the orphanage who was very skilled in calligraphy, and Shen Qingling had studied with him for a period of time. Nanjun had specifically checked, Shen Qingling had won awards in calligraphy competitions. So this whole affair was entirely arranged for Shen Qingling. She smiled charmingly and said, "Can you teach me?" Shen Qingling looked up at her, trying to tell if she was joking.
The woman blinked and continued, I'd like you to be my calligraphy teacher. Madam, I'm just an amateur. Someone of your status could easily find a calligraphy master. It's all right. I just want to find someone I trust to teach me.
Anyway, you come to see Xiaoyan from time to time, so it's fine if you teach me for a while when you have some free time. Seeing that Shen Qingling didn't move, she stepped over the threshold and walked up to him. Nanjun suddenly reached out and placed her hand on his shoulder, and the young man trembled and took a step back. She smiled and said, There's a fallen leaf on your shoulder. The young man realized he had overreacted and said shyly and awkwardly, I'm sorry, madam, I'm not used to people getting so close to me. Nanjun, as if curious, leaned forward again, standing on tiptoe until their noses almost touched.
How about this?
The woman's beautiful eyes were like a fox's, incredibly alluring. Shen Qingling seemed mesmerized by her eyes, only turning his head away after a moment, saying, Madam, I came to see Xiaoyan, this isn't appropriate. Nanjun smiled, saying it wasn't appropriate, but neither pushed her away nor dodged.
A man's body always tells a story.
Nanjun took another step back and said, All right, I won't tease you anymore.
Nan Yen went to pick up Xiaoyan. Come in. Nanjun turned and went into the study.
Shen Qingling hesitated for a moment but followed her in. Nanjun stood in front of the desk and said, Come and see, how's my handwriting? Shen Qingling walked to her side and looked at the writing.
Not bad. Really? Don't say that just to make me happy.
The woman's tone rose slightly at the end of her sentence, carrying a hint of coquetry. Perhaps this was related to her background in the soft, melodious dialect of the South. I'm not trying to flatter you, it's really not bad.
So, does Teacher Shen approve of my handwriting? Nanjun's address of Teacher Shen was tender and affectionate, a stark contrast to Lin Xingnian's address of Teacher Shen.
The boy's Adam's apple bobbed, and he gave a soft
The woman's gaze lingered on his bobbing Adam's apple for a few seconds. Nanjun realized she didn't seem to need to do anything, she seemed to possess a natural, fatal attraction to the boy. She relaxed for a moment and handed the brush to Shen Qingling. I'd like to see Teacher Shen's handwriting. She stepped aside, and Shen Qingling took the brush and walked to the spot where she had been standing. What should I write? Just my name, Nanjun. Which Jin?
The Jin of poison. The boy murmured softly, Nanjun. The name, clearly carrying a murderous intent, sounded very different coming from his lips. The name was carefully traced between his lips, carrying a hint of tenderness and allure.
What's wrong? It's nothing, just a very nice name.
Nanjun paused, then smiled.
You're the first person to compliment my name. Nanjun's real name wasn't this.
The character, Jin, was chosen by herself, it meant poison, killing.
A very poisonous name, yet she liked it very much. The boy stubbornly insisted, it is very nice. The boy's blind praise of her name made the woman chuckle. An obvious, even somewhat clumsy, lie, yet it still made her happy. When her sister was alive, she used to say that people should associate with simple people more often, and it seemed she was right, it seemed to make people feel happy. She said softly, not as nice as your name, Qingling is pure and cold as the moon, as beautiful as a feather. This was Shen Qingling's first impression of Nanjun. Chapter 104 Madam, you've crossed the line.
Shen Qingling dared not look at her again and began to write seriously. The boy's writing conveyed a different feeling altogether. His brows furrowed slightly, his eyes focused and earnest, his handsome, sharp profile mirroring the strokes of his brush. Nanjun's eyes weren't on the writing at all, her gaze was fixed on the boy's face. They say a man is most handsome when he's focused, and Nanjun truly felt that way looking at Shen Qingling now. To be honest, this boy was the most handsome man she had ever met, and also the most innocent and kind. The boy carefully picked up his brush and wrote Nanjun's name. So beautiful, even when Teacher Shen writes, it's beautiful. The boy's eyelids fluttered slightly at her compliment. He lowered his eyes and asked casually, is Mr. Nan not home? This question carried a cautious probe, also a reminder of the difference in their status.
Nanjun smiled at his question, drawing a curious look from the boy. What are you laughing at, madam? Which Mr. Nan are you talking about, Teacher Shen?
Your husband, madam, Nan Yan's father. Nanjun took the pen from his hand and placed it aside, leaning against the desk. Her slight leaning posture accentuated her figure, giving her a unique charm. The woman said in a slightly teasing tone, "What, are you curious about him?" The young man paused, then found an excuse. "Since I've come to the Nan family, I should pay my respects to your husband, shouldn't I?"
Nanjun blinked innocently and said, "You can just visit me, why bother seeing him?
He's like a dead man, nowhere near as young and handsome as Teacher Shen." Nanjun was deliberately teasing Shen Qingling.
She seemed somewhat immersed in this honey trap.
Seducing a young man like Shen Qingling didn't make her feel disgusted or uncomfortable. On the contrary, she found it somewhat amusing. The young man, upon hearing her words, blushed. He glanced towards the door, and seeing no one was around, whispered, "Madam, it's best not to say such things.
What if someone hears? It wouldn't be good."
He seemed concerned for her reputation, afraid her words might be overheard.
"Can't I praise you?
Young Teacher Shen is handsome and a top student, a graduate of Jiang University." She spoke as she walked behind him, placing her hand on the young man's shoulder.
"Young Teacher Shen will inherit the Gu family's fortune in the future."
The woman's slender, beautiful fingertips traced along the young man's back, sending shivers down Shen Qingling's spine. Her soft voice carried a seductive undertone. "Which man can compare to you?" She slowly tiptoed and whispered in his ear, and which woman could remain unmoved? Her warm lips brushed against his ear. The young man, startled by her words and actions, knocked over the inkstone beside him. The sound of the inkstone shattering on the floor startled him back to reality. A flicker of struggle crossed his eyes, but he maintained his cold demeanor, saying, "Madam, you've crossed the line." Nanjun watched him with interest.
This was the aloof, godlike man who had captivated countless young women. Whether it was the innocent, pure-hearted boy he once was, or the aloof, morally upright young man he was now, he possessed a unique charm. Shen Qingling turned to leave, but the woman grabbed his hand. "Is Teacher Shen going to complain to my husband?"
Her voice sounded pitiful, and the boy indeed remained motionless, as if rooted to the spot. The woman gently scratched his palm, like a feather tickling his heart.
"Teacher Shen, I just like you a little."
The boy turned to look at her in surprise.
"You, like me?"
His eyes held surprise, barely suppressed joy, and finally, struggle. Liking someone wasn't an option, she was a married woman. Nanjun hooked her finger around his collar, her eyes alluring. "Teacher Shen, actually, I fell in love with you at first sight when we first met at Lantern Gathering."
"But we..."
"Shoo." She placed a finger to his lips.
"Liking someone is uncontrollable, don't you think?"
These words seemed to describe herself, yet also seemed to be directed at Shen Qingling.
His affection was too obvious, impossible to conceal.
Shen Qingling took a step back, only to be pinned against the table by the woman.
"Madam, what exactly do you want?" "I just want you to kiss me, is that all right?" "No."
"Then I'll kiss you, don't dodge, okay?" Looking into her eyes, almost no man could refuse. He leaned stiffly against the table, neither pushing her away nor initiating a kiss. But when the woman leaned in, he couldn't help but close his eyes.
The expected kiss didn't come. He opened his eyes and saw the woman's smiling eyes. "Little Shen teacher is so innocent.
I just wanted to tease you, but you closed your eyes."
"Do you really want me to kiss you?"
The boy blushed, his neck turning red.
Just as he was about to say something, Nanjun actually kissed him.
The boy's eyes widened suddenly. She didn't close her eyes while kissing him, but looked at him as she kissed him, her gaze incredibly seductive, gently nibbling at his lips. If this scene were depicted in an old-fashioned picture book, it would be called A Bewitching Woman Seducing a Scholar. Looking at the boy's shy yet adoring eyes, Nanjun felt that seducing him was the simplest thing in the world.
Even knowing she had a husband, he couldn't resist. What if he knew she didn't?
He would become completely at her feet. Shen Qingling's demise was only a matter of time. No, perhaps not so long.
Over there.
Hearing footsteps outside, the boy instantly snapped to attention, grabbing Nanjun's shoulders and shielding her behind him.
The boy nervously watched the doorway.
Nanjun was taken aback, not expecting his quick reaction, and that his first instinct was to shield her. Looking at the boy's tall back, she felt a strange sense of security. Shen Qingling turned her head and whispered, "Let's pretend what happened just now never happened."
"Madam, please don't say anything more." Nanjun smiled and said, "Are you afraid of being discovered and ruining your reputation?"
Afraid of being involved with a married woman. Shen Qingling seemed surprised that she would think of her this way. She couldn't help but turn around and look seriously into her eyes, saying, "I'm a man.
These things don't matter to me. Not many people will condemn me. You're a woman. They'll only curse you, saying you seduced me." Nanjun's eyes changed in that instant.
She looked at the young man before her, her heart trembling violently. She dropped her nonchalant smile, staring intently into his eyes, and said earnestly, "But it was indeed I who seduced you.
It wasn't your fault."
Hearing the young man's stubborn words, Nanjun suspected that if she really had a husband who discovered their affair, Shen Qingling was the kind of person who would take all the blame upon himself. To put it bluntly, one should only have an affair with a man like Shen Qingling. Because most men, the moment their infidelity is discovered, will always point their finger at the other woman.
Shen Qingling wouldn't.
When he said those words, Nanjun understood that Shen Qingling was different from those men.
Chapter 105: Shang Mo's Visit. Nanjun's heart changed.
Shen Qingling watched helplessly as the progress of her pursuit increased from 12 to 30. Nanjun had a good impression of Shen Qingling from their first meeting. Those few words just now unintentionally touched a nerve, and her heart fluttered again.
The people who entered were Nan Yan and Xiao Nian. Nan Yan entered and, seeing the two standing there, said, "What are you doing? Your little brat is here."
Nan Yan picked up the tiny child and walked over to the two, then forcefully placed Xiao Nian into Shen Qingling's arms. Xiao Nian looked at Shen Qingling obediently and said, "Hello, brother."
Shen Qingling's eyes softened.
"Have you been happy these past few days, Xiao Nian?"
"Yes, I've had good food and fun things to do."
"That's good.
Has no one been bullying you?" Nan Yan said unhappily, "Who would dare bully him here at the Nan family? Your question is unreasonable."
Shen Qingling smiled at him, "I was just asking."
"You can't keep an eye on him all the time. What if someone bullies him behind your back?"
Nan Yan said with a half smile, "If anyone dared to do such a thing, I'd chop them up and feed them to the dogs."
Xiao Nian shrank back into Shen Qingling's arms, a little frightened.
He was still very afraid of Nan Yan. Shen Qingling patted his back to comfort him. Nan Yan saw the inkstone on the ground and asked, "How did the inkstone end up on the ground?"
The boy lowered his eyes and said, "I accidentally bumped into it."
Nan Yan raised an eyebrow and looked at Nanjun, who gave him a look. Nan Yan said calmly, "Then play with this little one for a while. We'll go out first and call you when it's time to eat."
Shen Qingling looked up and said, "Eat? No need, I wasn't planning on."
"Nan Yan, this kid's been insisting on seeing you, it's not a big deal to have a meal with him." Shen Qingling turned to look at Xiao Nian, who was gazing at her expectantly.
Shen Qingling had no choice but to agree.
Nan Yan chuckled inwardly, he knew Shen Qingling would agree. Before coming, he had threatened Xiao Nian, making sure Xiao Nian had Shen Qingling stay for dinner. Nan Yan and Nanjun went outside to chat. Nan Yan glanced towards the study and asked, "So, did that kid take the bait?" Nanjun had a strange feeling. She said softly, "More than just taken the bait, he knew I was deliberately seducing him but was powerless to resist."
And what? He's very good."
"I know he's very good, otherwise he wouldn't have done something like that."
"No, I don't mean that."
Nanjun didn't know how to explain her feelings to Nan Yan. Nan Yan was a man too, and he found it hard to understand this feeling.
"Forget it, I can't explain it to you."
"You haven't fallen for him, have you?"
Nanjun laughed, "How could I? How old am I? How old is he?
There's no future for us.
Besides, we're from completely different worlds. How can black and white be reconciled?"
She was a person walking in the darkness, Shen Qingling was a person standing in the light. She shouldn't have come into contact with him, much less seduce him, but unfortunately, she was a bad woman. Only by any means necessary could she get what she wanted, even if it meant getting herself involved. "I'm sorry, Shen Qingling." She lowered her eyes, concealing the complex emotions within.
Nan Yen nodded. "That's true. How could Nanjun possibly fall in love with a man? He's overthinking it."
Shen Qingling played with Xiaoyan in the study for a while, then taught him to write his own name.
Xiaoyan's full name was Xia Huaiyan. Shen Qingling held Xia Huaiyan's hand and wrote his name on a piece of paper.
Xia Huaiyan, however, wasn't paying attention. His big eyes were fixed on Shen Qingling expectantly.
"What's wrong, Xiaoyan?"
"Brother, will you come to see me often?"
"Yes." "Then will brother always stay with me?" Xia Huaiyan was practically a miniature male version of Lin Xingnian. Hearing this, Shen Qingling's first thought was of Nian Nian. Shen Qingling gave a gentle smile. "Yes."
It seemed everyone who approached him held expectations of him.
Nan Yan and Nanjun watched the two in the study through the window.
He was exceptionally patient and gentle with Xiaoyan.
Shen Qingling possessed a strange, captivating charm that made people feel safe and secure. Nan Yan could tell that Shen Qingling was genuinely kind to Xiaoyan. "Nan Yan, he's quite good to that little brat."
Nanjun sensed a hint of envy in Nan Yan's voice and smiled. "What, are you envious?"
Nan Yan pursed her lips and sneered. "What's there to envy? Gui Jin will make him suffer sooner or later. He won't have such kindness then." "People change, mother."
"I don't believe Shen Qingling can maintain this kindness and purity forever.
Entering a place like the Gu family, being corrupted is only a matter of time. How could someone like Gui Jin let him go?"
Sometimes, Nan Yan darkly wondered if Shen Qingling became unrecognizable, Xia Huaiyan might become another version of herself. Nanjun, however, had a different opinion. "I don't think he will."
Nan Yan asked in surprise, "Why?"
"Think about it, he and Gui Jin are both children of the Gu family. One grew up in luxury, the other in an orphanage.
Even after learning about his past, he doesn't resent anyone.
We gave him a chance to get rid of Gui Jin, but he wouldn't accept.
A person like that won't change."
Just then, the butler suddenly arrived, saying that a guest had come.
The Nan family rarely had uninvited guests. Nanjun looked up and asked, "Who?" "Shang Mo, the eldest daughter of the Shang family." The butler's impression of Shang Mo was still based on the past.
Nanjun raised an eyebrow. "Why is she here, especially at a time like this?"
"Nan Yan, I'm afraid it's because of Shen Qingling."
"Nanjun, but how would she know Shen Qingling's whereabouts?"
"Nan Yan, could it be that she even sent someone to follow Shen Qingling?" Nanjun smiled enigmatically. "That's something she's capable of."
The Shang family members are all abnormal. Frankly, they're no better than the Nan family.
"Nan Yan, should we see her?" "Nanjun, of course." "No."
"Why should she see her?"
Knowing that Shang Mo came for Shen Qingling, she didn't want the two of them to meet. Shang Mo, outside the door, smiled slightly upon hearing the butler's reply. "No? She wouldn't see her?"
Then she'd have to use some drastic measures. She absolutely had to see Shen Qingling today.
Shang Mo made a phone call. "Go burn down the Nan family's Xinyuan port warehouse." Chapter 106. Gui Jin transforms into a damp male ghost.
Shen Qingling stayed in the study with Xiaoyan until noon when the butler invited him to the dining room for lunch.
The Nan family's dishes were exquisitely prepared.
Shen Qingling could tell they weren't Jiangcheng cuisine. He recognized one of the signature dishes as being from Guimeng. He suddenly became curious about Nanjun's background. As soon as Shen Qingling and Xiaoyan sat down, Nan Yan immediately started eating. Shen Qingling looked at him questioningly.
"Nan Yan, why are you staring at me? Start eating. Do you want me to feed you?"
"Nanjun, Ian, you shouldn't talk to guests like that."
Shen Qingling still didn't move. "Aren't we waiting for Mr. Nan?" Nan Yan frowned. "Mr. Nan? Who is Mr. Nan?"
Shen Qingling didn't dare look at Nanjun, only staring at the food in front of him.
"He's your father, Madame Nan's husband." An uncontrollable smile appeared on Nan Yan's usually gloomy face. At this moment, he finally seemed like a 17-year-old boy. "Hey, Shen Qingling, aren't you a little silly?" "What?"
"The Mr. Nan you mentioned is long dead, and he wasn't her husband either." The young man looked surprised, then suddenly turned to Nanjun.
"But madam said." Nanjun couldn't help but laugh at Shen Qingling's expression.
Silly goose. She suddenly realized that the aloof young man rumored to be cold wasn't cold at all, on the contrary, he was quite adorable. Beneath his cool exterior lay a simple and easily deceived heart. The contrast was striking. Seeing the bright smile in Nanjun's eyes, Shen Qingling finally understood, she had been teasing him all along.
"Madam said she has a husband." "What? She's lying to you. You actually believed that?"
"My biological mother died early. My father has a bunch of wives and sons, so my mother entrusted me to her."
"I'm not her biological child."
"She's never married and has no husband." Hearing this, the boy's eyes gradually lit up. He looked at Nanjun, somewhat stunned.
Then he couldn't help but laugh. "So madam doesn't have a husband?" "No."
It was as if a huge surprise had knocked him unconscious. Nanyan smiled at his slightly dazed expression. "You like my mother?"
Shen Qingling lowered his head somewhat embarrassedly and said, "I wouldn't dare."
He said, "I wouldn't dare, not I don't."
Shen Qingling is really, he can't hide his feelings at all. He seems strangely innocent.
He couldn't even imagine how pitiful he would be if Nanjun abandoned Shen Qingling in the end. Nan Yen deliberately said, "I've advised her before that she should find someone to settle down with.
If you know anyone suitable, you could help introduce her."
"Someone like madam should have many admirers, why would I need to introduce her?"
"Well, not really." "Why?" "Before, to support me, she rejected all the advances of other men. Over time, people in Jiangcheng said she was arrogant and wouldn't be with a man. But things are different now.
I'm grown up, and she has time for her own life.
I think she's too lonely and needs someone to keep her company."
Nan Yan's words seemed unintentional, but in reality, they were all deliberate.
How could Shen Qingling not take the bait?
"That depends on madam's own wishes, matters of the heart cannot be forced."
Nanjun placed some food into Shen Qingling's bowl. "This is my favorite dish."
Her words were suggestive, but could also be described as blatant flirting. The boy's face visibly flushed. Seeing his embarrassment, Nanjun smiled and added, "Teacher Shen, please try it." Shen Qingling stopped talking and simply lowered his head to eat. The first bite was of the food Nanjun had placed on his plate.
Nanjun and Nanyan exchanged a glance and both laughed. A naive and innocent girl is a naive and innocent girl.
One sentence from Nanjun had him completely bewildered. The Nan family was unusually lively, and this relaxed and cheerful atmosphere was rare. Even Nanyan's mood improved.
However, the pleasant atmosphere didn't last long. Shen Qingling's phone, which was on the table, suddenly rang.
The caller ID showed Gui Jin.
Everyone looked at him. Nanyan's previously cheerful expression instantly turned cold. He said coldly, "You told Gui Jin about coming to the Nan family."
He hated being lied to more than anything in his life. Especially when someone he trusted lied to him. In his eyes, it was tantamount to betrayal. Shen Qingling was now categorized as a kind person by him. If Shen Qingling were scheming and manipulating him behind his back, Nan Yan would be even more ruthless towards him than towards others.
For people like them, the most terrifying thing wasn't disliking or hating someone,
but rather, love turning to hate, trust turning to betrayal. That was true hell.
Shen Qingling innocently explained, "No."
Nan Yan said with a suspicious look, "Then answer the phone, put it on speakerphone, I want to hear what you're saying."
Shen Qingling answered the phone and put it on speakerphone. Jean, what's wrong?"
Gui Jin, having learned that Shen Qingling had gone to the Nan family again, was a little worried but didn't want to get involved. After all, he was still in a state of shattered Dao heart but not yet fully purified true heart. However, upon learning that Shen Qingling had been at the Nan family's house all morning and hadn't come out, he felt a little anxious. He reminded himself, only a little.
So he couldn't help but call to confirm Shen Qingling's safety. Hearing Shen Qingling's voice, he breathed a sigh of relief. Where are you? I'm at a friend's house. Gui Jin's face turned cold. Shen Qingling had actually learned to lie to him. What exactly is the Nan family? Gui Jin transformed into a sinister male ghost, asking expressionlessly, which friend? Do I know him? Is he a good person? Has he known me longer than I have? Can I come over? When are you coming back? Tell me your friend's address. I'll come pick you up now. Shen Qingling stammered, unsure how to answer, and Gui Jin immediately became furious. Did you go to the Nan family? How did you know? That's none of your business, just tell me, didn't you? Yes. Then why did you lie to me? Or do you know the Nan family aren't good people and are too afraid to tell me you went there? Jin, don't say that. They're not the kind of people you think they are. Gui Jin was about to faint with anger. Everyone in Jiangcheng knows the Nan family's reputation, yet only a fool like Shen Qingling has been completely fooled. Do you even know what kind of people the Nan family are? Nanjin's nickname is Femme Fatale. Don't be fooled by her beautiful appearance, she's a ruthless, cold-blooded demon. Nan Yen may be young, but he's a vicious, ruthless madman, wild and untamed. How could you possibly provoke that mother and son? Their approach to you is definitely ill-intentioned. Come back quickly, just tell me what's wrong. Shen Qingling was taken aback, frowning. Jin, I think you're overthinking it. Madame Nan is very kind, and Nan Yen is quite adorable. Chapter 107 is addictive. Hearing the word cute, Nan Yen raised an eyebrow. Has Shen Qingling gone mad? She actually called him cute? He's such a fierce person, how could she use such a word? Oh well, maybe in the eyes of a naive sweetheart, everyone in the world is a naive sweetheart. The arrogant Nan Yen curled his lips. It's not bad to play the good guy once in a while. That big idiot Gui Jin actually dared to try and sow discord between Shen Qingling and them. Is he any better himself? Thankfully, Shen Qingling didn't believe him. Gui Jin almost fainted upon hearing Shen Qingling's words. He felt like his innocent, foolish cabbage had been snatched away by a cunning, scheming wolf. Gui Jin took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Qingling, I've been to the Nan family. I know what kind of place they are. I know them better than you do. Really, believe me, they're really not good people. I'm doing this for your own good. You absolutely mustn't get too close to them. Gui Jin wanted to do something good for the first time, but Shen Qingling was unmoved. If this is all you called about, then I'm hanging up. I don't like you talking about my friends. Shen Qingling hung up the phone directly. Gui Jin was completely stunned. Shen Qingling was angry? He got angry at him? Shen Qingling's first time getting angry at him, and it was because of the Nan family? What right do Nan Yen and Nanjin have? He stood there, holding his phone, feeling wronged, wondering whether to tell Gu Changwang about it. If all else failed, he could only complain to Gu Changwang to keep Shen Qingling in check. On the other end, after Shen Qingling hung up, Nan Yen suddenly smiled. He laughed at Shen Qingling's naivete, at his belief that they were good people. He laughed at Gui Jin, seeing him as a clown. But recalling Gui Jin's words, his eyes turned cold as he said, Gui Jin's acting is quite convincing. Anyone who didn't know better would think he's a wonderful older brother. Nan Yen didn't believe Gui Jin was genuinely worried about Shen Qingling. In Nan Yan's view, Gui Jin was only worried that Shen Qingling, with the Nan family's support, would pose a threat to him. Nan Yen, unusually kind, said, Shen Qingling, although I know you're soft-hearted, I have to remind you, Gui Jin is a wolf that can't be tamed, he could bite you to death at any time. It's not too late for you to regret it now. As long as you're willing, we'll still accept the conditions you mentioned before. Considering Shen Qingling's good character, he didn't mind helping Shen Qingling deal with Gui Jin, as a way of making amends for Nanjin's deception of his feelings. Shen Qingling smiled and said, Jin is just worried about me. He's not that kind of person. You're overthinking it. Nanjin also advised, not everyone is so kind. You and Gui Jin are competitors.
In wealthy families, it's a life or death struggle between brothers, especially since you're the newcomer. To maintain his position, he'll stop at nothing to destroy you.
His current concern and kindness are just to lull you into a false sense of security.
Once you completely trust him, he could stab you in the back at any moment.
Think carefully. Since you returned to the Gu family, has anyone been trying to harm you?
Some things you can't find the culprit in, but it's very likely that Gui Jin was behind them all. Shen Qingling's expression changed, as if he had remembered something. His face turned pale. However, the young man stubbornly insisted, impossible. Jin is very good to me, he wouldn't do such a thing.
I believe him.
Nanjin and Nan Yen exchanged a glance, only able to sigh helplessly. Shen Qingling was the kind of person who wouldn't learn his lesson until he faced dire consequences, and wouldn't turn back until he hit a brick wall.
Just as Gui Jin's matter was resolved, another matter arose. Someone rushed over. This time it wasn't the butler, but one of Nanjin's subordinates. Madam, young master, something's happened. Speak. The man glanced at Shen Qingling, then Nanjin said calmly, it's nothing, speak.
The man said with a grim face, the warehouse at Xinyuan port has been burned down.
Nan Yen was incredulous, what? Who did it? Have you found them? No. Useless. You can't even guard a warehouse properly. What use are you?
Nanjin narrowed her eyes and said, no need to look anymore, I know who it was. Nan Yen remembered Shang Mo, who had been turned away earlier that day, and sneered, so it was her. Nanjin spoke briefly with the man about the follow-up arrangements, then had the butler bring Shang Mo in. The group lost their appetite and left the dining room.
Shan Yen was sent back home.
Shen Qingling also wanted to leave, but Nanjin stopped him.
You don't need to leave. Don't you have things to take care of? It won't delay you. Just sit here. Someone you know will be coming. So what if I burn down her warehouse?
Then I'll burn your heart.
Ian, go outside and greet the guest. Yes, mother.
Before leaving, Nan Yen tossed a cigarette and lighter to Shen Qingling. He whispered in Shen Qingling's ear, my mother is in a bad mood.
Go and comfort her.
She'll smoke when she's in a bad mood.
I'm busy here, so I'll leave it to you.
Without waiting for Shen Qingling's reply, he turned and left, giving her no chance to refuse. Nan Yen stood on the corridor, looking at the calm lake outside without saying a word. Shen Qingling looked at the cigarette and lighter in her hand, but still walked to her side.
Madam, would you like a cigarette?
The woman habitually reached out her hand, and Shen Qingling awkwardly took a slender women's cigarette from the pack.
Nanjin knew Shen Qingling didn't smoke just by glancing at his actions.
The boy held up the cigarette, expecting Nanjin to take it with her hand. But instead, the woman leaned down and took the cigarette from his hand with her mouth. It had to be said, the scene was beautiful and alluring. While the woman was smoking, she accidentally kissed his hand. The boy released his hand as if electrocuted, eliciting a soft chuckle from Nanjin.
Sorry, Teacher Shen. It's all right. Nanjin then asked, aren't you going to light it for me? Shen Qingling lit the cigarette for her.
The boy was so serious when he lit her cigarette, as focused and earnest as if he were conducting an experiment. He was very earnest and persistent with the person he loved.
The cigarette was lit, the aroma of nicotine filling their nostrils.
The woman was very close to him, gazing directly at him, her eyes brimming with spring water, her gaze seemingly filled with 1,000 charms. Shen Qingling looked away as soon as she saw her eyes.
Liking someone is wanting to meet their gaze but looking away. It was a hand that wanted to touch but withdrew.
Shen Qingling portrayed a young man experiencing his first love perfectly. Nanjin took a drag of her cigarette and said, besides Ian, Teacher Shen is the first man to light a cigarette for me.
Do you smoke when you're in a bad mood? Yes, what about you? Do you smoke? No. I'll teach you.
Nanjin directly pinched the cigarette between her fingers and offered it to Shen Qingling's lips.
There was a woman's lipstick mark on the cigarette.
The young man stared at the cigarette, motionless, as if frozen in place.
The woman seductively said, "Try it, it won't do anything." Her words were suggestive, carrying a seductive undertone. Shen Qingling finally looked up at her. "No, it's addictive." Nanjun's eyes crinkled. "Addictive because it makes you happy, doesn't it?" The young man frowned and hesitated. Finally, he leaned down slightly, lowered his eyes, and put the cigarette in his mouth under the woman's expectant gaze. Chapter 108, A Deformed Love Story is truly brilliant. It has to be said, Shen Qingling's cigarette-smoking demeanor was so handsome it made one want to scream. Nanjun's heart pounded at the sight, momentarily lost in thought. Shen Qingling was simply too beautiful, every movement exuded an indescribable charm. Even his shy glances and subtle gestures were captivating. Yet, he sometimes revealed a starkly contrasting side. When he frowned coolly, he became an unattainable beauty, someone everyone wanted to pluck. Now, with his slightly furrowed brows and lowered gaze as he held the cigarette in her hand, her body went weak. He looked up at her, his eyes clear and captivating, filled with a youthful adoration. Nanjun's breath caught in her throat, desire began to rise. It wasn't just women who could be described as enchanting and otherworldly, men could be too. Shen Qingling was like that at this moment. Even she was bewitched by a beautiful appearance. She painstakingly bewitched the boy opposite her, unaware that he was also bewitching her. The only difference was that he wasn't truly bewitched, while she was. Her eyes began to gleam with excitement, subtly resembling Shang Mo's. How strange, watching a simple, innocent boy begin to change under her influence gave her a peculiar feeling. In short, it was exhilarating. Dragging a high and mighty immortal down from their pedestal was a demonist's favorite pastime, and Nanjun now understood that feeling. Once a cold and aloof person develops desire for someone, it's truly agonizing. Nanjun was now experiencing unbearable pleasure. Shen Qingling glanced at the progress bar. Nanjun's progress bar had increased again. It seemed this tactic was working well on her. The boy took a drag of his cigarette and then began to cough violently. Nanjun finally snapped out of her daze. Amused by the boy's expression, she laughed, leaning against the pillar, her long, narrow fox eyes narrowing, captivatingly alluring. She took the cigarette from Shen Qingling's mouth and tossed it aside. She touched Shen Qingling's lips and said, "This is our second kiss today." That doesn't count, does it? Do you think an indirect kiss doesn't count as a kiss? That's not what I meant. Then you wanted that kiss in the study. No, madam, you misunderstand. Then I'll pretend to misunderstand. I want you to kiss me. No. Why not? We're both single, or do you think I'm too old for you? She deliberately gave him a sad look. The boy explained, "That's not what I meant. It's just we've only known each other for a short time, and we're nothing to each other. It's not right to just do this." Nanjun understood. He felt it was too fast, and that couples shouldn't do such things. So incredibly innocent. A man like Shen Qingling was practically a rare find these days. She poked Shen Qingling's chest and asked, "Then what do you hope we are?" Seeing the boy remain silent, she took another step forward. The woman stood on tiptoe and kissed his chin. "Don't you like me?" Shen Qingling. A cold, piercing voice interrupted their conversation. Shen Qingling's expression shifted, pulling him out of the ambiguous, alluring atmosphere. He saw Shang Mo behind Nanjun. Shang Mo's eyes held anger, heartbreak, pain, and murderous intent. The moment she saw Nanjun kiss Shen Qingling's chin, she wanted nothing more than to rush up and kill her. How could she touch her things? "Nanjun, you're asking for it." Shen Qingling was about to speak when Nanjun pretended to stumble and fell into his arms. Shen Qingling supported her shoulders, frowning with concern. "Madam, are you all right?" Nanjun smiled gently, glancing at Shang Mo with her alluring, fox-like eyes. Then she lowered her eyes, adopting a pitiful, innocent expression. "I'm fine, Teacher Shen." She wasn't the one in trouble now. Shang Mo felt like killing someone. The look in her eyes as she looked at Nanjun was practically murderous. Nan Yan stood behind Shang Mo, watching with amusement. Shen Qingling seemed surprised to see Shang Mo there. He released Nanjun and asked suspiciously, President Shang, what are you doing here? Shang Mo felt a surge of anger, a fire rising in her head.
She clenched her fists tightly, but couldn't calm down. Beside her was a rose. She pinched it, the thorns drawing blood. The pain brought a little reason back to her. She took a deep breath and explained, I came to see you.
Shen Qingling walked to her side. What happened? Did Guijin send you to see me? Shang Mo asked coldly, couldn't I have come to see you myself? Shen Qingling paused. Then what is it about? Shang Mo looked at Nanjun as she answered Shen Qingling, as if asserting her dominance. To discuss our engagement.
Nanjun narrowed her eyes and smiled.
Engagement? A wedding of dreams, perhaps. Shen Qingling is completely infatuated with her, how could she agree to an engagement? The young man asked in surprise, what? Engagement.
Shang Mo then looked at him, your father has already agreed. The engagement will be at the end of this month. When Nanjun turned Shang Mo away, she made 2 phone calls. One call resulted in the burning of the Nan family's warehouse.
The other call was to Gu Changwang.
She demanded an exorbitant dowry from the Gu family. It was the dowry she was giving to Shen Qingling.
Not the dowry Shen Qingling was giving her.
That madwoman, Nanjun, would do anything to ruin her arranged marriage.
The smile vanished from Nanjun's eyes upon hearing this. Has Shang Mo gone mad? She hasn't even gotten the land yet, how could Gu Changwang agree to the marriage? What exactly did she promise Gu Changwang? Shen Qingling asked, puzzled, isn't this matter still unresolved? Why hasn't anyone asked me?
Shang Mo's eyes reddened with anger.
Heartbroken, she looked at him, asked you? What good would asking you do? If it's not settled, you'll probably become Nan Yan's stepfather soon.
What she just witnessed had truly driven her mad. She had never seen such love in Shen Qingling's eyes before. Innocent, shy, cautious, he was completely like a boy experiencing his first love. It was clear he liked Nanjun very much.
Shang Mo's heart shattered.
She was consumed by jealousy. Nanjun must have seduced the naive Shen Qingling.
This woman is cunning and scheming, how could Shen Qingling possibly be her match?
Seeing Shang Mo's expression, Shen Qingling knew she was nearly driven mad with anger. Because the progress bar had surged to 55.
Sure enough, the drama was about to begin.
Normal love is important, but twisted love is truly fascinating. The drama had begun, now it was time to comfort her.
He looked down and saw her injured hand. He lifted her hand, frowned, and said softly, your hand is injured, sister. Hearing sister, Shang Mo's mood improved slightly. But Nanjun was a little annoyed. He actually called Shang Mo sister?
Judging from how he comforted Shang Mo, he didn't seem completely indifferent to her.
Nanjun walked over and said, are Teacher Shen and Miss Shang getting engaged? Then what was that kiss you gave me just now? Chapter 109. Come on, let's hurt each other. I'd say you're a mistress. These were the words spoken by Shang Mo.
She added, a very old mistress at that.
Shang Mo didn't want to settle scores with Shen Qingling right now.
She needed to deal with Nanjun. It would be a huge loss to argue with Shen Qingling over Nanjun's words. The thorns of the rose brought her back to her senses. Nanjun was somewhat displeased by Shang Mo's words. She looked directly at Shen Qingling, her eyes filled with sadness and sorrow. Little Shen, am I to you? Shen Qingling was caught in the middle, torn between the two women.
Nan Yan leisurely took out her phone and snapped a picture. Pretty pleasing to the eye, actually. Shang Mo sneered, you're asking someone else's fiancée if you're a mistress? Don't you think you're being ridiculous? Nanjun raised an eyebrow. Someone else's fiancé? Your fiancé only found out he was your fiancé after you told him. Is he a commodity? Someone whose marriage and future you can easily manipulate. Shang Mo, that's still better than him being tricked into a trap. You know perfectly well why you approached him. Nanjun's expression changed.
She glanced at Shen Qingling, who seemed oblivious to Shang Mo's meaning.
Nanjun breathed a sigh of relief.
She narrowed her eyes.
Who's the trap? Why are you so eager to marry Teacher Shen? Isn't it for profit?
Nanjun walked up to Shang Mo, their eyes filled with murderous intent.
Shang Mo, Nanjun, I only call you madam out of respect. Without that respect, you'd be nothing more than a lowly concubine.
You should be thankful that man died young, otherwise your fate wouldn't be much better than your sister's.
Shang Mo knew exactly how to infuriate someone.
She didn't know Nanjun's past before coming to Jiangcheng, but she knew Nanjun's status in the Nan family.
Nanjun was once just the Nan family patriarch's concubine. To put it bluntly, that patriarch didn't even consider her a threat. She was merely a tool used by the Nan patriarch to threaten her sister.
He raised her in the Nan family where everyone trampled on her and bullied her.
Nanjun was truly angry now.
She hated it most when people brought up her past.
She said with a forced smile, "Oh? So you, Shang Mo, are so noble? Aren't you and Shang Xia just two shameful bastards? Come on, let's hurt each other." Shen Qingling couldn't stand it anymore.
Background in the past mean nothing.
Why reopen old wounds? Shen Qingling's words drew the attention of both women. Shang Mo softened his tone and said, "Shen Qingling, come back with me first. We'll talk." Shen Qingling nodded.
Okay. Nanjun was somewhat disappointed. She left without a word. She thought Shen Qingling had heard about her past and harbored resentment. So, he was no different from those other men. Nanjun stood by the lake, her eyes dark and unfathomable. Her dark past was a scar in her heart, and Shang Mo had just reopened it in front of Shen Qingling.
For some reason, she didn't want Shen Qingling to know. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. She thought it was Nan Yen. "They're gone. Madam, it's me." It was Shen Qingling's voice. "So it's you. Weren't you going home with your fiancée? Is Madam angry? What right do I have to be angry?"
"You're going home with your fiancé, how dare I, a lowly concubine of the Nan family, utter a single word?" Nanjun's words were slightly barbed. Especially the phrase, lowly concubine. Shen Qingling said softly, "The past is the past. One cannot live in the past.
No matter what happened before, you are now the madam of the Nan family, in charge of the household.
One should look forward."
Nanjun paused.
Shen Qingling had actually come to comfort her. Nanjun was a little surprised. He seemed not to mind her past. It seemed she had misunderstood Shen Qingling back then. Or perhaps it was a past that couldn't be mentioned, and no matter how Shen Qingling reacted, she would first think of the worst possible outcome. Seeing Nanjun remain silent, the young man assumed she was heartbroken and continued, "Madam, the past doesn't define you.
Everyone experiences pain and helplessness in life. I believe that if you had a choice, you wouldn't have chosen that path." Nanjun's eyelids trembled slightly.
Shen Qingling was still the same Shen Qingling.
He was different.
Even though he didn't know her past, his first reaction was to believe that she had chosen this path out of helplessness. "How do you know I was helpless and not acting voluntarily?"
"From the moment I stepped into this house, I knew what kind of place this home was. Feudal, decaying, lifeless, cold, numb."
Shen Qingling's words seemed to be directed at the people living in this house. Everyone yearns for freedom, yet you and Nan Yen are imprisoned here. I believe you were both hurt by this family, which is why you cling to the past.
The past is a painful memory you can't mention. I apologize to you on behalf of Shang Mo." The boy's eyes remained clear and pure, devoid of disdain or condescending pity.
He was more like someone standing in the light, showing you that there's another side to this world. Nanjun stared blankly at Shen Qingling.
How could someone like Shen Qingling exist in this despairing world? Like a flower blooming in an endless desert, absurd yet giving the impression that there's still a glimmer of hope. "Madam, I'll come to the calligraphy lesson next time."
Shen Qingling was undoubtedly telling her that he still loved her, and that the past wouldn't change that in the slightest.
Shen Qingling.
This time, she didn't call him Teacher Shen anymore, she called him by his full name.
"We've never been from the same world. Have you thought about that?
If Shen Qingling were willing to back down now, she might abandon all her plans. This was Nanjun's inner struggle.
If Shen Qingling retreated, she would give up.
But her heart was incredibly conflicted. She hoped Shen Qingling would give up on liking her, so she wouldn't have to deceive him anymore, and he wouldn't be hurt.
But that meant she and Shen Qingling would never cross paths again. Deep down, she still longed for that light,
even if it came at the cost of deception. The boy smiled gently at her profound words. We stand under the same sky, on the same land, aren't we in the same world?
Nanjun smiled softly as well. You're right.
The boy looked at her with sincere, clear eyes and said, Madam, may I come to class next time? The boy's affection was always exceptionally moving. Innocent, naive, clear, and without a trace of impurity, it was so beautiful it felt like living in a dream. Nanjun said gently, Of course, Teacher Shen is welcome to come to the Nan family whenever she wants.
You're always welcome here.
As Shen Qingling left, she couldn't help but look back at her one last time. She stood under the dark eaves, as if trapped in a bygone era. She had never truly escaped it.
Chapter 110 The Calm Before the Storm. Nan Yen emerged from behind.
He had been listening to their conversation the whole time. He heard every word Shen Qingling said clearly.
Standing behind Nanjun, he said, Why don't we stop the plan? Nanjun was taken aback. Why? Wasn't it your suggestion?
Nan Yan's cold gaze suddenly turned strange.
I'm afraid you'll fall in love with him. Nan Yan felt they should stay away from Shen Qingling now. And the farther the better.
They had underestimated how terrifying Shen Qingling was. This young man was incredibly adept at bewitching people.
He could easily win everyone's favor.
Even someone like him would be moved by those words, let alone Nanjun, who was caught in the middle.
What was even more terrifying was that Shen Qingling wasn't doing it intentionally. He could make everyone like him with ease.
Nanjun lowered her eyes and said, Impossible. Your worries are unnecessary. Nan Yen frowned and said, But.
Nanjun interrupted, No buts. Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. You understand this better than I do.
They were always the type to persevere until they achieved their goals.
Giving up halfway was not their style. Could she really let Shang Mo and Shen Qingling successfully marry?
She would never stand by and watch this happen. But whether her reluctance stemmed from self-interest or something else, Nanjun didn't delve into it. Shen Qingling watched as Nanjun's progress bar increased slightly, reaching 40. Meanwhile, Shang Mo sat in the car waiting for Shen Qingling to come out.
She knew Shen Qingling must have gone to see Nanjun.
Thinking of Shen Qingling and Nanjun standing together, her eyes deepened into an unfathomable darkness. Too many people coveted Shen Qingling, she couldn't get him without resorting to drastic measures.
From a young age in the Shang family, she understood a principle: anything you want must be obtained by any means necessary.
She had to fight and snatch to get what she desired.
Waiting and yielding would yield nothing.
The same applied to Shen Qingling. She had given him a warning once, but clearly he hadn't heeded it, always doing things she disliked. Since that was the case, then she wouldn't blame her for being ruthless.
Playing cat and mouse all the time was pointless.
She would bare her sharp fangs and let him know that disobedient puppies would suffer a terrible fate.
While Shang Mo was pondering, Shen Qingling emerged from the Nan family's residence.
Seeing the bloodstains on her hands, Shen Qingling frowned and said, Your hand is injured, let me drive. Shen Qingling and Shang Mo switched seats, he drove, and Shang Mo sat in the passenger seat. He was still very considerate in this respect.
However, Shang Mo's anger hadn't subsided.
Scenes and words that made her want to kill kept replaying in her mind. Nanjun kissed Shen Qingling's chin, she saw it with her own eyes.
But she said Shen Qingling kissed her. Was that true or false? Was it Shen Qingling who initiated it, or Nanjun?
In Shang Mo's view, the difference was huge. She had to find out today.
Not long after Shen Qingling got into the car, Shang Mo couldn't help but start.
What, you've comforted Madame Nan so quickly?
I just told her we were leaving. Really? I thought you two were flirting again.
Shang Mo's words carried a hint of sarcasm, but more so, a hint of jealousy.
Shen Qingling focused on driving and didn't reply.
The two remained silent for the rest of the journey, the atmosphere in the car heavy and tense. Upon arriving at the Shang family home, Shen Qingling parked the car, and the two entered together. Shang Xia happened to be home that day and was delighted to see Shen Qingling. Shang Xia stared at him with shining eyes. "Shen Qingling, what brings you here?" Her eyes brimmed with barely suppressed excitement and joy, but the smile vanished the moment she turned and met Shang Mo's gaze. Shen Qingling gave a soft and remained silent. Seeing the oppressive atmosphere between the two, Shang Xia felt a little uneasy. Shen Qingling, even when angry, was still a normal person.
Shang Mo's current state was clearly a prelude to a breakdown. How could a normal person and a madman be together? Shang Xia couldn't help but worry about Shen Qingling.
She leaned closer, wanting to say something, but Shang Mo warned her, "Watch your mouth." Then she looked at Shen Qingling.
"Come with me to the study upstairs. You should know which room I'm talking about."
The woman stood on the stairs, looking down at him. Her eyes were icy.
After saying this, Shang Mo went upstairs on his own.
Shang Xia moved closer to Shen Qingling and asked, "How did you offend her?"
Shen Qingling shook his head, refusing to say more.
Shang Xia advised, "I think you'd better go home now, this place is not safe to stay." She sensed Shang Mo's barely suppressed madness. "Her hand is injured, do you have gauze and medicine?"
Shang Xia didn't understand why Shen Qingling was unmoved. She hesitated for a moment. "Yes."
Shang Xia found the things and handed them to him, then asked, "Did she go crazy in front of you?"
Shen Qingling remained silent, taking the things and preparing to go upstairs.
Recalling Shang Mo's outrageous behavior last time, Shang Xia couldn't help but say, "She's crazy, Shen Qingling.
You'd better stay away from her."
The young man paused, then calmly replied, "I know." Shen Qingling's words carried a lot of weight.
Shang Xia's pupils dilated in shock. Shen Qingling knew? How could Shen Qingling know? Shen Qingling knew but didn't run away? What happened that she didn't know? Under Shang Xia's shocked and confused gaze, Shen Qingling went upstairs. He pushed open the study door, carrying gauze and medicine. Shang Mo stood by the window.
It was afternoon, the sun shining brightly outside, but Shen Qingling felt a storm brewing. This was the calm before the storm.
Shang Mo turned around and saw the gauze and medicine in his hands.
Shen Qingling walked to his side and said softly, "Sister, let me bandage you up."
Shang Mo paused. So she was going to get her medicine. But it was no use.
No medicine could heal the pain in her heart. She took the medicine and gauze from Shen Qingling and then tossed them aside.
"Shen Qingling, let's talk." "Okay." Shang Mo calmly turned on his phone and pressed a button. Ever since Shang Xia smashed the study door, Shang Mo had replaced it with an electronic one. Even a hammer couldn't break it.
Hearing the sound of the door behind her being locked, Shen Qingling had a premonition that something terrible was about to happen.
Shang Mo said calmly, "Don't be nervous, we're just talking." Although she said this calmly, Shen Qingling knew she couldn't just be talking casually.
Behind her seemingly calm eyes was a barely suppressed madness.
"What do you want to talk about? A marriage alliance? An engagement?" "No, answer me only one question." "What?"
She looked directly into his eyes and said, "Do you like Nanjun?"
Chapter 111 You Can't Escape, Shen Qingling. She stubbornly demanded an answer.
She wanted Shen Qingling to answer directly.
The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. The boy hesitated, then lowered his eyes and said, "I don't want to tell you the answer." Shang Mo frowned slightly. "Why?" Shen Qingling remained silent. Shang Mo could no longer maintain her calm and composed demeanor.
She slowly touched the boy's face with her bloodied hand. It felt like some cold, creeping creature was crawling onto his skin. The blood on the boy's face made his otherwise aloof and ethereal features appear even more alluring and seductive. "Shen Qingling, do you know why I sought you out today? Then do you know why I'm arranging this marriage with you?" The boy's silence could drive anyone mad. Shang Mo finally couldn't hold back any longer. Her eyes red, she gripped Shen Qingling's chin, gritting her teeth. Do you know how much I hate you? She hated his alluring face, hated that his beauty attracted countless flies she loathed. She hated the women surrounding him, hated that his eyes couldn't only be for her. In the end, all she hated was that he didn't love her. Only after hearing this did the young man look up at her. Shang Mo's eyes burned with a fierce mix of love and hate. She loved him as much as she hated him.
Shen Qingling whispered, I know. No, you don't know, you know nothing. Shang Mo, I'm not stupid.
Shen Qingling looked into her eyes with a complex expression.
I know it's you.
These words startled Shang Mo, and he slowly released his grip on Shen Qingling.
Shen Qingling spoke slowly and deliberately. I know you were the one who kidnapped me that day. I know you were the one who texted me. I know your marriage wasn't for profit. I also know why you came to see me today. I know everything. Shang Mo was completely stunned, she stood frozen in place.
She never expected that Shen Qingling would know all of this so clearly. While Shang Mo remained silent, Shen Qingling told her, I've known everything from beginning to end.
How did you know it was me? Because I remember that kiss.
Hearing this, Shang Mo's heart trembled.
So he remembered.
So, when she kidnapped him, he had actually recognized her. No wonder Shen Qingling was so cold to her when she went to the Shang family after that incident.
Since you knew, why didn't you call the police? Why didn't you question me, expose me? I know you only did these things because you love me. I didn't want to hurt you, so I had no choice but to stay away from you. Perhaps from Shen Qingling's perspective, he was indeed acting in her best interest. He didn't want to see her lose control and do more irreversible things because of him. Shang Mo loved him for this, yet hated him for it. Because he could be like this to every woman. He was too good, so good that all those women would fall in love with him. She hated that she was just one of them. She hated that the bright moon hung high, not shining alone on her. Shang Mo didn't want to pretend anymore.
She suddenly revealed a strange smile.
Then you are truly kind. Do you think I would thank you for letting me go?
Shen Qingling, your staying away from me isn't for my own good, it won't change me. It will only drive me crazy. The boy's eyes changed, he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He seemed somewhat uneasy, lowering his head and whispering, but if I don't stay away from you, won't I hurt you even more?
I don't like you.
I can't convince myself to marry you. Doing so would hurt you and trap myself. I don't want you to become like my mother, spending your life with someone who doesn't love you. Shen Qingling sounded like a moral paragon, everything he did was truly for her good. Shang Mo was deeply shocked by these words. She wanted him to stay by her side even if he didn't love her. She wanted his world to consist only of her. She would force him to fall in love with her. No matter what means she used, Shen Qingling had to love her. She grabbed Shen Qingling's shoulders, her eyes fixed on him with a sickly, obsessive gaze. Then love me, she said.
Why can't you love me? Why can't you like me? Why? What do those women have that I don't? Tell me.
She stared intently into his eyes, trying to find an answer. But Shen Qingling's eyes only darted away, he couldn't answer her questions.
Because not loving is simply not loving. Loving someone doesn't need a reason, and not loving someone doesn't need a reason either. Why are you avoiding my gaze? Look me in the eyes and answer me. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you.
Shen Qingling finally met her eyes slowly.
Seeing Shen Qingling's eyes, the woman's gaze began to glaze over, then filled with extreme excitement.
Now, those eyes held only her, this feeling was wonderful. These were eyes that belonged only to her. She reached out, wanting to touch his eyes. You know, what I love most about you is your eyes, they're so beautiful. But when those eyes can't only look at me, I want to destroy them. Your eyes also reflect them, and that makes me very unhappy. The boy was startled by her crazed and obsessive appearance, his eyelids trembling as he took a step back.
Shang Mo laughed, oh right, I almost forgot, you don't actually like them either. You're only kind to them.
To Ruan Mingyat's friendship, to lynching me, and it's pity, and to me it's because you can't bear to hurt me.
You like Nanjun.
She smiled gently, her eyes crinkling. How about I cut off her head and give it to you?
This woman has gone mad. The boy didn't know how to face her. He turned to leave. Shang Yimou wasn't afraid of him running away.
She stood calmly in place, watching his terrified retreat with a teasing look. Shen Qingling tried to open the door, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge.
Seeing his panicked state, Shang Yimou laughed.
She came to him from the window, approaching him from behind, close to his ear.
Do you think you can get out?
This door is locked. You can't escape, Shen Qingling. The boy turned around, gritting his teeth. What exactly do you want?
Shang Yimou sighed softly. Well, it's nothing really. I just invited you to my house so you can see some good things.
She walked to one side of the study, where there was another door. Shen Qingling vaguely remembered that the last time he came, there wasn't an extra door.
Shang Yimou leaned against that door, waiting for him to come over. Shen Qingling knew he couldn't escape today. He could only follow Shang Yimou to that door.
I remember there wasn't this door before.
This was custom made for you. She smiled and slowly opened the door.
Inside, there were countless photos of him, covering the entire room and walls.
What he did every day, who he met.
Everyone he had contact with had clear information and photos. Shen Qingling felt a chill run down his spine, making him feel cold all over. Shang Yimou grasped Shen Qingling's hand with his own bloodied hand.
Their fingers intertwined tightly.
Blood seeped into their clasped hands, making them indistinguishable.
She whispered in his ear in an extremely gentle voice. Welcome home, Shen Qingling.
Chapter 112. The cage he was meticulously crafted.
Shang Yimou felt the boy's body tremble slightly.
She smiled with satisfaction. If only she hadn't endured it for so long. Before, fearing Shen Qingling would discover her true self, she had to cautiously spy on him from the shadows, using various underhanded tactics to drive away those around him.
But now that he had fallen for Nanjun, what was the point of her pretending anymore? Shen Qingling, you can't blame me. You're the one who forced me into this. You opened Pandora's box yourself.
The boy looked at her, his eyes filled with fear and confusion.
He murmured, Why do you like someone like this?
She gently stroked his face, her eyes filled with a morbid love and intense possessiveness.
Darling, I didn't want to treat you like this either.
I treated you well, but you were disobedient and even got involved with that woman from the Nan family. You were naughty, so of course I had to punish you.
Clearly, reasoning with a madman is pointless.
They had their own logic. Just as Shen Qingling was about to say something, Shang Yimou suddenly hugged him. Her hands slipped through his arms, slowly stroking his shoulders from behind. Like vines gradually wrapping around him.
Like cold chains tightly binding him. He didn't understand what she wanted to do.
She murmured in his ear.
Shen Qingling. Stay with me.
Then he felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck, as if something had been injected into it. His vision gradually blurred.
How crazy. But he liked it. The boy fell into Shang Yimou's arms.
His face nestled against hers, and Shang Yimou smiled with pleasure and satisfaction. When Shen Qingling woke up, everything was dark, with only a sliver of light seeping in from above, barely enough to make out the room.
Shen Qingling had happily taken over the Shang family's basement.
This was a cage Shang Yimou had meticulously crafted for him. Shen Qingling lay on the bed, his hands and feet bound by chains. The thoughtful CEO Shang had even placed soft wristbands on his wrists and ankles. He was afraid he would get hurt, and also afraid he would escape.
Shen Qingling moved, the chains rattling, waking the woman leaning against the bed. Shang Yimou sat up and smiled at him, saying, You're awake. The smile was so gentle it was almost eerie.
The situation was now clear. He looked up at Shang Yimou, his eyes filled with terror.
He gripped the bedsheets and gritted his teeth, saying, You imprisoned me. A normal person's first reaction to this would be fear.
Shen Qingling was actually quite calm, he found it thrilling.
He treated this like a large-scale escape room game, or perhaps a scene with a yandere.
Only, this scene didn't give him any lines or script, he had to improvise. He would use his most professional acting skills to win her over.
Isn't that exciting?
She saw the fear in his eyes during their scene and smiled with satisfaction.
She raised an eyebrow. Imprisonment? Not really. I'm just building feelings with you.
After all, we're going to get married someday, so it's not a bad thing to cultivate feelings beforehand.
I never agreed to marry you. That's not up to you. The boy looked exhausted. I know you're just sick, please let me go, okay? He lowered his eyes, looking pitiful, as if trying to appease her. Shang Yimou reached out and lifted his chin with her index finger. Such an innocent, pitiful expression. He really looked like a well-behaved puppy.
It almost softened her heart. But more than softening, she felt excitement and thrill. Perhaps she was a beast, seeing Shen Qingling like this aroused desire within her.
She wanted to bully him, wanted to see him cry.
She wanted to see him cry and call her sister, begging for mercy, begging her to let him go. She had finally caught him, finally, she could do whatever she wanted without restraint.
Let him go? How could she? Let you go? Then who will let me go? Shen Qingling, you'll pay the price for messing with me.
You'll have to pay for it with your entire life.
Otherwise, no matter where you run, I won't let you go.
Her eyes were chilling, cold and unfathomable, like a ghost watching him from the shadows, sending a shiver down his spine. Shen Qingling looked into her eyes, asking resignedly, so the condition for letting me go is to marry you?
Shang Mo's expression changed at the mention of marriage.
She smiled, her eyes crinkling. Yes, don't worry, I'll be the perfect wife. She was like a master of disguise, switching effortlessly between coldness and gentleness. But that's precisely what made her even more frightening. You never knew which word would trigger her sudden change of expression. Shen Qingling slowly curled up in the corner, silent, seemingly in silent resistance. Shang Yimou knew she had gone too far, but she had no other choice.
She softened her tone. Are you hungry? I'll cook for you, okay? I'll take your silence as a yes. Wait. What is it?
I'll try my best to fulfill any request you have.
Except leaving here.
She remained as polite and refined as ever, as if she were doing something perfectly respectable. She showed no awareness whatsoever that she was imprisoning someone.
Shen Qingling lowered his eyes and said, I want to call home.
I'm afraid Mom will worry about me.
Shang Yimou curled his lips and said, then there's no need. Shen Qingling looked up and said, aren't you afraid they'll come looking for you? They won't know you're here. The Gu family has been sending people to follow me. I know. Shang Yimou sat down beside him, her eyes crinkling. She touched his face and said, are you worried about me?
Afraid they'll come looking for trouble.
Whom? She sneered, you're lying. Shen Qingling's pupils contracted for a moment.
Just when he thought Shang Yimou would be angry, she smiled and said, but it's fine if you're willing to lie to me. As long as he was willing to go to the trouble for her.
Even if it was just lying to her. Shen Qingling frowned and said, I'm serious. You shouldn't treat me like this. They won't let you off if they find out.
Those people who were following you were knocked unconscious outside the Nan family.
Nobody knows you went with me. They'll just think you disappeared from the Nan family. They'll go after Nanjun.
Shen Qingling's expression changed, even the fleeting worry and panic in his eyes was caught by her. The smile in Shang Mo's eyes vanished. She asked expressionlessly, are you very worried about her?
Shen Qingling whispered, no.
Shen Qingling, the more you like her, the faster she'll die. The boy closed his eyes, a pained expression on his face. I'll do whatever you want with me, just don't hurt innocent people. The love in Shang Mo's eyes turned to hatred. You're always like this, Shen Qingling, I hate this side of you the most.
Chapter 113 Shen Qingling, can you love me too?
Why do you care about those women? Ruan Mingyi is, Lin Xingnian is, and Nanjun is too.
Are you trying to save them? If it's about saving women, then your primary task. It should be me. I don't want to save anyone, I just don't want to hurt anyone. That's just your excuse for accepting anyone. No. Shang Yimou sighed softly, since that's the case, then I'm pitiful too.
She grabbed his hand, her eyes pleading desperately, Shen Qingling, can you save me? She looked at him with a suffocatingly pitiful gaze, a love so intense it was almost suffocating. She pressed her face against Shen Qingling's palm, nestling into his embrace. Her eyelashes drooped, and the delicate mole on her eyelid was now faintly visible, making her appear inexplicably fragile and pitiful. She murmured softly in his arms, Shen Qingling, can you love me too? It was as if she were praying to the heart within the boy's chest. She was begging for love from her own God. Please, love me. I really love you. I'll die without you. Please save me too. The boy finally moved. He lowered his eyes to look at the pitiful yet hateful woman in his arms. A person can only save themselves, no one else can save you. Shang Yimou said coolly, is that so? Then why were you able to save Lin Xingyan? She's sick, and you were willing to influence her, teach her, take her out to play. I'm sick, but you're unwilling to influence me. You can't be so biased, Shen Qingling. In the past, Shen Qingling would have said, if you're sick, go see a doctor. I don't know how to cure illnesses. But these words from a yandere would make her explode, and Shen Qingling didn't want to ignite a bomb at this moment. He could only ask, what illness do you have? Shang Yimou sat up and lifted her skirt. The crisscrossing wounds on her legs were horrifying. Whenever I'm sad, or when I can't control myself, I cut my leg. After the wound heals, I repeatedly cut it again. It's like this, over and over again, time after time. Never stopping. Physical wounds can heal, but the wounds in her heart cannot. The wounds in her heart were torn wider and wider until they bled profusely. She was beyond saving. The boy was shocked by the wounds on her legs. He reached out and carefully touched the scars. Some of these scars were from before, some more recent, and some still bore scars. Seeing Shen Qingling's expression, Shang Yimou knew he still had compassion for her. The boy couldn't help but pity the villain who had imprisoned him. A pang of pity flickered in his eyes, and he finally looked away, saying, why not seek treatment? Shang Yimou replied calmly, because it's incurable. Not everything in this world can be cured with medicine. Shen Qingling, for me, you are my medicine now. Will you save me? Shen Qingling's brow furrowed, yet another person had become his hope. His kindness made it impossible for him to say no. For him, this love was a heavy burden. He lay down, his back to her. He didn't know how to face her. Shang Yimou knew he was kind and gentle, he couldn't bear to reject her. She lay beside him and asked, is your silence a rejection or tacit consent? Was he struggling internally? Did he hate her actions, yet also feel sorry for her? It's okay, you don't need to answer me now. We still have plenty of time to get to know each other. Shen Qingling, I can walk 99 steps towards you, even 100 steps. You don't need to take a single step, you just need to wait here for me to come to you. She hugged him tightly from behind, Shen Qingling, I'll wait for you to like me. In the darkness, she held him tightly, so tightly, as if trying to melt him into her very bones. This heavy love was suffocating. The boy asked softly, what if I say no? What if you never live to see that day? That day will come, it definitely will. You can't live without me. Even if you marry me in shackles, we'll walk down the aisle together. You have no choice. If you dare to run away, I'll break your legs. From now on, I'll be your crutch. In the darkness, she felt the boy's body tremble. It was only the first day, and Shang Yimou didn't want to push him too hard. She slowly stood up and said, just kidding, I'll go cook for you. If Shen Qingling really dared to run away, it wouldn't be a joke. Before leaving, Shang Yimou looked at his back and said, this room connects to my study. From the study to a room on the first floor, and then to this basement, that's all your living space. If you're obedient enough, I'll change the chains to longer ones. What is this? A slap followed by a sweet treat? Shen Qingling still ignored her. Shang Yimou didn't expect Shen Qingling to fall in love with her overnight. she had plenty of time and patience to wear him down. Even if it took a lifetime, she could afford to wait.
After coming out of the basement, Shang Mo went to cook for Shen Qingling.
It was already 7 p.m., and a fierce storm raged outside.
Shang Xia had been waiting anxiously downstairs for hours.
She was worried that Shang Mo might do something to Shen Qingling. But she couldn't get into the study, and she didn't know where Shang Mo had locked Shen Qingling. However, she could guess that it was probably somewhere like the basement. Shang Mo was always cautious. Even if the police came, they wouldn't be able to easily find that location. At this moment, Shang Mo came downstairs, and Shang Xia cautiously followed her to the kitchen.
Seeing Shang Mo preparing to cook, she couldn't help but ask, what did you do to Shen Qingling?" Shang Mo was currently in a state of frenzied calm. "It's none of your business. You imprisoned him."
Shang Mo paused, turning to look at Shang Xia.
"If word gets out, you'll be the first person I come after. If Shen Qingling escapes from the Shang family, you'll be the first person I come after too." Shang Xia's eyes widened. "Why? Why me?"
Shang Mo, while grilling the steak, said, "You're the only one who knows Shen Qingling is in the Shang family. Only your help can allow him to escape."
"Shang Xia, can I go see him?" "Shang Mo, no."
Shang Xia pursed her lips and said, "Haven't you thought about how you'll hurt him?
What if he develops a mental illness?
Locking a grown man in a small room will drive him crazy sooner or later." Shang Mo curled his lips into a cold laugh. "So you do know that locking a grown man in a room will drive him crazy?" Shang Xia remembered something, pursed her lips, and remained silent.
Just then, her phone rang.
She looked up and said, "Gui Jin is calling me."
"Answer it, hear what he has to say." Chapter 114 Nemesis Meets. Gui Jin's anxious voice came through the phone.
"Hey, Shang Xia, has Shen Qingling gone to your house?" Shang Xia glanced at Shang Mo and replied, "No, I haven't seen him."
Gui Jin said dejectedly, "Okay, if Shen Qingling went to your house, remember to let me know." Shang Xia deliberately asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Gui Jin said absent-mindedly, "Shen Qingling has disappeared."
After hanging up, Gui Jin looked at Wen Sulan and shook his head.
"Not at the Shang family either." Wen Sulan said, her eyes red, "Then there's only one possibility. The Nan family."
The people Wen Sulan sent to follow Shen Qingling had lost contact with the Nan family. They said he was knocked unconscious and, upon waking, didn't know where Shen Qingling was. They didn't know if Shen Qingling had actually left the Nan family.
He might have left the Nan family with someone else. Or he might not have left at all.
Gui Jin gritted her teeth and said, "I warned him long ago not to associate with the Nan family. He just wouldn't listen, and now look what's happened, he's vanished without a trace. Who knows if the Nan family kidnapped him to threaten Dad into giving up the land in the development zone."
Gu Yutong frowned and said, "It's not impossible. The Nan family has always been audacious and reckless. Qingling is naive, she's definitely been deceived by them."
Gu Changwang said in a low voice, "No, if Nanjun really wanted to do something, she wouldn't use such obvious methods, especially when you all know he went to the Nan family.
Unless she's insane.
Even if Nanjun were stupid, she wouldn't dare to kidnap his son so openly."
Gui Jin stood up and said, "I'm going to check on the Nan family." Gu Changwang stopped him, "Stop. Do you have any evidence before you go?" Gui Jin gritted his teeth and said, "Then what are we going to do? Just wait like this? Nan Yen is terrifying.
If Shen Qingling really falls into his hands, she'll be half dead, if not dead." Gu Changwang said coldly, "If you had told me earlier, things wouldn't have come to this.
Each of you has your own agenda, and you don't put the family first at all. Why would he go to the Nan family? Haven't you thought about that? What if Shen Qingling and the Nan family are working together to force him to give up that land?"
Gu Changwang didn't know what the entanglement between Shen Qingling and the Nan family was, but since he was involved with them, it must be because of that land.
The Nan family must be trying to bribe him.
And Shen Qingling hadn't told him about this.
Did he really reach some kind of agreement with the Nan family? At this point, Gu Chengwang's first thought was whether Shen Qingling had betrayed the Gu family. Gui Jin looked at him in astonishment.
He never expected that Gu Chengwang would still doubt Shen Qingling at a time like this.
That was his own son.
A chill ran down Gu Yijin's spine. He looked into Gu Chengwan's dark, inky eyes and shivered. Gu Chengwan was truly a man whose cold-bloodedness and self-interest were ingrained in his very bones. No matter the circumstances, he always put his own and the Gu family's interests first, even putting his own son second.
When Sulan found him utterly unreasonable, she said coldly, "What do you mean? Qingling is missing now. You still have the mind to think about these things?"
"The most important thing is to find Qingling."
Gu Chengwang replied, "I didn't say I wouldn't look, but after you find him, you'd better make him give me an explanation." With that, Gu Chengwang went upstairs to make a phone call.
He didn't think anything bad would happen to Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling was very intelligent. Gu Chengwang knew that the person he trusted wouldn't perish so easily. His only worry now was Shen Qingling's loyalty to the Gu family. Lin Qingdai comforted Wen Sulan from the side.
"Don't worry, brother Qingling will definitely be alright."
She comforted Wen Sulan verbally, but in reality, she wasn't confident either.
Because Nan Yan was indeed a particularly ruthless person. Nanjun was an even more venomous snake lurking in the shadows, biting people.
Being targeted by this mother and son would be a painful experience, if not death.
She frowned, recalling the battles between Gu Yijin and Nan Yan in her dream. Gu Yijin should have been the one locked in a life-or-death struggle with the Nan family, so why was it Shen Qingling?
She looked at Gu Yijin and asked, "Brother Jin, are you still going to the Nan family?"
Gu Yijin coldly replied, "Of course I'm going.
I'll go with you."
"What will a little girl like you do there? You stay here and take care of Mom. I'm going to the Nan family." Gu Yijin turned and left. Wen Sulan watched Gu Yijin's retreating figure with a puzzled look. "Why is he? What's wrong, Aunt Wen? Have you noticed he seems different lately?" "Really? I've been at school lately and haven't talked to Brother Jin much. What's wrong with him? I can't quite put my finger on it, it just seems he's not as hypocritical as before."
Gu Yijin used to always wear a smile, but that smile and gentleness weren't genuine. His emotions were always unreal, making it impossible to read his mind. He rarely spoke to others with such coldness before. But recently, whether out of laziness or some other stimulus, he started showing his true self. He wouldn't do things he didn't want to do, and he'd speak his mind when he was unhappy. Though harsh, it was real. He stopped showering her with concern and instead started showing interest in Shen Qingling. "He cares a lot about your Qingling brother, but I don't know if it's genuine or malicious."
"It's definitely not. Never mind, I don't know." She didn't believe Gu Yijin would genuinely care about Shen Qingling. He was the one who wanted to kill Shen Qingling in his past life. Would he suddenly have a change of heart and become a better person in this life? She didn't believe it. She was inclined to think Gu Yijin was putting on an act for the Gu family, or that he knew he had no chance of inheriting the family, so he was trying to curry favor with Shen Qingling so he could still rely on the Gu family for a comfortable life. In any case, Gu Yijin's intentions were definitely not good. Gu Yijin had no idea what his family was speculating about him. He drove out in the pouring rain. On the way, he called Zhang Jing. "Why go yourself? Just send someone to the Nan family to ask." "Sending someone to the Nan family won't make a fuss, they probably won't see you." In fact, even if Gu Yijin went himself, the Nan family didn't intend to see him. It was already 10 p.m. when Gu Yijin arrived at the Nan family home. At first, Nan Yan ignored him completely upon hearing it was Gu Yijin. If it were before, as the sole heir of the Gu family, he might have given Gu Yijin some face out of respect for Gu Chengwang. Now that Shen Qingling was in the Gu family, and considering Gu Yijin had insulted him on the phone earlier that day, there was no way he would see Gu Yijin. When Nan Yan refused to see Gu Yijin went berserk at the Nan family's gate. He got into a fight with the security guards at the gate. Knowing he was the young master of the Gu family, the Nan family members didn't dare to kill him and could only block him from entering. Soon after, Zhang Jing arrived with his men. A large crowd had gathered outside. This forced Nan Yan to brave the rain to see him. Nan Yen, holding an umbrella, looked at Gui Jin outside.
At this moment, Gui Jin truly did have the air of a powerful young master. The rain and the darkness added to his chilling aura, and Zhang Jing and the dark mass of people behind him made him appear even more imposing.
Gui Jin finally looked a bit like his past self.
Rain soaked the hair on his forehead, and raindrops dripped slowly from his chin. His brows were furrowed, and he stared intently at Nan Yen, his eyes icy.
Two sworn enemies from past lives met again. Hand over Shen Qingling. Chapter 115. My feelings for him are genuine.
At this moment, a large number of people from the Nan family arrived, confronting Zhang Jing's men. The two groups completely surrounded the Nan family's gate. Rainy night, black umbrellas, uniform attire, a vast swarm of men in black, young masters from two prominent families. It looked like a scene from a gangster movie. Nan Yen stared at Gui Jin with bewilderment, as if looking at a mad dog. This dog was both frantic and pathetic, staring at him as if it had stolen its master.
Nan Yen said expressionlessly, Gui Jin, are you fucking crazy? What are you doing here at my Nan family's house in the middle of the night? Gui Jin, seeing the composed Nan Yen, could no longer hold back.
He stepped forward, grabbed Nan Yan's collar, stared intently into his eyes, and gritted his teeth, saying, I told you to hand over Shen Qingling. He stared intently into Nan Yan's eyes, trying to read something from them. However, only surprise and confusion flashed in Nan Yan's eyes.
What? Shen Qingling? He left a long time ago.
He's missing. You dare say it has nothing to do with your Nan family?
Nan Yan's expression changed upon hearing Gui Jin's words.
His eyes widened slightly. Shen Qingling is missing. Nan Yan's gaze became strange, he felt bewildered and helpless.
Shen Qingling's disappearance was something he didn't want to face. Why are you pretending to be innocent? Impossible, he clearly left with Shang Mo.
Shang Mo said no, she and Shen Qingling parted on bad terms, and Shen Qingling didn't leave with her. Whether to believe the Nan family or the Shang family was a very clear matter. The Shang family and the Gu family had a long-standing relationship, and the Gu family had already agreed to the marriage alliance with Shang Mo.
What reason would Shang Mo have to kidnap her fiancé? It was more likely that the Nan family was the one doing it. To force the Gu family to withdraw from the competition for the land in the development zone, the Nan family went so far as to kidnap the Gu family's most innocent child. That was Gui Jin's thought, especially since he didn't have a good impression of the Nan family mother and son. How could Shen Qingling have been so easily deceived by this mother and son? She even hung up on him for these two people she'd only known for a few days. Shen Qingling had yelled at him. This had never happened before. His biggest regret was not coming to the Nan family to take Shen Qingling away during the day. He shouldn't have waited at home for Shen Qingling to return, and even got angry and aggrieved because of her few words. It was clearly the hateful Nan family who had deceived the innocent Shen Qingling. Thinking of this, Gui Jin grew increasingly angry. He grabbed Nan Yen by the neck, his voice icy, hand over Shen Qingling. Nan Yen felt Gui Jin had gone mad, and he slapped Gui Jin across the face. Seeing Gui Jin still trying to fight, he kicked Gui Jin in the chest. Gui Jin was no match for Nan Yen and immediately collapsed into the rain. Nan Yen was notoriously skilled in fighting, and a ruthless character who didn't care about his life. Gui Jin had practically eaten a bear's gall to provoke him. Gui Jin, what's wrong with you? Do you think I have a good temper? You're fucking tired of living. I said Shen Qingling isn't at the Nan family. If you don't understand human language, don't blame me for showing you the truth with my fists. Gui Jin spat out a mouthful of blood, got up from the ground, his vision blurred by the rain. His eyelids trembled slightly as he slowly raised his eyes to look at Nan Yen, his voice hoarse and low. Nan Yen, if anything happens to Shen Qingling, my Gu family and your Nan family will be sworn enemies. Gui Jin's sinister gaze startled Nan Yen. This was the first time he had ever seen Gui Jin with such an expression. He had seen Gui Jin when he was a child. Back then, Gui Jin was the impeccably dressed young master of the Gu family, surrounded by people, standing in the crowd watching him in his disheveled state. Nan Yen hated Gui Jin ever since childhood. He had seen his wretched side as a child. Those were the darkest days of his life, the ones he least wanted to recall. As an adult, Guijin was renowned, praised highly by the ladies of Jiangqing's social circles. He and Guijin were two extremes, women kept their distance from him. But whenever Guijin appeared at a banquet, those women would swarm towards him. Nan Yen, having grown up in the Nan family and witnessed the darker side of human nature, could easily see through Guijin's facade. He was a hypocritical, two-faced young master, not at all what he appeared to be. Only Shen Qingling and that group of naive, brainless women could be fooled by Guijin. Yet this man, who had worn the mask of a gentle, hypocritical nobleman for over 20 years, was now like a pathetic stray dog, staring at him with venomous eyes. Guijin would never have shown such an expression in public before. He always wore a fake, gentle smile, always the aloof, untainted nobleman. Nan Yen wondered who he was trying to impress with this act. Nan Yen squatted down in front of Guijin and sneered, "You're really putting on a convincing act." If, as Shang Mo said, Shen Qingling didn't leave with her, and Shen Qingling indeed didn't go home, then the liar was Guijin. "So, you're the cunning young Master Gu, coming to my Nan family to cry wolf, huh? What do you mean? Shen Qingling has no grudge against my Nan family. The people in this world who most want him to disappear aren't us, are they? Then who could it be? Who could it be? It's so hard to guess. Isn't it you, Guijin? Coming to my Nan family to play the brotherly love card, to win your father and mother's favor, so everyone will praise you as a sensible and good older brother tomorrow, putting my Nan family on the spot to enhance your own reputation. I think you've actually hidden Shen Qingling away." Guijin was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. It's happening again. Every time Shen Qingling disappears, they always suspect him first. He's truly innocent. Guijin retorted, "Stop making baseless accusations. His disappearance has nothing to do with me, I just came out to look for him." Nan Yen gave a sarcastic smile, "Is that so? You and Shen Qingling are clearly competitors. His return to the Gu family poses a significant threat to your position. If we're talking about who benefits most from Shen Qingling's disappearance, who else could it be but you, Guijin? Now you're pretending to be looking for him? Who will believe you're genuinely worried about Shen Qingling? Does anyone believe that? I think you'd rather he were dead." Nan Yan's last sentence completely enraged Guijin. He had finally let go of his obsession and was preparing to walk the path that might lead to a life of blossoming flowers. Shen Qingling was his hope, his only way out. He had finally managed to break free from his obsession, but Shen Qingling was gone, and his future was uncertain. He couldn't see a bright future ahead, and now he had to endure this disgusting treatment from Nan Yen. He got up and punched Nan Yen in the face, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Nan Yen, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly want him dead?" Nan Yen punched him back, sneering viciously, "You dare say you're genuinely worried about Shen Qingling? Hypocritical, utterly disgusting." Guijin, his eyes red, said, "My feelings for him are genuine." Chapter 116 Shang Mo's Provocation. How could he possibly prove his feelings for Shen Qingling were genuine? Did he have to tear his heart out for anyone to believe him? Guijin finally experienced what it meant to be utterly speechless. "Nan Yen, oh, I don't believe you. If you, Guijin, could have genuine feelings for Shen Qingling, then I, Nan Yen, am the kindest person in the world. Guijin, does it matter whether you believe me or not? I'm here to take her back from the Nan family. Give her back to me. Nan Yen, stop putting on this act. You called during the day saying you'd come to pick up Shen Qingling. Didn't you take Shen Qingling away and then frame us? I know, you did it on purpose. This way you can clear yourself of suspicion. If Shen Qingling never comes back, everyone will think it was the Nan family." How clever, Guijin. Shen Qingling actually spoke up for you today. I think he must be blind to believe you're a good brother. Guijin couldn't take it anymore. His eyes reddened, and he charged forward. "I said I didn't." The two started fighting in the rain. Zhang Jing's men and the Nan family members also started fighting. Fortunately, both sides were rational enough not to carry weapons and were only using their fists. Zhang Jing stood alone, looking disheveled. He could only weakly shout, "Stop fighting." The rain was really heavy today, so heavy that it was impossible to open your eyes while fighting. Gui Jin was being beaten to the ground by Nan Yen. A woman's voice interrupted the melee. "Stop." Nanjun finally appeared. The woman, holding an umbrella, frowned as she looked at the people in the rain. The Nan family members bowed their heads in unison upon seeing Nanjun. "Madam." Zhang Jing gestured, and everyone stopped. The woman stood on the steps by the door, looking down at the people below, her eyes sharp. "Who gave you the audacity to act so presumptuously in my Nan family?" These words seemed to be directed at Gui Jin, but also at Zhang Jing. Nan Yen glared fiercely at Gui Jin in the rain before releasing her and walking to Nanjun's side. "Mother, why are you here? Did the barking dogs outside disturb you? What did you intend to do if I didn't come? Beat him to death here? Look at yourself now, you're not acting like the head of the household at all, you're a laughingstock." Nan Yen lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, mother, I was wrong." Nanjun glanced at Gui Jin lying on the ground and couldn't help but frown. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Nan Yen felt uneasy at the thought of Shen Qingling's disappearance. His brow furrowed, and he said in a low voice, "Shen Qingling has disappeared." Hearing this, Nanjun's eyes changed, and she suddenly gripped the umbrella handle tightly. The moment she heard that Shen Qingling was missing, her first reaction wasn't worry about the land, nor about her plans. This profit-driven, ruthless woman's eyes flashed with panic and worry. Nanjun stood there, stunned, speechless. Seeing her silence, Nan Yen tentatively called out again, "Mother." Nanjun snapped out of her daze and looked at Nan Yen anxiously. How could he disappear? He was perfectly fine during the day. The usually composed woman's tone unconsciously became urgent. Nan Yen coldly looked at Gui Jin and said, "Then you'll have to ask Shen Qingling's good brother. He came to our house in the middle of the night, insisting that we did something to Shen Qingling. He's really good at crying wolf, and he even brought his dog to bite people." Gui Jin scrambled to her feet, trembling, and pointed at Nan Yen. "You." Shen Qingling clearly disappeared from the Nan family's place. Nanjun bit her lip, trying to force herself to calm down. The raindrops pounding on her umbrella made it impossible for her to calm down. Her mind was filled with the image of Shen Qingling before she left. The boy's youthful smile in the sunlight was gradually replaced by darkness. Nanjun's eyes hardened, and she stared at Gui Jin, saying, "Go call the police. Our Nan family will cooperate with your Gu family's investigation. We won't rest until we find Shen Qingling." Nanjun didn't want anything to happen to Shen Qingling, nor did she want to become mortal enemies with the Gu family. Originally, it was just a business matter. But if Shen Qingling really disappeared from the Nan family's property, wouldn't the Gu family be locked in a life-or-death struggle with the Nan family? From any perspective, Shen Qingling couldn't afford to be harmed. We'll also send people out to search. I'll let you know when we have any news. You can leave now." Gui Jin hadn't expected Nanjun to be so agreeable. Now Gui Jin was a little suspicious. Could this matter really have nothing to do with the Nan family? Or did they have a backup plan and weren't afraid of an investigation? Thinking about the Nan family mother and son's behavior, he felt it was unlikely that this matter was unrelated to them. But Nanjun had said what she needed to say, there was no point in him staying. Before Gui Jin left, Nanjun added, "Also, Shang Mo's words are not credible. You'd better advise your father to investigate the Shang family. I suspect Shang Mo took Shen Qingling away." By directly saying that Shang Mo took her away, the Gu family would definitely think she was trying to sow discord. After all, she had no evidence. Gui Jin paused, nodded, and walked into the night. After getting into the car, Gui Jin began to ponder Nanjun's words. Actually, what Nanjun said wasn't entirely impossible. The Shang family might have lied about this. But he couldn't understand why the Shang family would lie. If the Shang family had taken Shen Qingling away, Gui Jin immediately thought it impossible. Shang Xia, that woman, was brainless, she wouldn't do such a thing. Shang Mo did have the brains, but she had no reason to do it. She was already engaged to Shen Qingling, would she kidnap her fiancé now? Only someone insane would do such a thing. Zhongchang was once again engulfed in turmoil because of Shen Qingling. The rain continued to fall that night.
Nanjun stood by the window, her brow furrowed, her mind troubled.
Mother, aren't you asleep yet? I've already sent people to look for him. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. How can I sleep? We don't even know if Shen Qingling is alive or dead. Are you very worried about him? Nanjun lowered her eyes and didn't speak.
She turned and sat down, pouring herself a cup of tea.
Nan Yen could tell she was deliberately avoiding the topic. Why isn't Mother saying anything? What do you want me to say?
Worried is worried, and not worried is not worried. Nan Yen sat down opposite her, staring into her eyes, and slowly continued, like is like, and dislike is dislike.
Nanjun's brow twitched. She looked up at Nan Yen. What do you mean? Nothing, just advising Mother to get some rest. Get out. Yes, Mother, get some rest. Good night.
After Nan Yen left, she stared at the tea in her cup for a long time. Finally, she picked up her phone from the table and dialed the number. A cheerful woman's voice came from the other end of the line.
Mrs. Nan, what brings you here so late at night? Chapter 117. Your breathing sounds so good. Shang Mo was pouring red wine.
She was preparing for a romantic and pleasant evening with Shen Qingling.
Receiving Nanjun's call was somewhat expected.
Nanjun's tone was icy and chilling. You took Shen Qingling away.
She smirked. What are you saying, madam? I don't understand.
What happened to Shen Qingling? Nanjun gripped her phone tightly. Don't play dumb with me.
No one but you had a chance. Shang Mo swirled the glass in her hand. Where's the evidence? If you have evidence, then show it. If you don't, then don't bother me. Madam, it's not very ethical to interrupt someone's good time in the middle of the night. Shang Mo's words carried a very clear implication.
An uncontrollable rage ignited within Nanjun.
What are you going to do to him? What are you talking about, madam? I just said I'm going to sleep. Shang Mo deliberately yawned.
I'm sorry, madam, I need to rest.
Let's talk about it tomorrow. She smiled and continued, have a pleasant evening. Good night, Madam Nan. Shang Mo's tone was blatantly provocative.
Nanjun slammed her phone on the table.
Shang Mo. How dare she?
The thought of what Shang Mo might do to Shen Qingling ignited a fire within Nanjun, a fire that nearly drove her mad. Whether it was to find Shen Qingling or something else, she couldn't sit idly by.
Nanjun didn't tell Nan Yen and drove off alone.
She was going to the Shang family. The woman didn't know that Nan Yen had watched her leave. He calmly watched her departing figure. He knew that the person Nanjun was destined to meet had appeared.
Is it a good thing? Or a bad thing? Nan Yen didn't know. But at least he didn't dislike Shen Qingling. But would things really go as they wished? Nan Yen sighed softly. Shen Qingling. On the other side, Shang Mo was dressed in a sexy and beautiful black lace nightgown.
She had taken a shower, applied lipstick, and sprayed on perfume. She looked absolutely stunning. After preparing everything, she carried the red wine to the basement. The room was still only lit by light filtering in from the ceiling. The woman's appearance added a touch of brightness to the room. Shen Qingling sat half reclined on the bed. He looked up at the sound. Seeing Shang Mo's expression, he was momentarily stunned, then quickly looked away, unable to bear the sight. He had a keen sense of what might happen tonight.
Shang Mo placed the red wine on the bedside table.
She sat on the edge of the bed, flicking her hair and smiling, waiting for me.
Silence means yes.
She leaned closer to the boy. How do I look? The boy was clearly nervous. He whispered, why are you dressed like this? The woman chuckled ambiguously, guess.
An atmosphere of ambiguity filled every corner of the room.
She lay on her side in front of Shen Qingling, propping her temple with one hand as she looked at him. The boy's gaze was unavoidable. The woman's shoulders were partially exposed, her breasts heaving, and water droplets clung to her fair skin, sliding slowly down her smooth skin. An enticing aroma wafted to his nose, and the woman's eyes were fixed on him, as if she were eyeing a delicious dinner. Shen Qingling blushed, his Adam's apple bobbing unconsciously.
Shang Mo's physique was truly impressive. This outfit was even more alluring and sexy, making one's blood boil. Shang Mo noticed his shyness and nervousness.
She glanced at the red wine on the bedside table and asked, "Do you drink?"
No. Shen Qingling thought she would be disappointed.
But to his surprise, her eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing his answer.
That's great. What? Nothing, let's have a drink to celebrate your arrival at my home.
The young man frowned in resistance, "But I don't want to drink." The smile in Shang Mo's eyes slowly faded. She sat up, staring into his eyes.
Really? Don't want to drink? Yeah, my alcohol tolerance is really low.
It's just the two of us, what's the harm in getting drunk?
It's precisely because it's just the two of us that I can't drink. Shang Mo sneered, "What, still want to remain chaste for Nanjun?" Shen Qingling frowned painfully, "It has nothing to do with her, what we're doing is wrong." Shang Mo coldly picked up the glass of red wine from the bedside and handed it to Shen Qingling, "Drink."
She had originally wanted to enjoy wine and conversation with him, but he insisted on making her angry.
Shen Qingling didn't move, only lowering her eyes in resistance.
Shang Mo picked up the wine and took a sip herself, then grabbed Shen Qingling's chin, pinning him against the headboard, and leaned down to kiss him. He wouldn't listen to reason, so he had to suffer the consequences. Shen Qingling's hands were bound by chains, and she couldn't push him away at all, only able to let Shang Mo press down on her and kiss her. She tried to feed him the red wine, her tongue parting his lips.
He tasted the wine and the woman. It was a long-lost feeling. So good.
They both exclaimed simultaneously.
Shen Qingling was enjoying it. Shang Mo was even more so.
She kissed him passionately, one hand caressing the boy's face, tenderly. The other hand landed on the boy's palm, then forcefully clasped his hand, dominating him. Red wine dripped from where they had kissed, wetting Shang Mo's skirt and Shen Qingling's trousers. She knelt on the boy's waist, her hand slowly sliding down his face. The woman's caresses moved over his neck, his chest, causing the boy to tremble. Finally, her beautiful hands landed on his waist, her long, elegant fingers parting the hem of his shirt and slipping inside. Shang Mo began to ignite desire all over him. She clearly felt his body suddenly stiffen, his breathing abruptly stopping.
Both could clearly feel their breaths mingling. The boy's burning skin and his rapidly heaving chest excited her immensely.
Shen Qingling's panting sounded like a potent aphrodisiac to her ears, and her eyes became hazy. The psychological pleasure triggered a mental climax, and she vaguely sensed that her long-suppressed desires were being gradually awakened. She whispered in his ear, "Shen Qingling,
your breathing sounds so beautiful."
Hearing Shang Mo's words, the boy's face flushed even more, a delicate blush spreading across his neck, irresistibly alluring. His usually clear voice lowered considerably, "Stop."
Shang Mo chuckled, "But your body doesn't seem to be saying that." She felt it. Shen Qingling's face turned even redder, perhaps feeling guilty for his lack of self-control, yet helpless.
The woman asked softly, "Do you really want to stop?" A struggle flashed in Shen Qingling's eyes.
Shang Mo heard a soft, subtle swallow in his throat.
Her hand moved to a certain spot.
The boy suddenly opened his eyes, breathing heavily.
His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily, letting out a muffled groan. Shang Mo kissed his eyes and smiled, her laughter carrying a hint of seduction. "Shall we try it?"
Chapter 118 Becoming his possession.
Shen Qingling looked away, gritting her teeth, "No."
Shang Mo could see he was desperately suppressing his desire.
She straddled the boy's waist, the warmth seeping through her silk nightgown and shirt fabric seeping into his taut abs. "You're sweating so much, it must be uncomfortable, right?" As she leaned forward, her curly hair brushed against his cheek, her lips tracing a path to his earlobe.
A tingling sensation ran through her ear, and Shen Qingling couldn't help but tremble.
He closed his eyes, his brow furrowed, and said, "Get down." The woman slowly narrowed her eyes, her tone turning dangerous. "Did Nanjun touch you here?"
Shen Qingling's breath hitched, his eyelids trembling slightly. No.
Shang Mo chuckled, capturing his bobbing Adam's apple in her mouth, rubbing it menacingly. When I saw her kiss your chin today, I wanted to kill her. If she had touched you, I would have peeled away every inch of your skin.
Shang Mo's words caused the boy's pupils, struggling with lust, to contract sharply. Shang Mo smiled soothingly, don't be afraid, I will brand your body with my mark.
The woman's knee parted his closed legs, the silk fabric rustling softly as it rubbed together. She kissed the boy's lips again. Her tongue forcefully invaded his slightly parted lips and teeth, the scent of red wine mingling with the woman's fragrance, carrying a conquering desire. Shang Mo deepened the kiss, holding the back of his head, forcing Shen Qingling to succumb to desire with her. He couldn't help but tilt his head back to respond. Shen Qingling, seemingly inexperienced in kissing, was actually a master, teasing Shang Mo to the point of utter exhaustion. Her eyes reddened, her gaze fixed on the boy with desire, her voice low and hoarse, don't hold back, you really don't want it.
No.
His knee thrust towards her lower abdomen suddenly faltered, the inside of his knee just brushing against her leg, sending a shiver of pleasure through him. Shang Mo's eyes grew even darker and deeper. Her hands suddenly covered his heart, feeling the boy's uncontrollable throbbing penetrate his clothes.
Shang Mo chuckled softly, your heartbeat doesn't lie.
You say no, but it's beating so fast it feels like it's about to burst.
Shen Qingling said with a complex expression, I can't control my body's reactions. That doesn't mean anything. Shang Mo shifted his hips, saying, but it tells me you really want it. Shen Qingling's handsome face flushed crimson. He couldn't resist his body's sensations. Shang Mo was a stunning beauty, no man could remain unmoved lying here. He gritted his teeth, it was you who did it on purpose, that's why. He was somewhat annoyed and couldn't help but move the chains, pushing Shang Mo away. Move again, and I'll let Nanjun see you like this. Seeing Shen Qingling's pupils shrink in shock, Shang Mo became even angrier. He still cared about Nanjun after all. Seeing his anxious eyes, Shang Mo suddenly smiled, a smile that didn't reach his eyes, but carried a hint of vengeful hatred. She couldn't tell if she hated Shen Qingling or Nanjun. She said in a gentle yet chilling tone, how about I call her and let her hear your voice? Understanding her intention, Shen Qingling's expression changed. Shang Mo, are you crazy? His eyes were filled with terror and humiliation, he didn't want Nanjun to see this side of him. Shang Mo sneered and got out of bed. She switched SIM cards and dialed a number. The time it took to get the call connected felt like an endless torture for Shen Qingling. Shang Mo placed the phone on the bed, right next to Shen Qingling's cheek. Let her hear the sound of us kissing. Hear your uncontrollable panting. Chapter 119 Born Succubus. Shang Mo tried to kiss him again, prying open his tightly clenched teeth, but the taste of blood suddenly filled her mouth. This was the boy's silent resistance. Shen Qingling suddenly bit her lower lip fiercely, silently expressing his resistance amidst Shang Mo's muffled groan of pain. But the more fiercely Shen Qingling resisted, the more it showed how much he cared for Nanjun. This was Shang Mo's trigger point, completely untouchable. Touching this bomb would cause it to explode. Of course, he deliberately detonated this bomb. Unsurprisingly, Shang Mo exploded. She wiped the blood from her lips, her anger reaching its peak. Shen Qingling, you asked for this. Shang Mo got up from the bed and took a box of medicine from the drawer. This should be familiar to Shen Qingling. He had already experienced its effects once and didn't want to experience it a second time. This is all for you. 1 pill and you won't be able to handle it, 2 and you'll lose your mind, 3. You'll become a complete horny dog, begging me for it. Shang Mo pinched his chin and asked, you choose, take it or don't, The boy recalled the agonizing night in the hotel and had no choice but to give in. He painfully closed his eyes, I promise you. Shang Mo showed a satisfied expression. She placed the pills aside and gently stroked his face, saying, that's a good boy. Shen Qingling's words meant she agreed. If it weren't necessary, she wouldn't have used drugs to force him. This was just a way to threaten him. She still hoped he could have a wonderful first time with her without the drugs. Shen Qingling, then can you promise me one thing? Shang Mo, go ahead. Shen Qingling, don't call her. Shang Mo, okay.
Shang Mo readily agreed, but she knew the call wouldn't go through. She was just trying to scare Shen Qingling and test his reaction. The result displeased her. Shen Qingling really cared about Nanjun. He was afraid of letting Nanjun know they were together, afraid his image in her eyes would be shattered, and even more afraid that the woman would never like him again.
Shang Mo imagined the boy's inner thoughts.
Then she made a decision. She decided to call Nanjun later using Shen Qingling's phone.
That would make the woman even angrier.
Just imagining Nanjun receiving a call from Shen Qingling while she was worried, anxiously trying to find out his location, only to hear infuriating gasps and moans.
Just thinking about it made Shang Mo laugh.
The moment the silk bra strap slipped, Shen Qingling's tightly closed eyes trembled slightly. You promised me, so don't act like some chaste, devoted man.
Otherwise, I'll make the call. Hearing the word call, Shen Qingling's brows furrowed even more. But what he was thinking was, that's even more exciting. Since he's going for the thrill, he might as well go all the way. He replied in a hoarse voice, okay.
Slowly, he stroked the woman's waist. Shang Mo's threats did indeed work, but each time Shen Qingling became more obedient to her because of Nanjun, she felt even more jealous, angry, and resentful towards them.
2,000 words omitted here. This feeling was truly addictive.
It must be said that Shen Qingling was incredibly alluring. And this unconscious seduction was the most tempting. He was a born succubus, stirring up the most primal desires, making people stop at nothing to possess him. Going mad for him, falling for him.
And then completely becoming his possession.
Chapter 120. That crazy woman from the Nan family has arrived. Shen Qingling kissed her from her collarbone down to her neck, chin, and then her lips. The moment he closed his eyes and kissed her, Shang Mo thought of her first kiss.
Adrenaline surged, and Shang Mo couldn't hold back any longer.
She responded to Shen Qingling's kisses while reaching out to unbutton his shirt, one button at a time. Shang Mo had been very harsh with her words earlier. However, the moment she pulled down Shen Qingling's pants, her face turned pale. Even though it was her first time, she knew that Shen Qingling wasn't acting like a normal man. She had been so focused on forcing him to agree that she hadn't noticed that. Now that she saw it, she was actually quite shocked. She suddenly froze, staring blankly. The boy's face turned completely red from staring. His voice was hoarse as he asked, "What's wrong?" Shang Mo's eyes hardened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Nothing, continue." Shen Qingling gasped, "Untie the chains for me, okay."
Shang Mo raised an eyebrow. "No, darling, I'm afraid you'll run away." Shen Qingling lowered her eyes, saying, "But this position you'll get hurt." Shang Mo had never suffered like this before.
As long as she could have Shen Qingling, all of this was happiness in her eyes, even pain was happiness.
Shang Mo smiled gently, saying, "Don't be afraid of me. Use the strength you should have at your age, okay?"
Looking into those captivating eyes, the young man was momentarily lost in thought. He said in a hoarse voice, "I'm afraid you'll cry."
Shang Mo swore, "Absolutely not."
Shen Qingling wrapped her arms around the woman's waist and kissed her.
The room was filled with an ambiguous and alluring atmosphere. Suddenly, both of their breathing became heavy.
He couldn't help but tilt his head back and let out a heavy groan, like a dying swan arching its wings in its final arc, beautiful to the extreme.
Shang Mo stared at his face, mesmerized. How could someone be so captivating even in the throes of passion?
It made one want to see him reveal his vulnerable side, regardless of everything.
Shang Mo's face was as white as a sheet.
Her fingernails dug uncontrollably into the skin on Shen Qingling's back.
It hurt so much.
She had underestimated Shen Qingling and overestimated herself.
Even doing nothing was excruciatingly painful. Shang Mo couldn't help but cry. Hot tears dripped onto the boy's shoulder.
He turned his face and kissed away the tears that welled up in her eyes, pressing down on her wrist as she tried to escape. "It won't hurt anymore soon." Shen Qingling was coaxing her with a hint of vengefulness. She had to bear this pain herself, she couldn't blame him. Blood trickled down her thigh, staining the sheets crimson.
Shang Mo couldn't resist biting Shen Qingling's shoulder.
Shen Qingling stroked her soaked back. Sister, bear with it.
Hearing Shen Qingling call out sister, Shang Mo's eyes glazed over.
His reflection shone in the woman's unfocused pupils, the occasional breaths escaping her throat like crushed flower juice. She smiled, her face pale. She brushed the sweat-dampened hair from his forehead, her lip, bitten until it bled, leaving a mark on the boy's brow. Shen Qingling, look, how well-matched we are.
Shen Qingling looked at her crazed and persistent state, speechless.
Shang Mo's hand slowly reached for the bedside. She whispered in his ear, shall I make a call to let you know you're safe?
The moment he heard the caller ID, Shen Qingling snapped back to reality. His eyes widened. Who are you calling? Even at a time like this. Shang Mo's red lips parted slightly. Nanjun.
Nanjun was driving to the Shang family home.
Her phone vibrated, Shen Qingling's number flashing on the screen.
Her expression changed abruptly, and she pressed the answer button on her Bluetooth headset.
Shen Qingling. Where are you?
The instant she swiped to answer, the panting breaths emanating from the receiver felt like poisoned silver needles piercing her temples.
Shang Mo, turn it off.
The boy's broken voice suddenly rose, followed by the muffled thud of flesh hitting the headboard, exceptionally clear against the background noise of the stormy night. Nanjun's jade thumb ring shattered in her palm, blood seeping into the steering wheel through her fingers.
Did you hear that, madam? Shang Mo's breath was heavy with arrogance. Nanjun's temples throbbed, as if a red-hot iron cone were scraping against the inside of her skull.
She bit her tongue hard, the taste of blood mingling with the car air freshener, brewing a deadly poison in her throat.
She wanted nothing more than to poison Shang Mo. Nanjun's fingernails scratched 4 crescent-shaped gashes into the steering wheel cover, her knuckles turning bluish-white from the force. The dashboard lights tinted her pupils like the vertical pupils of a beast, and with each wiper stroke, the phantom of Shen Qingling bound in chains was projected onto the windshield. I specifically called so madam could hear too. How could such a beautiful moment be complete without her witness? Even though Shen Qingling tried her best to remain silent, Nanjun could still tell what they were doing from Shang Mo's breathing. She felt like she was being choked and plunged into ice water. The metallic taste of blood churning in her throat made her vision blur. Shang Mo, I'll throw you into a snake pit to be fed. Shang Mo suddenly cut off her curse. Listen carefully.
The sound of metal chains clanging was mixed in with his panting.
Shen Qingling frowned, stubbornly remaining silent. Shang Mo suddenly grabbed the back of his head and kissed him deeply. As he unconsciously tilted his head back to meet his panting breath, she suddenly bit his tongue hard. Aren't you panting quite a bit? Shen Qingling suddenly turned her head and bit her wrist to suppress her breathing. Shang Mo's eyes darkened, her sharp teeth leaving bloody marks on the boy's collarbone. She raised an eyebrow and said, "Scream." Shen Qingling's pupils suddenly lost focus. Shang Mo was licking the boy's bleeding collarbone.
Shen Qingling, on the verge of losing control, left scratches on her back with his bound hands. Unsure what had happened, Shen Qingling's sobs abruptly changed tone. Don't Shang Mo, don't sister, stop. The accusatory words were broken into ambiguous syllables by his gasps. His address to Shang Mo changed from her name to sister.
Nanjun's distorted face was reflected in the car window.
Then came Shang Mo's satisfied sigh from the other end of the phone. Guess whose name he called out when he climaxed? The thunder roared, and raindrops pounded against the glazed tiles with a deafening sound. Through the receiver, Shang Mo's last whisper came through. Nanjun, did it sound nice? In a daze, Nanjun saw 2 people smiling at her. This illusion spurred her to jerk the steering wheel, the car scraping against the concrete guardrail, sending sparks flying. Nanjun's throat creaked under the strain, her right hand slamming uncontrollably against the center console, shards of glass piercing her hand. Ignoring the pain, her eyes hardened with malice.
Shang Mo. Afterwards, Shen Qingling lay on the bed resting.
This woman was like fire in bed, capable of igniting a person completely. All desires were aroused to their peak by her, plunging one into an abyss of lust.
She had finally possessed Shen Qingling.
This person was now completely branded with her mark. Thinking of the boy's passionate expression, and the way he gazed at her as he breathed heavily, Shang Mo was about to lose control again. The more suppressed his breaths, the more alluring they were. It was proof that he couldn't resist her. Shang Yimou loved the way he frowned and breathed heavily. Even the most aloof and celibate person would react this way when overcome with passion. Shang Yimou felt she had conquered Shen Qingling. But in reality, she herself had been completely conquered by Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling seemed so inexperienced, yet he was so formidable. And this was under duress. Shang Yimou could tell he wasn't giving it his all. If only he could truly love her. The thought alone made her heart race, her blood boil.
Shang Mo's eyes were glazed over.
Shen Qingling glanced at the progress bar. Shang Mo's progress had already surpassed 70. For Shang Yimou, 70 was an extremely high level of love. She had already considered Shen Qingling the only true love in her life. Shen Qingling is now her life. Anyone who touches her will die. Nanjin's progress bar has also increased due to Shen Qingling's disappearance and Shang Mo's stimulation. It's already reached 60.
Nanjin is speeding down the road.
She's about to reach the Shang family. Meanwhile, the two are resting in bed. Shen Qingling turns her head and stares into Shang Mo's eyes. Why did you lie to me?
You said you wouldn't call her.
Shang Mo's eyes crinkled as he snuggled into her arms. She hugged his neck and nuzzled him affectionately, like a cat. A woman who's had her fill is usually in a very good mood. She deliberately provoked me during the day, so of course I had to return the favor.
Aren't you afraid she'll hand the recording over to the police?
She won't, unless she wants so many people to hear your beautiful voice and her own outburst.
What, are you angry? You shouldn't have lied to me.
Shang Yimou scratched his palm and lowered her eyes, saying, I was just getting a little revenge on her.
How about I let you bully me back, and you bully me to vent your anger? Shen Qingling sneered. Was this bullying or a reward?
He pulled his hand away, turned his back to her, clearly still angry about the phone call.
He didn't want to talk to her. Shen Qingling couldn't say anything too harsh, so she could only express her dissatisfaction this way. Shang Yimou found even his angry back view adorably sullen.
She deliberately frowned, feigning pain. It hurt so much.
After all, this was his first woman. Given Shen Qingling's personality, she would never be indifferent.
He had bullied her like this, he wouldn't be uncaring. The young man paused, then finally turned over and couldn't help asking, Are you hurt?
Yes. Shang Yimou frowned, looking fragile and on the verge of death.
In reality, she truly was on the verge of death.
You buy some medicine and apply it. No, just comfort me. Shang Yimou looked at him pleadingly, as soft as an innocent rabbit.
This woman was sometimes like a fierce wolf, sometimes like a cunning and alluring fox, and sometimes like a pitiful and adorable rabbit. She truly made one both love and hate her. The young man was helpless with her, sighed, and pulled her into his arms.
Where? Let me rub it for you. Here, and my waist. Who told you to?
The boy blushed and couldn't finish his sentence.
Shang Yimou smiled, his eyes crinkling. We've done everything, why are you still so shy?
Shen Qingling lowered his eyes.
You know this isn't right, it's a distorted love. Shang Mo's eyelashes fluttered. He whispered, What do I have to do for you to love me?
I'll give you anything, Shen Qingling, can't you just try loving me?
Love can't be forced, Shang Yimou. What if I insist on forcing it?
It will only lead to mutual destruction.
Is that so? Didn't you enjoy it immensely when you forced it just now? That's not the same thing. Shang Yimou stared into his eyes, his expression obsessive. It's all the same.
Nothing in this world is unchangeable. Shen Qingling, you're destined to be entangled with me for life. Whether you love me or not, you must immediately stay by my side.
Shen Qingling remained silent. Shang Yimou softened her tone, saying, I won't force you. We have plenty of time to get to know each other.
As long as you're willing to open your heart to me, willing to enter my world, you'll know that no one in this world loves you more than I do. Her eyes were both deep and obsessive, carrying a madness capable of destroying everything.
Is just trying to understand me so difficult for you?
Looking into her affectionate eyes, the boy frowned, finally replying softly, I will try to understand you.
Perhaps it was sincere, perhaps just a compromise. But Shang Mo, I can't guarantee I'll like you. What if I still don't like you after getting to know you? Wouldn't you be even more heartbroken?
Shang Mo's approach was like holding a torch against the wind. Forcing possession would inevitably burn her hand. But she had to try. Even if the result wasn't what she hoped for.
Shang Mo said humbly, "What do you dislike about me? I'll change it. I'll change anything except leaving you and not loving you." Really? You'll change yourself for me?
Really, I'll try my best to become the person you like, until you like me and accept me. Sometimes she was frighteningly soft and submissive.
Shen Qingling's eyes softened.
He suddenly stroked the scar on her leg.
"What's the cause of your illness?"
The first step to understanding, or winning her over, is knowing her past, understanding the source of her pain. Shang Mo was about to say something when her phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Shang Xia.
Shang Mo answered the phone. "What is it?"
Shang Xia's panicked and anxious voice came through the phone. "It's terrible.
That crazy woman from the Nan family is here. Aren't you going to come and deal with it?"
Shang Mo glanced at Shen Qingling. The young man avoided her gaze, afraid that she would be provoked and go crazy again.
Shang Mo curled her lips and said, "I know."
She hung up the phone and looked at Shen Qingling with a gloomy gaze, saying, "Nanjun is here.
Do you want to see her?" Chapter 121. If only I had met you sooner. Shen Qingling dared not say he wanted to.
He shook his head and said, "Let her go.
Just say I stayed voluntarily." Shang Mo was stunned, the gloom in her eyes gradually fading.
She raised an eyebrow and said, "You don't want her to save you?" The boy looked away, replying softly, "If someone finds out you've imprisoned me, your life is ruined." Shang Mo froze, her heart skipping a beat.
He was actually worried about her. "Shen Qingling, I am the villain who imprisoned you. You shouldn't have any pity for me. How could someone be so kind?"
If it were someone else, Shang Mo would call him foolish, but if it were her, then Shang Mo loved him even more.
"But we're already like this, am I supposed to send you to prison? Are you willing to stay here forever?
In this dark, gloomy little room?"
"I want to get out, but not now."
Shen Qingling looked into her eyes, his gaze clear, and said, "You're self-destructing for my sake. I hate you, but I can't bear to watch you become another imprisoned person. I hope I can cure your illness, and then wait until you willingly let me out."
Shang Mo stood there looking at him for a long time. Time seemed to stand still.
In the dim light, her eyes were unfathomable. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking.
But Shen Qingling could see the progress bar. Shang Mo's progress bar had increased again. So she was falling for it.
Shang Mo went over and hugged him tightly, burying her face in his shoulder, her vulnerability laid bare in that moment.
"Shen Qingling. I was thinking, if only I had met you sooner."
For Shang Mo, there were many people in this world she regretted meeting. But Shen Qingling was different, she only regretted not meeting him sooner.
In this madman's heart, Shen Qingling was unique.
Shen Qingling didn't know her past, but most things that make a person this way are acquired. If it were congenital factors, then Shang Xia should also be a madman. But they were sisters, yet Shang Xia was a naive and innocent girl. Therefore, something must have happened to Shang Mo that led her to become the way she is today.
Shen Qingling slowly said, "It's not too late for you to meet me now."
Shang Mo's breath caught in her throat. He really knew how to make her happy. He seemed born with the ability to say sweet words, moving without even realizing it.
"Are you really willing to stay by my side and help me become a better person?" "I am."
At this moment, Shen Qingling's answer was more moving than the solemn vows he made at their wedding ceremony.
"But this might take a long time. Maybe I'll never become a better person, maybe you'll have to stay here forever. I believe you will become a better person. Maybe that day isn't far away."
Shen Qingling's words gave her hope, but also trapped her. If she couldn't change, if she didn't become a better person, she would disappoint Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling sacrificed his freedom and self, trapping himself here.
She shouldn't do anything to disappoint him. Shang Yimou held his hand, lowered his eyes, and placed a kiss on it. I will try my best to change. As long as he stayed as he said he would, she was willing to change herself for him. No one wants to be forever trapped in the abyss. Before, it was because she had no other choice, no one could save her. Now, a hand has appeared above the abyss, bringing her hope, and she is willing to hold that hand and walk with him towards the light. But she is afraid. Afraid that hand will let go of her halfway. Then she will only sink into an even deeper, bottomless hell. So, Shen Qingling, please don't leave me. She looked into his eyes, her gaze obsessive and focused. She couldn't bear the price of deception. I swear, I won't leave until you willingly let me go. That's good. A hint of tenderness appeared in Shang Mo's eyes. Shen Qingling added, but could you let me call my mom? I'll tell them not to look for me anymore, otherwise you'll be exposed sooner or later. Shang Yimou hesitated for a moment, then nodded, okay, the phone's on the bedside table. You can use it yourself. I'll go upstairs to deal with that annoying fly. Shang Yimou deliberately left the phone with Shen Qingling. She was using this opportunity to conduct a test. If Shen Qingling really hadn't done anything, then she would give him more trust, more space, and more freedom. If he tried to pass messages, tried to escape, then he'd never get out again. As soon as Shang Yimou entered the living room, Shang Xiao rushed towards her. You're finally here. Quickly, find a way to get that madwoman out of here. She hit you. No, this is the Shang family home. How dare she lay a hand on me? Then why are you in such a hurry? She didn't hit me, but the look in her eyes made me feel like she was about to kill me. Useless. Shang Xiao was about to say something in her defense when she accidentally caught sight of the marks on Shang Mo's neck. Her eyes widened suddenly, and she pointed at Shang Mo's neck, shouting, You! What are those red marks on your neck? Shang Xiao guessed what was going on, but she didn't want to admit it was true. Shen Qingling had been completely taken advantage of by this woman, Shang Yimou. She was insanely jealous. Shang Xiao's jealous eyes were undisguised, just like before. Shang Yimou touched her neck, you mean this? She brushed aside Shang Xiao's pointing hand, deliberately leaning close to Shang Xiao's face and smiling, Shen Qingling kissed you. That tone, that expression, was enough to infuriate anyone. Even Shang Xiao was this angry, let alone Nanjun. Shang Yimou was too lazy to waste words with Shang Xia, she simply ignored Shang Xia and sat down opposite Nanjun. She smiled slightly and said, I wonder what brings Madame Nan here so late at night. Seeing the mark on Shang Mo's neck, and then at her satisfied expression, Nanjun's nails dug into her palm, leaving a bloody mark. Nanjun said with a forced smile, now that we're on your turf, there's no need to play dumb with me. Shang Yimou leaned back casually on the sofa, her tone playful, since you knew it was my turf, you still dared to come alone. You dare come to the Nan family alone, why wouldn't I dare come to the Shang family alone? Do you think your Shang family is unapproachable? No, it's just that Madame's late arrival disturbed my good time, which made me rather unhappy. The woman, though seemingly unhappy, wore a pleased expression. Shang Mo's words were pointed, reminding Nanjun of what she had overheard on the phone earlier. Her face suddenly darkened. What did you do to him? Slept with him. These two concise words infuriated both women simultaneously. Shang Xia bit her lip jealously and cursed a few times. Nanjun's taut nerves snapped completely. Chapter 122 Let's wait and see. Nanjun gritted her teeth, staring intently into Shang Mo's eyes, her killing intent palpable. Shang Yimou had no idea what deadly move Nanjun was plotting, but she remembered the grudge from earlier that day. Shang Yimou deliberately rubbed her neck and said, I'm so tired. Young people have so much stamina. He's still waiting for me to sleep together. If Madame has nothing else, please leave. Nanjun sneered, Shang Yimou, haven't you thought about the consequences of your actions? If the Gu family finds out, you're finished. Shang Yimou raised an eyebrow indifferently, so what if they find out? The past is the past, the present is the present. Without the Gu family, my Shang family will still thrive. Shen Qingling is a member of the Gu family. Aren't you slapping Gu Changwang in the face by doing this? Do you think he'll let it go easily?
Once you've broken ties with him, Gu Changwang isn't someone you can easily deal with.
You're so kind of advising me, shouldn't I thank you? I'm just advising you to follow the rules.
Those who don't follow the rules will suffer a terrible fate.
Times have changed, madam.
Only people like you live in the past, in old houses, bound by old rules, stiff and decaying like walking corpses. The Nan family has no future in your hands. They will forever remain in the darkness, like shadowy rats, never seeing the light of day.
Shang Mo was completely unmoved.
Nanjin's attempts to pressure her with the Gu family and Gu Changwang were useless. Threats and warnings were also ineffective. Because Shang Mo had gone completely mad, those petty squabbles posed no threat to her. She wouldn't learn her lesson unless she suffered a great loss. Nanjin's methods of revenge were far more ruthless than Shang Mo's. She was even more insane.
Nanjin stood up and said, "Since you won't listen to anything I say, I won't say anything more.
Take care of yourself." Nanjin was better able to control her emotions than Shang Mo. Today's outburst was something she hadn't done in a long time. After all, she was a few years older than Shang Mo and had experienced more. Even if she was angry, she wouldn't lay a hand on him in the Shang family home. As the saying goes, courtesy before force. She had already tried to reason with him, and if Shang Mo wouldn't listen, she wouldn't blame her for using force.
Seeing Nanjin about to leave, Shang Mo said again, "Madam, are you giving up so easily? I thought you liked him so much."
Nanjin paused, her tone icy, and said, "I never said I liked him.
I only ruined your marriage alliance for that piece of land."
She turned to look at Shang Mo, her eyes like poison. "What I despise even more is your provocation." Nanjin did have some affection for Shen Qingling. She liked his simplicity and kindness, and she was genuinely worried about him. But seeing Shang Mo's expression, she understood that she wouldn't do anything to Shen Qingling. More than anything else, she loathed Shang Mo's provocation. Shen Qingling wasn't just Shen Qingling, he represented that land, and now he had further fueled the competitive spirit between Nanjin and Shang Mo. She would use Shen Qingling to get revenge on Shang Mo. She couldn't lose to Shang Mo no matter what. She had to rescue Shen Qingling and make him completely subservient to her. Shang Mo was playing hard to get. She wouldn't let him off easily without teaching him a lesson. It had been a long time since she'd encountered someone so reckless. Shang Mo knew she wouldn't give up easily. But that wasn't what she wanted. She deliberately provoked Nanjin, wanting her to lose her temper and control, to do something that would disappoint Shen Qingling. That piece of land truly meant nothing to her. All she wanted was Shen Qingling. Only when Shen Qingling was completely disillusioned with Nanjin would she have the opportunity to take advantage of her vulnerability. Now she had already walked into her own trap, hadn't she? A duel between madmen is all about the thrill. It could mean risking everything, it could mean risking your life. Shang Mo's revenge on her was eagerly awaited. She smiled and said, "Unfortunately, your dislike is useless. If anyone's provoking me, it was you who provoked me first. If you hadn't provoked Shen Qingling, I wouldn't have provoked you. If you want to settle these things with me, then we have to go back to the land dispute at the beginning. Your Shang family isn't involved in real estate, yet you insisted on meddling. You ruined my plans first, understand? This land isn't in your name, Nanjin's name. Why can't I fight for it? Fine, fight then. We'll each use our own methods and see who the final winner is." Shang Mo smiled and said, "I want the land, and I want the person. You'll get nothing." Nanjin also smiled, "Is that so? Then we'll wait and see." The smile in Nanjin's eyes vanished as she turned away. She walked out of the Shang family compound with icy eyes. Shang Xia frowned and said, "Why did you have to provoke this killing machine? Don't you know who she is?" Shang Mo said expressionlessly, "She's the one who came to provoke me. If she doesn't touch Shen Qingling, nothing will happen." If Shang Xia still couldn't see Shang Mo's feelings for Shen Qingling by now, then she was truly incredibly stupid. She looked at Shang Mo in disbelief, suddenly feeling that this woman was a stranger to her. The fact that Shang Mo, a selfish, cold-blooded woman who prioritizes self-interest, could actually fall for a man left her with a dazed, unreal feeling. She murmured, "You actually really like Shen Qingling." No wonder Shang Mo insisted on stealing the opportunity for the arranged marriage. Now everything made sense. She thought Shang Mo's motives were family fortune and profit, but it turned out it was for love.
How absurd.
She wouldn't feel this way if it happened to someone else. But it felt utterly absurd to her because of someone like Shang Mo.
Shang Mo looked up at her. Don't you like him? Any woman would, wouldn't she? If I said I liked him too, would you grant my wish? Say that again.
Sheng Xia, still harboring feelings for Shen Qingling, continued to have a restless desire for him.
Even if she couldn't win his heart, having him in person wouldn't be bad, right?
But seeing the unfathomable look in Shang Mo's eyes, she hesitated. Shang Mo's eyes were dark and unfathomable, and Shang Xia shrank back, not daring to speak further.
She sat down next to Shang Mo, coughed, and said, "It's just what about him?" "What, how was it?" "Oh, you mean that one?" "Oh, you mean that one?" "Very good, extremely good." Shang Mo practically spat out the last two sentences through gritted teeth.
So good that she was still in pain, so good that it was etched into her memory, a feeling she would never forget for the rest of her life.
Shang Xia looked at her with envy. "Can't I try too? We're best friends, after all." Shang Mo grabbed her chin and warned, "Who said we're best friends? Have you gotten the wrong impression because I've been too nice these past few years?"
Shang Xia, I'm warning you, if you dare touch him, I'll chop off your hand. Shang Xia pursed her lips and pushed her hand away, saying, "You're so good, always wanting to have it all to yourself." Shang Mo said with a half-smile, "Shen Qingling was your fiancé before, but you refused, saying you wouldn't marry anyone but Gui Jin.
Now you're regretting it? Too late." Chapter 123 1 or 0.
Mentioning this, Shang Xia's face turned deathly pale. She was now filled with deep regret. She frantically grabbed her hair and scratched it a few times.
"Okay, stop talking. I was out of my mind back then, too immersed in the role, and just couldn't think straight. This is your retribution, Shang Xia. All evil deeds will eventually bring retribution, it's just a matter of time. And what about you? Aren't you afraid of retribution for treating Shen Qingling like that? Meeting you all in this life is already my retribution. Shen Qingling is here to redeem me." Shang Mo was stubbornly unrepentant, and Shang Xia knew that nothing she said would make a difference.
She could only frown and say, "Then be careful, don't let anyone find out."
"Worried about me? No, the Shang family is finished without you. How can I protect this family fortune alone? At least you have some sense, so you'd better keep your mouth shut." With that, Shang Mo got up and left.
Shang Xia watched her retreating figure, filled with envy and jealousy. The thought of Shang Mo sleeping with Shen Qingling in his arms made her heart ache.
So envious.
Sleeping with Shen Qingling's 8-pack abs as a pillow must be so comfortable. Shang Xia could only hug a pillow on the sofa and silently weep. Meanwhile, in the basement, Shen Qingling heard Shang Xia's heart flutter inexplicably.
What did Shang Mo say to her?
He was genuinely curious about what would happen when the two women confronted each other upstairs.
After leaving the living room, Shang Mo didn't immediately go to the basement to see Shen Qingling.
She sat down at her desk in the study and turned on her computer. The screen clearly showed what Shen Qingling had done after she left.
Even Shen Qingling's phone was being monitored.
It showed who he called, detailed call and text message records, and activity on WeChat and other apps. Everything was crystal clear. Shen Qingling had no privacy in front of her, any little scheme he harbored was laid bare before her.
Surveillance footage and records showed that he did indeed call Wen Sulan. Shang Mo's heart leaped.
She hoped he wouldn't do anything to disappoint her.
Shen Qingling dialed Wen Sulan's number.
The woman's voice on the other end was urgent and heartbroken.
"Qingling. Where are you? What happened?" Wen Sulan trembled the moment she answered Shen Qingling's call.
She was terrified of hearing a stranger's voice, and also afraid it would be Shen Qingling pleading for mercy.
Thankfully, neither of those scenarios occurred.
The young man's voice on the other end was calm and gentle, perfectly normal. Shen Qingling sighed and said, "Mom, don't worry about me.
I need to take care of something before I can come home. Did someone threaten you?
No, no one threatened me.
Shang Mo's eyes relaxed.
It seemed he really hadn't lied to her. A gentle smile appeared in her eyes.
On the other end of the phone, Wen Sulan was completely bewildered.
It sounded like Shen Qingling hadn't been kidnapped, nor was he in any danger.
But Shen Qingling wouldn't say what was going on.
While Wen Sulan was anxious, the phone call slightly eased her worries.
She could only inquire about every detail of his life.
She needed to know at least whether his basic needs were met, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to sit still at home in unease. To reassure Wen Sulan, Shen Qingling began to explain and reply to each message one by one.
I'm fine. I'm eating and sleeping well, and someone is cooking for me. It's safe here. No one hit me, and I'm not injured. Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll call you regularly to let you know I'm safe.
If you need anything, you can message me, and I'll reply as soon as I see it.
The school might need you to give me some time off. Okay, I understand.
Take care of yourself.
If anyone asks, just say I'm sick and went to the countryside to recuperate. After hanging up, Wen Sulan was completely distraught.
This was so strange, she had never encountered anything like it before. A perfectly healthy person had disappeared, yet remained unharmed, could still call to let her know she was safe, could still contact her regularly, and could still read and reply to messages.
What was going on? Wen Sulan was baffled. She tried to locate Shen Qingling's address, but it was unsuccessful.
Later, she had no choice but to tell her family about it. Upon hearing this, Gu Changwang said calmly, I knew he'd be all right. Qingling is a smart child, he wouldn't put himself in danger. Since he's already said so, you don't need to worry too much. Gu Changwang had an inexplicable confidence in Shen Qingling.
He felt Shen Qingling wouldn't be in any trouble.
Now that he knew he had called to let her know he was safe, he felt even more certain. Gu Chengwan's confidence appeared as indifference to Wen Sulan, who secretly rolled her eyes, ignoring him.
Gu Yutong frowned and said, but this is a bit too strange.
If he could call to let her know he was safe, why wouldn't he say anything else?
There has to be a reasonable explanation. A perfectly healthy person just vanished into thin air.
We can only contact him by phone, who knows if the person on the other end is really him?
Are you sure that's Qingling? Could it be someone impersonating him to deliberately deceive you? Gu Yutong felt that things weren't that simple.
Wen Sulan shook her head, I'm certain it's Qingling, but I don't know if someone forced him to say this.
Sigh, I'm still very worried. No matter what, we can't give up looking for him. Lin Qingdai, could it be that brother Qingling is involved in some big conspiracy, or trapped in some dangerous scheme he can't escape from, so he's hiding? He's not telling you to protect you. At this moment, Guijin slapped his thigh and said, there's another possibility. Everyone looked at him. What possibility? Do you think he might be on some special mission?
The more Guijin thought about it, the more likely this seemed. Think about it, he suddenly disappeared, but no one can find any trace of him. It's very likely that the National Security Bureau, the military, or the government have intervened. That's why you can't find his trail no matter how hard you search. Then he can call to let you know he's safe, but he can't tell you what he's doing.
He's probably on a secret mission and can't reveal it.
These kinds of missions require signing confidentiality agreements.
He can confidently say he'll be back, which means this mission won't endanger his personal safety.
He said someone was cooking for him, he was eating and sleeping well, he must be being treated like an important person.
That makes it sound like he's on a mission. Guijin's words made the Gu family think there was some truth to it. Wen Sulan hesitated, but Qingling is just a college student, what kind of important national mission could he possibly be on? Guijin wagged her index finger, you don't understand, do you? Shen Qingling's face is his biggest weapon.
Maybe it involves some female spy or powerful figure who needs his help.
Or maybe he's a top student at Jian University, and it's perfectly normal for the government to take him in for further training.
We'll know for sure when he gets back. This conversation, while not very helpful, at least offered some comfort to Wen Sulan. She hoped things would turn out well, and she hoped her worries were unfounded. After returning to her room, Gui Jin sent Shen Qingling a message.
Gui Jin, Qingling, tell me, are you on a secret mission? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone.
If yes, reply with a 1, if not, reply with a 0.
Shen Qingling, 2.5. Gui Jin was a little confused by Shen Qingling's reply. What does 2.5 mean? Confidential? Coordinates? A numerical code?
Gui Jin started studying the 2.5 sent by Shen Qingling.
But Shen Qingling actually only meant one thing. He was calling Gui Jin an idiot. Chapter 124. I keep going back and forth, am I a dog? Shang Mo returned after Shen Qingling replied to Lai Kai's message.
She was clearly in a very good mood. Having driven away Nanjun and seeing how well-behaved Shen Qingling was, not doing anything she shouldn't have, her trust in Shen Qingling had increased considerably.
She walked over and sat down beside him. Aren't you going to reply to the others' messages?
This question seemed to carry a hint of testing.
The boy was a little nervous.
The others Shang Mo mentioned were Lin Xingmian and Wan Ningyi. Many people had messaged him, but he had only replied to Gui Jin.
Because Gui Jin was a man, Shang Mo shouldn't be jealous. Can I reply? Sure, and while you're at it, reject Wan Ningyi. The boy was taken aback, you can see that. Shang Mo smiled and said, I can see everything. Shen Qingling lowered her eyes and said nothing, silently opening Wan Ningyi's chat window. Wan Ningyi, what are you doing, Qingling? When can we walk down the aisle together? Wan Ningyi, okay, I was just kidding. When are you free to come out for dinner? I miss you, my husband. Wan Ningyi, want to come to my house for dinner? I can cook for you. I recently learned to cook for you, aren't you touched? Wan Ningyi, why aren't you replying to me? Didn't you say you'd reply? Shen Qingling, calm down, don't ignore me, wah. Wan Ningyi, am I a homewrecker? Can't you reply to me on your phone? Wan Ningyi, if you don't reply, I'm going to confess my love to you all over the city again. Wan Ningyi, talk to me, Shen Qingling. Even a period will do. Talk to me. I've cried myself to sleep thinking about you. Wan Ningyi sent dozens of messages in a row. Shen Qingling remained silent. Finally, Wan Ningyi sent a message. Wan Ningyi, isn't chatting supposed to be a back and forth exchange? I'm the one going back and forth, am I a dog?
You could tell she was a little sad, even a little vulnerable. Because Shen Qingling had promised not to ignore her, but now he was using the same cold violence as before.
It hurt. It hurt so much.
If this is the price of a failed attempt to win back a lover, then she could only bear it. She was the one who hurt Shen Qingling, who was incredibly naive about love. First, she deserved it. Shang Mo smiled, his tone forceful and brooking no refusal, and said, how about rejecting her? Shen Qingling could only reply with 5 words, I don't like you. But these words had almost no effect on Wan Ningyi. She had long since developed a heart of steel with Shen Qingling.
Wan Ningyi replied almost instantly. Wan Ningyi, I know, it's enough that I like you. Come see me, let's talk in person, okay? Shen Qingling, it's inconvenient. Wan Ningyi, then I'll come to your house, okay? Shen Qingling, I'm not home. Wan Ningyi, then where are you? Shen Qingling, in another woman's bed. This message was sent by Shang Mo using Shen Qingling's phone.
Wan Ningyi was initially very sleepy, but seeing this message instantly dispelled her drowsiness.
She jumped out of bed.
She rubbed her eyes uncertainly, her eyes wide open. She was about to get angry, but remembering her previous misunderstanding about Shen Qingling and Shang Mo, she suddenly became rational again.
How could Shen Qingling be in another woman's bed? That's impossible.
Shen Qingling was definitely teasing her on purpose.
He used to joke with her too. If he were really in another woman's bed, how could he be so blunt with her? He certainly wouldn't have time for her.
Wan Ningyi chuckled, this time, she wouldn't fall for it. She started joking with Shen Qingling.
Wan Ningyi, who is it? Shang Mo? count me in, let's go together. Shang Mo frowned upon seeing Ruan Mingyi's reply. Has Ruan Mingyi been teased like this by Shen Qingling? Not only is she not angry at this, but she's even joining in. This feels so familiar. Shang Xia. The two of them are practically identical. Shang Mo narrowed his eyes and said, forget it, this woman's brain is peculiarly structured. Ignore her. Then Nian can I reply? If you don't want me to do anything to her, you'd better make her completely give up on you. Shang Mo meant he didn't want Shen Qingling to reply to her anymore. Ruan Mingyi was fine, Shang Mo didn't take her seriously. But Lin Xingnian was different.
She could tell that Shen Qingling treated her differently. If Shen Qingling showed her any special treatment again, and Shang Mo were to lash out at her, her fragile child would be powerless to resist.
Shang Mo deleted the chat window between Shen Qingling and Lin Xingnian.
Lin Xingnian had indeed sent many messages to Shen Qingling.
Shang Mo knew that Shen Qingling would soften upon seeing them, so she didn't want Shen Qingling to see them. Lin Xingnian, teacher Shen is looking at the kitten. Lin Xingnian, picture.
Lin Xingnian, it meowed for a long time, it's thinking of teacher Shen.
Lin Xingnian, the kitten is so cute sleeping. Lin Xingnian, image. Lin Xingnian, do you think the little clothes I made for the kitten are pretty, teacher Shen? Lin Xingnian, image. Lin Xingnian, the kitten was very well behaved today. Lin Xingnian, the kitten is bored and can only sleep all day.
Lin Xingnian, I really hope the weekend comes soon.
Lin Xingnian, is teacher Shen busy lately? Lin Xingnian, good morning, teacher Shen. Lin Xingnian, good night, teacher Shen.
Unable to get a reply from Shen Qingling, Lin Xingnian could only send him good morning and good night messages, afraid of bothering him.
She was like that abandoned and forgotten kitten, waiting for Shen Qingling's reply every day.
Lin Xingnian hugged the kitten, her longing reaching her very bones. She stared at her phone constantly, hoping that the chat window with that name would light up.
But it never did. Little cat, do you think he's forgotten me? Impossible. Teacher Shen must be too busy to reply. Teacher Shen has so many things to do every day, unlike me. I can't let my imagination run wild. But she really missed him. She wanted to see him, wanted to hear his voice. The days of waiting alone were agonizing for her. Before, Shen Qingling could reply to messages on WeChat, which offered temporary solace to her longing. But now, there weren't even any WeChat messages, and she was caught in a cycle of internal struggle and anxious waiting. She was really looking forward to the weekend. The weekend was almost here, teacher Shen would come, wouldn't he? She held up the little cat, smiling happily. The weekend was almost here, surely teacher Shen would come, right?
Unfortunately, her hopes were dashed once again.
Shang Mo turned off Shen Qingling's phone and placed it aside. I don't want you to be sad, so don't look at it anymore. From now on, I'll block any messages she sends you.
Shen Qingling pursed his lips, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes.
Shang Mo touched his cheek and said, are you angry?
Shen Qingling closed his eyes and said, she's just my student, you don't need to be like this. Shang Mo then pulled him into her arms, and the two lay down on the bed together. She nestled against him, listening to his strong heartbeat.
Chapter 125 Shang Mo's past. No, not even a student. I want only me in your world.
At least during this time we're both getting treatment, only me.
If one day I recover and you can leave, and then you go back to her, I have nothing to say.
Shen Qingling sighed helplessly.
You always pity her.
I've said before that maybe I deserve your pity more than she does.
If you want to save women, try saving me first, okay?
Shen Qingling looked at her earnestly and asked, then can I ask about your past?
Shang Mo lowered her eyes and said, my past, it's shameful. I don't really want you to know. But I want to understand you, so let's start with the past. Shang Mo's eyes became melancholic, like a dark, indistinct mass of ink. She lay down beside Shen Qingling and held his hand tightly.
Shen Qingling, by revealing my past to you, I'm exposing all my vulnerabilities to you.
This could become a knife that could be plunged into her at any moment. Like Nanjin, Shang Mo was very reluctant to discuss the past. For them, it was a wound that was difficult to heal. Every time it was mentioned, it brought back the pain. Shen Qingling's tone softened considerably. Only by understanding your vulnerability can we heal you, right? Finally, Shang Mo agreed, okay. She hoped Shen Qingling would be the medicine that healed her. Once she revealed her wounds, she would know whether he was a knife or a cure. Shang Mo's story begins with the feud between the previous two generations of the Shang family.
Years ago, 16-year-old Shang Shizhao came to the northern countryside from the bustling metropolis. Born into the Shang family, a family of merchants for generations, with a connection to the Communist Party, Shang Shizhao was a wealthy young master who had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth. The greatest hardship he had ever endured was this trip to the countryside. Even so, his extraordinary background still brought him special treatment. Shang Shizhao didn't get much work. Most of the time he stood on the edge of the field watching others struggle with their sickles. He felt out of place. The people here spoke loudly and were coarse. He hated it. Shang Shizhao longed to go home day and night. Until that woman appeared. In his eagerness to return home, Shang Shizhao met the woman he would never forget. Xia Yinghong. Xia Yinghong was the village chief's daughter and the village beauty. She was very beautiful, unlike the delicate beauty of southern women. She had dark eyebrows, large eyes, thick eyelashes, and her strong braids, like her arms, exuded strength. Xia Yinghong's personality was like her name, passionate, fiery, pure, and beautiful, like the red flowers blooming across the hills of the northern countryside, dazzling and captivating. The way she smiled in the sunlight left Shang Shizhao stunned for a long time. He had never seen a woman like her before. Her vibrant life force pierced his heart like a ray of light. Shang Shizhao began to follow behind her, and Xia Yinghong treated him no differently than she treated others. She didn't greet him with a smile because he was a young master from a distinguished family. Instead, she teased him for always shirking chores. Unconvinced, Shang Shizhao began to work hard to earn Xia Yinghong's attention. However, he fell ill within 3 days, and Xia Yinghong had to take care of him. Seeing her smiling face, Shang Shizhao felt only shyness. During the time Xia Yinghong cared for him, she discovered that Shang Shizhao was very academically gifted and knew many things she didn't. She began to see him in a different light. She no longer looked down on him for his lack of practical skills. She wanted to study and learn from him. During this time, the two developed feelings for each other. Shang Shizhao fell deeply in love with Xia Yinghong. But he dared not tell his family that he had a girlfriend from the countryside. His family was waiting for him to return and marry a woman of equal social standing. Shang Shizhao was completely unaware of this. He was still immersed in his happy life with Xia Yinghong. Not only that, Xia Yinghong became pregnant with his child. However, before the child was born, Shang Shizhao left. He promised Xia Yinghong that he would return to marry her, give her a proper status, and give her a home. And so, Xia Yinghong entered into a long wait. 7 years passed. Xia Yinghong transformed from a 16-year-old girl into a destitute woman, worn down by time. During those 7 years, her parents passed away one after another. She raised Sheng Zigui alone, writing countless letters to Shang Shizhao without receiving a reply. She always wondered if he had some hidden troubles, or if something had happened to prevent him from contacting her. She kept her promise, rejecting all men's advances, stubbornly holding up her dilapidated little family. The result was that 7 years later, she received the news that Shang Shizhao was getting married. The wedding of Shang Shizhao, the young master of the wealthy Shang family in Jiangchang, and the eldest daughter of the Qian family in Beicheng, was a sensation throughout Jiangnan and Jiangbei, even making the newspapers. Only then did Xia Yinghong learn that Shang Shizhao was getting married. Xia Yinghong traveled from her remote northern village to Jiangchang. It was her first time in such a bustling metropolis, only to find out that the person she loved was getting married. She stood at the hotel entrance, holding her child's hand, watching Shang Shizhao arm in arm with another woman, and felt a profound sense of absurdity about her life. But reality was staring her in the face, so cruelly real, she knew she was nothing but a joke. Xia Yinghong looked at her 7-year-old child and wept self-mocking tears. She spoke at length to Shang Zigui. She told him to study hard, to make something of himself, to be an outstanding man. He shouldn't be a bad man who abandons his wife and child, he should be faithful to his woman, and so on. Shang Zigui remembered everything Xia Yinghan said. He remembered his mother's desperate eyes, he remembered every single word she said. He would study hard, make something of himself, and be a good man. At this sensational wedding that rocked Jiangshan, Xia Yinghan bled profusely, her blood staining the bride's white veil. In her dying moments, she stared intently at Shang Shizhao, her eyes filled with resentment and regret. She gripped his wrist with her blood-soaked hands. "You betrayed me. You can't betray my child." Throughout the entire ordeal, she only uttered these two sentences. She hoped that her death would make Shang Shizhao feel remorseful, that he would bring Shang Zigui back to the Shang family, and treat him well. Shang Zigui had no hope of a future if he followed her to the countryside, she couldn't even afford to send him to school. For this child's future, she paved a path for him with her own blood. Shang Zigui was Shang Mo's father. Shang Zigui later changed his name to Shang Zigui. The cuckoo, in ancient poetry, is a symbol of desolation and sorrow. The cuckoo's symbolic meaning of bitterness, sorrow, separation, and grief primarily stems from its cry. Its habitually mournful cry can break the hearts of many burdened with sorrow. He wanted Shang Shizhao to remember his mother forever. Chapter 126 Growth and Pain. Shang Zigui made a vow. He couldn't forget his mother, he wanted to rise above others, he wanted to seize everything from the Shang family. Shang Shizhao felt guilty towards Xia Yinghan, he knew he had wronged her. She was a beautiful dream from his youth. After returning to the Shang family, the internal strife had completely destroyed his kindness and naivety. Marrying Xia Yinghan would bring him no support, only marrying the eldest daughter of the Qian family would give him a chance to inherit the family business. The Shang family had more than one child, and more than one outstanding child. For the sake of inheritance, Shang Shizhao forgot that woman, the woman he had once loved so deeply and longed for day and night. Until she reappeared, dying in his arms. Shang Shizhao brought their only child back to the Shang family. But in reality, the Shang family didn't welcome Shang Zigui. His background made them feel ashamed. His mother's actions further humiliated the Shang family in Jiangcheng, and they also had to face the Qian family's accusations. In this family, only Shang Shizhao showed him any affection. But it was merely a cold and hypocritical fatherly love. Only when he thought of his mother would the man reveal a sliver of tenderness. This was only a way for him to reminisce about the past, about the woman he had wronged. At other times, he was simply a cold observer of Shang Zigui's suffering. Shang Shizhao watched Shang Zigui suffer ridicule in the Shang family, yet he refused to protect him due to his father's and wife's dislike. Shang Zigui's grandfather, as the head of the Shang family, despised this child who had made the family a laughingstock in Jiangcheng. Shang Zigui's childhood was a torrential downpour, a downpour that completely drenched his heart. His heart was dark and damp, devoid of sunshine and joy, filled only with hatred. Only when Shang Shizhao fully took over the Shang family did Shang Zigui's life begin to improve slightly. In this bullying that lasted for over a decade, he vowed to fight for everything that was rightfully his. Shang Zigui studied diligently, achieving top grades. Intelligent, composed, filial, and sensible, he ultimately stood out among Shang Shizhao's 4 children. Shang Mo was born at a time when Shang Zigui was fiercely competing for the family inheritance. At that time, Shang Zigui had not yet become the heir to the Shang family. He was locked in a fierce battle with his 2 younger brothers. When his 2 brothers had both had sons, while his first child was a daughter, Shang Zigui even felt a pang of resentment towards Shang Mo. She shouldn't have been a girl, at least not at such a crucial moment. But since Shang Mo was already born, he could only accept the fact. Even if it was a daughter, his child couldn't lose to anyone else, couldn't lose to anyone in the Shang family. Shang Zigui placed all his hopes and ambitions on Shang Mo. Shang Mo grew up under intense pressure. Shang Zigui was extremely strict with her. From childhood to adulthood, she was always required by Shang Zigui to be number 1. But Shang Mo was just an ordinary child. She didn't understand why, while her peers enjoyed happiness, she was only subjected to endless seas of exercises and exams. Besides exams, she also had to win various awards to please her grandparents. It was all about gaining the approval of the Shang family. But no matter how hard Shang Mo tried, her grandmother, the eldest daughter of the Qian family, only looked at her with resentment. Every time she saw Shang Mo's face, it reminded her of Xia Yinghong, the woman who had condemned her to a lifetime of ridicule and shadow. Shang Mo's situation in the Shang family wasn't any better than Shang Zigui's. The Shang family children ostracized her, just as they had ostracized Shang Zigui years before. At least Shang Zigui knew why, but Shang Mo was completely clueless.
She didn't understand why everyone disliked her. Was she inherently repulsive and unlikable, which was why even her parents were cold and harsh towards her? Shang Mo's mother also came from a wealthy family. She had a free-spirited personality and disliked being constrained. She disliked Shang Zigui, a rigid and boring man. Even if he was outstanding, he didn't know how to please women. But Shang Zigui did what Xia Yinghong had said. He was devoted, never cheated on his wife, and treated her with respect even if he didn't like her, giving her everything good. Even knowing she was cheating on him, he simply endured it. Firstly, he still needed the family behind her. Secondly, he felt ashamed. Ultimately, all his pent-up frustrations fell on Shang Mo.
Shang Mo was a projection of Shang Zigui's childhood, and the more so, the more he wanted to see her excel, to become a child praised by everyone. When Shang Mo didn't get first place in her exams, she would be beaten by Shang Zigui, and afterwards, she had to kneel on the cobblestone path outside the Shang family's old house to reflect on her mistakes. In places frequented by the Shang family, everyone could see her. Shang Mo often returned home with bruised knees, her limping figure not evoking pity in the eyes of the other children. They disliked her, yet envied her.
Because within the Shang family's generation, she was indeed outstanding, someone others looked up to. Shang Mo liked to rest alone in her study.
Her so-called rest consisted of studying and memorizing texts in her room.
As long as she could avoid those suffocating gazes and words, she was already relaxed.
The moment she took out her test paper at the dinner table was always her most dreaded moment. Even if she won first place, there would be no praise. Shang Zigui would still nitpick over every little detail. He wanted a perfect daughter. If she didn't win first place, this meal would become her moment of reflection. Countless times, scalding tears dripped into her rice bowl, and she could only lower her head to hide her vulnerability.
She didn't even dare to cry.
Shang Zigui said that only cowards use tears to resolve their emotions. Everything you can't have, you have to fight for. Sadness brings nothing.
Shang Zigui constantly told her that everything in the Shang family would eventually be theirs, but she needed to fight for it. She needed to strive to win over everyone. Only fighting was right. Giving in would mean losing everything.
Shang Mo had to surpass the other children in everything. Only then would she be worthy of the Shang family. Sometimes, when another child in the Shang family received praise from Shang Shizhao, and she didn't, Shang Zigui's harsh criticism and beatings would follow. Her cries and pleas for mercy did not soften Shang Zigui's heart. He would only teach her to endure. He told Shang Mo that as long as she won the fight, she wouldn't have to endure this anymore. Shang Zigui forcibly instilled his hatred into a child, making Shang Mo resent the Shang family just like him and develop an unwavering obsession with inheritance. From that moment on, Shang Mo learned to use pain to bid farewell to tears and cries.
Shang Mo became incredibly strong.
She neither cried nor made a fuss, becoming the most outstanding Shang family child in Shang Shizhao's eyes.
She won countless first places and awards unrelated to academics, earning praise and envy from countless people.
But none of them were among them, never. She was never in their eyes. Shang Mo used to think that was just her parents' personality, but the birth of Shang Xia made her realize that wasn't the case.
Chapter 127 Favoritism and Contrast.
When Shang Xia was born, Shang Zigui had already successfully inherited the Shang family fortune.
Shang Mo and Shang Xia's mother, tired of their outside life, began to settle down.
Perhaps they were wary of Shang Zigui's changed behavior, or perhaps they genuinely wanted to settle down. In any case, she began to become a good wife and a good mother. Or rather, she was playing the role of a good wife and a good mother.
But her goodness did not include Shang Mo.
Shang Mo had seen all her unpleasant sides and often witnessed her arguing with Shang Zigui. Shang Yimou was not her child born when she and Shang Zigui were in love. Shang Yimou was merely a child that Shang Zigui forced her to have for the sake of inheritance. Because she gave birth to this daughter, she was disliked by Shang Shizhao, and Shang Zigui also harbored resentment towards her. Shang Yimou was never close to her from a young age, as aloof and cold as Shang Zigui. She wouldn't act affectionately towards her like other children, and seeing Shang Yimou only intensified her disgust. She was like a mirror. Every time Shang Yimou saw her, he was wounded by the calm and indifference in her eyes. She lacked the innocence and naivety of a child. She wasn't cute, nor clingy, like a miniature version of Shang Zigui.
Shang Yimou was never loved by his mother.
Shang Xia, however, received the undivided affection of everyone in the family. Shang Zigui placed his hopes for inheriting the family fortune on Shang Yimou. He never showed her fatherly love, he was merely creating a flawless masterpiece in his mind.
An excellent heir.
But Shang Xia's birth was different. By then, he had everything. His relationship with his wife was in its honeymoon phase, and the child born at the height of his success received all his favor. Shang Yimou watched as her family surrounded her infant sister, their faces filled with joy as they celebrated the child's birth. It was a smile Shang Yimou had never received. The love in her father's and mother's eyes was never given to her. She stood in the corner, lost in thought for a long time. So, it wasn't their personalities that were like that. They simply didn't love her.
Shang Yimou couldn't accept this fact.
She hated Shang Xia. Shang Xia had been a pampered young lady since birth. Regardless of whether they genuinely loved her, after Shang Zigui inherited the Shang family, they all had to flatter and fawn over her. Because everyone could see that Shang Zigui and Madame Shang favored Shang Xia more. Shang Xia didn't need to be number one in every subject. Even if she came in last, she would only receive a helpless smile from Shang Zigui. When Shang Xia felt ashamed and threw a tantrum at home, he would comfort her, saying, "It's okay if my daughter comes in last place, who would dare laugh at you?"
Shang Yimou wanted to say, "You didn't say that before.
You said, my daughter must be number one, she must be a perfect number one, otherwise people will laugh at her."
Why is it different? She's his daughter too.
Not only that, Shang Xia was frequently dressed up and taken out to social events by Madame Shang.
Everyone in Zhongqing's upper circles knew that the second young lady of the Shang family was extremely favored.
Madame Shang often praised Shang Xia in front of Shang Yimou, calling her the cutest little princess and the most obedient and adorable child in her eyes. Shang Xia would then cling to Madame Shang, acting all sweet and affectionate, a scene of motherly love that Shang Yimou found utterly ironic.
Shang Mo's least favorite day was her birthday.
She hated her birthday because no one remembered it.
She hated Shang Xia's birthday even more.
Because Shang Zigui and Madame Shang would throw a birthday party for Shang Xia, inviting all sorts of social elites. Shang Xia, dressed in a princess dress, would be surrounded and blow out the candles, followed by cheers. Her joyful laughter almost pierced Shang Mo's heart.
Every year on Shang Xia's birthday, the family would take a group photo. Even standing in the middle, Shang Yimou felt like an outsider.
In every photo, she appeared incredibly indifferent. But even though she disliked Shang Xia, she would only keep it hidden in her heart, because if she showed it, Shang Zigui and Madame Shang would only hate her more. Actually, Shang Yimou and Shang Xia had a good relationship for a time. Back then, Shang Xia was still very young, she didn't understand anything, and she wasn't afraid of Shang Mo's cold gaze. She would obediently call her sister, would tug at her sleeve affectionately, and would give her pretty dolls. Shang Yimou thought, Shang Xia hadn't done anything wrong, perhaps she shouldn't hate her. The two had also shared a period of happy times.
Shang Yimou faced her naive and innocent younger sister with incredibly complex feelings.
She was jealous of her, hated her, and loved her all at the same time. But as Shang Xia grew up, everything changed.
Just as Shang Yimou disliked Shang Xia also disliked her older sister, Shang Yimou.
Because she was too outstanding, so outstanding that every aspect of her was compared to Shang Mo's. They said she wasn't as smart as Shang Yimou, she had a sister who got perfect scores in everything, and no matter how hard she tried, she could never reach that ceiling. Shang Yimou not only excelled academically, but she also played the piano, rode horses, shot arrows, practiced martial arts, and played golf, winning awards in everything.
Shang Mo was a dazzling older sister that Shang Mo hated. In high school, Shang Mo was already studying under Shang Zigui. Shang Zigui would tell Shang Mo everything about family affairs, while Shang Xia could only be an observer, without even a chance to interject. When she expressed her desire to study with him, Shang Zigui would smile and tell her, "These are not things you should worry about. Xia just needs to be happy." Because she was the younger child, the family inheritance seemed completely out of her reach. She could tell that Shang Zigui was only raising her as a wealthy heiress, not as an heir. She was jealous of Shang Mo's admiration. People's faces showed respect when they mentioned her older sister. Shang Mo was jealous that Shang Xia had love, and Shang Xia was jealous that Shang Mo had the inheritance. Both envied what the other possessed. Shang Xia often used the kindness Shang Zigui and Madame Shang showed her to provoke and challenge Shang Mo. Shang Mo, in turn, used her excellent grades and numerous awards to make Shang Xia feel ashamed. They grew up in this complex and dysfunctional family. But these growing pains did not completely break Shang Mo's spirit. One year in high school, the school organized a camping trip, and Shang Xia insisted on going along. Shang Xia did it on purpose because Shang Mo had been refused when she invited Shang Zigui and Madame Shang. But after Shang Xia pleaded, Shang Zigui and Madame Shang agreed to take her on the camping trip. Shang Mo's resentment deepened, but she had already grown accustomed to it. This was just a trivial matter among countless things that made her resentful. Camping in the wild isn't safe, but Shang Xia, that fool, insisted on exploring deep into the forest, claiming it was to get closer to nature. Shang Zigui, unable to resist her nagging, finally gave in. He always indulged Shang Xia. It seemed that being even better to Shang Xia could make up for the fact that he hadn't been a good father. This camping trip, unsurprisingly, turned into an accident. They encountered wolves. Fortunately, Shang Mo, fearing danger, had brought a knife. The moment they were surrounded, Shang Mo didn't hesitate to rush forward with the knife. However, when she turned around, there was no one behind her. The three men abandoned her and fled for their lives. Shang Mo stood there, her blood attracting more wolves. Chapter 128. Shen Qingling is her salvation. When Shang Xia saw Shang Mo again, she lay dying in a pool of blood, her hand tightly gripping the knife. Beside her were the corpses of two wolves, Shang Mo staring at them. She had almost died here. The physical pain was nothing compared to the despair and agony in her heart. When Shang Mo saw Shang Xia appear with her entourage, she couldn't help but shed ironic tears. The two people she had hoped for never appeared. Instead, it was her resentful sister who had returned with her men to save her. Shang Xia stared at her, frozen in place. Her eyes reddened, tears streaming down her face. She weakly moved her lips, unable to utter a single word. It was too horrific. This scene was enough to haunt her countless nightmares. Shang Mo bore gruesome wolf bite wounds, a sight that made Shang Xia's legs go weak. A stretcher carried Shang Mo to the ambulance. No one visited Shang Mo in the hospital. They didn't know how to face her. Shang Mo endured the excruciating pain of skin peeling. Her skin was incredibly itchy, but she couldn't scratch and could only grit her teeth and bear it. Shang Mo stayed in the hospital for several months before being discharged. From then on, only hatred remained in her eyes. When Shang Zigui saw her eyes, he was reminded of that camping trip. His despicable cowardice was laid bare. Facing his daughter's eyes, his guilt and shame did not change him. Shang Zigui used Shang Mo's illness as a pretext to imprison her for 6 whole months. He feared Shang Mo would kill him. After enduring 6 months of torment, Shang Mo could only beg Shang Zigui for mercy. Shang Zigui believed she wouldn't dare do anything and released her. Everything seemed calm now. Shang Mo never mentioned that incident again, and the Shang family acted as if it had never happened. Everything maintained an eerie calm. Only a calm they perceived. The hatred in Shang Mo's heart never disappeared. When she lost control, she would hurt herself with a knife in her room. Shang Xia had witnessed this more than once, so she was used to Shang Mo's madness. The two sisters faced each other with resentment, yet neither would allow the other to completely disappear from their own world. They tormented each other until now. Shang Mo had indeed become what Shang Zigui had hoped for. She was a qualified heir,
and the Shang family prospered under her leadership. However, the illness in her heart worsened with time. The deaths of Shang Zigui and Madame Shang failed to heal her inner wounds. Those wounds were like knives etched into her bones. The outer skin and flesh had healed, but the inner scars would never disappear.
Shang Mo quietly finished speaking. She didn't shed a single tear.
All her tears had been shed in her childhood. She also believed Shang Zigui's words that tears couldn't change anything. She stopped crying. Shen Qingling couldn't imagine how she could have recounted half her life so calmly.
Shen Qingling, I just want someone to love me. Is that too much to ask?
She asked him in a tone so calm it was almost unbearable.
Shen Qingling's heart skipped a beat.
He slowly embraced her, gently stroking her back, and said, "No, someone will love you." Shang Yamo closed her eyes, feeling his heartbeat, and whispered, "But I only hope that person is you." She had so little to possess in her life, and when she met Shen Qingling, she developed an obsession. She saw him as her salvation, the only one who could save her.
Shen Qingling remained silent. Shang Mo wasn't sad.
She continued, "I can become better, become the person you expect me to be. I will try my best to change.
Believe me, I can do everything better, until I become the person you hope for." She would work as hard as before.
Since she could become the perfect heir in Shang Zigui's eyes, then she could become the perfect partner in Shen Qingling's eyes.
Shen Qingling's eyes turned sad and pitying upon hearing her words.
"Shang Yamo, originally I hoped you could change, could become better, but now I don't think that way anymore."
"Why?"
"Because you're too tired.
You have to be number one in everything, to do everything perfectly. You're too tired. My idea of becoming better isn't what you think it is. Do you understand what I mean?" Shang Mo's eyes widened in confusion. I don't understand."
Your whole life has been confined by other people's thoughts.
You don't need to be perfect, you don't need to always strive to be number one. The person who truly loves you will love you even if you're not perfect.
The person who loves you shouldn't love your glorious exterior, they should love your vulnerable, sorrowful heart, love you for your imperfections. That's true love. I want you to improve, to help you escape that dark world, to stop struggling in the mire of the past. The starting point is to help you be yourself, to let you be happy and carefree. Not to change for me, not for my happiness.
You must put yourself first.
Once you learn to love yourself, others will be attracted to you and love you.
You are a person with both inner strength and vulnerability. Actually, you are very touching.
Even your vulnerable, imperfect side is touching enough.
Someone will love the real you, the imperfect you. Shang Mo, do you understand what I mean? Shen Qingling's words were something Shang Mo had never considered before.
She always felt she needed to be perfect to deserve love, because that's how Shang Zigui had raised her.
No one in the Shang family was normal.
She had a hypocritical father and a hypocritical mother, they both lived behind masks. No one taught her how to love herself, or how to love others. Her vulnerable, flawed side shouldn't be known by someone she liked, it would make her feel inferior and in pain. She felt that if he saw her imperfections, she wouldn't receive love.
This was a twisted and extreme belief.
But Shen Qingling told her that even if she wasn't perfect, she could still be loved. Perhaps these words were actually telling her that she actually deserved to be loved. Shang Mo stared at him blankly, her heart pounding as if it would burst from her chest. This usually strong woman felt lost and helpless, like a panicked child. Shen Qingling's words had a profound impact on her values and beliefs formed over the past 20 years.
For some reason, tears suddenly welled up uncontrollably. She really didn't want to cry.
But Shen Qingling's words brought her immense comfort and gave her courage and strength.
Perhaps she doesn't need to resort to ruthless means, doesn't need to scheme and fight.
If she reveals her true self, someone will love her.
Hot tears dripped onto Shen Qingling's neck. He knew Shang Mo was crying. Shen Qingling. You must have been sent by heaven to redeem me.
At this moment, I suddenly think, as long as I can meet you, I'm willing to erase all the pain of the past few decades.
Chapter 129 Farewell to the Dark Room.
Nothing could express her love for Shen Qingling better than these words. Shang Mo's heart-fluttering level rose slowly because she found it hard to believe that anyone in the world could truly love her. Therefore, she was cautious, afraid to let herself fall too deeply. But her obsession and extreme personality made her, like before, believe that everything required any means to obtain. So she took the wrong path, becoming the person she is now. After Shen Qingling finished speaking, Shang Mo's progress bar soared to 90. She fell in love with Shen Qingling. Not the obsessive, extreme love that Shen Qingling thought she had. She listened to Shen Qingling's words.
Shang Mo was a very intelligent woman, she knew what she should do. Shen Qingling, let's go out and look at the moon.
Didn't you say it was raining outside?
I don't care, I just want to go out with you. Okay, let's go out then.
Outside, a fierce storm raged. Shen Qingling and Shang Mo emerged from the small darkroom to look at a non-existent moon. Shang Xia glanced at the two people outside and muttered to herself, two lunatics. But what puzzled her even more was that Shang Mo had actually let Shen Qingling out. Not only did Shen Qingling not run away, but she could even calmly look at the dark sky with her.
They're both insane. Shang Mo leaned on Shen Qingling's shoulder, listening to the raging storm, yet she felt an unprecedented peace within herself.
So reassuring, Shen Qingling.
Do you have some kind of magic?
Shen Qingling lowered her eyes and smiled, I don't have magic.
It's your love that gives me charm, making me seem perfect.
No, it's because you yourself are wonderful, so wonderful that it's impossible not to love you.
If only I had met you sooner. These weren't said by Shang Mo.
They were said by Shen Qingling. Shang Mo's eyelashes trembled, even after all this I've done to you, you still wish you'd met me sooner. Shen Qingling gazed at the dark sky and said, yes, if I'd met you sooner, I could have wiped away your tears when you lowered your head to hide them because of your grades. I could have stroked your back to help you sleep when you were in pain and suffering at night. I could have gripped your wrist tightly with all my might when you couldn't find meaning in life. I could have taken the knife from your hand when you tried to hurt yourself. I could have stood in front of you to protect you when you encountered a wolf. In so many moments, if only one person had appeared to protect you, perhaps you wouldn't have become like this.
So, if only I had met you sooner. Your life shouldn't have been like this. Shang Mo wanted to cry as soon as Shen Qingling spoke.
Her nose stung, and she choked back a sob.
But I used to be eccentric and withdrawn, nobody wanted to talk to me. But maybe someone likes you just the way you are.
In the eyes of someone who loves you, these aren't strange things, but rather endearing qualities.
Then do you think I'm endearing?
When she looked at him with her big, watery eyes, Shen Qingling couldn't bring himself to say she wasn't endearing.
He suddenly smiled, yes, endearing. Shang Mo actually blushed.
She lowered her head, instinctively trying to hide her emotions. She bit her lip, her heart blooming with joy. Just a simple cute, and she felt like she'd received a priceless gift, her heart pounding with uncontrollable joy.
You're like this, I don't know what to say. Then let's not say anything, just look at the moon.
There's no moon in the sky.
The moon is in my heart.
Then the moon is in my eyes now. She looked at him brightly, nothing could compare to his radiant beauty. The two of them were being all lovey-dovey outside, while Shang Xia, clenching her fists, crawled in the shadows by the window.
So jealous. So envious. Why does someone like Shang Mo receive Shen Qingling's favoritism? She's clearly a mentally unstable lunatic.
Shang Xia received plenty of favoritism in the Shang family for the first 20 years of her life. Whenever any love was directed towards Shang Mo, all sorts of dark thoughts would arise in her mind. She even felt a little resentment towards Shen Qingling.
Shouldn't he love her like everyone else? Even if he didn't love her, he shouldn't have loved Shang Mo.
Shang Xia's eyes were dark, and her heart was filled with restless ambition.
She always wanted to take everything from Shang Mo. Even Shen Qingling, whom Shang Mo regarded as his salvation.
From that night on, Shen Qingling bid farewell to the darkroom. He moved into Shang Mo's spacious master bedroom. Without chains, without shackles. He moved freely throughout the Shang family home. The next morning, when Shang Mo woke up, she found Shen Qingling gone. Her expression changed, and she rushed out of the room in a panic.
Then she saw Shen Qingling downstairs making breakfast.
She breathed a sigh of relief, a happy smile spreading across her face.
She walked behind Shen Qingling and hugged his waist. I thought you were gone. I said I wouldn't leave until you willingly let me go. You're so kind. Didn't you say that if I were to save others, I'd save you first? Okay, kind-hearted Dr. Shen. She kissed him on the cheek.
Shen Qingling urged her to go to work.
Shang Mo lingered with him for a while before going to the study. Then Shang Xia came downstairs.
Seeing Shen Qingling, she went over to greet him.
I didn't know you could cook.
Yes. I'm really curious, how can you face her so calmly?
Then how do you think I should face her? No, it's just strange. Do you really like someone like her? Shen Qingling's face darkened. He turned and looked coldly at Shang Xia. What kind of person is she? Shang Xia, you already have everything, don't hurt her anymore. I have everything? She has the entire Shang family, what do I have? I still have to live at her beck and call. The fact that you're still alive is already a testament to her kindness. What did she say to you? You can't believe everything she says, she. You disturbed my cooking. Seriously? What kind of spell did she cast on you to make you hate me so much? If you want me to stop hating you, you have to do something for me. Looks like you need something from me. What is it? Let you out.
Shen Qingling whispered something to her.
Shang Xia frowned, that's it. Shen Qingling, okay, that's all.
Shang Xia blushed and whispered, then could you kiss me? Shen Qingling smiled slightly, if you don't want to be disfigured, you'd better not bring up such a dangerous idea. Shang Xia pursed her lips and said, you're so stingy.
You won't even give me a kiss for doing things for you. Even so, Shang Xia's 85-point attraction to Shen Qingling still made her obediently go. However, Shang Mo found out as soon as Shang Xia left the Shang family home. Mr. Shang, should we stop her? No need. Shang Mo already guessed where she was going. It was undoubtedly the Lin family. But she was strangely calm at this moment. If Shen Qingling abandoned Lin Xingnian because of her, that wouldn't be his nature.
Shen Qingling didn't want her to hurt Lin Xingnian because of her extreme personality, so he chose to accommodate her and didn't reply to Lin Xingnian's message. But Shang Mo wasn't the only one in this world who needed his help. Lin Xingnian needed him too. She, like her, had once struggled in the mire. If she lost Shen Qingling. She lowered her eyes, a sorrowful look in them. So? Fine, let her go. At least Shen Qingling promised to stay and accompany her during her treatment. If she were to forcibly destroy Lin Xingnian's hope again, Shen Qingling would hate her. For the first time, Shang Mo learned to yield and compromise. This was the beginning of her change. Meanwhile, Lin Xingnian was anxiously waiting for Shen Qingling's arrival. She stood at the door, holding her kitten, gazing into the distance, just as before, hoping for that person's figure to appear. But the lack of a reply kept her heart hanging, unable to relax. Time passed slowly, and her eyes began to show despair. A tear fell onto the kitten's face. Abandoned. Was she too clingy? Or had she done something wrong? Lin Xingnian stubbornly refused to go in, squatting at the door, staring blankly into the distance. Until that person's figure suddenly appeared. A light gradually ignited in her eyes. Chapter 130, behind Shang Mo's back, he seduces Shen Qingling. A faint outline of Shen Qingling appeared ahead. But upon closer inspection, it was just a life-size cardboard cutout of Shen Qingling. Lin Xingnian looked puzzled. She wiped away her tears and waited for the moving cardboard cutout to come to her side. After the cutout laboriously moved to her side, a woman emerged from behind, panting heavily. Damn it, why is it so heavy? Miss Shang. Lin Xingnian remembered her. Shang Xia and Shang Mo had both left a deep impression on her during her time at the Gu family home. Shang Xia paused for a while after setting up the cutout. I'm here to deliver something to you for someone. Lin Xingnian's eyes lit up, is it Teacher Shen?
Shang Xia nodded. Yes, he asked me to come. The girl carefully held the kitten and asked, can I ask Teacher Shen what's wrong?
I haven't been able to contact him for the past 2 days. I am very worried about him. The girl's beautiful brows furrowed with worry, making her look pitiful and adorable. Shang Xia pursed her lips and explained, he can't get his phone.
I can't say anything else. I hope you keep this a secret. If it gets out, you might never see him again. Shang Xia deliberately scared her. If Lin Xingnian told anyone, the Shang family would be finished.
Lin Xingnian's pupils contracted rapidly, sinking into a new wave of worry.
What exactly happened? When can I see him again?
I don't know, but he'll probably tell you as soon as he gets out. He risked being discovered by that madman Shang Mo just to tell her. He'll probably tell her as soon as he gets out.
Lin Xingnian is truly someone to be envied. No wonder Shang Mo told Shen Qingling to ignore her.
Thinking that Shen Qingling risked so much just to prevent Lin Xingnian from being sad because he broke his promise, she was incredibly jealous.
I really envy you. Envious of me.
Just because he was afraid his broken promise would make you sad, he made me risk everything to come find you.
He treats you, he's really different.
Shang Xia was actually a little sad.
Shen Qingling doesn't seem to treat anyone like this.
She once thought Shen Qingling liked Wan Mingi, but after Wan Mingi's abstract confession to the whole city, she knew that Wan Mingi also loved Shen Qingling but couldn't have her. Shen Qingling had always been distant and cold towards Shang Mo, and before this, no one could see any ulterior motive between the two.
Only Lin Xingnian.
Back in the Gu family, Shen Qingling was indifferent to all other women, but only she received Shen Qingling's favoritism. Lin Xingnian's eyes widened slightly. Hearing Shang Xia say this, her heart trembled. It seemed more than one person had told her that Teacher Shen treated her differently. To him, she was different. She was special, favored. No woman could remain unmoved by such words.
Love between people is nothing more than a pair of favoritism in the eyes.
Shen Qingling's eyes were always gentle when he looked at her. Her heart fluttered again because of Shang Xia's words.
Teacher Shen, he.
Lin Xingnian wanted to ask something more, but Shang Xia quickly changed the subject, saying, hey, your cat is quite cute.
Speaking of this, Lin Xingnian's eyes softened even more. She stroked the kitten's head and said gently, Teacher Shen gave it to me. Shang Xia. You didn't have to tell me. Damn it, so jealous. Lin Xingnian looked at her innocently.
Shang Xia was afraid she would completely break down if she stayed any longer, so she waved her hand and said, it's nothing, I'm leaving.
Remember what I said, don't let anyone else know about this except you.
Lin Xingnian called out to her again, wait, Miss Shang. Shang Xia stopped in her tracks, is there anything else? After hesitating several times, Lin Xingnian bit her lip and couldn't help but ask, will you marry Teacher Shen? She knew about the arranged marriage between Shen Qingling and Shang Xia, but she didn't know if there was any outcome. Because Shen Qingling hadn't told her the result. Now that summer was here, she couldn't help but wonder what this Miss Shang was really thinking. Shang Xia glanced at her, you care about this a lot.
I heard you don't like him. If you don't like him, don't hurt him.
Teacher Shen is a very good person, he should find someone who loves him.
Even if that person isn't her.
She hoped Teacher Shen could find love, find a partner who truly loved him. If Teacher Shen could be happy, even if she was no longer in his world, it would be fine.
Shang Xia almost laughed in anger upon hearing this. She doesn't like Shen Qingling? She doesn't like Shen Qingling? She doesn't like Shen Qingling. She likes him to death, okay?
If she could walk down the aisle with Shen Qingling, she would rush in without hesitation, even carrying Shen Qingling in with her. The problem is, Shen Qingling doesn't like her.
This is truly heartbreaking. You think I don't like him? I heard you like Teacher Shen's brother. Lin Xingnian's words almost made Shang Xia explode with anger. Who would like a piece of shit?
I'll let it slide for Shen Qingling's sake, but if I hear you say I like Gui Jin again,
I'll steal your cat.
Shang Xia glared at her fiercely, and Lin Xingnian, clutching the kitten, cowered and trembled.
So fierce.
Shang Xia snorted coldly and strode away in her high heels.
She'd gone through all that trouble only to be treated so badly. It would be really unfair if Shen Qingling didn't give her a kiss. This little girl, Lin Xingnian, looks so gentle and innocent, how could she be so infuriating? Damn it!
In a fit of anger, Shang Xia kicked a pebble on the side of the road and twisted her ankle.
Ah!
Shang Xia was on the verge of tears.
What terrible luck she had today.
Shang Xia limped back to the Shang family home. Seeing Shen Qingling, she gave her a wronged look. She approached Shen Qingling with a pitiful expression.
Shen Qingling, I've suffered so much because of you. You hurt your foot. Yes, it's all because of that little girl. Her words are enough to drive anyone crazy. Nian Nian wouldn't. Fine, I made myself so angry, okay.
Shang Xia rubbed her ankle in frustration, looking pained.
Ouch, that hurts. I shouldn't have run errands for that person. That signboard was so heavy, it took me forever to carry it by myself.
I kindly delivered something and got mocked by a little girl. Even the stones on the road seemed to be working against me. I heard my bones crack.
Wah, it hurts so much, it hurts so much.
She rubbed her ankle while looking at Shen Qingling.
It was as if she was blatantly saying she wanted Shen Qingling to coax her. Shen Qingling lowered her eyes helplessly and said, "Where does it hurt?" Shang Xia immediately seized the opportunity.
She placed her foot on Shen Qingling's leg, a blush rising to her face.
She said softly and shyly, "It's my ankle, it's all red. Rub it for me and it won't hurt anymore."
She had made up her mind. She was going to seduce Shen Qingling behind Shang Mo's back.
Chapter 131. Can I just pretend I kissed a dog?
Shang Xia squirmed on the sofa, her eyes blinking rapidly. But the man on the other side of the sofa remained completely indifferent, only massaging her ankle.
Shen Qingling, why aren't you paying attention to me? Isn't your foot hurting? Then pay attention to me too. I've suffered so much for you, shouldn't you make it up to me? For example, give me a kiss. Shang Xia stared longingly at Shen Qingling's lips.
Such beautiful lips, on a man's face, so tempting.
She couldn't help but swallow. Shang Mo was eating so well. She was so jealous. I don't like you, Shang Xia.
I know, but kissing isn't only for those who like each other.
What did you say?
The boy seemed to find her words absurd, stopping what he was doing and looking up at her. This look only fueled Shang Xia's desire. Oh, I didn't mean anything by it, I just feel that if I can't have your heart, at least I could have you in person.
Are you having a soul connection with Ruan Mingy? What? Who wants to be like her?
Shen Qingling ignored her and continued massaging her ankle. Shang Xia said with a deep look in her eyes, seriously, Shen Qingling, I don't mind what happens between you and my sister.
I don't want any title. I'd even be willing to be your mistress, as long as you give me a little bit of love.
Shen Qingling paused, not looking up, and said, What exactly do you want to do? Shang Xia smiled and said, Don't you think it's exciting to do something behind my sister's back? Shen Qingling frowned and said, Do you remember your Gui Jin's fiancée?
Shang Xia blinked excitedly and said, Then wouldn't it be great if we both cheated on them? Double the excitement.
Shang Xia shouldn't call others crazy, in fact, her mental state was quite advanced.
Shen Qingling sneered, seemingly not wanting to pay her any attention. Why are you ignoring me? At least give me a kiss, okay? No. Can't you even give me a kiss as a favor? No. Can you just pretend you kissed a dog?
Shen Qingling almost laughed, her hand pausing.
Finally, she answered, No.
Shang Xia was on the verge of tears.
She said pitifully, Then can you give me a cat? Why would you suddenly want a cat? You don't seem like someone who likes pets. I just want one. I can't run errands for you for nothing.
Shang Xia said dangerously, Shen Qingling, you don't want my sister to know about this, do you?
Shen Qingling was about to say something when Shang Mo came down from the second floor.
Seeing this scene, she smiled slightly and said coldly, Shang Xia, don't you want your leg anymore? Sheng Xia immediately pulled her leg back like lightning, but the movement aggravated her ankle injury, causing her to furrow her brow in pain. Hiss, you're like a ghost, you didn't make a sound when you got down. If I made a sound, would I have seen you wriggling on the sofa like a maggot? Who are you calling a maggot? You. Shangmo, you. Shen Qingling couldn't help but find the way these two sisters interacted quite peculiar. Shangmo was too lazy to pay attention to Shang Xia. She glanced at Shen Qingling and said, "What did she say to you?" "She said she wants to be my mistress. She wants to play some thrills with me. She wants to cheat on you and Gui Jin with me." Shang Xia's pupils dilated. "How can you say anything like that?" "Shang Xia, is that something I can say?" Shen Qingling, yes, yes. Shang Mo's expression remained calm upon hearing this, seemingly already used to Shang Xia's words. After all, he was the kind of person who could bring her into an arranged marriage. It wasn't surprising that he said anything abstract. Shang Mo looked at Shen Qingling and said, "Don't you have anything else to say to me?" Shen Qingling paused. "I'm sorry, I contacted Mian Mian." The young man lowered his eyes, a hint of guilt on his face. He thought Shang Mo would be angry, and he felt a little nervous and uneasy. Shang Mo asked calmly, "Your phone can't possibly contact her anymore. How did you get in touch with her?" Shen Qingling didn't immediately implicate Shang Xia, he remained silent. Shang Xia glanced at Shen Qingling and nudged his hand, urging him to say his name, but Shen Qingling still didn't speak. Shang Mo raised an eyebrow. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Shang Xia stood up and said, "Don't blame him, it was my idea to go." Shen Qingling explained uneasily, "It was my idea. I asked Shang Xia to go. Blame me if you must, I forced her to go." Shang Xia stared at Shen Qingling, her eyes widening. He's so good. Although he didn't want to kiss her or play any exciting games with her. But that only proved he was a gentleman. I like him so much. Shang Mo smiled and said, "Come with me." Shang Xia watched anxiously as Shen Qingling and Shang Mo went upstairs. What was Shang Mo going to do to Shen Qingling? Won't they hit him? Or are they going to lock him back in the dark room again? After the two disappeared at the top of the stairs, Shang Xia secretly followed. Shang Mo led Shen Qingling into the study. The study door had been changed, and Shang Xia couldn't get in. She stood anxiously outside. Then, strange noises suddenly came from inside. Shang Xia froze, her face turning green. It's daytime? How could Shang Mo do this? She bit her lip hard, her eyes overflowing with jealousy. She pressed her face against the door, on the verge of tears. She wanted to join in too. That damned Shang Mo was eating alone again. She couldn't even touch Shen Qingling's hand. But Shang Mo was inside. In the room, Shang Mo pinned Shen Qingling to the desk, scattering documents and files across the floor. The sound of a desk lamp falling and hitting the floor echoed. Outside the door, Shang Xia thought, so intense. But actually, Shang Mo didn't do anything. She deliberately whispered in Shen Qingling's ear, "She's listening outside the door, speak louder." Shen Qingling blushed and said, "This isn't right." Shang Mo smiled and said, "This is punishment for your disobedience." Shen Qingling tentatively asked, "Are you angry?" Shang Mo smiled helplessly, and could only sigh. "I was just kidding, I'm not angry. It's just I envy her. Even if I leave you here, you'll still think about her. It reminds me of that time I went out with you all, and all the things you did to her, every single one of them was something I never had. Or rather, that was a Shen Qingling she never had. But you also saw another side of me. Like this now." Shang Mo paused, then suddenly smiled. She raised an eyebrow, her eyes darkening, and said, "That's true, at least there are some aspects of you that only I've ever seen. Sexy, shy with desire." Thinking of these things made her eyes change. She sighed, "I wish it would be nighttime soon." This sentence was full of implications. Shen Qingling coughed and said, you need to rest." Shang Mo narrowed her eyes and said, "I wish there were no daytime." Every moment she could be entangled with him, watching him fall into passion because of her, breaking his cold and abstinent demeanor, listening to his sexy, deep breaths, seeing the beads of sweat rolling down his body, and feeling his strong, beating heart.
Chapter 132, A Part of Play. The two spent the entire day in the study. Although they didn't do anything, Shang Xia harbored deep misunderstandings. Her resentment was also deep. Neither of them came downstairs until evening. Shang Xia knocked on their door to call them for dinner.
Shang Mo's lazy, tired voice came from inside.
"I'm full. Eat by yourself."
Shang Xia gritted her teeth, raised her fist, and muttered fiercely, "What are you pretending for?
You think I care? I don't." Shang Xia ate alone in the dining room downstairs, feeling depressed.
At this moment, Shang Xia had no idea what she would experience in the next few days. Upstairs, Shen Qingling and Shang Mo were discussing company matters.
Nanjun's revenge had finally arrived.
The Shang family's products were exposed as having problems, and someone's rights protection efforts made headlines, causing a huge uproar. Shen Qingling advised her to handle her work properly. The woman who used to be obsessed with money nonchalantly said, "It's not a big problem. It just takes time for public relations. But for a company like theirs, every day they delay means more losses." But Shang Mo didn't want to leave her comfort zone, let it drag on. She leaned against Shen Qingling's chest and said, "These next few days, I just want to be with you. Nanjun wants to force me out, but I won't let her have her way."
"But what about your company? Don't worry, my people aren't useless. They can handle it. It's just a loss of tens of millions. Tens of millions isn't a small amount. In my eyes, you are far more precious than that money.
I'd spend countless tens of millions to buy your time."
Shang Mo, you weren't like this before. The past is the past, the present is the present.
She wrapped her arms around Shen Qingling's neck and kissed him on the cheek. Looking into Shen Qingling's eyes, she said, "I used to think the happiest thing in the world was making money, because only making money could give me satisfaction.
It was a tangible reward, money wouldn't hurt me, wouldn't betray me.
As long as you were capable, money would always be loyal to you.
But now I've found a new joy. Being with you is much happier than making money.
Even if I can't see a future, even if you might never love me, I'm still happy."
She was hopelessly in love.
Making a woman happy was indeed a very simple thing for Shen Qingling. He could even make her happy and feel loved without using the guise of love. From that day on, Shen Qingling cooked for Shang Mo every day, and Shang Xia occasionally got a taste. Shen Qingling's cooking was indeed delicious, and Shang Xia couldn't help but shed tears of jealousy. Tears soaked the starch sausage. "Tonight, I promise not to listen to anyone in bed." Tears soaked the spicy chicken noodles. "I swear I'll never see her again." Tears soaked the snail rice noodles. "I no longer crave your kiss." Tears fall into the dumpling soup. "I won't be hurt by love again." Tears soak the chicken hot pot. "You'll never understand my goodness." Tears soak the barbecue. "I'll no longer be love-struck." Tears soak the spicy hot pot. "He's different from others." Tears soak the big plate chicken. "Loving you is my true meaning." Tears soak the white rice. "Being a simp has become a habit." Tears soak the braised pork trotter rice. "Why is it so hard for Shen Qingling to love me? Every bite of food I eat in the sweltering summer is filled with deep resentment." She felt like a pawn in Shang Mo and Shen Qingling's game, ruthlessly manipulated.
Shen Qingling wanted to send flowers to Shang Mo, but he couldn't go out.
Then she could only ask Shang Xia to help buy them. 2 of the flowers could be considered a small token of appreciation for Shang Xia's effort. Shen Qingling wanted to prepare a fireworks display for Shang Mo in a few days when it didn't rain.
This was supposed to be a surprise, and Shang Mo couldn't know about it.
So this task fell to Shang Xia.
Shang Xia said to Shen Qingling with resentment, "Why do I always have to do all this? I don't get anything in return." Shen Qingling joked, "Didn't you say you'd be willing to be my mistress? If you're going to be a mistress, it's not just about doing these things." Shang Xia couldn't help but lightly punch Shen Qingling twice. "Are you deliberately trying to annoy me?" Shen Qingling smiled, "No, you can watch the fireworks with me, right? One of them can be considered my payment to you."
Shang Xia pursed her lips and huffed, I don't need to do any of this.
All that talk is less effective than a kiss. You and Shang Mo are so annoying every night.
Mentioning this, Shang Xia's resentment almost materialized. This leads to some rather crazy things that happened these past few nights. On the second night after Shen Qingling moved into Shang Mo's bedroom, even more exhausted and weary than Shang Mo, she took a shower and lay down on the bed, ready for a good night's sleep. However, because the two sisters' bedrooms were next to each other, even head to head, she could hear anything Shang Mo made. Shang Mo's bedroom used to be very quiet, she was either sleeping or working, rarely making any noise. But everything changed after Shen Qingling moved into Shang Mo's bedroom. That night, Shang Xia pulled the covers over herself, closed her eyes, and prepared to have a beautiful, free-spirited lovemaking session with Shen Qingling in her dreams. A sound like banging on the wall startled her awake. Shang Xia immediately recognized what was happening.
Her face flushed crimson.
Shang Xia threw back the covers, found her headphones, and put them on.
However, it was no use. The sound couldn't be masked at all. The sound continued until midnight.
A summer day, ready for a good night's sleep. A summer day awakened by the sound of someone banging their head against the wall. A summer day forced to eavesdrop.
A summer day of utter despair and suffocation.
Shang Xia stared wide-eyed at the ceiling, her fingers nearly tearing a hole in the sheets.
She desperately wanted to tell Shang Mo.
I know Shen Qingling is amazing, there's really no need to show her.
She knew. She knew.
Shang Xia was utterly exhausted from the torment. After finally getting a moment of peace, Shang Xia thought she could finally sleep. The familiar voice came again.
Shang Xia couldn't take it anymore.
She stormed out of the room and knocked on Shang Mo's door.
Shang Mo, come out here. After a long while, Shang Mo finally opened the door.
The woman was wearing a spaghetti-strap nightgown, a thin layer of sweat still clinging to her skin, the blush on her face not yet faded. She leaned lazily against the door, tossing her hair, and asked, "What's up in the middle of the night?"
Shang Xia gritted her teeth and said, "You know it's the middle of the night? Look at the time. Don't torture me if you're not sleeping."
Shang Mo blinked and leaned closer to her, saying, "Did you hear that?" Shang Xia, being a naive young girl, blushed deeply.
The noise was so loud, how could I not hear? Can you please be a little quieter? Are you angry?
I'm just giving you a treat, letting you feel involved, since you yourself said you were willing to be Shen Qingling's mistress.
Shang Mo was deliberately trying to provoke Shang Xia.
Shang Xia pursed her lips, trying to peek inside, but Shang Mo firmly blocked her way. Shang Xia sneered, when I really asked you to be generous, you refused. What's wrong with letting me take a peek?" Shang Mo, holding the door shut, curled his lips and said, "I just wanted to tell you, you can forget about touching my people, you're not even worthy of coveting you." Shang Xia was now enraged.
She forcefully pushed Shang Mo aside and stormed into the room.
She lay down on Shang Mo's bed. Beside her was a shocked Shen Qingling.
Chapter 133. I'm here to join this family.
Shen Qingling was incredibly sexy at this moment. His hair was damp with a light sheen of sweat, the desire in his eyes hadn't completely faded, and beads of sweat clung to his heaving chest, rolling down his perfect curves to his beautiful abs.
8-pack wah.
Shang Xia's eyes were glued to him.
Shang Mo eats so well?
She was really jealous.
Shang Xia hugged Shen Qingling's waist tightly, refusing to let go.
If she could sleep with her head on Shen Qingling's abs every day, she'd even listen to him every night. Forget it, she couldn't handle that. She'd rather be the one lying in bed. If he could sleep with his head on Shen Qingling's abs, she'd accept it even if it was 18 times a night. She stared at Shen Qingling, her gaze sweeping over him from head to toe. Such huge pectoral muscles.
Such a powerful heartbeat. So big. Wow, those pants are huge. Shang Xia's eyes and mouth widened. No wonder Shang Mo said she swallowed hard. My sister's pretty brave, huh? No wonder she's Shang Mo, she can eat anything.
Shang Xia stood there stunned, and Shang Mo, seeing this, instantly flew into a rage. She rushed over, trying to drag Shang Xia off the bed.
Shang Xia clung tightly to Shen Qingling, refusing to let go.
I came to join this family, not to break it up. We're sisters, what's wrong with me lying on your bed for a bit?
What's wrong with me hugging your man?
Shang Yamo slapped her, but Shang Xia didn't care at all. Anyway, Shang Yamo had hit her quite a few times when she was angry over the years. But if only Shen Qingling had slapped me.
What a pity.
Shen Qingling looked at the mess before her and said, "Can I put my clothes on first?"
Shang Xia, don't bother, you've already seen everything. Shang Yamo, are you crazy? Get off the bed. Shang Xia smiled and said, didn't you want me to see? If you're so capable, then do it in front of me. Come on, who's afraid of who?
It's Shang Mo's fault for deliberately provoking her, now it's all good, let's all have some excitement together.
Shen Qingling couldn't help but ask, what exactly do you want? Shang Xia blinked and said, I just want to lie down next to you and sleep. She sleeps on your left, and I sleep on your right.
Who in Jiangcheng is so lucky to have both of us sisters at the same time? Shen Qingling facepalmed, do you know what you're saying? Shang Xia said pitifully, I've worked hard these past few days, even if I haven't done anything special.
Can't I even just lie down and sleep? Shang Yamo couldn't take it anymore. She finally managed to drag Shang Xia off the bed with all her might.
Shang Xia, clinging to the bedpost, pouted and said, fine, if you won't let me sleep in the bed, then I'll sleep here. I'll make a makeshift bed on the floor.
Shang Yamo sneered, don't force me to call security to throw you out. Shang Xia retorted defiantly, do you dare?
Do you dare let anyone see Shen Qingling here?
Shen Qingling sighed and said, go back to sleep. I'll give you a gift in a few days. Shang Xia's eyes lit up, really? What is it? Can I have a kiss instead? Shang Yamo gritted his teeth and said, get out. Shang Xia pursed her lips, winked at Shen Qingling, and left.
For the sake of the gift, she wouldn't stoop to Shang Mo's level. She didn't really intend to listen there, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to handle it.
She just wanted to annoy Shang Yamo.
After Shang Xia left, Shang Yamo looked at Shen Qingling and asked, are you really going to give her a gift? Shen Qingling said helplessly, I can't let her actually sleep on the floor here.
I'm afraid you'll upset yourself.
Things at the company have been stressful enough these past few days.
I want you to get some rest. Hearing that Shen Qingling was doing it for her sake, Shang Yamo wasn't angry anymore.
She lay back down, but the thought of Shang Xia lying in this spot made her frown deeply. No, she had to change the sheets. Shang Yamo changed the sheets in the middle of the night, throwing away the old set. Shen Qingling found her childish behavior a little funny, and also a little cute.
Shang Yamo was still angry, it was ridiculous.
What kind of younger sister would lie on her older sister's bed and hug her brother-in-law? Shen Qingling comforted her, maybe the noise was too loud and upset her.
Shang Yamo, thinking of something, said to Shen Qingling, don't be fooled by her act.
She's always using coquettishness and sweet talk.
Don't think she really likes you that much, she just wants to steal the person I like.
That's just how Shang Xia is.
She wants everything I have. She might not be very sincere with you. Even with Gui Jin, it was all just an act. She only loves herself. Shang Mo's words made sense, but Shen Qingling could see Shang Xia's level of attraction, she genuinely liked him.
It's just that her actions were a bit too abstract.
No wonder she's Ruan Mingyi's longtime rival.
Truly a pair of equally matched abstract geniuses.
I understand. She's your sister. I won't like her.
Besides, Jin likes her. They've had such a long-standing friendship, I won't ruin their relationship no matter what.
Shang Yamo frowned. Gui Jin, he's not a good person either.
You'd better stay away from him in the future. Shen Qingling lowered her eyes and said, you mean, you'll let me out?
Shang Yamo paused. She slowly hugged Shen Qingling but didn't answer.
She knew she couldn't bear to keep him locked up here any longer. Shen Qingling had done everything he could for so many days. He had tolerated all her flaws and despicable acts, tolerated her strange temper and stubborn personality. He had done everything romantic and beautiful for her. He had transformed himself into the person she longed for. She knew he was doing this so that she could become a better person, fabricating himself as her lover. Shang Mo felt that all of this was as beautiful as a dream, one she didn't want to wake up from. This was a beautiful dream woven for her by Shen Qingling. But even the most beautiful dream must end one day. She knew it was time to wake up. Shen Qingling, if I get out, will you still treat me as well as you do now? Perhaps the day you're willing to let me go will be the day your illness is cured, which means you're no longer so attached. No, I'm willing to let you go because I love you. She was still attached, but she understood that her attachment would hurt him. He needed freedom. When she truly fell in love with him, she would suppress and restrain her feelings for him. Shang Mo knew she couldn't keep him, she only hoped to leave behind as many beautiful memories as possible. She understood even more clearly that Shen Qingling didn't love her, he only ever felt pity for her. Just like he felt for Lin Xingyan. It was only out of his kind and beautiful nature that he wanted to save them from the darkness. The closer she got to him, the more she felt his goodness. And it made her unable to bear hurting him any further. Shen Qingling was the person in this world who deserved happiness the most. Shang Mo kissed his cheek and said, "Thank you, Shen Qingling." Shen Qingling was silent for a moment, then hugged her back. He knew his day of departure was not far off. Chapter 134 Thinking of him, thinking of him, thinking of him. Today marks the 30th day since Shen Qingling's disappearance. I miss him, I miss him, I miss him. Gui Jin noticed that since Shen Qingling's departure, the house had returned to its former coldness. Gu Changwang remained the same cold and ruthless CEO, his eyes were only on the company and money. Lin Xingdai went to school every day, and when she came home, she wouldn't chatter and bicker with him like she used to when Shen Qingling was around. When Sulan was always busy with something, she was rarely seen at home. Although Gu Yutong and he were still recording the variety show, the audience's enthusiasm had waned considerably because of Shen Qingling's absence. People in the comments section often compared him to Shen Qingling, saying he was inferior to Shen Qingling in every way. He couldn't refute any of this. Because the data doesn't lie, the show's popularity had indeed declined since Shen Qingling's departure. However, the audience all assumed that Shen Qingling had gone to recuperate. This was the Gu family's official explanation. Shen Qingling's absence from school, evidenced by the fact that the Gu family had arranged for his leave, was enough to prove it. Shen Qingling's fans were still hoping for his speedy recovery, praying for him and doing charity work a truly positive force. Gui Jin glanced at Shen Qingling's fan page a few times before leaving. It was the same thing every day. He was already a big fan of Shen Qingling's fan page, never forgetting to check in daily. He still didn't understand what Shen Qingling meant by 2.5. He asked Lin Xingdai, but she didn't know either. Gui Jin felt incredibly guilty. This could be a crucial clue, and Shen Qingling had only shared it with him. This showed that Shen Qingling trusted him implicitly, he was a trustworthy older brother in his eyes. Shen Qingling had given him such an important clue, if he missed it because of his incompetence. The thought made Gui Jin feel suffocated. Shen Qingling, you absolutely cannot be hurt. Shen Qingling was his guarantee of a good future, a pillar he had to cling to tightly. Since Shen Qingling left, no one called him Lai Kai anymore. He even missed the way Shen Qingling would call him Lai Kai with a smile. Life without Shen Qingling was so boring. Sometimes he wondered, if Shen Qingling never came back, would the Gu family still fall into his hands? But when he thought about how good Shen Qingling had been to him, how much she trusted him, he couldn't accept that he could still have such dark thoughts. Actually, since I came back, he's been really good to me. I think he's a good person. Few people care about me like this. He treats me like family. Even though I'm not good with words, he's still very warm towards me. He was powerless to change what happened before. It was all his family's fault. Why impose it on him? I don't want to hate him. If I could, I would want us to be good brothers. But if you don't hurt him, he'll hurt you. I believe he won't. Shen Qingling's familiar voice came from the phone, warm and reassuring. Gui Jin listened to this recording every night before bed. Whenever he had dark thoughts, he would listen to this recording to dispel his guilty desires. Compared to Shen Qingling, he was truly despicable. He even had a moment where he wished Shen Qingling would never come back. He wasn't even worthy of being Shen Qingling's dog. Gui Jin was in agony, struggling every day. Even though no one cared about his inner turmoil. To the audience, it seemed Gui Jin was depressed because of Shen Qingling's illness. More and more people in the comments suspected Gui Jin had a crush on Shen Qingling. Ever since Shen Qingling went to the countryside to recuperate, Gui Jin has been like a wilted eggplant, always with a blank face. That smile he had at the beginning of the show has never appeared again. Isn't it possible he's just too lazy to pretend? Didn't you notice he was the gentlest he was to Shen Qingling? Shen Qingling isn't here anymore, what's the point of him pretending? I studied chemistry, this is calcium. No way, could Shen Qingling's illness be related to him? So he feels guilty and uneasy, forced to harm Shen Qingling for the sake of inheritance, but then his conscience bothers him after doing something wrong. Who cares about Gui Jin anyway? Our muscle-bound guy is more worried about Shen Qingling's condition. While Shen Qingling was away, I started practicing asceticism and focusing on health. The mind hasn't been operating since. Ever since falling in love with Shen Qingling, I haven't been interested in watching Silk. Shen Qingling, when are you coming back? Wah, my baby's practically turned into a spider web. Who are you all? Unlike me, I'm a true fan of Shen Qingling. Speaking of fans. Gui Jin's fans, don't dream of comparing yourself to Shen Qingling. Being scary looking and being scary looking are two different things, understand? Those who like Gui Jin should eat something better. Gui Jin looks like he went to a vocational school, he's not good enough for my university. Even without Shen Qingling appearing on screen, the comments section was still filled with heated arguments between Shen Qingling and Gui Jin. Even without appearing on screen, Shen Qingling remained the most noticeable person on the show. That's what you call professional. Shen Qingling was naturally completely unaware of the online drama. Shang Mo noticed that Shen Qingling did one thing every day. While she worked, Shen Qingling would sneak back to his room alone. There were no security cameras in her bedroom. This meant she had no idea what Shen Qingling was doing in there. But he didn't bring his phone in, nor did he have any electronic devices for her to use. He couldn't possibly be contacting the outside world. Shang Mo was very curious about this, but every time she went in, Shen Qingling would just sit there, doing nothing, with books, notebooks, and pens on the table next to him. Other than that, nothing. Shen Qingling had said he liked reading, so Shang Mo brought him a lot of books. Perhaps Shen Qingling was just reading in his room? Shang Mo could only put aside her suspicions. She thought maybe she was just being paranoid. Shen Qingling had been so good to her lately, she shouldn't doubt him anymore. Days passed peacefully like this. Shang Xia pestered Shen Qingling for her gift every day. When will my gift be ready, Shen Qingling? I can't wait. She desperately wanted to receive a gift from Shen Qingling, anything would do, she would be happy with anything. But Shen Qingling's answer was always to tell her to wait a little longer. Shang Xia lowered her eyes, a little aggrieved, and said, "Are you just making excuses so she can sleep better, or have you been saying you were preparing something these past few days just to appease me, and that you haven't actually prepared anything at all?" Shen Qingling looked at her seriously and said, "Gifts need to be prepared with care. If I were just giving you something random, I could give it to you right now. So you've really been seriously preparing my gift?" Shen Qingling smiled helplessly. "Yes, I promise I haven't been just making excuses. It should be almost finished in a couple of days, and I'll definitely give it to you on the day of the fireworks." Chapter 135. Between the two of us, who do you prefer? Shen Qingling seemed to be seriously preparing a gift for her. Shang Xia was taken aback. She had assumed Shen Qingling had only agreed casually and wouldn't be putting much effort into it. She thought his past few days of refusals were just to appease her. She knew Shen Qingling didn't like her. That day, he had only casually agreed to a gift to keep her from bothering Shang Mo, but she was genuinely looking forward to it. Even knowing it was just a perfunctory gesture, she still wanted it. Actually, she was truly jealous of Shen Qingling's kindness towards her was something she had never seen or felt before. Both Lin Qingnian and Shang Mo received far more love from Shen Qingling than she did. Perhaps she had only felt his tenderness for a fleeting moment. It was that time at the Gu family home, when he personally tied a silk scarf around her neck, covering the scar and protecting her dignity. At that moment, she truly liked Shen Qingling. But in the blink of an eye, he was once again Shang Mo's possession. The thing she cared about most always ended up in Shang Mo's hands. So stop overthinking, and don't upset her. You'll just be the one getting scolded. Shang Xia couldn't hear anything else, only the phrase, "don't upset her." Shen Qingling still cared more about Shang Mo, and everyone else too. Her eyes dimmed. In the end, you just care more about her. In your eyes, will I ever be as good as her? Shang Xia was referring to you all, not you. Just like Shang Mo, she also had an unresolved issue in her heart. Shang Mo was that unresolved issue. Why do you always have to compare yourself to her? You have your own strengths too. For example, Shang Xia was truly stumped by Shen Qingling's question. He could only smile and say, "You're very cute." Shang Xia thought he was going to say something else, but it turned out to be just that. You don't need to comfort me like that. I knew everyone cared more about her. You're wrong to think that way. Shang Mo told me about your family. The love your parents give you is something she never received. You should look at what you have. But Shen Qingling, people are never satisfied. I can't learn to be content. I want it all. I want my parents to love me, but not to protect me like a caged bird. Don't you think their love is hypocritical? They say they love me, yet they diligently cultivate Shang Mo, giving her all their resources and connections, spending a fortune hiring the best teachers for her, making her the most dazzling presence in Jiangqing's high society, someone everyone can only look up to. Even the dogs around me don't say a bad word about Shang Mo. When it comes to us sisters, I'll always be inferior to her. If my parents truly loved me, why did they ultimately hand the Shang family over to her? I can't survive without the Shang family, without her. Is this love? They say parents who love their children plan far ahead for them, but what about me? They never even considered how I would live without them. I can only watch Shang Mo's face as I eke out a living under her control. Shen Qingling listened, and Shang Mo also heard these words. She stopped and stood at the corner of the stairs, lost in thought. Shen Qingling knew she felt resentful, but she had indeed been too presumptuous. Shang Xia, have you ever considered how much effort and hard work she had to put in to become the dazzling figure you speak of? Being number one isn't easy, and being the heir isn't easy either. If you were her, you would only suffer 100 times more than her. If even a fraction of the harm she endured were to fall on you, you would probably be even more insane and hateful than her. Actually, have you ever considered that Shang Mo cares about you a lot? Shang Xia sneered, she cares about me? How could that be? That time at the Gu family, when she grabbed your neck, you only called her sister and she let you go. Didn't you think about why? You should know very well in your heart that she would soften because of just one word, sister. So you knew she was crazy back then. Never mind, that's all from childhood. Even the best memories from the past are worn away by the back and forth power struggles of adulthood. You saved her once, and she remembered that kindness for a lifetime. No matter how much you went too far or provoked her, she never intended to truly hurt you, except for that time you insisted on our marriage. Shang Xia, her eyes red, said, Shen Qingling, what do you mean? Are you blaming me for her sake? You think I hurt her? Shen Qingling shook her head. No, I just feel that you two shouldn't have become like this. The Shang family ruined you. You should have been a very good pair of sisters. The people you should hate most aren't each other, but those biased parents. Shen Qingling even darkly thought that perhaps Shang Zigui did it on purpose, deliberately using Shang Xia to provoke Shang Mo, forcing her to become a ruthless heir. Without love, Shang Mo would desperately cling to power, ultimately becoming the heir he envisioned. With tears streaming down her face, Shang Xia said, if there's a next life, I don't want to be sisters with her. I don't want to live my whole life in her shadow. I hate her.
Shen Qingling, seeing her cry, comforted her. Have you ever thought that you're actually great too?
Whether she's there or not, you're a dazzling presence. Before someone like her, I am but an insignificant glimmer of light. How can the light of a firefly compete with the moon's brilliance? In Shang Mo's presence, she was always insecure, only able to look up at her with a humble demeanor. Shang Mo never knew that Shang Xia also suffered so much because of her existence. Neither of them had ever opened their hearts to each other, their hearts were tightly shut. When Shen Qingling appeared, that door was opened, and they finally began to see each other for who they truly were. Shang Xia turned her head and saw Shang Mo standing at the corner. She froze for a moment, quickly wiped away her tears, and fled.
She didn't want to face Shang Mo at all. It was too humiliating.
In the instant she brushed past Shang Mo, she saw a tenderness in her eyes that she had never seen before. She called out to her, Shang Xia.
What are you doing? Let's talk.
Shen Qingling wanted her to learn to face the past, forget the past, and then start anew. The height of summer represents her past obsessions. She resents her, is jealous of her, yet cares about her.
Shang Mo herself couldn't quite define her feelings for Shang Xia.
But hearing Shang Xia's pitiful accusations just now, she seemed to see again the child who used to tug at her trouser leg, calling her sister. Perhaps she should let go of her past obsessions. Shen Qingling was right, the person she should hate most wasn't Shang Xia. It was her parents. Learning to forgive wasn't about letting Shang Xia go. It was about letting herself go. She needed to move on to a new life and start afresh. Shang Xia obediently followed Shang Mo into the study, not daring to utter a single unnecessary word. She was always like this, she could speak more harshly than anyone else, but a single glance from Shang Mo would immediately make her cower. This was a conversation between sisters. Shen Qingling didn't participate.
The two talked from afternoon until evening, while Shen Qingling cooked downstairs.
From the study came the occasional sounds of heated arguments and breaking objects. And the loud sound of slaps. When they came down for dinner that evening, both of them had handprints on their faces. Shang Mo hitting Shang Xia was commonplace, not surprising. But the handprints on Shang Mo's face. Shen Qingling glanced at Shang Xia, surprised that she was so bold.
She even dared to hit Shang Mo.
Shang Xia pursed her lips and said, "Don't look at me, I didn't hit her, she hit herself." Shen Qingling was even more astonished. Shang Mo explained calmly, "She said I always slap her, so I hit myself to repay her."
Let's call it even. Shang Xia's eyes widened. You promised you wouldn't hit me anymore, you haven't forgotten, have you?
I remember, I won't lay a hand on you anymore, but don't provoke me. Oh, other things are fine, but not things involving Shen Qingling. The conflict suddenly shifted to Shen Qingling.
Shang Mo narrowed his eyes and said, "What did you say? What did you promise me upstairs?" Shang Xia retorted, "You can't be so domineering. Love doesn't discriminate. You can give in to other things, but can't I fight for someone I like? Shen Qingling doesn't like you at all. You should have some self-awareness. It's like he likes you. If you hadn't kidnapped him, would he be here? I have the guts and the means, do you? Even if I gave you a chance, you wouldn't be able to use it. You. Shen Qingling, look at her, she's bullying me again, wah."
Shang Xia immediately grabbed Shen Qingling's arm and started playing the victim. Shang Mo stared at her hand and said, "Touch him again and I'll take back what I said." Shang Xia angrily withdrew her hand and sat down. "You tigress, there's no way Shen Qingling likes you."
"Well, anyway, she won't like you."
Shang Xia looked at Shen Qingling and said, "Shen Qingling, tell me, between the two of us, who do you like more?"
Chapter 136 Let the Shang family become her grave.
Under the death stares of the two women, Shen Qingling replied, "You're all very good."
But that was all. It meant he didn't like any of them. Shang Mo felt a little disappointed, but she understood that Shen Qingling simply didn't want to deceive her easily. He couldn't bring himself to deceive women. Otherwise, he could easily say some nice things to coax them and win their favor. To put it bluntly, if Shen Qingling wanted to toy with their feelings, it would be incredibly easy. But Shen Qingling wasn't that kind of person, so he wouldn't. That was the impression Shen Qingling left on people. He wasn't good at lying, nor was he good at sweet talk. He was very sincere. Therefore, what Shen Qingling said and did made people more trustworthy. Shang Xia asked expectantly, "What's so good about it? Let me hear it." She would be happy as long as Shen Qingling was willing to praise her. So adorably silly. Shang Xia stabbed her steak hard with her fork, but accidentally slipped and pierced a cherry tomato on the plate, splashing juice all over her face. Shang Mo couldn't help but laugh. Shang Xia gritted her teeth and said, "What's wrong with me lately? Even tomatoes are working against me." Shen Qingling nicknamed her the Shang family comedian. Shen Qingling handed her a tissue, suppressing a laugh, and said, "Don't be angry, just wipe it off." Shang Xia huffed, "I won't be angry if you wipe it for me." Shang Mo didn't want to see Shen Qingling wipe Shang Xia's face. She would be jealous. She snatched the tissue from Shen Qingling and started wiping Shang Xia's face. Shang Xia, thinking it was Shen Qingling, smiled happily. Left, left, left. Right, right, right. Shen Qingling, your hands smell so good. She couldn't resist taking the opportunity to kiss that hand. She opened her eyes to find Shang Mo's icy face, and instantly wilted. Shen Qingling and Shang Mo exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh. Shen Qingling was right about one thing: Shang Xia could be adorably silly at times. After dinner, Shang Mo went upstairs early to clean up the mess. The study was a complete mess, something her perfectionist, with his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, couldn't stand. After Shen Qingling arrived at the Shang family home, the butler and servants were all sent to the adjacent villa. To prevent anyone from discovering Shen Qingling's presence, no one was left in the main building. The task of washing the dishes fell to Shang Xia, the young lady. After seeing her break the third bowl, Shen Qingling put down what she was doing and went to Shang Xia's side to help her wash the dishes. While washing the dishes, Shen Qingling asked, "Are the fireworks all ready?" Shang Xia asked, puzzled, "Don't you dislike her too? Why are you preparing these for her?" Shen Qingling lowered her eyes and said, "I didn't say I don't like her. Maybe there's no romantic love, but there's normal appreciation and liking. Shang Mo is a very charming woman, I can't deny that. Is it really worth all this just for appreciation? I just hope she can be happier, can move on from the past and become a better person. What good is it for one more person in the world to suffer? If possible, I hope each of you can be happy." Shang Xia paused. "Does each of you include me?" "Of course, I also hope you can be happy." "And you, do you feel happy?" Shen Qingling smiled faintly but didn't answer. Shang Xia asked again, "Shen Qingling, what is the happiness you want?" Shen Qingling then looked at her, saying in a teasing tone, "It's about not shedding tears anymore." Shang Xia was stunned. She knew Shen Qingling was joking, but those words still touched her heart. She blushed and murmured, "Why make such a joke? You know I can't resist it at all." After washing the dishes, Shen Qingling took out a wet wipe and gently wiped the foam off her face. He smiled and said, "It's not a joke. I really hope you won't be sad. You're cuter when you smile." Shang Xia was completely charmed by Shen Qingling's words. She stood there, blushing and at a loss. Even after Shen Qingling left, her mind remained blank, her eyes filled with the image of him smiling and saying those words. Shang Xia covered her face, closed her eyes, and screamed. What a sinful man! With a gentle flick of his wrist, he left her sleepless all night. Shang Xia's attraction to Shen Qingling was about to reach 90. Just a little stimulation and she would fall completely in love with him. The key lay in the gift Shen Qingling was going to give her. Shen Qingling's gift wasn't given for nothing. Whether for the sake of winning her over or for Shang Xia's genuine happiness, this gift was essential. Shen Qingling was like that. Sometimes it was impossible to tell whether he was sincere or not. Even the system couldn't completely see through him. Truth and falsehood, reality and illusion, were like trying to see flowers through a fog. While Shen Qingling was carefully preparing the gift, Nanjun wasn't idle either. Her blows to Shang Mo were of little significance. The loss of money was the least of Shang Mo's worries. because money was the last thing she lacked. Nanjun couldn't even force her out of the Shang family.
Nan Yen handed the woman, whose face was cold, a cup of tea.
Calm down, mother.
Nanjun took a drag of her cigarette, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. She narrowed her eyes and said, "It's not that I'm angry. I misunderstood before. I thought Shang Mo cared a lot about money, but now it seems she cares more about Shen Qingling than money." She thought her retaliation would provoke Shang Mo, but who knew that the money-grubbing woman now valued love more than money?
Nanjun couldn't help but smile sarcastically. It's surprising that a place like the Shang family would produce a romantic like this. Thinking of Shang Mo's previous actions, Nanjun couldn't swallow her anger. A month has passed, and she wondered how Shen Qingling was doing in the Shang family. That madman Shang Mo must have tortured Shen Qingling terribly. Thinking of this, Nanjun's brows furrowed even more. If she hadn't deliberately provoked Shang Mo, things wouldn't have come to this.
A pang of guilt rose in the woman's heart. In the end, she also bore some responsibility for this, and yet she hadn't managed to rescue Shen Qingling. She had thought that by retaliating against Shang Mo's company, Shang Mo would be less likely to spend time at home due to dealing with her, giving Shen Qingling some breathing room and preventing her from having to face her every moment. Who knew that Shang Mo would rather suffer financial losses than leave the Shang family home even for a moment?
Shen Qingling.
Thinking of this name, Nanjun could only close her eyes and sigh. Even cigarettes couldn't dispel her sorrow. The woman stubbed out her cigarette and rubbed her temples. Nanjun hadn't smiled for a whole month.
Nan Yen raised his eyes and said, "So what are you going to do?"
"Shang Mo isn't leaving the house at all. Everything we prepared for her is useless." A murderous glint flashed in Nanjun's eyes. "Since she won't come out, then let the Shang family become her grave."
Chapter 137 Shen Qingling's Gift.
Time flew by, and the day arrived that Shen Qingling had arranged to set off fireworks for Shang Mo. Shen Qingling gave Shang Xia the gift he had promised that afternoon. When Shang Xia saw the gift box, her eyes lit up, and she was so eager to open it that she immediately wanted to see what it was.
"What is it? I'm so excited." Shen Qingling blocked her hand and said, "You can't look yet." Shang Xia paused, then asked in confusion, "Why? When can I open it?"
Shen Qingling whispered mysteriously, "Turn it on when you watch the fireworks at night, it will have a miraculous effect."
Although Shang Xia didn't understand, she obediently did as she was told.
Shen Qingling's words always have an effect, and Shang Xia listens to them.
The puppy will obediently listen to its owner.
In front of Shen Qingling, most of the time, Shang Xia was like a little dog wagging its tail and circling around him, longing for its master's attention.
On a sweltering summer afternoon, I started counting down the days while holding the gift box. Every second is torture. She really wanted to see it. Night finally arrived amidst the anticipation of midsummer.
Tonight is supposed to be a romantic time for Shen Qingling and Shang Mo to watch fireworks together, but she can only watch it alone on the rooftop of the small villa next door. Holding the gift, Shang Xia sighed bitterly, "I should have been under the car, not inside, boo-hoo." But when she looked down and saw the gift Shen Qingling had given her, Shang Xia was still very happy. Shang Xia carefully and with great anticipation opened the gift box given to her by Shen Qingling. Inside the gift box was a double-sided transparent photo frame surrounded by dried flowers, with a piece of cardboard sandwiched in the middle. Because he didn't want Shang Xia to know what he had prepared in advance, Shen Qingling used whatever the Shang family already had to make it, which actually took a lot of thought. In the height of summer, she took out the cardstock from the photo frame and started looking at it.
The above is a handwritten note by Shen Qingling.
"You always say you're stardust on the far side of the moon, living in the sun's dazzling light. But what you don't know is that you are like a star shining alone, with your own trajectory, yet you are always mistaken for her reflection. Those labels are just paper kites someone else casually folded, you have your own uniqueness and difference. When your eyelashes flutter, it's like a butterfly flitting across an April stream. When you're at a loss, your reddened ear tips are like a young girl's love letter that never fades. When you stubbornly purse your lips and shed tears, you look both pitiful and adorable."
These are all countless pieces of evidence of why you are you.
While the world is obsessed with comparisons, I want to tell you that you are unique and different from everyone else.
You say you are the faint light of a firefly.
When the bright moon hangs in the sky, the firefly weaves the warp and weft of light in the low sky, measuring the depth of darkness with its delicate wings.
Look at those fireflies.
They never compete with the moon for brilliance, yet they allow countless travelers to find a miracle gentler than the starry sky in the dark forest.
I want to tell you that every firefly has its own reason for existing, as does every life, including you.
Every life is a stroke of the Creator's brush that can never be replicated. Dewdrops possess a clarity that clouds cannot replace, and morning mist has a hazy quality that the blazing sun cannot depict. While the whole world is measuring the height of mountains, please allow me to forever cherish the stream in your palm, where a life rhythm that no one can replicate flows.
In the years to come, I will be the harmony that never fades from your ears. When comparisons resurface, remember that a voice is saying, you don't need to chase the brilliance of the moon. You are a firefly that walks alone in the dark night. You don't have to be the galaxy's chosen protagonist. You are the most vibrant lines of poetry in the summer night.
After all, the moon belongs to everyone.
The flickering of fireflies belongs only to the wilderness. Unique. What's happening now? The image of light.
After reading the letter, Shang Xia's tears fell in a steady stream. That day, she thought Shen Qingling was blaming her and speaking up for Shang Mo. But it turned out he had taken her words to heart. He was comforting her. Even if she isn't as dazzling as her sister, she is still a unique individual.
Summer tears fall onto the photo frame, and the feeling of being moved surges even higher.
Summer's fingertips trembled as they traced the ink marks on the cardstock, tears blurring the words firefly. Upon closer inspection, Shang Xia noticed a line of very small text at the bottom of the card. Remember to raise your card the moment the fireworks go up into the sky.
Suddenly, the booming sound of fireworks exploding echoed in the night sky.
She picked up the card and slowly raised it towards the night sky.
The moment the cardstock and the firework overlapped, the blank space around the cardstock suddenly took shape.
The golden firelight shone on the cardstock. The image above shows her profile.
There is a tiny firefly in the bottom right corner.
Shen Qingling used special pigments that could be seen in the night sky through a dim light, colors that were not visible during the day.
Shen Qingling is a very skilled painter. He captured Shang Xia's profile beautifully. She never knew that she could be so beautiful in his eyes.
Did he ever observe her carefully? His gaze would briefly fall on her.
At the moment he sketched her profile, would he like her?
When the largest butterfly firework prepared by Shen Qingling appeared, her profile on the card was perfectly surrounded by butterfly wings. It was as if a beautiful girl suddenly grew wings at that moment. Shang Xia stared blankly at this scene, tears streaming down her face. She pressed the card to her chest, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it was shattering her ribs, drawing those burning words into her bloodstream.
Shen Qingling.
Shen Qingling heard the announcement from the system.
Summer's heart-fluttering value, 100.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed your conquest.
1 hour ago. Shen Qingling knocked on Shang Mo's study door.
Shang Mo had just finished dealing with company matters, and Nanjun had been much more well-behaved these past few days, so she didn't have much to deal with. She closed her laptop as soon as she saw Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling extended an invitation to her under the pretext of stargazing.
Shang Mo blinked, looking at the stars. Yes, would you do me the honor, Mr. Shang? Shang Mo took his hand and smiled, saying, I'm willing to do anything you ask.
Shen Qingling took her hand and led her upstairs to the rooftop.
Shang Mo joked, I still think it's more romantic to watch a non-existent moon with you on a rainy day.
Shen Qingling looked at her and smiled, saying, maybe there's something else tonight besides the stars.
Shang Mo raised an eyebrow, looks like I have a gift too.
Shen Qingling smiled, with a hint of mystery in her expression.
But it also indirectly confirmed what she said. Shen Qingling gave Shang Xia a gift, but she wasn't actually angry. But she really didn't expect Shen Qingling to prepare a gift for her. It has to be said that it's really something to look forward to.
Shen Qingling led her to the outside of the rooftop. Just as Shang Mo was about to push open the rooftop door, Shen Qingling suddenly covered her eyes from behind.
Can't I watch it? Well, not for now. I need to keep it a little secret.
That's so mysterious, Dr. Shen.
I'll have to wait and see. Shang Mo sometimes jokingly calls him Dr. Shen.
Shen Qingling blindfolded her, and the two walked step by step to the rooftop.
Shang Mo felt the wind brushing against her hair.
He whispered in her ear, I remember you said you envied the grand fireworks, the beautiful cake, and the smiling photos on Xingxia's birthday.
There will be some tonight. Chapter 138, Breaking Free from the Cocoon and Becoming a Butterfly. Shang Mo paused, stunned.
The hand in front of her slowly released, light reflecting into her eyes. The moment the first firework exploded in the night sky, Shang Mo instinctively tightened her grip on his hand. Golden purple light illuminated her delicate face, and the shadows cast by her eyelashes concealed an undisguised joy. The boy's gentle voice reached her ears, This is my birthday present for you.
Shang Mo's eyelids trembled slightly as she looked at the cake. But today isn't my birthday. Consider it a birthday celebration for the child who didn't have a cake or fireworks. Shang Mo's nose stung, and she felt like crying again.
She smiled through her red eyes and said, You really are.
I don't know what to do with you.
Shen Qingling was too good, so good that he couldn't bear to let him leave, yet he couldn't bear to see him trapped by his side.
Looking into the boy's gentle eyes, Shang Mo finally decided to let him go.
She stepped forward and hugged Shen Qingling tightly.
Shen Qingling, can you grant me one request? Go ahead.
Since you've already prepared fireworks and a cake for me, can I be greedy and ask for one more birthday wish?
Sure. Tonight, be my boyfriend, let me feel what it's like to be loved. Okay. Shang Mo wanted a dream, and Shen Qingling wove one for her. Perhaps this was the last dream.
At this moment, they both understood each other implicitly. On this beautiful night, at this wonderful moment, they were having a grand farewell.
Watch the fireworks.
The newly blooming fireworks wove a flowing starry curtain behind him, but it couldn't compare to the brightness of the gaze fixed in his eyes. She looked at the unforgettable face of the young man, a bitter, metallic taste rising in her throat. This fleeting beauty was like a father's occasional condescending praise, a mother's impulsive embrace, briefly igniting happiness and allowing her to experience a moment of joy and pleasure. But it was only for a moment. She could never hold on to what she truly desired. Her eyes dimmed as she said, Fireworks are beautiful, but too fleeting.
All that beauty is gone in an instant.
Shen Qingling looked up at the night sky, his voice still full of hope, though brief, each burst is a new shape, just like how loving yourself a little more each day etches different patterns onto your soul. He always tried to comfort her, desperately wanting to pull her out of the past. Look, how beautiful it is. A second wave of fireworks roared into the sky, and a giant butterfly pattern suddenly appeared within the indigo cascade.
Shang Mo suddenly choked up. She recognized the butterfly pattern.
It was the shape of the glass butterfly brooch she had smashed in the garden when her 18th birthday celebration was cancelled. Shen Qingling had found it by chance in her bedside table that day, and long after, the butterfly brooch remained exactly as it had been. The broken corner was like her heart, beyond repair. Shen Qingling had only asked casually, and she had only mentioned it casually, but Shen Qingling still sensed her concern.
How could she not care about her 18th birthday celebration?
At this moment, the broken butterfly was perfectly reborn in the night sky, its wing edges still retaining their imperfections.
He truly remembered every word she said.
At this moment, Shen Qingling took out the brooch. But the missing piece had been repaired.
Although not perfectly, it was now a complete butterfly shape.
Shen Qingling had repaired the butterfly, and with it, she had repaired her own incompleteness. I'm sorry, I took it upon myself to repair the missing piece for you.
You actually remembered. This is also the birthday present you should have received. Her 18th birthday present was made up for today. Shang Mo clutched the brooch tightly, tears streaming down her face.
When Shen Qingling was willing to offer his tenderness, no woman could resist.
Amidst the deafening roar, the last firework transformed into a flawless butterfly shape. The missing piece on the butterfly was finally perfectly repaired. It was a complete, beautiful butterfly.
Under the night sky, the boy's eyes shone brighter than 1,000 stars. He gazed tenderly into her tearful eyes and said, "This fireworks display is called Breaking Out of the Cocoon, do you like it?"
Breaking out of the cocoon. He was blessing her new life. Shang Yimou could no longer hold back and hugged him tightly, bursting into tears. Her tears soaked his shirt, and for the first time in over 20 years, she let herself cry like a lost child. The trophies her father smashed, the exam papers her mother tore up, the rag dolls trampled by Shang Xia all transformed into guardian spirits in the fireworks. She finally understood that what truly heals wounds isn't forgetting, but someone willing to kneel down and kiss every scar.
Shen Qingling.
Shang Yimou tilted her head back, letting the moonlight and her tears fall into his eyes simultaneously. She suddenly dared not breathe, afraid of shattering this too beautiful illusion. The unburnt starlight danced on his eyelashes, and her palm pressed against his racing heartbeat, more deafening than the roar of the fireworks. Shen Qingling's fingertips gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "Why are you crying?" The warmth of Shen Qingling's fingertips sent shivers down her spine. "I just couldn't control myself." "Then, at this moment, do you feel happiness?" "If you kissed me first, I might be even happier." Shen Qingling never kissed her first. Almost every time, it was her who initiated, with a forceful, coercive undertone. Just like her feelings for him. She wanted Shen Qingling to initiate it once. Even if it was just a lie, a dream woven for her, she would willingly fall for it. Shen Qingling turned and trapped her between himself and the railing, cupping her drooping face in his palm and kissing her. Tender, cautious, with the awkwardness and beauty of youth. This woman, who once treated the business world like a battlefield, trembled like a girl learning to kiss for the first time. Before this, her kisses with Shen Qingling weren't really kisses. Only in this moment did she feel love. Perhaps it was her illusion, or perhaps she craved Shen Qingling's love too much. She seemed to truly see fleeting love in his eyes. The fireworks continued to explode, the deafening sound emanating from the depths of her heart. Finally, she heard the words she longed to hear most from his lips. "Shang Yimou, I love you." She heard the sound of the ice in her heart cracking. Shang Mo's hand, supporting her cheek, trembled. Tears fell even more heavily. A bitter, salty tear trickled down her cheek. Shang Yimou looked at him with incredibly tender and affectionate eyes. "Shen Qingling, I love you." This love was unwavering and eternal. In this world, she would never love anyone but Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling heard the voice from 077. Shang Mo's heart-fluttering value, 100. Congratulations, host, your conquest is complete. Chapter 139. The Shang family catches fire. In this game called Strategy Guide, Shen Qingling fulfilled the system's promise to save everyone. The two figures leaning together under the fireworks were beautiful. Shang Yimou thought, if only this dream could last a little longer. But she couldn't keep Shen Qingling trapped in this dream any longer. When she truly falls in love with someone, she begins to feel sorry for them, consider their situation, and wish for their happiness. Shang Yimou decided to see a psychologist and take her medication regularly after Shen Qingling left. She was determined to change. She hoped that when she saw Shen Qingling again, she could hide all her anger and vulnerability. After the fireworks, Shen Qingling and Shang Mo cut the cake together. Finally, Shen Qingling took out a Polaroid camera and took a photo of themselves in front of the cake. Shen Qingling poked her lips with his cream-smeared finger and said, "Smile, sister." Shang Mo's eyes were full of love as she looked at him, and seeing his eyes, she smiled. Shen Qingling captured this moment. In the photo, Shen Qingling's arm is around her shoulder, his finger poking her lips, the cream adding a touch of adorable girlishness. Her eyes aren't looking at the camera, she's looking into the boy's eyes. When she turns to look at the camera, she looks a little dazed, and Shen Qingling captures that moment as well. In the last photo, Shen Qingling kisses her cheek, and she blushes, looking somewhat flustered. In every photo, she looks like an 18-year-old girl. Still a girl experiencing her first love. Nervous, expectant, and shy when taking photos with someone she likes. Before this, her photos were all high-class portraits, exquisite suits, and haute couture dresses, a faint smile, and indifferent eyes. The photos with Shen Qingling are completely different people. After the photo came out, Shang Mo murmured, "So silly. Shen Qingling smiled and said, very cute.
Every time Shen Qingling praised her like this, Xiang Mo would feel shy. She was becoming more and more like a person with feelings. Before, she always suppressed her emotions, like a machine programmed with preset rules.
Shen Qingling, thank you. And I'm sorry.
The boy paused. He knew why Xiang Mo was apologizing. He put down the Polaroid camera and said, I was indeed unhappy at first. Xiang Mo lowered her eyes, her brow furrowing with guilt.
But now I've changed my mind. Perhaps everything is preordained.
From the moment I barged into your room, your world changed because of me. I was the one who entered your world first, it was fate.
We were destined to meet. I only began to understand you after coming here. Knowing your past, I can't blame you.
You were just sick.
I hope I can do my best to cure your illness. For me, seeing you recover will make me not regret staying. Xiang Mo's eyes gradually reddened again.
He was always like this, every word he said touched her.
Shen Qingling, I also believe that our meeting was destined. You are God's salvation.
She smiled through her tears, tears of joy, tears of emotion.
He hugged her one last time. Don't do anything to hurt yourself again. Also, I've actually been very happy these past few days with you. Xiang Mo choked up, unable to speak.
He even said these words to avoid making her feel guilty.
Shen Qingling, how can I not love you?
After saying goodbye on the rooftop, the two returned to the bedroom. Tonight was probably the last night she would spend with Shen Qingling. She just wanted to hold him and sleep peacefully. Xiang Mo went to the bathroom to shower first, while Shen Qingling sat on the sofa in the room waiting for her. She was too tired today, and Shen Qingling fell asleep on the sofa. However, when Xiang Mo came out of the shower, Shen Qingling was gone. The room was ablaze, and the surroundings were a mess.
Xiang Mo was shocked by the scene before her.
She ran to the door to open it. However, the bedroom door was locked from the outside, and she couldn't open it. Then she looked again and realized her phone was gone too. Someone wanted to burn her alive in her bedroom.
Where was Shen Qingling? Had something happened to him too? Xiang Mo pounded on the door, but there was no response. Nanjun spent a fortune inquiring with the Shang family servants and learned that no servants remained in Xiang Mo's main building.
That meant only the Shang sisters and Shen Qingling lived in that building. This was putting herself in a deadly situation. Xiang Mo had created a hidden danger for herself, but she had no other choice.
Otherwise, Shen Qingling would be too easily discovered.
Nanjun had seized on this point. She hired a professional assassin to infiltrate the Shang family. Nanjun had been watching them since the moment Shang Xia left to arrange the fireworks. What else could Shang Xia have arranged for the fireworks? It was nothing more than a romantic ploy by Xiang Mo to please Shen Qingling. Tonight's beautiful fireworks would only ignite her inner rage.
Nanjun issued the kill order without hesitation.
Xiang Mo dared to burn her warehouse, so she would burn down the entire Shang family estate, as if to die with him. As for Shen Qingling, she was naturally unharmed. Killing Xiang Mo was secondary, getting Shen Qingling out was the most important thing.
While Xiang Mo went to take a shower, Shen Qingling was drugged and taken away. Luckily, thanks to the system, Shen Qingling woke up before leaving the Shang family estate.
If it weren't necessary, 077 wouldn't have used electric shocks on Shen Qingling.
Shen Qingling finally woke up, now on a man's back. Shen Qingling immediately swung a cleaver at the back of his neck.
The man was completely taken aback that Shen Qingling had woken up, especially on his back.
Shen Qingling's single strike knocked the man unconscious. He guessed that Nanjun had attacked Xiang Mo. Shen Qingling ran back to the Shang family estate without hesitation.
Standing in the firelight, Xiang Mo knew she probably wouldn't be leaving this room today. The water in the bathroom had been turned off, and even the windows were completely locked. It seemed she was doomed.
Xiang Mo calmly sat down.
She knew this was Nanjun's revenge. But if you asked her if she regretted it, she didn't. The happiest days of her life had been spent with Shen Qingling for the past month. Life was so long, but to her it was all endless darkness. Rather than that, she would rather exchange an endless future for this moment of pleasure. She sighed. It seemed Shen Qingling had been rescued. She wondered how that fool Shang Xia was doing. She hoped she was alright. But the thought of Shang Xia facing the Shang family after her death made Shang Mo lower her eyes, a worried look on her face.
At that moment, her gaze fell upon a notebook lying quietly on the floor amidst the mess.
It looked familiar. It was the notebook Shen Qingling used to secretly write in, kept alongside one of his favorite books.
Shang Mo opened the notebook. The boy's beautiful handwriting came into view. Her observation diary. Chapter 140. Her observation diary. Shang Mo's hand holding the notebook trembled. This is Dr. Shen's observation diary of his patient, Shang Mo. She has insomnia after drinking coffee, but maybe it's not the coffee? I'm not sure. I'll try making her juice tomorrow, and let Xingxia secretly throw away her coffee. She had a nightmare today, but I don't know what it was about. I asked Xingxia for some scented candles that can help her sleep, hoping she can sleep a little longer tomorrow. This morning I deliberately turned off her alarm clock, and she slept an extra hour. When she woke up, the dark circles under her eyes had faded a bit. She slept soundly tonight and didn't have any nightmares. Was it the effect of the scented candle? She didn't like the flowers today, and although she smiled, she didn't really look at the bouquet. I ate 4 pieces of sweet and sour pork ribs for lunch, and only touched the edge of the spicy chicken. She doesn't like to eat fish because it has many bones, which she finds troublesome. Next time, I'll try cleaning it before giving it to her. She also doesn't like eating shrimp because she has to peel them. When I peeled shrimp for her, her ears turned red. She made an excuse to go to the study to get some documents, but secretly smiled in the hallway. So she just finds it troublesome. It turns out she likes bluebells. It's raining today, and she's in a bad mood. She dislikes rainy days, and hates thundery weather even more. She remained silent when I was with her. Today I found her 18th birthday gift in the drawer, a tattered butterfly. I plan to repair the butterfly and give the gift back to her. Will she be happy? Learn to bake a cake. It failed. Another failure. The fireworks design is complete. It seems the day of departure is fast approaching. I feel a little reluctant. Will she emerge from her cocoon and transform into a butterfly? I hope she is happy. There are many, many more such records, so many that she doesn't have time to read them all one by one. These records are not written separately by time and date. Shen Qingling would write down everything she thought of or observed. He would keep a record of what she did each day. Has her condition improved at all? Did she smile today? What I gave her today will make her happy. Shen Qingling never asked her what she liked. He could tell what she preferred simply by comparing her reactions. Shen Qingling asked Shang Xia to buy different flowers for Shang Mo every day. From the moment she received a bouquet of bluebells, Shen Qingling deduced from her expression that her favorite flower was the bluebell. From then on, the flowers she received every day turned into bluebells. The records also clearly show which dishes Shang Mo would eat more of during her meals. Tears fell onto the pages, and she finally understood where all those coincidences came from. His diary also contains small portraits of Shang Mo when he was working or daydreaming. She's still in a cartoonish, chibi style. There's a picture of her wearing glasses, frowning, and staring at the computer. There is a sentence below. Actually, she can be quite cute at times. The observation record remains unchanged until today. He remained in his anticipation, wondering if she would emerge from her cocoon and transform into a butterfly. He hasn't had time to write yet today. Shang Mo watched the film while shedding tears. She stroked the edge of the paper. She really wanted to tell Shen Qingling. The change he hoped for has happened. But maybe it's too late. Thick smoke filled his nostrils, and Shang Mo, clutching his diary, slowly collapsed onto the floor. The crackling sound of flames licking the curtains overlapped with the low growls of wolves in my memory, and the chill of being abandoned in the forest that year climbed up my spine. She faced death alone once again. The scene before my eyes gradually blurred. She gripped the notebook tighter and tighter,
as if she wanted to take it with her to another world.
Shen Qingling. In a daze, she seemed to see his face again. Shang Mo, wake up. Shang Mo. Shang Mo. Open your eyes and look at me. Don't fall asleep. Shen Qingling has returned.
His urgent voice tried to wake her. Shang Mo struggled to open her eyes and look at him.
The burning ceiling fragments crashed down.
Shen Qingling reached out to block, and her hand was injured in the impact.
At that moment, he didn't care about the injury on his hand at all. He reached out his hand to Shang Mo. Grab me. Don't be afraid, I'll take you out. Shang Mo's pupils trembled violently.
Like Lin Xingmian, she could not forget the moment she was abandoned in the past.
But this time is different. Shen Qingling's outstretched hand once again became her salvation.
All the fragments of life that have fallen apart are being pieced back together by this scarred hand in front of me.
Shang Mo stretched out his hand towards Shen Qingling with all his might.
Shen Qingling took her hand and pulled her up. Shen Qingling helped her run forward, but after running 2 steps, her vision went dark and she had no strength left. Seeing that she almost fell, Shen Qingling picked her up despite the injury on her hand. Sweat rolled down his forehead as he endured the pain and carried her out.
Don't be afraid, you'll be out soon. The bookshelf collapsed with a crash, and sparks landed on the back of his neck.
Shang Mo watched as he endured the pain so much that he almost bit his lip until it bled.
He could have walked.
He had already been rescued. He had already gained his freedom. But he still came back to save himself. Shang Mo's eyes were blurred with tears. Shen Qingling saved her twice. One time was to save her from the past.
The first time is now.
He saved them from soul to life. Shang Mo leaned against his chest and vowed to be good to him for the rest of her life. Even if he doesn't love her. Whatever Shen Qingling wants, she will do her best to get it for him. Shen Qingling became the most important person in her life. Even better than herself. She would do anything for him, even if it meant dying. It wasn't because he saved her. It's because the world needs Shen Qingling. He deserves everything she gives.
With Shen Qingling's efforts, he finally carried Shang Mo out of the room.
As Shen Qingling carried Shang Mo out of the room, she saw Shang Xia holding a fire extinguisher and with tears streaming down her face at the corner of the stairs. Shang Xia called the fire department, but she didn't know how long it would take for them to arrive. The servants were all afraid of death, and none of them were willing to go with Shang Xia to put out the fire. After all, they were just working for the Shang family, there was no need for them to risk their lives for their jobs. No matter how much money she offered, no one was moved. When the crucial moment came, Shang Xia realized that she could not rely on anyone but herself.
Finally, Shang Xia, resigned to her fate, prepared to rush in.
The servants tried to stop her from going. Even if she rushed in with a fire extinguisher, it would probably be useless, she would just be throwing her life away. Shang Xia knew everything, but she couldn't bear to watch Shang Mo be consumed by the fire. Although she really hated Shang Mo, to the point that sometimes she wished he would disappear. But when she thought about those things from the past, she realized she simply couldn't do it. If Shang Mo really dies inside, she will have no family left.
What's the point of her living alone?
Only now does she realize that she doesn't actually want Shang Mo to disappear from her world. Shang Xia wiped away her tears, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. That time, when they encountered Lang Shengma, he saved her without hesitation. This time, it's her turn to save her. At worst, we'll just die together. They've been entangled for half their lives, and it's impossible to say who owes whom, who hates whom more, or who loves whom more. In any case, neither of them can live without the other.
Chapter 141: The Madness of Nanjun.
Just as Shang Xia was about to rush in to put out the fire, Shen Qingling came out carrying Shang Mo. Shang Xia froze for a moment, then dropped the fire extinguisher and rushed to Shang Mo, crying,
Shang Mo, you can't die. Do you hear me?
If you die, I'll squander all your family fortune. I'll make all your past efforts go up in smoke.
Wake up! Wake up, Shang Mo. You can't die. Do you hear me? Shang Mo. Sister.
She never liked calling her sister, feeling that because she was born later, she didn't receive her father's upbringing, nor the hope of inheriting the family business.
She always wondered if she were the older sister, the firstborn, would she become that dazzling older sister?
Because of all this, she hated calling Shang Mo sister. Most of the time, she called Shang Mo by her full name, except when they were little. But now, seeing the dying Shang Mo, she couldn't help but call her sister. Every time Shang Mo was enraged by her, even to the point of wanting to kill her, she would soften and spare her whenever she heard her call her sister. Perhaps if she called out a little longer, Shang Mo wouldn't die, and she would wake up.
You can't die, I don't want to live alone. Sister, can you hear me, sister? Sister.
She called out to her frantically. She remembered the time they encountered wolves, when Shang Mo was covered in blood from being bitten, a scene she would never forget. She trembled with fear, tears streaming down her face as she cried uncontrollably. Shang Xia cried bitterly, and Shang Mo struggled to open her eyes and smiled.
I am not dead, but you'll make me cry myself to death.
Shang Xia froze for a moment, then hugged her and burst into tears.
Shen Qingling frowned and said, Get out of here quickly, it's not safe. We can talk about it later.
Shang Xia wiped away her tears and said, Okay, let's go out first. Shang Xia helped Shen Qingling and Shang Mo rush out of the villa. Many servants stood outside, watching worriedly, hesitating whether to rush in.
When they saw the group come out, they all gathered around.
Shen Qingling and Shang Mo's faces were obscured by smoke, and no one recognized Shen Qingling.
At this moment, everyone's attention was on Shang Mo.
Shen Qingling called Shang Xia aside. He stared into her eyes and said, Remember, I have never been to the Shang family. Shang Xia still cried, You're leaving, right?
Shen Qingling looked at her and said, I have to leave.
Once someone finds out I'm here, your sister will never be able to explain herself.
To avoid being discovered in the Shang family, Shen Qingling had to leave. He did it to protect them. Shang Xia cried even harder.
Actually, after reading the letter, she had so much she wanted to say to Shen Qingling, but in her current state, she had neither the mind nor the time to talk to him. Looking at the injury on his hand, she said worriedly, Go to the Shang family's private hospital now.
I'll contact the doctors there. Don't worry about anything.
You must get it checked out quickly, otherwise the burn will leave a scar.
Shen Qingling nodded and said, Okay, I'm leaving now.
Take care. Shen Qingling had just turned around when he stopped and asked, Did you read that letter? Tears still clung to Shang Xia's eyelashes as she looked at his retreating figure and gave him a bright smile.
Yes, I read it. Thank you, Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling smiled and turned to walk into the night.
Shang Xia swallowed the words she wanted to say. She had always said those things to him in a joking tone before. Shen Qingling had probably never taken them seriously. Perhaps she should find a time to tell him, in a serious and earnest manner, that she actually liked him.
Like him very much, very much.
Shang Xia lowered her eyes, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. She turned back to Shang Mo's side, waiting for the fire truck and ambulance to arrive.
Meanwhile, Nanjun, at the Nan family home, was anxiously smoking cigarette after cigarette, waiting for news of the assassin. Just as she was worrying, Nan Yan brought bad news. He first glanced at Nanjun's expression, hesitating to speak immediately. Nanjun felt a bad premonition seeing his hesitation.
How's the situation with the Shang family?
Shang Mo isn't dead. Nanjun's eyes widened, What? She's not dead. How could this be? She then anxiously inquired about Shen Qingling's whereabouts. Where is Shen Qingling? Have they found him? Did they rescue him?
Nan Yan pursed his lips, frowning.
No, the people who were supposed to meet him said they didn't see number 9 come out with anyone. Number 9 is still missing. Number 5 said it's possible that. What is it?
Nan Yan looked away, unable to bear it, and said, They haven't come out at all.
After saying this, Nan Yan lowered his head.
He didn't dare look into Nanjun's eyes, nor did he dare think about Shen Qingling's fate. For the first time, he felt such regret. Their extremism and madness might have killed Shen Qingling.
Currently, there's no official report, but it's known that only Shang Mo survived the fire.
This means the assassin tasked with rescuing Shen Qingling failed, and both likely perished in the flames. The Shang family is blocking information, the media can't get in, and the police refuse to divulge any details.
All that's known is that the Shang family home caught fire, and Shang Mo escaped alone.
As for Shen Qingling, her whereabouts are unknown. In Nanjin's original plan, the assassin was supposed to first imprison Shang Mo, then find where Shen Qingling was being held.
This place might be a basement, or some hidden room.
She had stated that her primary mission was to rescue Shen Qingling. Shang Mo was merely a secondary objective.
Only after finding Shen Qingling and ensuring his safety could she take action against Shang Mo. Her fear was that the fire would harm Shen Qingling. Now that she's told Shang Mo is safe, but Shen Qingling and the assassin tasked with the rescue are missing, what can she possibly think?
The worst-case scenario was that the two of them, for various reasons, couldn't escape and died together in the fire. Nanjin, enraged, smashed a cup on the table.
The sound of the shattering cup struck Nanyan's uneasy heart. He lowered his eyes and said, "Mother, don't panic. Perhaps things aren't as we think."
Nanjin, her eyes red, said, "I told you to plan everything carefully, I entrusted everything to you, you even chose the people. Before the plan started, I repeatedly instructed them not to touch Shen Qingling.
In the end, the person who deserved to die didn't die, but Shen Qingling disappeared? Nanyan, this isn't the result I wanted." Nanjin was completely out of control at this point, she was furious. The thought that Shen Qingling might have died in the fire because of her plan made her body go limp and she collapsed backward. Shen Qingling was currently lying in the Shang family's private hospital.
Fortunately, he arrived in time, the injury wasn't serious, it would heal in a few days with ointment, and wouldn't leave a scar.
Shang Mo was lying in a VIP ward downstairs.
The news was filled with reports about the fire at the Shang family's residence.
Nanjin desperately wanted to know the outcome and immediately rushed to the Shang family's hospital with Nanyan.
She couldn't accept that she was the one who killed Shen Qingling.
She needed to get news about Shen Qingling from Shang Mo. Chapter 142: The Uninvited Guest. Shang Mo lay on a hospital bed in the Shang family's private hospital.
Shang Mo had only inhaled too much smoke, he didn't have any burns on his body. Seeing Shang Xia get down from the bed, she looked up and asked, "How is he?" Shang Xia frowned and said, "The doctor said he needs to rest for a few more days before he can be discharged. His hand looks quite frightening." Shang Mo wanted to remove the four and go see Shen Qingling, but Shang Xia immediately stopped him.
"Don't move. You haven't even healed yet, what's the point of going up there? I'm not comfortable with this. I want to see it with my own eyes to be sure."
The doctor has already applied medicine to him.
He's resting now. If you want to see him, you can do it tomorrow. Hearing Shang Xia say that Shen Qingling was resting, Shang Mo lay back down.
Her eyes dimmed as she said, "If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have been hurt." Shang Xia smiled wryly, her expression complex.
"Do you know what he said to me when I went to see him?" "What?" "He asked if you were hurt, and I said no. He told me to take good care of you from now on. He said you always hurt yourself, you already have enough scars, and he doesn't want you to have any more. He wants you to love yourself."
Shang Mo clutched the blanket tightly, closing her eyes in silence, but Shen Qingling's words stirred a storm within her. Even she herself didn't care about her scars, but Shen Qingling did. He cared about every single scar on her body, and he wanted to heal every single one. Tears slowly slid down her cheeks. Shang Mo felt she owed Shen Qingling far too much. If she could, she would rather those scars were on her instead. She was already covered in wounds, what difference would one more make? Shen Qingling was completely innocent in this tragedy, it all stemmed from her greed and selfishness. "I'm the one who wronged him. I owe him so much." Maybe he wouldn't want to hear you say that. In his eyes, your improvement is his greatest wish. He couldn't change the past, so he could only try to change the present. No one saved you in the past, but now someone does. Not only him, but me too. Shang Xia's eyes reddened as she said this.
Shang Mo opened his eyes and looked at her. Back then, I was cowardly and malicious. I didn't stand by you immediately, I chose to run away. Later, my conscience compelled me to go back and save you. When I saw you lying in a pool of blood, I regretted it. Even if I hated you, I didn't want to see you like that. In my heart, you were incredibly strong, but you just lay there in a pool of blood, covered in wounds. Shang Xia couldn't help but tremble again as she spoke of this. It wasn't just Shang Mo's psychological trauma, but also Shang Xia's. In the moment she turned and ran, she felt despicable, selfish, cowardly, and weak, which was why she abandoned Shang Mo at the first moment. She felt guilty, and even her later return couldn't undo her immediate decision to run away. Her complex and twisted love for Shang Mo was mixed with admiration, guilt, and jealousy. A similar situation occurred again, but she didn't become the person she had despised before. This time I didn't back down, will you still blame me? Sister. This sister was her reconciliation with herself, and also a plea for peace with Shang Mo. In the face of life and death, she understood herself. She couldn't bear to part with Shang Mo. They had argued for half their lives, they shouldn't continue to hate each other. Hearing Shang Xia's words, Shang Mo slowly took her hand in his, the one with the 4 drips still attached. I stopped blaming you a long time ago, don't blame yourself. Shang Xia's hot tears fell onto her hand, and Shang Mo's eyes softened. Her life seemed to be truly beginning to change. Just then, an uninvited guest arrived. The butler suddenly knocked on the door. Young miss, someone wants to see you. Shang Xia frowned. Didn't I say I wouldn't see any guests? The fire at the Shang family home made the news, and many people came to inquire about Shang Mo's condition. Whether sincere or well-intentioned, Shang Mo had no mood to see them at this moment. Therefore, Shang Mo had said she wouldn't see any guests, no matter who came. The butler still came to report, perhaps because it was someone he absolutely had to see. Shang Mo said calmly, "Is it Nanjun?" "Yes, Mississippi." "Let her in." Shang Xia was stunned. What's she doing here? Shang Xia's not-so-bright little brain worked for a moment, and she finally guessed the truth. She immediately widened her eyes and said, could it be that she set the fire? Shang Mo curled her lips into a cold smile. Who else could it be but her? Since I'm staying in the Shang family and not leaving, she can only attack me here. Fortunately, it only burned down a bedroom, preventing a major disaster. But she almost killed him and injured Shen Qingling. He wouldn't let her go. Shang Xia gritted her teeth angrily. This woman is simply insane. She's capable of such a thing. I have to teach her a lesson later. At this moment, Nanjun walked in with Nan Yen. Both women wore the same expression. At this moment, they weren't biological mother and son, but their bond was stronger than that of blood relatives. The same sinister look, both teetering on the edge of collapse. A single word from Shang Mo could set them both in ruins. Even more despairing was their encounter with Xia Huainian as they left the Nan family residence. He asked when Shen Qingling would come to see him. This was like stabbing them in the heart again. Xia Huainian's expectant yet worried gaze left them speechless. Shen Qingling hadn't appeared for over a month. Xia Huainian always asked about Shen Qingling, and back then, Nanjun only told him to wait, saying Shen Qingling would return soon. At that time, she also believed she could rescue Shen Qingling. Now that the situation had changed, Nanjun couldn't even utter the word wait. Their silence alerted the perceptive Xia Huainian. Won't brother come anymore? Where did he go? Doesn't he want Xiao Nian anymore? Xia Huainian started crying, and Nan Yen gently hugged him for the first time. His voice was hoarse as he said, he'll come back. It was unclear whether he was comforting Xia Huainian or himself. Nan Yen only seemed indifferent to Shen Qingling and Xia Huainian, but his bullied and unloved childhood made him see Xia Huainian as a reflection of his past self. Actually, Nan Yen treated Xia Huainian quite well. Xia Huainian had become quite plump since coming to the Nan family. Nan Yen was a typical tsundere, he just liked to put on a cold face and pretend to be fierce. This was true for both Xia Huainian and Shen Qingling. The more arrogant he was, the more it showed that the other person held a special place in his heart. Especially Shen Qingling. Nan Yan's feelings for her were indeed different. Every bit of tenderness Shen Qingling showed Xia Huainian touched Nan Yan. This reminded Nan Yan of his mother.
Not Nan Jin, but his biological mother.
Shen Qingling felt very much like his biological mother.
Nan Yan was terrified that he had caused Shen Qingling's death. He didn't want Shen Qingling to disappear from this world.
Chapter 143 You killed him. As the two entered the ward, Shang Xia snorted and rushed over, ready to slap Nanjun.
Nanjun glanced at her coldly and slapped Shang Xia across the face before Shang Xia could land a blow. Shang Xia stared at her in disbelief, covering her face.
Hey! I haven't even hit you yet, how could you hit back? This is utterly unsportsmanlike.
Nanjun had no interest in wasting words with Shang Xia. She pushed Shang Xia aside and walked directly to Shang Mo.
Nanjun stared directly into Shang Mo's eyes and asked, "Where's Shen Qingling?"
Nanjun then noticed that both Shang Mo and Shang Xia's eyes were still red, as if they had just been crying.
Nanjun's fingertips trembled, a bad premonition rising in her heart. Could something have happened to Shen Qingling?
The two sisters had never gotten along, and Nanjun couldn't possibly have imagined them having a heart-to-heart talk here earlier. Seeing Shang Mo's eyes now, the last thread in her mind snapped.
Shang Mo deliberately remained silent.
Nanjun gritted her teeth again and asked, "Where is Shen Qingling?"
Shang Mo turned away from Nanjun, looking utterly devastated.
In truth, if Nanjun were even slightly calm and rational, she would have seen that Shang Mo was merely trying to provoke her. Because if something had really happened to Shen Qingling, even if Shang Mo was heartbroken, seeing the culprit appear before him would never have left him so unmoved. At the very least, his emotional reaction would have been much stronger than when he saw her kissing Shen Qingling at the Nan family home.
Nan Yan rushed over and pulled out the 4 drip from Shang Mo, grabbing his collar.
"Where is Shen Qingling? Where is Shen Qingling?" This scene was eerily similar to when Gui Jin questioned him about where Shen Qingling was. Shang Xia rushed over to save Shang Mo, but Nanjun pinned her down with one hand.
Shang Mo sneered, "You started the fire, and now you're asking me about Shen Qingling? Aren't you ashamed?"
Nanjun stammered, somewhat dazed, "I didn't mean to hurt him."
Shang Mo stared into her eyes and said, "Have you considered that things have already turned out this way? Shen Qingling will never come back. Are you satisfied now?"
Shang Xia looked at him with a puzzled expression.
She didn't know what Shang Mo was suddenly putting on an act for.
But since Shang Mo had said that, she did nothing, silently watching him perform. Nanjun's body went limp upon hearing Shang Mo's words, and she almost collapsed to the ground.
Nan Yan's expression also changed. What do you mean by never come back?" Shang Mo finally understood. Nanjun had developed feelings for Shen Qingling.
No matter how stubborn she tried to deny it, her reaction at this moment was undeniable. Perhaps her initial feelings for Shen Qingling weren't deep, it was more about getting close to him and maneuvering around him for the land. But she understood that feeling all too well. Everyone who approached Shen Qingling was drawn to him.
Nanjun was one of them. Even her adopted son seemed more agitated than she was. After believing she had caused Shen Qingling's death, Nanjun's attraction to him surged even higher. Shen Qingling was undoubtedly going to become her white moonlight. What kind of white moonlight is the most unforgettable? The answer is the unattainable white moonlight and the deceased white moonlight. Shen Qingling embodied both.
A profound sadness enveloped Nanjun's heart. She was the one who killed Shen Qingling. She personally destroyed the person she loved. Nanjun couldn't deny it, she had truly fallen for Shen Qingling.
Just like Shang Mo, for people like them who lived in darkness, the appearance of someone like Shen Qingling made it impossible not to be attracted, impossible not to fall for him.
Shang Mo's heart-fluttering value was considered liking Shen Qingling if it was below 30, because everyone else was basically a negative number to her. Nanjun was even more so. For a ruthless woman like her, anything above 30 for Shen Qingling was liking. When Shen Qingling arrived at the Shang family, Nanjun's heart-fluttering value reached 60 through days of waiting and being stimulated. The more unattainable something is, the more she desires it. The more she couldn't see him, the more she missed him. Longing can beautify a person, beautify her memories, making Shen Qingling even more beautiful in her mind. She couldn't help but imagine Shen Qingling being bullied by Shang Mo, feeling that Shen Qingling was suffering terribly in the Shang family. Therefore, she grew increasingly anxious and uneasy, and even more so, felt guilty towards Shen Qingling.
If she hadn't deliberately provoked Shang Mo, things wouldn't have come to this.
Thinking back to that phone call, Nanjun was even more agitated. Jealousy, possessiveness, and a competitive spirit were all ignited by Shang Mo.
Shen Qingling's position in her heart changed.
She had thought she could never fall in love with Shen Qingling. Perhaps it was just a fondness, perhaps admiration, liking his appearance, his youthful spirit, his gentleness and kindness. She kept telling herself that she couldn't possibly love Shen Qingling, so she always refused when Nan Yen advised her to abandon the plan.
In reality, she just didn't want Shen Qingling to disappear from her world.
Abandoning the plan meant she would have no reason to approach Shen Qingling anymore. Even Nan Yen could see that her feelings for Shen Qingling had changed, but she stubbornly refused to admit it.
It's too late to admit it now.
Because that person is already dead. Nanjun stood there stunned, her guilt towards Shen Qingling reaching its peak.
Nan Yen was the same.
The mother and son were frozen in place, unable to utter a single word. Shang Yamo shoved Nan Yen away harshly, her voice cold. I advise you to get out of here. I still have to clean up the mess in the Shang family. I don't have time to waste with you.
Shang Xia, her clever little brain working quickly, cried out, what about the funeral?
He doesn't even have ashes left, we can't even collect his body. Nanjun was greatly provoked by these words. She slapped Shang Xia across the face again. Shut up.
Who said he's dead? He won't die. 2 perfectly symmetrical handprints appeared on Shang Xia's face.
Shang Xia had heard Shang Mo mention that Shen Qingling's feelings for Nanjun were different. She was already jealous, and now, to further enrage Nanjun, she spoke without thinking. She covered her face and continued to cry, you killed him. You're such a vicious woman.
Shen Qingling loved you so much.
He stood up for you in front of my sister, argued with my sister for you, even fought to the death against her. To prevent my sister from hurting you, he stayed at the Shang family voluntarily.
He stayed for you. And you killed him. How dare you ask such a question? What, Shen Qingling, I feel so sorry for you.
Shang Yamo gave Shang Xia a strange look. Shang Xia had clearly read too many tomato novels. She said whatever came to mind. But she knew Shang Xia's words could pierce Nanjun's heart. Shang Yamo lowered her eyes and said, Nanjun, you've truly wronged him. He defended you relentlessly in front of me, even knowing you might not be as wonderful and kind as he imagined, he remained devoted to you. His condition for staying in the Shang family was that I not hurt you, so no matter how you provoke me, I never retaliated. But his love for you became his own grave.
How could you face him? Chapter 144 System Rewards. Nanjun didn't know how she left the hospital.
Her face was pale, her eyelashes trembled, her steps were unsteady, and she was utterly lost. She knew she must look terrible in Shang Mo's eyes. But she couldn't care less about her appearance at that moment. She didn't want to stay in that ward anymore, she was even afraid to hear that name.
Shen Qingling.
That name was like a knife, each appearance causing her heartache a little more. That night, it rained heavily. Perhaps even the heavens couldn't bear to see her suffer and were weeping for Shen Qingling. Nanjun stood in the pouring rain, refusing to go into her room to rest.
Nan Yen stood with her in the rain.
Both of them were equally silent. Overwhelmed by grief, they couldn't utter a single word. Nanjun couldn't tell if the water on her face was rain or tears. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly, the pain so intense she felt like she was dying. Shang Xia and Shang Mo's voices echoed in her ears like a curse.
Nan Yen wasn't much better off than Nanjun.
He felt it was his poor planning that led to the plan's failure. He bore a heavy responsibility for Shen Qingling's death.
How could he face the deceased Shen Qingling? And how could he face Xia Huaiyan, who was still alive? Nan Yen couldn't help but shed tears. Fortunately, it was raining, so no one could see his grief and vulnerability. The two stood in the rain for a long time until Nanjun couldn't bear it any longer and fainted.
The entire Nan family was in chaos.
But the woman in the hospital was plotting something else.
Shang Xia asked curiously, why did you put on that show for Nanjun?
Shang Yimou narrowed his eyes and said, when a woman has feelings, she has a weakness.
When she knows she caused Shen Qingling's death, she will definitely be unable to focus on anything else during this time.
I want to acquire that piece of land and give it to Shen Qingling, making him the heir to the Gu family.
Gu Chengwang has always wanted this land.
I can give up the marriage alliance as a condition to make him make a will.
Shang Xia asked doubtfully, but is a piece of land the only thing that can sway Gu Chengwang?
Shang Yimou smiled and said, as long as Shen Qingling becomes the heir, I can also give the Gu family exclusive technology from a subsidiary of the Shang Group.
Gu Chengwang has always wanted a share of this, so why not let him have his way?
I believe Gu Chengwang will be tempted.
Gu Yijin has no chance against Shen Qingling. As long as Gu Chengwang isn't out of his mind, he knows that Shen Qingling must be the sole heir.
Shang Xia never expected that Shang Yimou would actually be willing to give up benefits for love.
But then she thought about how it was Shen Qingling, and it all made sense. If it were her, she'd probably have to give the entire Shang group to Shen Qingling.
Shang Xia raised an eyebrow. So you're not planning on marrying him? Shang Yimou had made up her mind. She wouldn't force Shen Qingling into a marriage alliance with her anymore.
She didn't want to pressure him, didn't want to trap him. She would use her power to place him as the heir to the Gu family.
Loving someone meant giving up everything for them.
She would do anything to make Shen Qingling's future better. I'm just saying I'm giving up on the marriage alliance now, but that doesn't mean I'll give up on him. As long as he doesn't hate me, I'll still try to pursue him.
Maybe one day he'll be moved and agree to be with me again. To put it bluntly, Shang Yimou only wanted Shen Qingling to like her and for him to willingly marry her. What if he never likes you?
Then I'll wait for him my whole life. Shang Xia paused, then whispered, what about me?
Shang Yimou looked at her, what you? Shang Xia, can the three of us still live together? And if it's a marriage alliance, include me too. Shang Yimou. Seeing Shang Mo's helpless expression, Shang Xia smiled and said, okay, I'm not joking anymore. There's one more thing.
Although you lied to Nanjun that Shen Qingling was dead, what if Shen Qingling goes home? Nanjun will know you lied to her. So we need to keep Shen Qingling calm, let him stay in the hospital for a few more days to recover, and let him go home after the land deal is finalized.
Isn't that lying to him? What if he finds out you lied to Nanjun and hurt her?
He already has some feelings for Nanjun, wouldn't that push him towards her?
Shang Yimou smiled.
No matter how much Shen Qingling likes her, I have something. Once Shen Qingling knows about it, she'll completely give up on her.
Shang Yimou couldn't wait for that day to arrive.
She wanted to make Nanjun think she could have Shen Qingling before delivering a crushing blow. Then Shen Qingling would understand that she was the one who loved him most in this world. Nanjun didn't deserve his love at all. Lying in her hospital room eating fruit, Shen Qingling noticed Nanjun's progress bar had surged to 80.
What happened?
It suddenly jumped by 20, she must have suffered some major shock.
Shang Yimou had unintentionally become Shen Qingling's ally. Shen Qingling opened her attribute panel and glanced at it. Name, Shen Qingling. Age, 18. Height, 188 centimeters. Length, 25 centimeters. Appearance, 93. Health points, 60. Combat strength, 65. Reputation, 69. Heartbeat value, 999 plus. Points, 1,588,092. Golden Finger, top-tier piano master. Goddess Conquest, 3. Expand. Song Jining Conquest Progress, 100%. Chu Jiajiao Conquest Progress, 35%. Ruan Mingi Conquest Progress, 92%. Lin Xingmian Conquest Progress, 89%. Shang Xia Conquest Progress, 100%. Shang Yimou Conquest Progress, 100%. Lin Qingdai's Conquest Progress, 67%. Unknown Goddesses Conquest Progress, 80%. Counterattack Progress, 65%. Main Story Progress, 36%. Side Quest, Unlocked. Expand. Side Quest 1, Gain Chu Jiajiao's Regret Points. Progress, 79%. Side Quest 2, Gain Shang Xia's Regret Points. Progress, 100%. Shen Qingling's points finally broke the million mark.
After Shang Mo's heartbeat points reached their maximum, Shen Qingling gained 1 million points.
Shang Xia's side quest also earned him 100,000 points.
Adding the heartbeat points he gained from the variety show, his total points reached 1.5 million.
077, congratulations, host, on successfully conquering your first 3S goddess.
System rewards have been issued and can be claimed in the system backend.
Shen Qingling opened the system backend and saw 5 new items. Pain Relief X3. Attribute Points X10. Character Unlock X3. Plot Prediction X3. System Lottery X1. Chapter 145 New Role. Even without pain relief and attribute points, Shen Qingling could understand it.
He was more interested in the third character unlock and the fourth plot prediction.
Shen Qingling, Chi-Chi, what does character unlock mean? Does it mean I can know the target character in advance? 077, yes, host, do you want to unlock the character? Shen Qingling chose yes.
Suddenly, 3 character cards appeared before him.
Name, Sangin. Goddess level, S rank. Identity, professional bodyguard/assassin. Personality, cold on the outside, warm on the inside, loyal and trustworthy, hidden attributes unknown, extreme contrast. Plot relevance, 20%. Ending, unlocked with 100,000 points. Name, Jiang Yuning. Goddess level, SS. Identity, professional con artist. Personality, cunning, ruthless, manipulative, and money-obsessed. Plot relevance, 30%. Ending, unlocked with 200,000 points. Name, Su Huarong. Goddess level, SS. Identity, actress in the entertainment industry.
Personality, a hidden queen of the sea, possessing both gentleness and indifference, adept at manipulating emotions, and skilled in both tea ceremony and lotus flower art.
Plot relevance, 30%. Ending, unlocked with 200,000 points. After reviewing the 3 character cards, Shen Qingling fell into deep thought. The first, Sangin, seemed normal, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, loyal and trustworthy like a devoted dog. However, the phrase hidden attributes unknown, extreme contrast seemed to be the key point. What does hidden attributes unknown refer to? What aspect does extreme contrast refer to? There's definitely something wrong here. But not a big problem. Shen Qingling's greatest passion is challenging himself. He loves excitement. The second, Jiang Yuning, is a professional con artist. These types of women are skilled at disguising themselves. They'll appear in your life as someone you like, swindle all your money, and then leave with it. The third, Su Huarong, was even easier to find out. She's a popular actress in the entertainment industry, on par with Gu Yutong in status. There are countless videos and interviews about her, making analysis relatively easy. Shen Qingling already had a rough plan. After thinking everything through, Shen Qingling asked what plot foresight meant. Plot foresight refers to events in the original work that haven't happened yet but will definitely happen in the future. The host can know 3 important points in advance. If everything has deviated from the original work, will the foreseen events still happen according to the original story? The foresight provided by the system is plot content that the host hasn't changed yet. This means that if the host doesn't deliberately interfere, this event will definitely happen. Host, do you want to unlock it? Shen Qingling chose yes again. 6 cards appeared before her, each corresponding to a different character's name. So these foreseen plots correspond to different people and events that will happen to them. This means that if she obtained more plot foresight, she might be able to directly piece together the second half of the book and the ending. However, everything still requires points and tasks. Shen Qingling hesitated as she looked at the names on the cards. Shen Qingling, Wen Sulan, Gu Yutong, Gu Yijin, Gu Changwan, Lin Qingdai. Whose card should he look at first?
According to the system, the backs of these cards corresponded to important plot points, and he couldn't choose randomly.
Ultimately, Shen Qingling chose Wensulan's, Guijin's, and his own cards.
Wensulan's card slowly flipped over. It depicted a scene of Wensulan and a woman confronting each other in a coffee shop.
A dramatic, melodramatic event unfolded.
Gu Qingwang's unforgettable white moonlight, Bu Yunru, returned to the country. The first thing she did upon returning was to confront Wensulan, revealing that she and Gu Changwang had 2 children, twins. Now, it was time to bring the children back to the Gu family.
Wensulan nearly fainted from anger in the coffee shop.
Enraged, she splashed coffee on the woman's face, witnessed by Gu Changwang, who arrived at the scene. The rest of the story abruptly ended.
Shen Qingling now understood why Guijin, despite his initial naivete, could still be the male lead.
The person who drove him to the dark side was probably not Shen Qingling at all, but this woman who suddenly returned to the country and the child she brought with her.
Bu Yunru's return to the country at this particular time, why now? This woman is definitely not someone to be trifled with. It seems a battle to protect the family is about to begin. Shen Qingling cannot allow that woman to bully Wensulan under any circumstances. The second plot segment concerns Guijin.
It's a scene where Lin Qingdai visits Guijin in the hospital.
At this time, Lin Qingdai's legs are intact, not crippled as in the original novel. The plot has deviated because of Shen Qingling's appearance.
But Shen Qingling didn't expect that the one with crippled legs would be Guijin.
Guijin sat on the hospital bed with a gloomy expression.
Gu Changwang, Shen Qingling, and Wensulan were not there, only Lin Qingdai was present. She first told Guijin that Shen Qingling was alright, and then sat down beside Guijin's bed to peel an apple for him.
The narration describes Lin Qingdai's inner thoughts.
The events of her dream have finally come true. Guijin has received his retribution, and my fate has been completely altered.
But is this retribution bestowed upon him by heaven, or was it deliberately orchestrated? If it was deliberately orchestrated, Gu Changwang couldn't have failed to investigate the car accident. Perhaps Guijin has committed too many evil deeds, even heaven couldn't bear it anymore.
But for some reason, seeing Guijin, just like her in her dream, devastated by the loss of his legs, she doesn't feel any joy.
Is it because he hasn't hurt her in this life, and has become a decent brother under Shen Qingling's influence, or is it because she feels an inappropriate pity for Guijin, remembering the pain of losing her legs? Lin Qingdai doesn't know.
Looking at Guijin before her, she feels nothing but the sorrow of seeing someone like him suffer, no joy whatsoever.
Revenge is not joyful. When everything in her dream has been changed, is Guijin still the same sinner? She couldn't find the answer herself.
Lin Qingdai could dream of her past life, she knew what had happened.
But Guijin didn't understand.
The doctor said he would be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life, essentially a disabled person. Guijin gazed at the withered yellow leaves outside the window, feeling as if her own life had come to an end. The story abruptly ended with Guijin looking out the window. Shen Qingling frowned as she watched this scene. Guijin's legs were crippled, yet Lin Qingdai could access information about her past life and her dreams. No wonder Lin Qingdai had a natural affinity for him. It turned out she hadn't been reborn, but could dream of her past life.
Guijin's crippled legs seemed strange.
The plot indicated a car accident, but Gu Changwang couldn't find any results.
Shen Qingling vaguely felt this was deliberate, things weren't so simple. What role did he himself play in this car accident? Chapter 146 SSS Level Cheat Code, Puppeteer. Shen Qingling finally opened his card.
The plot was a car accident. The characters were him and Guijin. The two were driving together somewhere, Shen Qingling was driving, and Guijin was in the passenger seat. The car drove to a secluded spot when suddenly another car appeared from around a bend and crashed into them. Shen Qingling was immediately knocked unconscious, and Guijin struggled to pull him from the driver's seat. Up to this point, both Guijin and Shen Qingling were unharmed. It seemed like just a minor car accident. However, Guijin suddenly felt a blow to the back of his head. His vision went black, and he slowly collapsed.
The car ran over his legs.
Shen Qingling was unharmed, but Guijin's legs were crippled.
This was the origin of Lin Qingdai's comment that Shen Qingling was alright.
This scene was short, but Shen Qingling felt a chill run down his spine. He could even guess what would happen next. Gui Jin was crippled, while Shen Qingling emerged unscathed from the car accident. He couldn't explain himself even with 10 mouths.
Would Gui Jin suspect him? Shen Qingling didn't know. But Gu Chengwang would definitely think he wasn't innocent. The person behind this didn't directly target Shen Qingling for 2 reasons. First, Shen Qingling was Gu Chengwang's biological son, and if something happened to him, he would be the suspect.
Second, when Sulan's love for Shen Qingling would drive her to extremes and madness, no matter what, Shen Qingling couldn't die.
But Gui Jin was irrelevant.
He was an imposter anyway. Gu Chengwang wouldn't investigate further, and it could even incite conflict between Gui Jin and Shen Qingling.
Shen Qingling guessed who was behind this.
Bu Yunru was definitely not innocent in this car accident.
Didn't the 2 children she brought back have any designs on the Gu family's inheritance? To gain the inheritance, they couldn't openly attack Shen Qingling. If Gui Jin harbored resentment towards Shen Qingling, they could incite infighting between the 2, allowing them to reap the benefits. What a brilliant scheme!
Shen Qingling stared blankly at the ceiling. Through these few scenes, he was almost certain that Bu Yunru had successfully returned to the Gu family with the child.
And none of these 3 were good people. Gu Chengwan was definitely extremely biased towards them.
However, what surprised Shen Qingling was that Gui Jin hadn't abandoned him and run away. Instead, he had saved him. It seemed Lai Kai was truly trying to reform. Actually, even without Gui Jin, the system would have saved Shen Qingling, but Gui Jin's sudden kindness was unexpected. Shen Qingling decided to change his strategy towards Gui Jin. If a third enemy was about to appear, he and Gui Jin absolutely could not become adversaries.
They should unite to fight this new enemy.
After sorting out his thoughts, Shen Qingling focused his attention on the 10 attribute points awarded by the system. Putting everything else aside, his appearance score should be maxed out.
A perfect succubus can't only have 93 appearance points.
He had worked hard to earn points before so he could see himself with a perfect appearance score.
Without hesitation, Shen Qingling added 7 attribute points to appearance, leaving the remaining 3 untouched.
After maxing out his appearance, Shen Qingling's appearance subtly changed. He walked to the bathroom mirror and was somewhat stunned by his own reflection. The mirror's cool white light sliced his features into sharply defined geometric shapes of light and shadow. The boy's features in the mirror appeared even more refined, his lines more distinct. A sword-like shadow fell from the corner of his brow bone, and his nose, sculpted like a straight line from cold jade, gleamed with a translucent, cold sheen in the sidelight. Despite his sharply defined features, he possessed a pair of breathtakingly beautiful eyes. These eyes alone were even more beautiful than a woman's. When his eyes were clear and ethereal, he appeared innocent and kind, purer than a white lotus, making anyone who dared to utter a harsh word feel guilty.
When his gaze turned indifferent, he exuded a cold, aloof air, maximizing his aloofness.
When he smiled slightly, the corners of his eyes turned down, and his gaze melted like ice, revealing tenderness and deep affection.
Whatever persona he desired, these eyes reinforced that impression.
Before this, his appearance was already at the level of a succubus. After reaching peak beauty, his features became even more refined. Every single feature was flawlessly perfect, leaving no room for doubt. Especially his eyes, no one could remain unmoved by them. Now, Shen Qingling truly possessed an allure that could be conjured with a single breath. Just his presence alone was enough to make hearts race and stir desire.
Now, Shen Qingling wasn't just a model, he was an existence even more exquisite than a model. Shen Qingling lay back on the bed contentedly.
A nurse came in to change his dressing, and upon seeing Shen Qingling on the bed, she immediately smashed the medicine in her hand. The cold, white moonlight slanted through the blinds, casting a frosty, glazed sheen on his face, giving him the appearance of jade. His raven feather-like eyelashes slowly lifted, revealing cool, indifferent eyes. The bridge of his nose had sharp lines sculpted like a snow-capped peak, and pale blue veins were faintly visible beneath his almost transparent skin. His slightly pursed lips added to his ascetic and aloof demeanor. But when the nurse frantically picked up the medicine bottles, Shen Qingling looked into her eyes, and the nurse felt her heart nearly leap out of her chest. She blushed and stammered an apology. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Shen Qingling smiled at her, and the nurse's breathing became unsteady. If it weren't for the confidentiality agreement, she would have announced to all her friends that she had met a stunningly handsome young man and fallen in love with him at first sight.
Even lying in the hospital, Shen Qingling could still earn points.
That's how succubi are. Wherever they go, women fall in love with them.
Finally, Shen Qingling looked at the lottery. Shen Qingling's luck was incredible. He drew an SSS-level cheat ability, Puppet Master. The system let out a delighted scream.
077 excitedly explained to Shen Qingling. As the name suggests, the Puppet Master means Shen Qingling can control puppets. When Shen Qingling needs someone to play a certain role, he can freely create a puppet character, setting its personality, abilities, and so on, making it speak and act according to Shen Qingling's requirements. Shen Qingling can control all of this puppet's actions at will. Furthermore, the world's rules will automatically generate a family background and identity for this puppet, arousing no suspicion from anyone. However, only one such puppet can exist at a time. This means that if Shen Qingling needs a second puppet, he must ensure the first puppet's legitimate death to create the second and allow it to appear with a plausible identity.
For Shen Qingling, one is enough.
This means he will have a subordinate who will never betray him, who will be loyal and work for him without question, and who can appear in any form he desires whenever he needs it.
No wonder it's an SSS-level cheat ability, he likes it.
077 would never have imagined what Shen Qingling would use this puppet for.
Chapter 147 Female Succubus Shen Qingling.
Shen Qingling leisurely opened the system backend and began creating his puppet.
The process of creating the puppet was quite fun.
Shen Qingling could even freely customize its facial features, so naturally, he wanted to create a puppet of absolute perfection. The more the system looked at it, the more uneasy it seemed.
Sure enough, Shen Qingling's perverse sense of humor resurfaced. He directly created a female version of himself. Thus, the female succubus Shen Qingling was born.
Shen Qingling named her Shen Qi. Shen Qi's looks were off the charts, her appearance was otherworldly, her figure was curvaceous, her family background was perfect, her education was overseas, her charm was succubus level, her personality could switch at will, her methods of attracting men were top-notch, and her tea-talking and lotus-like skills were unmatched. Not only that, she also inherited Shen Qingling's cunning and perverse sense of humor, making her a true devil who manipulates people's hearts.
What would Shen Qingling use her for? Even a fool could guess what would happen. The system shuddered to think what would follow.
Shen Qi and Shen Qingling bore a striking resemblance upon closer inspection, and their overall demeanor only reinforced this. Shen Qi considered Shen Qingling her master, and all her actions and wills revolved around him. When Shen Qingling didn't need her, she would live a normal life in this world according to her own persona and the settings Shen Qingling had given her. Shen Qingling eagerly anticipated the surprises Shen Qi's arrival would bring.
Shen Qingling stayed in the Gu family's hospital for almost a full month.
During this time, Shang Xia bothered him every day, partly because Shang Mo didn't want Shen Qingling to be discharged quickly. She wanted to secure that piece of land as soon as possible. Another reason was that Shang Xia's ulterior motives towards Shen Qingling were obvious. She still harbored a secret desire to realize the beautiful dream of the three of them living together. The nurse who came to change Shen Qingling's dressing that day was strange. Although she was also wearing a nurse's uniform and a mask, she was clearly not the same person as before. The previous nurse only dared to look at him shyly, and was extremely careful when changing his dressing.
But this one.
Shang Xia stared at the stunningly handsome Shen Qingling, her eyes practically melting with infatuation.
Why does Shen Qingling seem to be getting more and more handsome? So handsome that just looking at him makes you feel uneasy. Shen Qingling deliberately teased her, "Are you a new nurse? I don't think I've seen you before." Shang Xia's eyes widened slightly.
She hadn't expected that even with a mask on, Shen Qingling could notice she was different from the previous nurse. She coughed and said in a sweet, coquettish tone, "Yes, I'm a new intern.
The head nurse assigned me to change your dressing." Shang Xia dressed like this and insisted on changing his dressing. Didn't Shen Qingling not know what she was up to?
Even after she changed into a nurse's uniform and put on a mask, Shen Qingling still recognized her at a glance.
Her eyes were too easily recognizable, revealing the naivete unique to Shang's comedic style.
Coupled with the lecherous look in Shen Qingling's eyes as he lifted his clothes, Shen Qingling saw through her scheme at a glance. Just as Shang Xia's hand was about to lift Shen Qingling's clothes, he suddenly grabbed her hand. "Nurse, my wound is on my arm, not my abdomen." Shang Xia swallowed hard, quickly lowering her eyes to hide her panicked expression.
Finally, she could only come up with a flimsy excuse, "Hee, is that so? I must have misremembered.
But the head nurse said it's best to give you a full checkup, so let me examine you instead, that way everyone will feel at ease." Shen Qingling deliberately didn't expose her, letting Shang Xia lift his shirt to examine him. Seeing Shen Qingling's abs, she couldn't help but touch them a few times, exclaiming, "Your abs are really well developed." Shen Qingling said with a half-smile, "Do you want to check anything else?"
Shang Xia nodded, lifted up a little higher,
"And the pectoral muscles, oh no, and the chest area, I'll check your heartbeat." Shen Qingling released her hand, placing the stethoscope on Shen Qingling's chest, almost leaning against him. Shen Qingling whispered, "Does it sound nice, Shang Xia?" Shang Xia immediately widened her eyes and looked at Shen Qingling. "How did you know it was me?"
Shen Qingling couldn't help but laugh at her silly expression.
He lifted her mask and said, "Which nurse do you think would stick so close to a patient?" Shang Xia blushed and said, I just wanted to listen to your heartbeat, to see if you were interested in me."
"Did you hear it? I think I'm a little bit interested."
"Then you must have misheard." Shang Xia, dressed in her cute pink nurse's uniform, nestled against his abs, whimpering.
"Is it so hard to play along with her for a bit? I only dared to do this at the risk of getting slapped. I didn't realize you were so frivolous. Where did you learn that from?" "That's how it's written in novels. The aloof, celibate male lead is hopelessly infatuated with a gentle, cute nurse. You really should read fewer novels, you're ruining your brain."
"No, hey Shen Qingling, actually I think you're even more attractive than the male leads in novels."
"I felt that way from the first moment I saw you.
But I was stubborn back then, and I was also bewitched by Gui Jean, so that's why I treated you that way."
"Are you explaining why you were so rude to me back then?" "I was apologizing to you."
In novels, this is called a chasing after the husband scenario.
"Oh. Why just one O? Don't you have anything else to say to me?"